The word system, it's enough to drive every transmigrator wild with excitement. Yet, for Lin Feng, it wasn't until 3 years after arriving at the sacred land of Wuji that his system finally awakened. And it happened at the most critical moment just before his third and final chance to pass the outer disciples assessment. In a shabby little house within the Wuji sacred land of the Kanglin domain, Lin Feng stared at the mottled ceiling, a trace of unwillingness flickering in his eyes. 3 years had passed, and he was still just a registered disciple, only eligible to participate in the outer disciples assessment. It was worth noting that the sacred land of Wuji had over 1 million registered disciples, yet only a mere 10,000 would succeed in becoming outer disciples through the assessment. This was Lin Feng's last chance. If he failed the third time, he would forever lose the opportunity to step into the ranks of the sacred land. As one of the most prestigious sacred grounds in the Kanglin domain, the Wuji sacred land was guarded by a living saint, drawing countless prodigies eager to join its ranks. Without the rule of 3 assessments, the number of registered disciples would likely swell to tens of millions. In the Great Yin dynasty, Lin Feng had been considered a genius. But upon arriving at the sacred land, he came to truly understand how insignificant he was. Here, being a genius was merely the bare minimum to even take the assessment. Could Lin Feng, a transmigrator, really resign himself to a mundane, unremarkable life? Just as Lin Feng was at his lowest, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Strongest plunder system successfully bound. The system's function was to plunder others' attributes, which could then be applied to himself or others. As a bonus, the system gifted him the Eye of True Sight, an ability that automatically revealed the attributes of others. Attributes were divided into 6 grades: white, green, blue, red, purple, and gold, with white being the lowest. At that very moment, a powerful voice resounded from the heavens. The outer disciples' assessment will commence in 3 days. Prepare yourselves. The voice seemed to originate from a distant place, yet it struck directly at the soul, inspiring awe and reverence in all who heard it. The entire Wuji sacred land erupted into excitement. Countless registered disciples were eager to prove themselves in the upcoming assessment. Lin Feng stood up as well, his eyes burning with determination. 3 days was a short time, but if he could plunder just one prodigy's attribute, standing out in the assessment wouldn't be impossible. Without hesitation, he set off toward the core area of the sacred land. Along the way, Lin Feng encountered many disciples with white-grade attributes. Basic swordsmanship, way of longevity, mortal constitution, these were all foundational attributes. Though their quality was low, even the smallest gains could make a difference. Lin Feng plundered them without hesitation, immediately feeling a slight improvement in his swordsmanship and even a small extension to his lifespan. After reaching the outer disciples' activity area, Lin Feng managed to acquire several white and green attributes. However, to stand out in the assessment, he needed at least the strength of the blood-moving 7th stage or mastery of martial intent or weapon intent. Just as he was about to search elsewhere, a golden glow suddenly caught his attention. A seemingly ordinary man in coarse linen robes was walking past. On the surface, he appeared unremarkable. But in Lin Feng's eyes, a dazzling golden attribute hovered above his head, heaven-defying comprehension. This attribute granted an extraordinary aptitude, allowing unparalleled talent in learning martial arts techniques, advancing cultivation, and comprehending martial intent. It was thousands, even tens of thousands of times greater than that of ordinary people. Lin Feng stood before the technique pavilion, his heart surging with excitement. His gaze was fixed intently on an outer sect disciple golden text glowing above the person's body, spelling out unparalleled comprehension. As an experienced disciple who had observed countless others, Lin Feng knew exactly what this meant. Among tens of thousands of entry-level disciples, even green text was rare, appearing on only 3 individuals. Blue text signified top-tier outer sect talents, while red and purple were exceedingly uncommon. As for golden text, it was so rare that perhaps only a handful in the entire Wuji Holy Land possessed it. The person in question was none other than Xiao Chun, the top-ranked outer sect disciple. He walked with a proud bearing, exuding confidence. Outer sect disciples around him greeted him respectfully, addressing him as Senior Brother Xiao. Just a month ago, Xiao Chun had been an ordinary entry-level disciple. However, with his rapid rise in strength, he had not only ascended to the outer sect but had also claimed the top position in record time. A faint smile curled at the corner of Lin Feng's lips. Unparalleled comprehension was indeed extraordinary, but soon, that talent would belong to him. With a single thought, Lin Feng activated his ability, and the golden text instantly flowed into his body. In that moment, the world felt clearer than ever. Lin Feng's understanding of everything around him soared exponentially, and his dantian and every cell in his body seemed to accelerate their operations. The bottleneck that had held him back at the 3rd stage of blood refining was shattered effortlessly, and within just 10 seconds, he broke through to the 4th stage. To put this into perspective, in a pool of 1 million entry-level disciples, each minor advancement in cultivation could elevate one above tens of thousands of others. But this was far from enough. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with determination as he strode toward the technique pavilion. The gatekeeper elder inspected his identification token coldly and warned him, entry-level disciples may only access the third underground floor. Venture beyond that, and you will face certain death. The third underground floor was bustling with activity, but Lin Feng remained unfazed. He casually picked up a martial technique's second-tier peak-level skill called 10 Shadow Fist. Mastering this technique to its peak would allow one to unleash 10 Shadow Fists in a single strike, rivaling the power of a third-tier technique. For most cultivators, just reaching the entry level of this technique would take 3 months. Yet with unparalleled comprehension, Lin Feng needed only 3 seconds to fully grasp it. He found an open space and threw a casual punch. Boom! 10 Shadow Fists materialized instantly, their power astonishing. He had already reached the technique's peak, a level of mastery that could place him among the top 10,000 entry-level disciples. The surrounding disciples stared in disbelief. Someone muttered skeptically, he must have practiced this before. But what happened next silenced all doubters. Lin Feng proceeded to browse through second and third-tier techniques one after another. For each one, he needed only 3 seconds to achieve mastery and demonstrate it flawlessly. No one doubted his talent anymore. Lin Feng stood on the third underground level of the martial arts pavilion, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. He had just accomplished an astonishing feat, mastering every single Tier 3 martial art on this floor. Around him, the outer disciples whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. How is this possible? Mastering so many martial arts at once? Unless he learned and perfected them on the spot. But that's even more unbelievable. Many of the disciples secretly memorized Lin Feng's face, convinced that he would shine brilliantly in the upcoming disciple assessments. Despite the incredulous gazes directed at him, Lin Feng remained calm. He turned and walked away. To him, the martial arts of the third underground level had become mere child's play. It was time to aim higher. Outside the martial arts pavilion, Lin Feng respectfully addressed the stern-faced elder guarding the entrance. Elder, this disciple wishes to ascend to the higher floors to study more advanced martial arts. I humbly request your permission. These words deepened the elder's already furrowed brow. You? An outer disciple at merely the third level of the blood-moving realm, and you dare harbor such lofty ambitions? The elder's tone was icy, clearly displeased with Lin Feng's audacious request. In all his years of guarding the pavilion, he had never encountered a disciple so seemingly unaware of their limits. Lin Feng, however, maintained his respectful demeanor. Elder, it is not arrogance. This disciple has already fully comprehended every Tier 3 martial art on the third underground level. The elder's expression shifted, and a terrifying aura of pressure erupted from him. The surrounding disciples turned pale with fear and instinctively stepped back. They all knew the elder's strength was unfathomable. Who would dare provoke him? But Lin Feng did not argue further. Instead, he chose to demonstrate. One by one, he performed the martial arts. The Fist of Phenomena, Eightfold Skill, White Jade Finger. Every Tier 3 martial art from the third underground level was flawlessly executed, each reaching the pinnacle of mastery. His movements were fluid and seamless, as if they were second nature. When Lin Feng finished, the elder's towering figure abruptly rose from his grand chair, his eyes filled with astonishment. In the third underground level of the martial arts pavilion, Lin Feng displayed astonishing talent. Not only did he master all 5 third-tier martial techniques, but he also cultivated them to perfection. The gatekeeping elder, with his keen eyes, immediately noticed that this nominal disciple, who possessed only a third-level blood-refining realm cultivation, harbored such extraordinary martial aptitude. Lin Feng remained silent, calmly meeting the elder's gaze, revealing just a fraction of his profound comprehension. As expected, the elder instantly transported him to the first level of the martial arts pavilion. This area was bustling with numerous outer disciples, who were stunned when they felt a powerful aura descend upon them, only to realize it was the rarely seen elder himself. A crowd of nominal disciples quickly gathered, greeting the elder with utmost respect. In the sacred land of Wuji, elders held an esteemed status, capable of effortlessly erasing entire nations. To gain the favor of someone of such stature was considered a blessing for generations. However, the elder ignored their flattery and turned his attention to Lin Feng, asking him what kind of martial technique he desired. It was only then that the crowd noticed Lin Feng standing beside the elder. Upon seeing his nominal disciple identity token, they were all taken aback. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. With only 3 days left until the outer disciple assessment, he needed a martial technique that could rapidly enhance his strength to stand out among the millions of nominal disciples. After a brief moment of thought, the elder took out a book titled Blood Fiend Spirit Technique, a 6th-tier martial art. This technique allowed one to enhance their cultivation by absorbing the blood aura of slaughtered foes. Though highly risky, it was incredibly effective. Along with the technique, the elder also granted Lin Feng 100 low-grade spirit stones to assist in his initial practice. Inside a training room, Lin Feng took only 20 breaths to grasp the entry-level essence of this sixth-tier martial art. The blood-red light that erupted into the sky shocked everyone present. 2 days later, Lin Feng was honing his skills on the outskirts of the soul-shaking mountain range. With a single punch, he could effortlessly kill a silver giant wolf at the 6th level of the blood-refining realm, showcasing his astonishing progress. By slaying over 200 ferocious beasts, his cultivation level rose to the 6th level of the blood-refining realm, and the Blood Fiend Spirit technique was on the verge of completion. As Lin Feng prepared to return, he sensed intense battle fluctuations in the distance. More importantly, he detected the presence of an entry point, which instantly lit up his eyes with excitement. On the outskirts of the Danghun mountain range, an intense battle was underway. A young girl clad in green fought fiercely against a swordsman. She was delicate in appearance, her features refined, but her face was now shadowed by a veil of despair. Jiaosu, as a disciple of the 10 Absolutes demon sect, you dare to infiltrate the Wujie sanctuary and now seek to silence me? If the sanctuary discovers this, you'll be torn to pieces. The girl shouted sternly. Jiaosu gripped his long sword, his aura menacing as a cruel smile spread across his face. Once you're dead, who will find out? The 10 Absolutes demon sect has always been flawless in its methods. Besides, a disciple of your lowly rank isn't worth the trouble. Who would waste their time investigating your death? The fight continued, but the girl's movements grew slower and more strange. She was clearly at her limit. Just then, a figure appeared silently in the shadows. It was Lin Feng. He stood there, watching everything with a cold gaze. So, there's a demon sect infiltrator hiding within the Wujie sanctuary? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. The 10 Absolutes demon sect was infamous as one of the top powers in the Kanglan domain, notorious for its ruthlessness. Despite repeated crusades by righteous sects, it had managed to endure. Yet Lin Feng's attention was drawn to the red label hovering above Zhao Zu's head. Innate sword heart, exceptional sensitivity to swordsmanship, capable of resonating and merging with swords, making it easy to master sword intent. With this talent, one's cultivation can reach the level of a sovereign. While Lin Feng pondered, the battle reached its climax. Zhao Su unleashed a devastating horizontal slash, his sword energy ripping through the air and knocking the girl to the ground. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng instantly plundered Zhao Zu's innate sword heart. As it fused with him, a torrent of insights into swordsmanship flooded Lin Feng's mind, elevating his understanding of the sword to a genius level in an instant. Still lurking in the shadows like a rat? Show yourself. Zhao Su suddenly turned, his gaze locking onto the darkness. Lin Feng stepped out calmly. Despite sensing Zhao Zu's peak blood refinement level strength, he showed no fear. He approached the injured girl and picked up her sword. The moment he held it, his sword heart resonated, and the weapon felt as though it had become an extension of his will. The girl's eyes widened in alarm. He's at the peak of blood refinement, and he's even mastered sword intent. You can't possibly defeat him. Leave now and report back to the sanctuary. But Zhao Su sneered, his sword energy forming an impenetrable web. Escape? Did you ask for my permission? Who said I was planning to run? Lin Feng replied calmly, the sword in his hand perfectly attuned to him. Zhao Su smirked disdainfully. My cultivation is leagues above yours, and I've comprehended sword intent. Yet you dare to draw a sword in front of me? I must admit, your courage is impressive. Zhao Su stood still, a cold, confident smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Without hesitation, he swung his long sword, unleashing the Yin Yu sword technique, his strikes as fierce and relentless as a torrential rain. In the sacred grounds of the Wujie Holy Land, he had no intention of prolonging the fight, wary of drawing the attention of other disciples. But with only 2 insignificant opponents before him, he figured their deaths would cause no ripples. The young woman in green watched the scene unfold, sighing inwardly. She knew all too well that against a sword cultivator, missing the first chance to flee meant there was no hope of survival. As a mere outer disciple, she had never truly experienced the terror of a sword cultivator's power until now. In this moment of despair, she could only lament the cruel fate that would see her life end in her prime. Just as hopelessness engulfed her, the sharp clash of swords suddenly echoed through the air, followed by Zhao Su's startled exclamation. This can't be. You've comprehended the 2nd level of sword intent. His voice was filled with disbelief, for even he himself had only grasped the 1st level of sword intent. Lin Feng remained calm and composed. Ever since he had acquired the innate sword heart talent, coupled with his extraordinary comprehension, his mastery of sword intent had surged directly to the 2nd level. In the path of sword cultivation, even a single level of difference was as vast as the heavens and the earth. The young woman in green opened her eyes in astonishment, only to find the tide of the battle had completely turned. Each of Lin Feng's strikes grew fiercer than the last, his sword energy sweeping through the area, reducing the surrounding trees and grass to dust. Zhao Su was forced to retreat step by step. Despite his higher cultivation level, the gap created by the second-level sword intent left him defenseless. Adding to this, Lin Feng's mastery of the Blood Fiend spirit technique had reached perfection, his blood energy surging powerfully. Combined with his newly acquired innate sword heart, the difference in their strength was insurmountable. In a flash, Lin Feng's sword pierced through Zhao Zu's shoulder. With a slight flick, he severed Zhao Zu's sword-wielding arm. The once arrogant Zhao Su instantly turned pale, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "Please don't kill me. I have 500-year-old spirit herbs on me." Zhao Su never imagined that he would suffer such a humiliating defeat at the hands of a mere outer disciple. As a prodigy of the 10 Calamities demonic sect, he had gone to great lengths to infiltrate the Wuji Holy Land, even severing his cultivation, dropping from the pinnacle of the Wheel Sea realm to the peak of the Blood Refinement realm. Despite this, with his innate sword heart and mastery of first-level sword intent, ordinary Blood Refinement realm warriors were no match for him. Yet, the outer disciple before him had not only comprehended second-level sword intent, but also possessed an overwhelming vitality that rivaled the peak of the Blood Refinement realm. On top of that, the disciple's mastery of numerous martial techniques had reached perfection. Within just a few exchanges, Zhao Zu's arm was severed. As Zhao Su begged for mercy, Lin Feng stepped closer, his expression indifferent. With a flash of his sword, he severed Zhao Su's other arm. "What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me now?" Without further words, Lin Feng drove his sword directly into Zhao Su's body, ignoring his agonized screams. With a slight twist of the blade, a silvery white herb, radiant as condensed moonlight, fell to the ground. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The herb was brimming with pure and concentrated spiritual energy. Consuming it would undoubtedly lead to a significant breakthrough. Without hesitation, he picked up the silver herb. Zhao Zu's eyes turned bloodshot as he gritted his teeth. With both arms severed and the precious herb he had painstakingly acquired taken, he knew Lin Feng was not someone to show mercy. "You won't end well, my father." Before he could finish his sentence, a jet of blood erupted from his neck, and his head fell to the ground like a hollow stone. Lin Feng's expression remained calm. Zhao Su might have possessed an innate sword heart and hailed from the 10 Calamities demonic sect, but what did that matter to him? In the Wuji Holy Land, which demonic powerhouse would dare infiltrate without permission? It was nothing short of courting death. This 500-year-old silver herb was extraordinarily valuable. The longer it grew, the purer and more concentrated its spiritual energy became. It could be used for alchemy or consumed directly. Such a treasure was enough to ignite fierce competition even among outer disciples. Without hesitation, Lin Feng consumed the silver herb. Though it would be more effective for alchemy, advancing his cultivation was his top priority. Instantly, the spiritual energy surged through his body, causing a whirlwind to rise around him. After days of relentless combat in the soul-devouring mountains, his cultivation had already reached the 6th level of the Blood Refinement realm. Now, with the help of the silver herb, he smoothly broke through to the 7th level. At the 7th level of the Blood Refinement realm, combined with his mastery of second-level sword intent, Lin Feng was nearly invincible among warriors of the same realm. Without the support of martial or weapon intent, even 100 opponents wouldn't pose a threat. Among the million outer disciples, he now stood as a top-tier figure. Footsteps approached from behind. Turning around, Lin Feng saw the young woman in green from earlier. Her face still bore a look of shock. As a warrior on the verge of the Wheel Sea realm, she had mastered several third-year martial techniques and had decent proficiency in her cultivation methods. Yet, she had been utterly powerless against Zhao Su, barely escaping with her life. Lin Feng, however, had crossed realms to kill Zhao Shu, a feat only an exceptional genius could achieve. The young woman bowed deeply in gratitude. Lin Feng merely shook his head. He hadn't intervened to play the hero. It was simply for the sake of claiming loot. Just as he was about to leave, the woman handed him a greenish root that emitted a faint glow. "Regardless, you saved my life. Please accept this as a token of my appreciation." Lin Feng took a closer look. It was a root from a Bai Ling tree, another treasure filled with pure spiritual energy, on par with the silver herb. His impression of the woman improved slightly. Finding treasure was always a pleasant surprise. With a slight nod, he turned and left, his figure disappearing before the woman could even say another word. The young woman watched Lin Feng's retreating figure and pouted. She wasn't a peerless beauty, but she considered herself charming enough. Yet, Lin Feng hadn't even spared her a glance. Was he even a man? Still, she had to admit, despite being an outer disciple, Lin Feng's strength was remarkable. Even among the outer sect, he would rank above average, especially with his mastery of second-level sword intent. Unfortunately, this year's disciple assessment was fiercely competitive, with the descendants of elders and heirs of various royal dynasties participating. Back in the Wuji Holy Land, Lin Feng's entire demeanor had transformed. With the support of second-level sword intent, his gaze was sharp as a blade, as though it could pierce through anything. Passing disciples stepped aside, casting curious and wary glances at him. Lin Feng arrived at the martial arts pavilion once more. Now that he had mastered second-level sword intent, it would be a waste not to cultivate sword techniques. At the pavilion's entrance, the elder on guard appeared to be dozing. Upon noticing Lin Feng, he slowly opened his eyes. Recognizing the talented outer disciple, the elder paused in surprise. "You're back?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "I've nearly perfected the Blood Fiend Spirit technique. Now, I'd like to study some sword techniques." Good, wait. What did you say?" The elder's pupils constricted. "You've nearly perfected the Blood Fiend Spirit technique? Show me." Lin Feng smiled faintly and activated the Blood Fiend Spirit technique. In an instant, a terrifying aura of blood and slaughter erupted from every cell in his body. Having slain over 200 beasts over the past few days, his accumulated blood energy was overwhelming. The aura of the perfected Blood Fiend Spirit technique surged in the area, causing disciples entering and exiting the pavilion to pale and retreat as though they had encountered a harbinger of death. A sudden, overwhelming stench of blood filled the air, causing even the disciples at the 7th level of the blood-refining realm to tremble involuntarily. They instinctively stepped back to avoid it. This was the signature effect of the Blood Fiend Spirit technique, a burst of power that not only temporarily enhanced one's vitality, but also revealed the sinister energy accumulated during its cultivation. The gatekeeping elder remained unaffected, his expression calm. The difference in cultivation levels shielded him from the oppressive aura. However, there was one thing that truly astonished him. Lin Feng had mastered this 6th-tier martial art to perfection in just 2 days. This was no ordinary 2nd or 3rd-tier technique. It was an advanced martial art that required the accumulation of killing intent to cultivate, with a difficulty level surpassing even many 7th-tier techniques. The elder quickly searched his memory for information on the outer disciples, but couldn't recall anyone capable of such an extraordinary feat in such a short time. He re-evaluated the young man before him. When they first met, he had merely seen Lin Feng as a promising talent worth supporting to build some goodwill. But now, this was far beyond promising talent. "What is your current realm?" the elder couldn't help but ask. 7th level of the blood refining realm, Lin Feng replied calmly. This answer sent a shock through the elder's heart. The 7th level of the blood refining realm was already an exceptional achievement among the sect's million disciples. Yet Lin Feng had achieved multiple breakthroughs in just 2 days. At tomorrow's disciple examination, this young man would undoubtedly shine brighter than anyone else. "So, you wish to learn sword techniques? Come with me," the elder said as he stood up, leading Lin Feng to the highest floor of the martial arts pavilion. The pavilion had 3 underground levels and 3 above ground, designated for outer disciples and registered apprentices. The strongest techniques available here were 7th tier. If you can master a 7th tier sword technique from here, you'll have a good chance of making it into the top 10, the elder said. Top 10? Lin Feng frowned slightly. That was far from enough. He vividly remembered the announcement from the sacred grounds. The top 3 disciples in the examination, especially the first-place winner, would receive massive rewards, including rare natural treasures, elixirs, weapons, and other invaluable cultivation resources. Such rewards were enough to drive any cultivator into a frenzy. Only those at the lofty venerable realm could remain indifferent. "Elder, are you saying that mastering a 7th-tier sword technique would only secure a spot in the top 10? What about first place?" Lin Feng asked in a steady yet determined voice. "First place?" The elder chuckled dismissively. "You're far too ambitious, boy. This examination has attracted many descendants of inner sect elders. They are extraordinarily gifted, raised in privileged environments with meticulous training. This is their stage. With your background, making it into the top 10 should already be something to celebrate." Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. Descendants of elders? Privileged backgrounds? None of that mattered to him. With his unparalleled talent for comprehension, he feared no opponent. "Elder, may I ask, is there a sword technique in this pavilion capable of securing first place? No matter how difficult, I am willing to give it a try." The elder's condescending expression faded, replaced by a moment of silence. Then, he led Lin Feng to a dusty corner of the pavilion. With a wave of his hand, he summoned an ancient black book. "If you truly believe in your extraordinary talent, perhaps this will be of use to you." Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the ancient manuscript before him, and the bold characters Huangquan Absolute Heaven Sword Technique immediately caught his eye. The imposing name sent a shiver through his heart, sparking his curiosity about its level of mastery. The gatekeeping elder noticed his interest and began to explain the sword technique in detail. It was an incomplete manual, but legend had it that the full version's power far surpassed ninth-tier martial arts. Neither the outer nor inner disciples of the sect had been able to master it, and even among the core disciples, only one had barely grasped its basics after 7 days of effort, only to abandon it later due to the inability to progress further. That core disciple had once remarked that even the incomplete version, at the entry-level stage, already matched ninth-tier martial arts. If the complete version were ever restored, its power would be unimaginable. The elder spoke earnestly, advising, "This sword technique is beyond the reach of even inner disciples. Only the most elite core disciples of the Wuji sacred land are qualified to attempt it. As a provisional disciple, you'd be better off focusing on 7th-tier sword techniques. If you can secure a spot in the top 10 during the assessment, it would already be a remarkable achievement." "Thank you for your guidance, Elder," Lin Feng replied calmly. "Once I claim first place, I will surely repay your kindness." The elder was momentarily stunned by his words. This young man not only insisted on learning the technique, but was also confident he would take first place. After a brief moment of contemplation, the elder, though skeptical, ultimately relented. "Fine, take it and give it a try." As he watched Lin Feng's departing figure, the elder shook his head and sighed. To think he could master a sword technique comparable to ninth-tier martial arts in just 1 day? The elder couldn't help but recall the core disciple who was now among the top 10 rankings of the sect. Even that prodigy had taken an entire year to reach the entry level. If Lin Feng truly succeeded in a single day, his talent would surpass even that of the renowned genius. Lin Feng arrived at a secluded cliffside and carefully unfolded the Huangquan Absolute Heaven Sword technique to study it. The contents were indeed abstruse and complex, with an intricacy that could easily overwhelm ordinary individuals, leaving them with splitting headaches or even causing them to vomit blood. Yet, in just 30 seconds, a confident smile tugged at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. Not only had he comprehended the method of cultivation, but he also faintly sensed that he might be able to deduce the missing portions of the incomplete manual. Lin Feng gazed intently at the fragmented sword technique manual in his hand, his heart surging with uncontrollable excitement. Though this was only a tenth of the complete manual, it had already reached the level of a ninth-tier martial art. If it were complete, it might transcend the realm of martial arts entirely, ascending to the level of divine abilities capable of rivaling great powers, venerables, or even saints. Determined, he resolved to first master the basics and then attempt to deduce the subsequent techniques. If successful, wouldn't that mean he could command a divine ability at least at the level of a great power? The thought sent a thrill through him. Without hesitation, Lin Feng unsheathed an ordinary longsword and began practicing at the edge of the cliff. The first technique, opening stance, appeared deceptively simple, yet in an instant, it unleashed countless streaks of ghostly blue sword light, like the eerie glow of the underworld suddenly bursting forth. The sword energy moved with lightning speed, tearing through the air with explosive crackles. Astonishingly, within the span of just 1 incense stick's time, Lin Feng had fully mastered this foundational move, a feat that would typically require 7 days of rigorous training. The fragmented manual described 3 techniques in total: opening stance, soul devour, and heaven-shattering sword shadows. Most practitioners struggled to even grasp the first move, let alone the other 2. Yet Lin Feng's extraordinary comprehension defied all expectations. Without pause, he began practicing the second technique, soul devour. Closing his eyes, he focused deeply, attuning himself to the truths of swordsmanship flowing through his mind. Suddenly, countless strands of sword energy coalesced around him, resonating with the sword essence of heaven and earth. Opening his eyes, Lin Feng raised the sword horizontally before him, channeling the entirety of his vital energy into the blade in an instant. With a thunderous surge, the energy erupted. A shadowy purple-black aura emerged from the sword, roaring like a vengeful spirit as it surged forward. The sheer power of this technique was overwhelming enough to render anyone in the blood refinement realm utterly defenseless. Even Zhao Su, his previous defeated adversary, wouldn't have the chance to see the move clearly before meeting his end. After completing the second technique, Lin Feng felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Without delay, he consumed a piece of the Bai Ling tree root gifted to him by the young woman in green. The pure energy surged through his body like a tidal wave, loosening the barriers of his cultivation. His realm advanced directly from the 7th level of the blood refinement realm to the 8th, bringing him closer to the Wheel C realm. Finally, he began training the third and final technique, heaven-shattering sword shadows. Mastering this move would signify the completion of the fragmented sword technique, elevating it to the 9th tier level, a privilege typically reserved for inner sect disciples. 2 incense sticks later, Lin Feng's sword seemed to transform into countless blades. The shadows of the swords scattered like celestial maidens casting flowers, each one imbued with an unstoppable, razor-sharp energy that hurtled toward the practice stone at the edge of the cliff. This ancient, weather-worn practice stone was renowned for its indestructibility, impervious even to the attacks of disciples in the Wheel Sea realm. Yet under the onslaught of heaven-shattering sword shadows, the massive stone was reduced to fragments in an instant, tumbling into the abyss below. In the span of just 3 incense sticks' time, Lin Feng had taken this notoriously difficult sword technique from its initial stage to full mastery. To put this into perspective, even the prodigies among the top 10 rankings would require 7 full days just to grasp the basics. Lin Feng displayed astonishing comprehension, mastering the first 3 forms of the Huangquan Absolute Heaven Sword technique to perfection in less than half a day. He knew well that this was just an appetizer. The sword technique had much greater potential awaiting exploration. With his unparalleled aptitude, Lin Feng decided to attempt deducing the subsequent content of this incomplete manual. Closing his eyes and focusing intently, he carefully analyzed every character in the manual, searching for a breakthrough. If word of this were to spread, it would undoubtedly shock the entire sect. After all, even the elder-level figures, revered as venerable experts, dared not casually attempt to deduce the continuation of a 9th-tier martial art because beyond the 9th tier lay the unfathomable realm of divine abilities. As time ticked by, Lin Feng's face gradually turned pale. At his current cultivation level, the mental strain of deducing such an advanced technique was overwhelmingly taxing. Half an hour later, Lin Feng opened his eyes, which gleamed with excitement, had successfully deduced the 4th form of the Huangquan Absolute Heaven Sword technique, Huangquan Phantom Strike. Without waiting for his energy to fully recover, Lin Feng immediately began practicing the newly created sword form. 1 incense stick, 2 incense sticks, and then 3 incense sticks worth of time passed before he finally mastered the 4th form. With a thunderous roar, Lin Feng swung his sword experimentally. A world-shattering streak of light tore through the night sky, as if slicing the void itself. The power of this strike rivaled that of a blood transformation realm cultivator, and even among Sea of Wheels realm experts, few would dare to face it heat. As his mastery of the sword technique advanced, Lin Feng's sword intent also broke through, leaping from the 2nd tier directly to the 3rd. It was worth noting that among all the outer sect disciples, fewer than 5 had achieved a 3rd-tier sword intent. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, his eyes blazing with determination. Now, all that remained was to await tomorrow's disciple examination. The following day, the outskirts of the Wuji Holy Land were packed with people, a sea of humanity surging like waves. As the most prestigious sanctuary in the Kanglan domain, the Wuji Holy Land was not only guarded by living saints but also revered by common folk as a near-divine existence. Today's disciple selection had drawn forces from thousands of miles around, including elite representatives from various royal dynasties. High above the Holy Land, a venerable elder at the Zun realm hovered in midair. His expression was indifferent as he gazed down at the crowd below, who appeared as insignificant as ants. His overwhelming aura was like the blazing midday sun, and wherever his gaze fell, awe and reverence filled the hearts of those below. As the elder descended step by step through the air, gasps of amazement rippled through the crowd. A Wuji Holy Land elder. What terrifying pressure. Just one glance and it feels like my blood has turned to ice. He must be a Zun realm powerhouse. Someone who could destroy a dynasty in the outside world is merely an elder here. This is the foundation of the Holy Land. The elder spoke, his voice hoarse yet commanding. No chaos. Enter in an orderly manner. Upon hearing this, the crowd became even more cautious in their movements. Among the throng, Lin Feng stood quietly, his gaze sharp as a blade. He had reached the 8th level of the blood transformation realm, mastered the 3rd level of sword intent, and had even learned the 4th form of the Yellow Spring sword technique, a technique rivaling those of the Zun realm. This level of power gave him absolute confidence in his invincibility within the blood transformation realm. Even against cultivators in the Wheel Sea realm, they would struggle to withstand his blade without extraordinary means. Suddenly, several dazzling figures streaked across the sky, drawing exclamations from the crowd. That's the 9th tier flying treasure, the Azure Cloud Wings. The users are so young. That's the grandson of Elder Chun from the Inner Sect, a direct descendant of a Zun realm powerhouse. Lin Feng observed these prodigies riding their flying treasures with a calm yet piercing gaze. Each of them exuded an extraordinary aura, having reached the Wheel Sea realm at a young age. Their presence made the ordinary disciples on the ground feel insignificant. Many faces turned somber, as if realizing that competing for a spot in the top 3 was nothing more than a foolish dream when compared to these prodigies born with golden spoons in their mouths. Yet Lin Feng's gaze remained as sharp as ever. On the Azure Cloud Wings, Chun Yunjing noticed Lin Feng's unwavering stare and let out a cold snort. These outer disciples really don't know their place. The other 2 prodigies chuckled lightly at his remark. They were all descendants of Zun realm elders, here to claim the generous rewards offered by the selection process. Yunjing, why waste your breath on these ants? A bunch of nobodies who've been wasting their time in the Holy Land for years dare to dream of the rewards. How laughable. Just then, a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from the distance, akin to the descent of a blazing sun. Even Chen Yunjing and the other prodigies couldn't help but retract their arrogance and bow respectfully. A distinguished figure descended from the heavensit was none other than the renowned Elder Zhu of the inner sect. Everyone present immediately bowed in respect, including the three prodigies. As a mighty cultivator in the revered realm, Elder Zhu's power was unfathomable, and few could even guess the extent of his cultivation. Without a doubt, he was a being of immense and terrifying strength. Elder Zhu's gaze swept over the three prodigies, Chen Yunjing and the others, before scanning the sea of disciples below, numbering in the millions. His voice was calm yet commanding as he spoke. Step down. The assessment is about to begin. Upon hearing his words, Chen Yunjing and the other two descended like meteors to the ground. With a resounding crash, their landing sent shockwaves rippling outward, causing thousands of nearby disciples to pale and retreat in alarm. The sheer presence of these three prodigies, all in the Wheel-C realm, was overwhelming. Even without lifting a finger, their aura alone was unbearable for ordinary disciples. Despite their dissatisfaction, none of the outer disciples dared to express even a hint of discontent. Hovering in midair like a radiant sun, Elder Zhu announced the rewards for the assessment in a tone of unquestionable authority. For this assessment, the top 10,000 will gain admission to the outer sect. As for the top 3, they will receive additional rewards. Third place will be awarded 3 fifth-tier pills and 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Second place will receive 3 sixth-tier pills, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, and 10 sixth-tier spiritual herbs. The first place prize, however, is the most extraordinary 3 seventh-tier pills, 1 million low-grade spirit stones, 10 seventh-tier spiritual herbs, and a chance to enter the sword cleansing pool. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The sheer generosity of the rewards left the million-strong audience in shock. Among them, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed with focus. He was well aware of the value of these prizes. The white-silver spiritual grass and the root of the green spirit tree he had consumed previously were merely fifth-tier spiritual herbs, yet the first-place reward included 10 seventh-tier spiritual herbs enough to propel someone directly into the Wheel-C realm. Not to mention the seventh-tier pills, which were far rarer than spiritual herbs, and the staggering 1 million low-grade spirit stones, which were equivalent to the entire wealth of his family. But what exactly was the sword cleansing pool? This question lingered in Lin Feng's mind, refusing to fade. Lin Feng and the other outer disciples looked perplexed at the mention of the unfamiliar term, refinement sword pool. Elder Zhu, noticing their confusion, explained, the refinement sword pool is a unique cultivation ground within the sacred land of Wuji. Anyone who enters it can enhance both their cultivation level and physique. The higher one's talent, the greater the benefits. For those gifted in the way of the sword, it is particularly effective in honing their sword intent. As his words sank in, the disciples were collectively stunned. The prospect of improving one's cultivation and physique alone was enticing enough, but the opportunity to refine sword intent as well? For sword cultivators, comprehending sword intent marked a transformative leap, a fundamental shift to an entirely higher realm. The refinement sword pool is a privilege even inner disciples rarely get to use, someone whispered in amazement. It's said that many inner disciples have comprehended sword intent there, and some even advance to become core disciples because of it. To think such a treasure is being offered as a reward for this assessment, it's almost unbelievable. The news sparked a wave of excitement among the disciples. Chen Yunjing and 2 other prodigies with prominent backgrounds exchanged determined glances, the fiery ambition in their eyes unmistakable. They clearly regarded the top spot as theirs for the taking. Meanwhile, Lin Feng silently resolved to fight for the opportunity, though the other outer disciples could only sigh in resignation. Against those 3, who had already reached at least the Sea of Wheels realm, they saw no hope of competing. Elder Zhu then proceeded to announce the rules of the assessment. The assessment consists of 2 parts. The first is the Spirit Array Trial. This is an illusionary realm created by the divine powers of Wuji Sacred Lands experts, containing 10 levels. Each level presents spirit beasts whose strength matches the challenger's own. Rankings will be determined based on how quickly participants clear the levels and the number of spirit beasts they defeat. As soon as Elder Zhu finished speaking, he activated a formation disc, conjuring a gateway that shimmered like the entrance to a celestial paradise. Chen Yunjing and the other 2 prodigies immediately rushed in, followed closely by the rest of the disciples. Despite the influx of thousands of participants, the mystical realm remained calm and unshaken, a testament to its profound craftsmanship. Amid the crowd of onlookers, the elder of the scripture pavilion was also present. Noticing him, Elder Zhu approached and asked, "What brings you here? Since when are you interested in assessments like this?" The scripture pavilion elder chuckled. A promising young disciple mentioned they were aiming for first place. "I came to see for myself. First place." Elder Zhu shook his head with a faint smile. with the Qian, Su, and Wei families' heirs participating each with elders at the sovereign level forget first place. Even the top 3 spots are likely out of reach for any ordinary disciple. The elder of the martial arts pavilion had a glint of sharpness in his eyes as he spoke slowly. It's not entirely impossible. If that young one can master the Yellow Spring's absolute heaven sword technique, there might still be some hope. At the mention of this sword technique, Elder Zhu's expression changed instantly, clearly indicating his familiarity with it. However, he quickly shook his head and said, such a sword technique is not something an ordinary person can master. Moreover, it's only a fragmented version. Even if perfected, it's merely a 9th-tier martial skill, nothing extraordinary. The elder of the martial arts pavilion remained silent at these words, harboring a faint hope in his heart that Lin Feng might deliver a surprise. At this moment, within the spiritual array, every disciple who entered seemed to find themselves in an isolated space. As soon as they stepped in, 10 spirit beasts, matched in strength to the challengers, roared and charged at them. Among them, the performances of the 3 prodigies Chen Yunjing and the others were particularly outstanding. With divine weapons in hand, they swung their blades, leaving a trail of defeated spirit beasts in their wake. Not a single beast could withstand more than 3 exchanges against them. The ambition for first place burned brightly in their eyes. Meanwhile, in another part of the array, Lin Feng advanced with a calm demeanor, holding a mediocre, unremarkable longsword. With the power of his third-layer sword intent, he appeared like a god of swords descended upon the world. At every checkpoint, regardless of the ferocity, number, or level of the spirit beasts, they were all slain by a single strike. The devastating sword energy rampaged through the space, enabling him to effortlessly clear each level. He surged ahead from the first checkpoint to the 10th with a speed that far surpassed Chen Yunjing and the other 2. In the first checkpoint, the spirit beasts were at the 8th level of the blood refinement realm. By the 10th checkpoint, 100 spirit beasts at the first level of the Wheel Sea realm roared in unison, filling the air with a suffocating aura of bloodthirst. The scene was so overwhelming that it could easily make an ordinary cultivator's legs tremble with fear. In front of Lin Feng stood 100 spirit beasts of the Wheel Sea realm, their roars and growls reverberating through the air, creating waves of pressure that made the void tremble. Although each beast was only at the first stage of the Wheel Sea realm and individually posed little threat, the combined might of 100 of them was enough to strike fear into cultivators of the second or even third stage of the Wheel Sea realm. However, Lin Feng remained calm, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. This was the perfect opportunity to test his own strength. He wanted to see if these 100 first stage Wheel Sea realm spirit beasts could withstand a single strike from his sword. Without hesitation, Lin Feng made his move. The absolute heaven sword shadow, unleashed with the full force of his third-layer sword intent, erupted into hundreds of sword shadows. They surged forward like a cataclysmic force, engulfing the beasts in a torrent of destruction. Boom! With a deafening explosion, silence fell over the battlefield. The 100 spirit beasts were utterly annihilated under the onslaught of the violent sword shadows. Not even a single intact corpse remained, only fragments drifting aimlessly in the air. If these had been real ferocious beasts, the scene would now be drenched in blood and chaos. It's over already? So weak. Lin Feng muttered in mild surprise. This was only his 3rd technique. He hadn't even used the 4th, the Yellow Spring Phantom Slash. Judging by the previous battle, even if he were to face 200 or 300 spirit beasts of the same level, the outcome would likely remain unchanged. This spirit array poses no challenge to me anymore, Lin Feng remarked, his eyes gleaming with determination. I wonder about the descendants of those 3 inner sect elders. How strong are they? Can they withstand a single strike from me? On the outskirts, Elder Zhu and the elder of the Technique Pavilion, both experts of the revered realm, observed everything from high above. Their overwhelming presence kept the surrounding crowd in dead silence. Among the onlookers were nobles from various empires and heads of prestigious clans. But in the face of the infinite Holy Land, they were no different from ordinary people. Meanwhile, participants were being eliminated from the spirit array one after another. These individuals emerged with pale faces, blood dripping from the corners of their mouths, their appearances utterly disheveled. Elder Zhu explained indifferently, they have already died once within the spirit array, killed by the spirit beasts, and were thus forced to exit. As time passed, more and more disciples were disqualified, including some highly talented scions of imperial families and noble clans. Despite possessing 7th stage blood transformation realm cultivation or higher and carrying hidden trump cards, they still found themselves in miserable conditions. After all this time, not a single person has passed the 5th level. Elder Zhu frowned, clearly displeased with this batch of disciples. The spirit array consisted of 10 levels. Passing the 5th level was considered barely adequate, while surpassing the 7th marked one as an elite. Those who could clear the 9th level not only secured a place in the inner sect, but also earned the right to compete for the position of core disciple. The elder of the Technique Pavilion watched Lin Feng's performance with interest. Among the million outer disciples present, a significant number had already been eliminated, most failing within the first 5 levels. Elder Zhu promptly declared, anyone who fails to pass the 5th level is immediately disqualified and will not participate in the next round of assessments. This announcement caused many disciples' faces to pale, but none dared to voice a complaint in front of the revered elder of the infinite Holy Land. One group after another left in dejection. Just then, boom, Lin Feng stepped out of the spirit array. His expression was calm, his attire simple yet exuding an extraordinary aura. There wasn't the slightest trace of battle on him. The elder of the Technique Pavilion was momentarily stunned to see Lin Feng emerge so quickly. By logic, anyone who could truly reach the 10th level would require considerable time. Finishing this fast likely meant he had only made it to the 6th or 7th level at best. The elder shook his head silently. Though this young man had decent talent, in a place like the Wuji Sanctuary, where geniuses from all corners gathered, he was not particularly remarkable. However, Elder Zhu, standing nearby, suddenly wore a grave expression as he scrutinized Lin Feng from head to toe. This young man, why don't I recognize him? What's wrong, Elder Zhu? Is there something unusual about him? The Technique Pavilion elder asked, puzzled. Elder Zhu took a deep breath and revealed a shocking fact. This young man cleared the 10th level. What a surprise. I had assumed only those 3 prodigious disciples could accomplish this, but it seems a dark horse has emerged. Is he really just an ordinary registered disciple? Elder Zhu continued to analyze. The key now is to determine how he did it. Did he rely on sheer strength to overpower the spirit beasts, or did he use some clever tricks to avoid combat and exit early? This distinction is crucial. If he defeated the spirit beasts with raw power, it means his combat ability at this level is terrifying. While there are disciples who pass all 10 levels using exceptional agility or clever tactics, they usually defeat very few spirit beasts. I've never been a fan of such opportunistic methods. That's why another critical metric in the assessment is the total number of spirit beasts defeated. The Technique Pavilion elder's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing that Lin Feng had cleared the 10th level. The 10th level? This young man actually managed it? And he did it faster than even Chen Yunjing and the other 3 prodigies. The rules of the Spirit Array assessment were strict and straightforward. Starting with 10 spirit beasts in the first stage, the number increased progressively until the 10th stage, which featured a staggering 100 spirit beasts. Not only were the numbers daunting, but the beast's cultivation levels also rose significantly, making the difficulty of the final stage comparable to the combined challenge of the previous 9. This stage was specifically designed to test the disciples' combat ability against opponents of the same level. Elder Zhu of the Technique Pavilion stood outside the Spirit Array, his brows slightly furrowed. To his astonishment, Lin Feng was the first to emerge from the array. This was shocking, considering even the 3 prodigies with supreme backgrounds Chen Yunjing and his peers had yet to appear. Even Elder Zhu himself, despite his advanced cultivation, would find it challenging to clear the array so swiftly when facing spirit beasts of equal strength. Lin Feng stood calmly to the side, while sighs and murmurs of discontent filled the air around him. Over 50,000 outer sect disciples had failed to pass the 5th stage, their collective disappointment almost palpable. Just days ago, Lin Feng might have been one of them. But now, he was a different person entirely, standing as a peerless figure among the outer sect disciples. Inside the spirit array, disciples were being eliminated one after another. Suddenly, a sharp and swift figure broke through the array. Su Jun, a prodigy with a venerable level background. Following closely behind, Wei family's scion stepped out with an air of confidence in his eyes. Finally, Chen Yunjing emerged, riding the 9th tier flying artifact, the Azure Wing, slicing through the air like a gale. The 3 prodigies stood to the side, their battle scars evident, proof of the intense struggles they had endured. All 3 were of the Wheel Sea realm, meaning the spirit beasts they faced were also at the same level. Su Jun, how many spirit beasts did you take down? Chen Yunjing asked. Su Jun smiled cryptically. What's the rush? The results will be announced shortly. This time, I'm determined to claim first place. First, Wei family's prodigy sneered. You're a bit too confident, aren't you? Elder Zhu extended his divine sense into the spirit array to verify the results. Within just 3 seconds, his expression shifted dramatically. First place was not one of the prodigies. The announcement of results began. From 10th place to 4th, names were called one by one. When Wei Chongfeng was declared 4th, the crowd was stunned. Even more shocking, Chen Yunjing only ranked 3rd, while Su Jun had to settle for 2nd. Finally, Elder Zhu's voice rang out with unmistakable clarity. First place, Lin Feng, Blood Transformation Realm, 8th level, with 550 spirit beasts slain. This is the highest record since the Spirit Array assessment was established. At that moment, all eyes from the venerable level experts fell squarely on Lin Feng. This previously unknown outer sect disciple had just accomplished an unprecedented miracle. The moment Elder Zhu's words fell, all eyes instantly turned to one person, Lin Feng. Expressions varied across the crowd. Some were puzzled, others stunned, but most carried an air of disbelief. After all, Lin Feng was previously an unknown figure, someone who barely warranted a second glance. Yet now, not only had he claimed first place in the spirit array assessment, but he had also shattered the record, 550 spirit beasts. Someone muttered in a tone tinged with shock. To put it in perspective, the second-place contestant, Su Jun, had only managed to slay 271 spirit beasts. Lin Feng's achievement was double that, leaving the crowd gasping in astonishment. Even though Lin Feng was only at the 8th level of the blood-refining realm, his ability to defeat so many spirit beasts was a testament to his combat prowess, an extraordinary feat within his realm. Among the million outer disciples, only a handful had reached the Sea of Wheels realm, while the 8th level of the blood-refining realm was a common plateau, with thousands of cultivators at that stage. Yet, when compared to Lin Feng, all those peers combined likely couldn't match his strength. Chen Yunjing, Su Jun, and Wei Chongfeng's gazes darkened as they studied Lin Feng intently. It made no sense. How could someone at the 8th level of the blood-refining realm possibly clear the 10th stage of the trial? That stage alone required facing at least 100 spirit beasts at the Sea of Wheels level, and Lin Feng had slain all 550 spirit beasts throughout the array? This defied all logic. A mere outer disciple? How could he possibly be this powerful? Su Jun's eyes flashed coldly. If not for Lin Feng's sudden rise, the top spot would have been his title of immense significance. Chen Yunjing and Wei Chongfeng were equally displeased, as Lin Feng's unexpected performance had bumped their rankings down a notch. Among the onlookers were nobles from imperial courts and prominent figures from major families, none of whom had a cultivation level below the Life Palace realm. Some were even at the Path Condensation realm. At this moment, their attention was fixed solely on Lin Feng. His sudden emergence had overshadowed even the 3 prodigies with esteemed backgrounds. Still, the spirit array assessment alone doesn't determine the final rankings, someone whispered. It ultimately comes down to their strength in direct combat. Lin Feng might be exceptional within his realm, but those 3 prodigies are all at the Sea of Wheels realm. Lin Feng, however, paid no attention to the murmurs around him. The Sea of Wheels realm? Is it really that impressive? He mused inwardly. Chen Yunjing and the other 2 scoffed, quickly brushing aside their frustration. After all, the first round was merely a preliminary selection. The second round would be the true test that determined the final rankings. 8th level of the blood-refining realm? The gap in cultivation is so vast that if we were to fight, I could defeat him with a single move, Su Jun said coldly. Being overshadowed by an outer disciple left a bitter taste in his mouth. Chen Yunjing sneered. You're giving him too much credit. He probably relied on some sort of trickery. Wei Chongfeng let out a derisive snort, clearly unconvinced that Lin Feng posed any real threat to their standings. At that moment, Elder Zhu's voice rang out, cutting through the chatter. The first round of the assessment is now complete. We will proceed to the second round, which will determine the final rankings and the distribution of rewards for the top 3. The crowd perked up, their focus shifting back to Elder Zhu. He continued. The top 10 will each take a position on one of the 10 arenas. From there, they will face challenges. Anyone outside the top 10 may issue a challenge, and if they win, they will replace the arena holder. The challenge phase will last for half an hour. Afterward, the top 10 will draw lots for direct matchups, and the ultimate winner will be decided. The rules are simple, let your strength speak for itself. With a wave of Elder Zhu's hand, 10 massive arenas materialized out of thin air. Lin Feng landed lightly on one of them, immediately feeling the weight of countless hostile stares. Clearly, many believed his first-place finish had been achieved through some unknown and underhanded means. The arena was abuzz with excitement as the crowd grew restless, eager to challenge Lin Feng. Among them, Chen Yunjing and his 2 companions observed coldly, their thoughts laced with disdain. Lin Feng might not be able to hold onto the stage. His title as the top scorer in the Spirit Array assessment could very well become a joke. Just then, a figure leapt into the air and landed steadily on the stage. The newcomer wielded a massive bladiat was none other than Xian Wanzheng, the prince of the Great Xian dynasty. His gaze was sharp and imposing as he looked down at Lin Feng from above. No matter what tricks you use to claim first place in the Spirit Array assessment, he sneered, the top 10 is no place for someone at the 8th level of the blood-refining realm. If you know what's good for you, step down voluntarily. The crowd burst into hushed murmurs below the stage. That's Xian Wanzheng. He's already at the first level of the Wheel Sea realm. The gap in their cultivation levels is massive. Lin Feng doesn't stand a chance. Someone at the 8th level of the blood-refining realm really has no business being up there. Lin Feng calmly studied Xian Wanzheng. The prince's words sounded righteous, as if he were sparing Lin Feng unnecessary harm, but the contempt in his eyes was unmistakable. Lin Feng saw through him. This was merely an attempt to conserve energy for the upcoming fight for a spot in the top 10. Still, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. In the spirit array, I slew hundreds of Wheel C realm beasts with a single sword. And now, a mere first-level Wheel C cultivator dares to challenge me? Unaware of the danger looming, Xian Wanzhong maintained his arrogant stance. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Lin Feng's sword was already drawn, and a fierce streak of sword light erupted before his eyes. Not good, Xian Wanzhong shouted, his voice filled with panic. He unleashed his full strength, the peak power of a first-level Wheel C cultivator, without holding anything back. Raising his massive blade high, he executed his most powerful strike. But under that seemingly unremarkable sword light, Xian Wanzhong's blade shattered instantly. Blood spurted from his mouth as his body was sent flying off the stage, like a kite with a broken string. With a single swing of his sword, the cultivator at the first level of the Wheel C realm collapsed to the ground without a sound. The crowd surrounding the arena stared at the scene in stunned silence. Although the Great Xian dynasty was a rising power, it had several condensed path realm patriarchs overseeing it, earning considerable renown near the infinite sacred land. Yet now, Prince Xian Wanzhong's strongest attack, an attack that even a cultivator at the second level of the Wheel C realm dared not face head-on, had been effortlessly shattered by Lin Feng's casual strike. Xian Wanzhong's weapon broke apart, and his body was sent flying like a ragdoll. An 8th-level blood-refining realm cultivator taking down a first-level Wheel C realm cultivator in an instant. Gasps rippled through the crowd, and any doubts were instantly silenced. Even the three prodigies watching from a distance, Jian Yunjing, Su Jun, and Wei Changfeng, couldn't hide the flicker of surprise in their eyes. Impressive, I suppose. But Xian Wanzhong is just trash. Even if 100 of him showed up, they'd all be cut down just as easily. Su Jun spoke coolly, and Wei Changfeng nodded in agreement. As geniuses aiming to become core disciples, they had always looked down on others. Xian Wanzhong staggered to his feet, his body trembling as though it would fall apart at any moment. His eyes, filled with terror, fixed on Lin Feng. How could an 8th-level blood-refining realm cultivator unleash such overwhelming power? Above the arena, Elder Zhu narrowed his eyes. He had expected Lin Feng to defeat Xian Wanzhong, but the fleeting glimpse of sword intent in that strike had caught his attention. Half an hour later, Elder Zhu announced the start of the internal ranking matches for the top 10. Su Jun, holding his spiritual sword, arrogantly proposed a free-for-all battle, but Elder Zhu rejected the idea, citing it as a violation of the Sacred Land's rules. After the draw, Lin Feng's opponent was revealed to be Wei Changfeng. The Prodigy, backed by a Venerable, was a 2nd-level Wheel C realm cultivator armed with a 9th-grade artifact. The danger emanating from him was palpable. I'll give you one chance to go all out, Wei Changfeng said arrogantly. Lin Feng responded with a cold smirk. His sword hummed as he unleashed the 3rd form of the Yellow Spring's Absolute Heaven Sword technique. Absolute Heaven Sword shadows. 3 layers of sword intent surged forth, erupting into over 300 sword shadows, each one powerful enough to slay a 1st-level Wheel C realm spirit beast. Sword intent. This boy has comprehended sword intent, Elder Zhu exclaimed in shock. Wei Changfeng's expression shifted drastically. His energy surged as he roared. What level of martial art is this? The aura alone feels like it's at least 8th grade, maybe even 9th grade. Wei Changfeng was instantly stunned. The scene before him was utterly unbelievable. A mere outer disciple had exhibited sword intent of the 8th, possibly even 9th level, and had reached mastery in it. Such strength was incredibly rare even among the core disciples, leaving everyone astounded. There was no time to dwell on it. The situation was dire. With a furious roar, Wei Changfeng channeled all his yuan energy into the 9th-tier treasured sword in his hand. This sword, if found outside the sacred land, would drive countless royal families and clans to madness, treating it as a priceless heirloom. Void-severing slash. Wei Changfeng roared once more as the yuan energy from his Wheel C 2nd realm surged forth like a waterfall. This was his most powerful strike, an 8th-tier sword technique he had cultivated to perfection. Though his status allowed him access to 9th-tier techniques, his current level limited him to using this move as his strongest attack. Yet, against Lin Feng, who had already comprehended sword intent, all of this seemed as futile as an ant trying to stop a chariot. Get off, Lin Feng said softly, his voice calm yet resolute. In an instant, the absolute sky sword shadows enveloped Wei Changfeng, their sharp energy carving dozens of wounds across his body. Wei Changfeng's face turned pale with horror despite being on the cusp of sword intent himself and unleashing his full strength. He was utterly defeated. This could only mean that Lin Feng's sword intent had likely reached the 2nd level. Each level of sword intent represented a monumental leap in understanding the way of the sword. Clearly, Lin Feng's comprehension of swordsmanship far surpassed his own. With a deafening crash, Wei Changfeng, his yuan energy depleted, could no longer hold his ground. The sword wind swept him off the arena, and he landed heavily on the ground, disheveled and humiliated. He realized that Lin Feng had not only mastered multiple levels of sword intent, but might also be wielding a ninth-tier sword technique. Such strength was unparalleled. Neither Su Jun nor Chen Yunjing, both renowned prodigies, could likely match him. It seemed inevitable that Lin Feng would claim the top spot in this disciple assessment. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene. Wei Changfeng, who came from a prestigious family with a sovereign realm elder backing him, had lost? It was common knowledge that countless royal families and clans sought to ally themselves with such a prodigy. Wei Changfeng, you've truly brought disgrace to the Wei family. Chen Yunjing's mocking voice broke the silence. Su Jun cast a disdainful glance as well, sneering, "You're a Wheel C second realm cultivator. Yet you lost to an outer disciple at the blood-moving 8th realm? Looks like your cultivation is nothing but a facade, built on pills and spiritual herbs. Hollow and fragile, with no real strength." The two prodigies, both with sovereign-level backgrounds, had clearly paid little attention to the fight. A casual glance was all it took for them to see Wei Changfeng's defeat, and their words were laced with contempt. The two were momentarily stunned upon hearing this, but soon their expressions turned even more disdainful. In their eyes, for a dignified inner sect disciple to lose to a mere registered disciple was an utter humiliation. It not only tarnished their personal reputation, but also brought shame upon the family they represented. Wei Changfeng's face turned ashen, and he gritted his teeth as he spat out, "What are you so smug about? I couldn't defeat him, and neither of you two will be able to either." He ended his words with a piercing, cold laugh. Su Jun responded with nothing more than a sneer, while Chen Yunjing's expression remained unreadable. Clearly, they did not believe they would fare as poorly as Wei Changfeng had. High above, Elder Zhu cast a thoughtful glance at Lin Feng before turning to the technique Hall Elder, whose face was filled with astonishment. "This boy has comprehended sword intent. Why didn't you mention this earlier?" Elder Zhu asked. I had no idea," the technique Hall Elder replied with a wry smile and a shake of his head. "I only knew he had extraordinary talent, but who could have imagined it was to this extent? When did he even grasp sword intent?" As he spoke, he suddenly came to a realization. No wonder he was so confident in wanting to learn the Yellow Springs celestial sword technique. It turns out he had already mastered sword intent. Elder Zhu's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. His mastery of sword intent is no small thing. It seems the first place in this competition may truly need to be re-evaluated. Soon, the matches among the 10 contestants concluded, leaving 5 victors. Lin Feng was fortunate enough to advance without a match, while the remaining 4 engaged in another intense round of battles. As expected, Su Jun and Chen Yunjing both emerged victorious. Su Jun's eyes burned with determination. First place was within his grasp. The chance to enter the tempering sword pool, along with the many lucrative rewards, was right in front of him. At that moment, Elder Zhu descended from the sky and spoke in an indifferent tone. "Next, the 3 of you will engage in a free-for-all. The ultimate victor will claim first place." As his words fell, Chen Yunjing's expression turned icy. He had prepared for this moment for a long time, and now, every trump card he possessed would be unleashed with full force. In his mind, first place could belong to no one but him. Not even Su Jun could take it from him, let alone a mere registered disciple. Su Jun and Chen Yunjing stepped onto the arena almost simultaneously, their yuan power surging like a roaring river and instantly enveloping the entire stage. Moments later, Lin Feng landed lightly on the platform. The crowd below had mixed expressions. The originally expected top 3 Su Jun, Chen Yunjing, and Wei Changfeng had their ranks disrupted by Lin Feng. This dark horse, who had defeated Wei Changfeng of the second Wheel C realm with his mere 8th stage blood refinement cultivation, left everyone astonished. The strength of these 3, even in the outer sect, could easily place them in the upper middle tier. On the stage, Su Jun unsheathed a spirit sword, its sword energy recklessly raging outward. His eyes were sharp as he spoke coldly, "The slot for the refined sword pool is mine. No one can compete with me." Chen Yunjing, step down. Chen Yunjing sneered, his spear appearing like a swimming dragon, exuding a chilling aura. "Do you think it means any less to me?" In contrast, the sword in Lin Feng's hand appeared utterly ordinary, like a piece of scrap metal picked up from the roadside. The 3 stood in a triangular formation, but Su Jun and Chen Yunjing seemed to completely disregard Lin Feng, as if he were unworthy of attention. Flying Cloud Spear. Chen Yunjing struck first, his spear transforming into a dragon as it charged directly at Su Jun. The overwhelming force caused the observing disciples below to instinctively retreat. I said no one can compete with me. You're no exception, step down." Su Jun let out a long shout and swung his spirit sword. The weapon, a 9th-tier peak spirit sword bordering on the sovereign level, radiated a suffocating pressure. The two clashed in an instant. Chun Yunjing was sent flying backward, nearly falling off the stage. He barely managed to stabilize himself, but his face was filled with shock. You've comprehended sword intent. This revelation caused Chun Yunjing's expression to change dramatically. What had been a balanced fight was now completely overturned by Su Jun's mastery of sword intent. If the battle continued, the terrifying sword intent could potentially pierce his dantian and leave him crippled. The crowd below was stunned upon hearing the words, sword intent. The sword is revered as the king of weapons, and sword intent is notoriously difficult to comprehend. Once mastered, it allows one to kill opponents across realms with ease. After much hesitation, Chun Yunjing ultimately chose to retreat in the face of this deadly threat. I didn't expect you to have mastered sword intent. Su Jun, you've hidden it well. With that, he decisively stepped off the stage. Now, only Su Jun and Lin Feng remained on the platform. Su Jun turned his cold gaze toward Lin Feng. You're still here? Do you have a death wish? His voice was icy, like a chilling wind from the underworld. Standing below the stage, Wei Changfeng watched intently, his mind racing. He had already realized during their fight that Lin Feng had grasped the second layer of sword intent, but to defeat Su Jun, it would likely require the mastery of the third layer. Could a mere outer disciple truly achieve such a feat? Lin Feng didn't reply. Instead, he slowly raised his sword, pointing it directly at Su Jun. Su Jun's fury erupted, his presence radiating cold menace. Even Chen Yunjing had the sense to back down, yet this lowly outer disciple dared to act so insolently. He had already decided to cripple Lin Feng's sword arm. Star-plucking sword diagram. Su Jun struck first, unleashing his sword intent. The arena was instantly filled with a storm of sword energy, as if countless spirit swords were wreaking havoc. Chen Yunjing's pupils contracted sharply at the sight. This was Su Jun's signature sword technique, an 8th-tier martial art that he had mastered to perfection. Combined with his sword intent, even Chen Yunjing would struggle to withstand it without suffering severe injuries. High above the arena, Elder Zhu gazed down at the platform, a trace of surprise flickering in his eyes. That boy from the Su family had actually mastered the 8th-tier sword technique, the star-plucking sword diagram, to perfection. Though this sword technique was not of the highest grade, its stringent demands on swordsmanship comprehension made its power comparable to 9th-tier martial arts. Achieving mastery in it was no small feat. On the platform, Su Jun made his move. Sword energy surged like a woven galaxy, radiating an unmatched sharpness as it hurtled toward Lin Feng with lethal intent. The spectators outside the arena instinctively held their breath, as even through the protective barrier, they could feel the overwhelming force that sent chills down their spines. Yet, facing this earth-shattering strike, Lin Feng remained calm, his expression unchanging. He silently attuned himself to the sword essence emanating from his opponent merely at the first level. For most, comprehending even one level of sword essence was a lifelong ambition, but for Lin Feng, who had already reached the third level, it was hardly impressive. In an instant, Lin Feng's sword essence erupted around him. Su Jun's face paled as he watched in disbelief. The power of his proud, star-plucking sword diagram was instantly diminished. All the sword energy shattered the moment it came near Lin Feng. You've comprehended sword essence? Su Jun asked in shock. It was well known that his own understanding of sword essence had only been achieved with the assistance of his family's revered elder. Yet this outer disciple had somehow reached such a profound level? The disciples watching were thrown into an uproar. Sword essence was an incredibly rare achievement, and no one in recent examinations had ever demonstrated it. But today, two individuals with sword essence were facing off. Someone exclaimed excitedly, I must have been born in the right era to witness such a legendary duel with my own eyes. No wonder he defeated Wei Changfeng. So Lin Feng is the real dark horse, the crowd murmured in realization. Su Jun's expression grew grim. He had thought Chen Yunjing would be his toughest opponent, but it was this seemingly insignificant outer disciple who delivered the greatest shock. Your sword essence is impressive. If we were at the same level, the outcome would be uncertain. But unfortunately for you, my cultivation realm is far beyond yours. Before his words had fully settled, Su Jun struck again, unleashing a barrage of perfected 8th-tier sword techniques. The illusory dream slash, the threefold sword chi, and the southern dipper 13 swords. Yet to everyone's astonishment, not a single one of these devastating techniques could harm Lin Feng in the slightest. As his relentless attacks were effortlessly neutralized, a sense of powerlessness crept into Su Jun's heart. At that moment, Lin Feng finally prepared to counterattack. The technique he was about to use was the fourth form of the Netherworld Heaven-Severing Sword, Phantom Kill of the Netherworld. With a seemingly casual stroke of his sword, an unassuming arc of light appeared. But in Su Jun's eyes, that single sword light fragmented into countless terrifying shadows. What kind of sword technique is this? Su Jun exclaimed, his face filled with fear as he scrambled to defend himself. The devastating power of the phantom strike of the Yellow Springs was fully unleashed in Lin Feng's hands, displaying a level of destruction that was nothing short of astounding. This sword technique, having reached its peak mastery, was far beyond what Su Jun could withstand. In an instant, countless sharp sword lights flickered around Su Jun, each one capable of slicing through flesh and bone like paper. High above, Elder Zhu watched the scene unfold with a grave expression. The power of this sword technique had already surpassed the limits of the 9th tier. If left unchecked, Su Jun would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries, be crippled, or even lose his life. Without hesitation, Elder Zhu raised his hand, releasing the oppressive aura of a sovereign-level cultivator. Boom! A thunderous pressure swept across the arena, instantly dissipating the lethal sword lights into nothingness. Lin Feng looked up toward the sky, his expression calm as his gaze met Elder Zhu, who had intervened. For a sovereign-level powerhouse capable of destroying entire dynasties with a mere gesture, such interference was nothing out of the ordinary. In a flash, Elder Zhu descended to the center of the arena. Su Jun, still trembling slightly, was visibly shaken by the life-threatening danger he had just faced. You've lost, Elder Zhu said calmly. In your current state, you are no longer capable of competing with Chen Yunjing for second place. Do you accept the third position? Su Jun's clenched fists were filled with unwillingness, but the memory of Lin Feng's terrifying sword technique compelled him to loosen his grip. After a moment of hesitation, he murmured, I accept, Elder. And with that, the first place in the disciples' examination was officially decided. Lin Feng. The crowd, which had been watching in silence, was filled with a mix of emotions as their eyes fixed on Lin Feng, the legendary figure who had risen above millions and defeated even the most privileged prodigies. Elder Zhu turned his sharp gaze toward Lin Feng and asked, How many levels of sword intent have you comprehended? Reporting to the elder, I have reached the 3rd level. Lin Feng replied straightforwardly, meeting the sovereign's piercing eyes without hesitation. Having already revealed his strength moments ago, he understood that attempting to conceal anything from such a formidable figure would be futile. The astonishing discovery of Lin Feng's mastery of the 3rd level of sword intent left Elder Zhu deeply shaken. As a powerful cultivator at the revered realm, he understood that even comprehending the 1st level of sword intent was enough to make Su Jun nearly invincible among peers of the same realm. Yet Lin Feng had already reached the 3rd level. No wonder all of Su Jun's techniques had failed to phase Lin Feng in the slightest. The gap in their abilities lay fundamentally in their differing levels of swordsmanship comprehension. Your talent is extraordinary. To grasp the 3rd level of sword intent before even reaching the Wheel C realm is a remarkable accomplishment. Your aptitude in swordsmanship is truly unparalleled. Remaining in the outer sect would be an injustice to your potential effective immediately. You will be promoted directly to the inner sect. Elder Zhu's voice, though not loud, carried clearly across the entire audience. His words caused an immediate uproar. Everyone present was filled with envy. After all, for many, simply entering the outer sect of the infinite sacred land was a lifelong dream. Yet Lin Feng was being elevated straight to the inner sect. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, but quickly bowed in gratitude. With a wave of Elder Zhu's hand, a spatial ring fell before Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes glimmered with excitement as he realized the treasures within the ring. 3 7th-tier pills, 10 7th-tier spiritual herbs, and 1,000,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Such an abundance of resources could easily sustain the prosperity of an entire family in the Great Yan dynasty. This is the reward for first place. Additionally, the slot for cleansing in the sword refinement pool is now yours. 3 days from now, when the pool opens, I will personally escort you there, Elder Zhu announced. Lin Feng took a deep breath as he accepted the ring, his heart steady despite the countless envious gazes around him. Even some condensed Dao realm experts couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion, but under the authority of the infinite sacred land, no one dared to act on their desires. Shortly after, the elder of the Technique Pavilion led Lin Feng to the inner sect. Passing through a spatial barrier, Lin Feng was greeted by a breathtaking sight. This place was like a true celestial paradise. The density of spiritual energy here was more than 3 times that of the outer sect. Above the clouds, divine dragons soared, and mystical beasts roared, displaying the grandeur of a great sect. The Technique Pavilion elder arranged for Lin Feng to reside in a simple yet elegant independent pavilion. Gazing into the distance, Lin Feng saw layers upon layers of pavilions stretching endlessly, with at least 1,000 on each tier. As a newcomer to the inner sect, you will temporarily reside here. Once your strength improves, you may challenge those above to move higher. The higher the tier, the stronger the laws and the denser the spiritual energy, which will greatly benefit your cultivation, the elder explained. Once the elder departed, Lin Feng immediately inspected the treasures inside the ring. 10 black vines, each the size of a fist, and 3 thumb-sized pills radiating purple energy floated in the air, emanating a powerful spiritual aura. These rewards would undoubtedly serve as crucial resources for his cultivation within the inner sect. The Wooling Vine, a seventh-tier spiritual herb that thrives in areas rich with the essence of heaven and earth, contains gentle elemental energy that aids cultivators in harmonizing their entire body. It is a crucial ingredient in many elixirs. The Zishu pill, in particular, is designed to enhance a cultivator's meridian strength and replenish elemental energy. Lin Feng gazed at the spiritual herb in his hand, a surge of joy welling up in his heart. This reward had come at the perfect time for him. Although he had already comprehended the third level of sword intent, he often felt that his physical strength was slightly lacking whenever he unleashed it. The Zishu pill was the ideal remedy for this shortcoming. As for the Wooling Vine, its gentle energy was easily absorbed, making it a rare and precious reward, one that would spark envy even among inner sect disciples. However, Lin Feng did not immediately retrieve the million low-grade spirit stones included in his reward. His priority was to quickly absorb these spiritual herbs. If he were still in the outer sect, he could afford to take his time, but the inner sect was different. Here, countless prodigies and geniuses gathered, and even cultivators at the Wheel C realm could find themselves at the bottom of the hierarchy. With his current cultivation at the 8th level of the blood refining realm, not even reaching the Wheel C realm, carving out a place for himself here would be no easy feat. With determined eyes, Lin Feng picked up the first Wooling Vine and swallowed it. Instantly, a gentle surge of energy coursed through his meridians, spreading throughout his body before converging in his dantian. The effects of such a seventh-tier spiritual herb were truly extraordinary. Even a single vine brought about a noticeable improvement. He quickly accelerated the absorption process, consuming one vine after another. The immense energy flowed and swirled within him, continuously pushing against the barriers of his realm. An hour later, with a resounding boom, he broke through to the 9th level of the blood refining realm. But this was far from enough. His goal was the Wheel C realm. As more time passed, Lin Feng felt as if a storm was raging within his dantian. With unwavering resolve, he continued to ascend, his cultivation steadily climbing. Finally, a vast ocean of elemental energy formed in his dantian had broken through to the Wheel C realm. When Lin Feng opened his eyes, he could clearly sense the surge in his strength. With a mere thought, sharp sword intent filled the room, as if it could slice through everything in its path. At this moment, a single sword move imbued with his third-layer sword intent would be enough to instantly defeat opponents like Su Jun or Chan Yunjing. However, during the days Lin Feng was secluded in cultivation, a number of watchful and hostile gazes had begun to gather around his pavilion. Inner sect disciples scoffed and murmured among themselves. How could someone at the mere 8th level of the blood refining realm occupy a cultivation residence? Even if he had ranked first in the disciple assessment and comprehended sword intent, he was unworthy of such privileges. Once the 7-day protection period ended, this cultivation site would inevitably change hands. In the inner sect, disciples were divided into 4 ranks: A, B, C, and D. Only A and rank disciples were entitled to exclusive residences such as pavilions and cultivation caves. C and rank disciples had to squeeze into crowded quarters, which not only made daily life inconvenient, but also severely hindered their cultivation. Lin Feng's pavilion had become a coveted prize, and as soon as the 7-day protection period expired, challenges were certain to come his way. Facing the malicious gossip, Lin Feng remained composed, his expression calm and unbothered. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this particular day, a surge of overwhelming power suddenly descended upon the inner sect, causing the very air to tremble. Lin Feng opened his eyes, realizing that Elder Zhu had arrived as promised. He pushed the door open and stepped out, only to see Elder Zhu standing imposingly outside the courtyard, his presence radiating the immense pressure of a revered expert. Elder Zhu's gaze was as sharp as lightning. The moment he sensed the aura emanating from Lin Feng, a look of surprise crossed his face. You've already reached the 2nd level of the Wheel and C realm? Indeed, Lin Feng replied succinctly. The 2nd level of the Wheel and C realm. Elder Zhu was secretly astonished. Even with the aid of 7th-tier spiritual herbs and pills, achieving a breakthrough from the 8th level of the blood circulation realm to the 2nd level of the Wheel and C realm within just 3 days was an impressive cultivation speed, even by the inner sect standards. Follow me to the sword cleansing pool, Elder Zhu commanded with a wave of his hand, lifting Lin Feng into the air. The two streaked across the sky like flashes of lightning, and as they flew, Elder Zhu explained, the sword cleansing pool was created by a sword Dao saint for the inner sect disciples. It contains tens of thousands of spiritual swords that he once wielded. Upon entering the pool, you will be tested on various aspects such as your comprehension, talent in swordsmanship, and temperament. The more spiritual swords you awaken, the greater the rewards you will receive. If you can gain insight into the sword Dao saint's teachings, your path in the way of the sword will be unstoppable. Hearing this, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. With the terrifying might of a revered expert, the two quickly arrived above the sword-cleansing pool. Looking down, Lin Feng noticed that many inner sect disciples were already present. These individuals had earned their opportunity to be here by completing sacred land missions and accumulating enough contribution points. As Lin Feng and Elder Zhu descended to the ground, they immediately drew the attention of the gathered disciples. The disciples respectfully greeted Elder Zhu. "Greetings, Elder." Then, their gazes shifted to Lin Feng, filled with curiosity and confusion. They whispered among themselves, "Why is he wearing the garb of a registered disciple? Do registered disciples have the qualifications to be here now?" Elder Zhu spoke calmly. "This is the top performer of the Outer Sect Disciple Assessment, here today to train and comprehend the mysteries of the sword cleansing pool." This brief introduction stirred a subtle reaction among the inner sect disciples. They were well aware that, recently, a few descendants of elders in the Sovereign Realm had participated in the Outer Sect assessments, aiming for the generous rewards and the rare opportunity to train in the sword cleansing pool. As they looked at Lin Feng, a flicker of disdain passed through their eyes. Clearly, they had already categorized him as one of those who relied on connections. Lin Feng, however, remained unfazed by their gazes. At that moment, Elder Zhu's eyes landed on a weathered-looking disciple in the crowd. "Young Fan, after all these years, your cultivation has still not progressed." The disciple named Yang Fan had a forlorn look, the very image of someone defeated by life. 3 years ago, he had stood out in the disciple assessment, demonstrating the ability to leap 3 minor realms and defeat his opponents. His performance had drawn the attention of many elders. Yet, after entering the inner sect, his cultivation had stagnated, stuck at the 5th level of the Wheel C realm. "Yes, Elder," Yang Fan replied bitterly. Elder Zhu's expression remained indifferent. "The Wuji Holy Land is vast, filled with prodigies. Many shine brightly early on, only to stagnate later. You are not the first, nor will you be the last." The crowd's expressions were indifferent, as if this was a common occurrence. But Lin Feng's heart trembled. His gaze locked onto Yang Fan, for above the latter's head, a golden phrase shimmered brightly. "Ancient, desolate, sacred body." This was a legendary physique from the mythological era, brimming with unparalleled vitality and capable of suppressing all malevolent forces. If fully awakened, it could even rival emperors. Lin Feng's mind raced with excitement. So, this was the reason for Yang Fan's stagnant cultivation. It was the ancient, desolate, sacred body. After the great changes in heaven and earth, the current cultivation rules no longer suited this physique, requiring an astronomical amount of resources to advance. But for Lin Feng, who possessed the ability to plunder, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Plunder the phrase. Lin Feng silently commanded in his mind. In an instant, the golden phrase of the ancient, desolate, sacred body was transferred to him. Lin Feng immediately felt a transformation in his physique. His meridians and dantian seemed to turn into bottomless pits, ravenous for boundless energy to fill them. While this physique demanded an enormous amount of cultivation resources, its potential was unmatched. Once mastered, he would be peerless among those of the same realm. The group soon arrived at the sword cleansing pool. It was a massive, well-like chasm, spanning 1,000 meters in width and descending into unfathomable depths, resembling the gaping maw of a giant abyss. Even Elder Zhu regarded the pool with a trace of reverence. This ancient pool had been forged by a sword Dao saint and housed over 1,000 spirit swords, each imbued with traces of the saint's Dao comprehension. The more spirit swords a disciple could awaken, the greater the rewards they would receive. There were 13 inner sect disciples participating this time, led by a graceful young woman in white named Song Yiling. She had reached the peak of the Wheel C realm, just a step away from the Life Palace realm. The other disciples eagerly flattered her, praising her exceptional talent. Following tradition, everyone sat cross-legged and began to use their consciousness to connect with the spirit swords. Lin Feng's mind moved like lightning, quickly extending to the area above the chasm. There, numerous ancient first-tier spirit swords hovered, their grades modest but their aura extraordinary thanks to the sword Dao Saint's residual Dao essence. Lin Feng unleashed 3 layers of sword intent, combining it with his unparalleled comprehension, and began attempting to communicate with and awaken the spirit swords. Above the cave entrance, hundreds of spiritual swords suddenly began to tremble violently, emitting a resonant humming sound. The unusual phenomenon drew the astonished gazes of many inner sect disciples, but Lin Feng remained unmoved. Just first-tier spiritual swords awakening, all of them wouldn't amount to much in the end, Lin Feng thought to himself. Ever since obtaining the ancient sacred physique, he understood the immense resources required to support his cultivation. The sword refinement pool was an opportunity many inner sect disciples dreamed of, and he could not afford to let it slip away. Lin Feng directed his consciousness deeper, attempting to establish a connection with higher-tier spiritual swords. Since he chose not to awaken the first-tier swords, the initial tremors quickly subsided. The surrounding disciples frowned, mistakenly believing someone's comprehension of swordsmanship had reached its peak. Moments later, 3 spiritual swords at the very top of the cave entrance awakened and began circling around an inner sect disciple. Senior brother Zhao has impressive insight, someone exclaimed. The Zhao-named disciple remained silent, but soon another 10 spiritual swords followed suit, bringing a smile to his face. 13 swords. Such an achievement was considered above average among the inner sect disciples. Just then, a white-robed woman, Unyielding, suddenly opened her eyes from afar, her gaze fixed on the cave entrance. In the next instant, even more spiritual swords shot through the air. A total of 47 first-tier swords hovered around her, standing upright. This accomplishment was a testament to her extraordinary aptitude and talent in swordsmanship, marking her as someone with great potential. However, while others were still reveling in the moment, Lin Feng's consciousness had already delved into the depths of the sword refinement pool. There, he discovered the true treasury of 5th-tier spiritual sword lying silently in wait. In front of the refined sword pool, a crowd of inner disciples had gathered. "Congratulations, Sister Song!" Voices of admiration echoed one after another. Awakening 47 Grade 1 spirit swords is truly extraordinary. Such talent is unparalleled. These spirit swords carried the profound essence of a legendary sword saint, and such an achievement was indeed breathtaking. Unyielding was undoubtedly one of the most outstanding among the inner disciples. For most, awakening 10 spirit swords would already be a significant accomplishment, but she had awakened 47, earning the highest recognition from the refined sword pool. With a faint smile on her lips, her gaze was firm as it settled on the Grade 2 spirit swords lying deeper within the pool. "I want to try the Grade 2 spirit swords," she declared. Before her words fully landed, her consciousness had already delved deeper into the pool. The surrounding disciples looked on in astonishment. The leap from Grade 1 to Grade 2 spirit swords was monumental, representing a qualitative transformation in the recognition bestowed by the refined sword pool. In no time, 9 Grade 2 spirit swords shot into the air, circling around Unyielding. Yet, she did not stop there. Her consciousness ventured even further, reaching for the elusive Grade 3 spirit swords. However, after a mere moment, she let out a muffled groan, her face turning pale instantly. From a distance, Elder Zhu observed the scene with a thoughtful expression. This girl, at the peak of the Wheel Sea realm, can awaken 7 Grade 2 spirit swords. While she doesn't match her brother, it's still quite impressive. His gaze then shifted to Lin Feng, his brows furrowing. That boy possesses a triple-layered sword intent. Why hasn't there been any movement from him yet? Just then, the refined sword pool began to tremble violently. Countless spirit swords, emanating a terrifying aura of slaughter, shot into the sky. The overwhelming momentum left the inner disciples frozen in place, as though they might be cut down in the next moment. But these spirit swords did not gravitate towards Unyielding. Instead, they encircled Lin Feng. Starting with 10 swords, the count quickly surged 20, 30, 50 until it finally surpassed 100. The entire refined sword pool quaked as if an ancient beast was awakening from its slumber, its immense power striking fear into everyone present. Elder Zhu's expression turned grave as he immediately unleashed the overwhelming aura of a sovereign realm expert to prepare for any potential danger. Such an unprecedented phenomenon had never been recorded in the history of the refined sword pool. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and piercing like a blade. Suddenly, a voice, ethereal yet carrying an incomprehensible pressure, resounded in his mind. The weight of its presence far surpassed the sovereign realm, reaching the heights of the great power realm, perhaps even the sacred realm. Quite the talent. A natural sword heart, a primal ancient physique, and comprehension of triple-layered sword intent. Not bad. I'll grant you a trace of my Tao essence. From the depths of the sword refining pool, a sudden flash of white light burst forth. This light seemed to transcend time and space, radiating an overwhelming pressure capable of annihilating all existence. Elder Zhu's body trembled violently as an instinctive fear gripped him. This was unmistakably the power of a supreme being at the great power realm. Such a phenomenon emerging from the depths of the sword refining pool could only be attributed to the legendary sword Tao Saint. The white light instantaneously merged into Lin Feng's body. In that moment, his aura began to surge uncontrollably. The strand of Tao rhythm, imbued with the boundless power of the sword Tao Saint, dramatically accelerated his comprehension of sword intent, causing his cultivation level to fluctuate wildly. Boom! Lin Feng's sword intent directly broke through to the 7th level, and his cultivation advanced in one leap to the 4th tier of the Wheel Sea realm. The immense Tao rhythm coursed through his entire being, constantly tempering his newly fused ancient sacred body, his meridians, bloodline, and dantian. His skin flushed a deep red, and it felt as though his blood might explode at any moment. Even at this initial stage of activation, The sheer intensity of his already potent life force was barely able to withstand this immense power. So this is the might of the ancient sacred body. This is the unparalleled power of the sword Dao Saint. Just a single strand of Dao rhythm, and it has opened the path for me to awaken the ancient sacred body. Lin Feng took a deep breath, his gaze filled with gratitude as he looked toward the depths of the sword pool. He had been agonizing over how to awaken the ancient sacred body, but the sword Dao Saint had effortlessly resolved this dilemma for him. Now, not only did he possess the ancient sacred body, but he had also reached the 4th tier of the Wheel Sea realm and mastered 7th level sword intent. With such strength, he was undoubtedly invincible among those of the same realm. Looking across the entire Wuji sacred land, who could possibly rival him? Even cultivators at the 5th or 6th tier of the Wheel Sea realm would stand no chance and could only be instantly defeated before him. With my sword intent and cultivation having undergone such a tremendous breakthrough, it's time to attempt deducing the next form of the Yellow Springs heaven-severing sword technique, Lin Feng thought to himself. This fortuitous encounter had propelled his progress to a level that would have taken years of dedicated cultivation to achieve under normal circumstances. The surrounding disciples, witnessing Lin Feng's skyrocketing aura, couldn't help but turn their attention to him. Clearly, the white light had bestowed upon Lin Feng an extraordinary opportunity. Yet, a sense of doubt crept into their hearts. Lin Feng had received his reward, but where were theirs? The inner disciples exchanged puzzled glances, their faces etched with confusion. By all logic, each of them should have received a strand of white light flowing into their bodies. Yet, the scene before them was eerily silent. The refining sword pool, which had once trembled as if an earthquake was shaking its depths, had now returned to complete stillness, like a lifeless pond. Amid the crowd of inner disciples, Unyielding stood out. Unlike the others, who were anxiously seeking their rewards, her gaze was fixed on the spiritual swords orbiting around Lin Feng. As a prodigy who had mastered dual layers of sword intent and reached the peak of the Wheel Sea realm, she herself had the ability to awaken a fair number of second-grade spiritual swords. But the sheer spectacle before her was something she had never witnessed: an overwhelming display of power and resonance. What grade are these spiritual swords? Unyielding whispered to herself, her eyes locked on Lin Feng with a mixture of curiosity and disbelief. The opportunity to use the refining sword pool was rare and invaluable. She had spent months in preparation, all in hopes of awakening more swords and earning the recognition of the sword Dao Saint. Legends spoke of a sword prodigy who, with only a life palace realm cultivation, awakened 99 4th-grade spiritual swords here and was ultimately blessed by the pool, advancing 2 entire layers of sword intent in one fell swoop. At that moment, Elder Zhu, his towering frame exuding a commanding presence, stepped forward to the edge of the pool. His sharp, piercing gaze swept over Lin Feng. "You awakened a 5th-grade spiritual sword?" he asked, his tone carrying a note of astonishment. A 5th-grade spiritual sword. The word sent shockwaves through the gathered disciples. Even Unyielding's pupils contracted in sheer disbelief. The spiritual swords within the refining sword pool were all once wielded by the sword Dao Saint, each one extraordinary. Even a 1st-grade spiritual sword was a treasure beyond compare, let alone a 5th-grade one. Unyielding, well-versed in the annals of the sect, recalled a core disciple at the peak of the Wheel Sea realm who had once awakened a single 5th-grade spiritual sword. That event alone had shaken the entire sect, prompting even the revered elder masters to vie for the chance to mentor the disciple. Yet here stood Lin Feng, surrounded by not one, but 145 spiritual swords, a number that defied comprehension. Why is it that only he receives the reward while the rest of us are left with nothing? One of the disciples finally blurted out, unable to suppress his frustration. Elder Zhu's expression remained impassive as he replied, "The answer is simple. To the refining sword pool, the difference between you and him is as vast as the glow of a firefly compared to the brilliance of a full moon. Naturally, all the rewards gravitate toward him. If your abilities were on par, the rewards would have been distributed more evenly." His words struck like a thunderclap, leaving the disciples pale and silent. They realized, with a bitter taste in their mouths, that they had not even earned the pool's basic recognition. Unyielding stepped forward gracefully, a poised smile on her face. "May I ask how to address you, junior brother? Are you perhaps a descendant of one of the elders?" "Lin Feng," he replied calmly, his tone steady and unassuming. "I'm just an ordinary disciple from a minor noble family, not connected to any elder." His answer sent a ripple through Unyielding's heart, though her outward composure remained unchanged. Her smile softened as she continued, "Junior brother Lin, your talent is truly extraordinary. I spent so much time preparing for this opportunity at the refining sword pool. Though I managed to break through in sword intent, it pales in comparison to the recognition you've received. Allow me to offer this small token as a gesture of respect for our first meeting." Song Yiling's eyes flickered as she swiftly retrieved a spatial ring shimmering faintly with spiritual light from her storage space and tossed it lightly toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. After catching the ring, he carefully examined its contents and was astonished to find it contained 200,000 lower-grade spirit stones. The generosity of this gesture was remarkable. To put it into perspective, an ordinary inner disciple's monthly stipend was only about 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones. For Song Yiling to casually offer such a substantial amount spoke volumes about her extraordinary background. Lin Feng didn't decline this generous gift and accepted it outright. Ever since awakening his ancient sacred body, his physical state had been in constant need of abundant spiritual energy. These spirit stones were exactly what he needed most at the moment. Thank you, Lin Feng said softly, expressing his gratitude. Seeing him accept the gift, Song Yiling's face lit up with delight. She had been concerned that someone as talented as Lin Feng might refuse her offer, but now that he had accepted, it opened the door for future interactions. Around them, the other inner disciples cast envious glances in Lin Feng's direction. They were well aware that geniuses like him naturally attracted such privileges. Even someone like Song Yiling was taking the initiative to present him with a gift. Considering her brother's prestigious status in the Holy Land and her elders' positions within its leadership, anything she gave would undoubtedly be extraordinary. However, some disciples couldn't help but secretly think Lin Feng was being overly aloof. If it were them, they would have eagerly struck up a conversation with Song Yiling. Being able to form such a connection would feel like a blessing from their ancestors. Yet Lin Feng seemed indifferent, his mind solely focused on returning to Cultivate. Before leaving, Lin Feng took out a portion of the spirit stones and handed them to Elder Zhu, explaining that they were to be returned to the elders of the Technique Pavilion. Elder Zhu was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled and accepted them. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng turned and left. Song Yiling gracefully approached Elder Zhu and softly asked, Elder Zhu, did he take first place in the disciple assessment? Elder Zhu nodded in affirmation. That's correct. He defeated the Wei, Su, and Chen family science, all of them. And he did so while fighting across cultivation levels. His sword intent has already reached the 3rd level. With the rewards from the sword cleansing pool, his progress in the path of the sword is bound to reach even greater heights. Song Yiling sat quietly, lost in thought. With a background even more illustrious than Su Jun and his companions, she was genuinely surprised by the results of the disciple assessment. By all accounts, with their level of strength, Su Jun and the others should have effortlessly dominated the assessment and taken first place. Yet, the top spot had been claimed by someone with no notable background. However, the lack of background was no longer the most pressing matter. What truly shocked her was Lin Feng's extraordinary talent. His mastery of 3rd-layer sword intent had already surpassed her own, and with the reward from refining the sword pool, it was estimated he could gain an additional 2 layers. 5-layer sword intent. This level of achievement was exceedingly rare among the tens of thousands of inner disciples, with only a 9,000 chance of occurring. What was even more astonishing was that those who possessed 5-layer sword intent were typically either at the peak of the Wheel Sea realm or had already stepped into the Life Palace realm. At the same cultivation level, it seemed unlikely anyone could rival Lin Feng. This kind of talent must be approached at the right time. Song Yiling resolved silently. After leaving the sword pool, Lin Feng headed directly to his residence. The surging vitality brought about by the activation of his ancient sacred body required a significant amount of primal energy to stabilize. Though his sacred body was still at its nascent stage, showing no signs of its full potential, his exceptional comprehension, coupled with the future opportunities to acquire additional attributes, made achieving mastery only a matter of time. However, as he neared his residence, he noticed a group of inner disciples gathered there, blocking the way. Where's that kid hiding? Ha! Someone at the blood-refining realm dares occupy this kind of place? Does he even deserve it? Scornful voices filled the air. Lin Feng instantly understood their intentions. They had come to seize his cultivation cave. Coincidentally, having just fused with the ancient sacred body and armed with 7-layer sword intent, he had been looking for an opportunity to test his strength. Are you here to challenge me? Lin Feng's calm voice rang out among the crowd. The group turned to see the blood-refining realm disciple, their eyes brimming with disdain. 2 disciples immediately stepped forward, one at the 5th level of the Wheel Sea realm, and the other at the 6th, both eager to claim the cave for themselves. Despite the hostility, Lin Feng's expression remained impassive, though an overwhelming aura began to emanate from him. At this moment, he had already reached the 4th level of the Wheel Sea realm, and with 7-layer sword intent at his disposal, his strength was unparalleled within the realm. Before anyone could react, Lin Feng struck. His sword, glowing with a faint blue light, required no intricate techniques. The sheer force of his sword intent alone was enough to knock the 5th-level Wheel Sea disciple to the ground. The rest of the group finally realized they had underestimated their opponent and unleashed their full power. Yet, against the sword light infused with 7-layer sword intent, these inner disciples stood no chance. Among all the Wheel Sea disciples in the entire infinite sacred land, there were only a handful who could withstand a strike of this caliber. So powerful. Wait, who said he's only at the 8th level of the blood refining realm? An inner sect disciple exclaimed in disbelief, his face filled with shock. What kind of blood refining cultivator can unleash such terrifying sword energy? Only the top 10 elites in the sect could possess such strength. The sword light cascaded like a waterfall, sweeping across the battlefield. Among this group of inner sect disciples, the strongest had only reached the 7th level of the Sea of Wheels realm, while the others were at the 5th or 6th level. They had initially assumed dealing with a mere blood refining disciple would be effortless, but they never anticipated that this particular disciple's strength would far exceed their expectations. Under the sword light infused with 70% of Lin Feng's sword intent, their resistance was utterly futile. No matter what techniques they employed or the level of their cultivation, the outcome was always the same: shattered weapons and bodies slashed with bloody wounds. Boom! A deafening sound echoed as countless disciples spat blood and collapsed to the ground, their eyes wide with horror. At that moment, they finally grasped the true extent of Lin Feng's power. His combat strength had already reached, if not surpassed, the 7th or even 8th level of the Sea of Wheels realm. As the sword energy dissipated, the battlefield was left in ruins. Lin Feng stood expressionless, gazing down at the groaning disciples on the ground. Internally, however, he was thrilled. This was the power of 70% sword intent. He hadn't even employed any advanced sword techniques, nor was his weapon anything more than an ordinary sword. Yet he had managed to overwhelm so many Sea of Wheels realm cultivators. As Lin Feng began to walk toward the fallen inner sect disciples, one of them, noticing his approach, trembled with fear. To them, this powerful senior brother seemed like a ruthless executioner. While killing was forbidden within the inner sect, crippling an arm or two was well within the realm of possibility. "Spare me, senior brother," one disciple pleaded in a trembling voice. "We were misled by others into coming here. If we had known your strength, we wouldn't have dared to offend you, not even with 100 lives." The oppressive aura Lin Feng exuded made it hard for anyone to breathe. Combined with the devastating sword strike he had just unleashed, the fear among the disciples grew palpable. One after another, they began begging for mercy, their voices overlapping in desperation. "Move aside," Lin Feng said coldly, finding it pointless to waste energy on these small fry. He was far more interested in focusing on his cultivation. Just as some of the disciples were about to scramble away, Lin Feng spoke again. "Hold on. Since you've wasted my time, you should compensate me. Leave all your spirit stones behind." The disciples' faces turned bitter. Spirit stones were essential for cultivation, and they had come here to seize Lin Feng's training grounds precisely to accelerate their own progress. But under the sharpness of his gaze, no one dared to protest. Amid the clinking sounds of items being handed over, one space ring after another was reluctantly surrendered. Lin Feng quickly tallied the loot: over 20,000 spirit stones in total, a significant haul that represented almost all of the disciples' resources. "Get out of here," Lin Feng commanded with a wave of his hand, dismissing the now useless group. Some disciples cast reluctant glances at their surrendered space rings, but dared not voice any complaints. "If you're not convinced, you're welcome to challenge me anytime," Lin Feng added casually. His words sent a shiver down their spines, and they fled even faster. Challenge him? A man whose sword energy could sweep through even the 8th level of the Sea of Wheels realm? Only a fool would court death. As the surroundings fell silent once more, Lin Feng held the space rings in his hand, a faint smile playing on his lips. These disciples had been unexpectedly cooperative, delivering their spirit stones right to his doorstep. Combined with the 20,000 spirit stones Song Yiling had given him earlier, his current gains were nothing short of impressive. Lin Feng counted the yuan stones in his hands and was pleasantly surprised to find an additional harvest of 400,000, bringing his total to over 1 million. Such wealth was extraordinary among ordinary disciples, and was more than enough to arouse envy and greed. Eagerly, he entered his cultivation cave and sat cross-legged. With a casual wave, he released tens of thousands of yuan stones, instantly filling the cave with such a dense concentration of yuan energy that it seemed almost tangible. The ancient sacred body within him activated immediately, and every pore on his body opened wide, greedily absorbing the surrounding energy. In an instant, Lin Feng seemed to transform into a massive black hole, voraciously devouring the yuan energy of heaven and earth around him. The blood energy of the ancient sacred body surged wildly, but maintaining such immense vitality required an equally immense amount of yuan energy. How long would it take to fully absorb this million yuan stones? With this question lingering in his mind, Lin Feng entered a deep state of secluded cultivation. Meanwhile, news of his feat defeating numerous inner disciples with a single sword stroke began to circulate in a small circle. After all, being able to triumph over multiple experts, including those at the 5th and 6th levels of the Wheel C stage. With his 7th level cultivation was a rare accomplishment. Even cultivators at the 8th level of the Wheel C stage might not have achieved such a victory. A few days later, the inner sect welcomed 3 new members: Su Jun, Chun Yunjing, and Wei Changfeng. Among them, Su Jun drew the most attention. Ever since he was defeated by Lin Feng during the disciple assessment, he had thrown himself into rigorous training, even requesting a powerful cultivation technique from his family. Now, leveraging his family's influence to enter the inner sect, the 3 of them harbored a single thought: revenge, to reclaim their honor. The trio soon approached a lean-faced inner disciple at the 5th level of the Wheel C stage. Without preamble, Su Jun asked, "Do you know of Lin Feng? He just entered the inner sect. Where is he now?" At the mention of Lin Feng's name, the disciple's body visibly tensed, his expression shifting subtly. The memory of being crushed by Lin Feng a few days earlier was still fresh in his mind. This slight reaction did not escape Su Jun and his companions. Su Jun immediately sensed that there was some connection between this disciple and Lin Feng. Su Jun's expression darkened as he directly asked, "Do you know Lin Feng?" The inner sect disciple's lips curled into a bitter smile as he recounted the humiliating experience of being thoroughly beaten by Lin Feng. Noticing the extraordinary quality of the flying treasures used by Su Jun and his companions, he realized their status was far from ordinary and decided to withhold nothing. When Su Jun heard that Lin Feng had defeated dozens of inner sect disciples at the 5th and 6th levels of the Wheel C realm with a single sword strike, he staggered back 3 steps in disbelief. "What did you say? Just one strike?" "That's right," the lean disciple replied with a wry nod. The 3 of them fell silent. Such an embarrassing tale was unlikely to be exaggerated. The sheer power Lin Feng displayed left them shaken to the core. Su Jun knew he would need to advance at least 2 levels to achieve something comparable. Yet Lin Feng had already reached such heights. His rate of progress was truly terrifying. Wei Changfeng and Chen Yunjing's expressions twitched slightly, and their thoughts of revenge instantly dissipated. The gap in strength was simply too vast. Su Jun reflected on his recent days of grueling cultivation, only to feel like a complete joke. The lean disciple pointed in a direction. "His residence is over there. Do you need me to lead the way?" His tone was calm, but inwardly he was eager to witness the ensuing drama. Su Jun and his companions remained silent for a moment before Su Jun coughed lightly. "Well, no need to trouble yourself. We'll find it ourselves." With that, the 3 of them sped off in the opposite direction, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The lean disciple stood frozen in place. "Wait, you're going the wrong way. Lin Feng's cultivation cave is in the other direction." Meanwhile, within Lin Feng's secluded cultivation cave, a surge of energy far surpassing his current realm rippled outward. He had just broken through to the 5th level of the Wheel C realm, yet there was no joy on his face. This breakthrough had cost him over 1,000,000 lower-grade spirit stones. The ancient, desolate sacred body was indeed powerful. Each breakthrough increased his vitality tenfold. However, the resources it consumed were astronomical. As he thought of the upcoming life palace and Dao condensation stages, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Surveying the simple and modest cave around him, Lin Feng contemplated finding a better cultivation site. While the current cave had decent spiritual energy, it was no longer sufficient to meet the demands of his ancient, desolate sacred body. For now, though, his priority was to refine the 5th move of the Yellow Springs heaven-severing sword technique. The 4th move already possessed the destructive power of a sovereign-level divine ability. The 5th move might even reach the level of a great power. If he could master it, he wouldn't just dominate the Wheel C realm. Challenging life palace cultivators across realms might even be possible. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Feng began his deductions. The mysteries of the first 4 moves flashed through his mind like bolts of lightning, and the embryonic form of the 5th move gradually emerged. For ordinary people, such deductions would result in vomiting blood within seconds. Even for Lin Feng, as he delved deeper, his face grew pale, and his body trembled slightly, as if bearing the weight of an immense karmic force. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes turned a dazzling gold, radiating brilliance. His resolve remained unshaken as he continued his deductions, with profound scriptures manifesting endlessly in his mind. The 5th move of the Huangquan Absolute Heaven Sword technique had finally been perfected under Lin Feng's meticulous analysis. Absolute Heaven Life Reversing Slash. Lin Feng murmured to himself, his eyes flickering with an uncontrollable sense of awe. The power of this move far surpassed the 4th, reaching the level of a great cultivator. He could clearly sense the terrifying energy contained within it. With his extraordinary talent, Lin Feng immediately began practicing this powerful sword technique. Such unparalleled aptitude was rare in the cultivation world, so rare that even a sage's arrival might not rival it. Be it martial arts or divine abilities, they all seemed to unravel effortlessly before him. As time passed, Lin Feng's mastery of the Absolute Heaven Life Reversing Slash quickly advanced from minor success to intermediate mastery, and finally to perfection. In just half a day, he managed to cultivate this great-level divine ability to its peak. Such a rapid progression was enough to astonish even the most seasoned great cultivators and leave sages utterly amazed. This will be my strongest trump card, Lin Feng thought to himself as he stood up. To cultivate a great-level divine ability to perfection while still in the Wheel Sea realm was a talent akin to the reincarnation of an emperor, a true youthful supreme being. As he stepped out of the cave dwelling, Lin Feng noticed a familiar, thin-faced figure lingering nearby, seemingly waiting for something. His brows furrowed slightly as his figure flickered like lightning, instantly appearing before the person. The disciple was startled and attempted to flee, but it was already too late. Lin's senior brother, the thin-faced disciple stammered, forcing a strained smile. He had been hoping that Su Jun would come to trouble Lin Feng, but Su Jun never showed up, and now he found himself face-to-face with Lin Feng. In just a few days, Lin Feng's aura had grown sharper, and his strength had surged like an unstoppable flood. "I have a question for you," Lin Feng said calmly. "What's the difference in cultivation speed between the training caves on each level?" As a newcomer, he was still unfamiliar with these details. Upon hearing this, the thin-faced disciple froze momentarily before respectfully explaining in detail to Lin Feng. "Senior brother Lin, the inner sect's cultivation caves span 99 levels. The first level offers a cultivation speed twice that of the outside world. The second level triples it, and so on, until the 99th level, where the speed reaches an astonishing 100 times. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened at the explanation. 100 times the cultivation speed? This meant that a single day of cultivation on the highest level was equivalent to 100 days of arduous training outside. The disciple continued, however, starting from the 90th level, there is only one cave per level, and these are all occupied by the top 10 prodigies of the Holy Land. The top 10 prodigies? Lin Feng murmured thoughtfully. As the most exceptional talents of the Holy Land, these individuals would undoubtedly become elders in the future, with the potential to rise to the level of protectors or even higher. Their status as the pinnacle of the Kanglan domain justified their access to such extraordinary resources. A flicker of ambition flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Currently, he was only on the first level, and this cultivation speed was far from satisfying. He glanced upward, his expression resolute, as he silently pondered how far he could go in challenging higher levels. The thin-faced disciple was taken aback by his expression. "Senior brother Lin, are you planning to challenge the upper-level caves?" Lin Feng gave a slight nod. With his strength, conquering the second or third levels would be a breeze. With senior brother Lin's power, the first 5 levels should pose no challenge. Besides, each successful challenge rewards 10,000 spirit stones, the disciple quickly added. 10,000 spirit stones? Lin Feng muttered to himself. Even 5 levels aren't enough. Before his words had fully settled, his figure vanished like a streak of lightning. The disciple was left stunned. Not satisfied with 5 levels? Did Lin Feng not realize that the higher the level, the stronger the disciples? Even the first 5 levels housed experts at the 7th or 8th stage of the Wheel Sea realm. Clearing the 5th level alone would be impressive, let alone going higher. Curious and eager to witness the spectacle, the disciple decided to follow from a distance. If he could see Lin Feng defeated and coughing blood, it would certainly be an entertaining sight. Lin Feng headed straight to the 2nd level. Among the many caves, he unhesitatingly chose one. Without any unnecessary movement, a sharp sword aura slashed across the entrance, leaving a deep, alarming crack. Courting death. A furious roar echoed from within the cave as a green-robed disciple, exuding a menacing aura, stormed out. This was a Wheel Sea realm expert at the 7th stage. Lin Feng struck with another sword. The concentrated sword intent of the 7th level, even without any intricate technique, was unstoppable. The green-robed disciple's pupils contracted in fear as he hurriedly shouted, "Wait, wait, let's talk this out." The sword aura stopped just short of him, draining all the energy from his body and sending him sprawling to the ground. Lin Feng spoke calmly. "Hand over the cave token." Trembling, the disciple immediately presented the intricately inscribed token with both hands. Without another word, Lin Feng turned and ascended to the 3rd level. The defeated disciple shuddered as he watched him leave. Where did this ruthless guy come from? His strength is far beyond mine, and yet he came to take my cave. He must be aiming for far more than the 5th level. Though unwilling, the disciple had no choice but to accept the reality strength ruled supreme. Lin Feng continued his unstoppable ascent. On the 3rd and 4th levels, no one could withstand even a single strike from him. All were effortlessly defeated. By the time he reached the 5th level, the disciples here had already reached the 9th stage of the Wheel Sea realm, just a step away from the Life Palace realm. For inner sect disciples, those who had not yet entered the Life Palace realm were considered the weakest, though Lin Feng, as a newcomer, was an exception. Although Lin Feng had not yet reached the Mingong realm, his strength was not to be underestimated. When he arrived at the 5th level, a burly man was already there, his expression dark and full of anticipation. Here specifically to challenge me on the 5th level? Looks like you think I'm an easy target, the burly man said coldly. With that, a large blade cut through the air, radiating a chilling sharpness. Nearby, a thin disciple observed the scene, silently calculating in his mind. Lin Feng had swiftly defeated opponents on the previous levels, proving his exceptional strength. However, the guardian of the 5th level, Yu Chong, was a formidable expert in the 9th layer of the Wheel Sea realm and had even comprehended blade intent. He was well known within the inner sect. This battle would not be easily won by Lin Feng. No, Lin Feng replied calmly, you were simply more convenient to deal with along the way. Yu Chang's face darkened instantly. More convenient? Such blatant disregard. Enraged, Yu Chang let out a furious roar, unleashing his full blade intent as he struck at Lin Feng with a powerful slash. Yet Lin Feng's expression remained serene. With just a light swing of his sword, he countered. Though Yu Chang had reached the 9th layer of the Wheel Sea realm and mastered blade intent, his skills were far outmatched by Lin Feng's mastery of sword intent, which had already reached the 7th level. The outcome was decided in an instant. A flash of sword light cut through the air, and the furious Yu Chang was sent flying. Blood spurted from his mouth as he crashed heavily against the wall of the cave and slid down, powerless. As he struggled to rise, he realized with horror that his entire body was paralyzed. Facing such overwhelming strength, he knew even a desperate fight would have been futile. Lin Feng was already standing before Yu Chang, his tone calm yet commanding. Hand over the token. Yu Chang trembled inwardly, fully understanding Lin Feng's purpose. Yet with strength like this, challenging him seemed almost beneath Lin Feng's abilities. Based on his judgment, Lin Feng was more than capable of claiming a cultivation cave on the 7th level or higher. The token from the 5th level fell into Lin Feng's hand, but his gaze had already shifted upward. According to the rules, the rewards for challenging each cultivation cave could only be claimed once. Otherwise, given his strength, he could easily defeat every disciple on the 5th level one by one, though doing so would be unnecessary. With a graceful leap, Lin Feng ascended toward the 6th level. Behind him, a thin disciple watched in awe, his body trembling uncontrollably. He was well aware of Yu Chang's strength on the 5th level, someone at the 9th stage of the Wheel Sea realm, who had comprehended blade intent and was considered a standout even among the inner disciples. Yet, such a formidable figure couldn't withstand even a single sword strike from Lin Feng. The disparity was simply staggering. On the 5th level, the opponent was even stronger, at the peak of the 9th stage of the Wheel Sea realm, nearly touching the threshold of the Fate Palace realm, and had mastered 2 layers of sword intent. Yet the result remained the same, defeated in one strike. Witnessing this from the 6th level, the disciples there could hardly believe their eyes. The gap in cultivation between Lin Feng and themselves was undeniable, but the sword intent emanating from him carried a chilling, oppressive force that left them shaken. Ascending to the 7th level, Lin Feng faced an opponent who had already reached the 1st stage of the Fate Palace realm. The gap in cultivation was significant, and even without any special techniques, such an opponent's strength would be formidable. This time, Lin Feng unleashed 3 strikes, utilizing the 3rd form of the Yellow Spring Sword technique to claim victory. The 8th level, the 9th level, Lin Feng pressed onward until he reached the 10th level. Here, his opponent was even stronger, a cultivator at the 3rd stage of the Fate Palace realm. Lin Feng unleashed the full force of his sword intent, all 7 layers converging into a single, devastating power. The ancient sacred body within him surged with vitality, his energy roaring like tidal waves. Each sword strike seemed capable of cleaving heaven and earth. After 10 rounds of intense combat, Lin Feng emerged victorious. From the 1st level to the 10th, his ascent had been nothing short of breathtaking. The speed with which he advanced left everyone utterly speechless. Upon learning that Lin Feng was only at the Wheel Sea realm, the disciples on the 10th level were struck dumb with disbelief. You're still in the Wheel Sea realm? To defeat me, someone a full major realm above you, this is insane. Lin Feng calmly pocketed the final token and looked skyward. He knew he had not yet reached his limit. The 11th and even 12th levels were likely within his grasp, and he had yet to unleash his ultimate move, the 5th form of the Yellow Spring Sword technique, heaven-defying Slash of Fate. If he were to use it, who knew how many Fate Palace realm powerhouses might fall before him? As he prepared to head to the Internal Affairs Hall to claim his rewards, Lin Feng noticed the thin disciple who had been following him since the 1st level. In a flash, Lin Feng appeared before him. The disciple froze in place, his body trembling as a mix of fear, admiration, and reverence filled his eyes. Senior brother Lin, I was just passing by, the disciple stammered. Lin Feng paid no attention to the disciple's nervousness and asked calmly, "Where is the Internal Affairs Hall?" "It's over there," the disciple replied hastily, pointing in the direction. With a thunderous burst of energy, Lin Feng vanished in an instant. The thin disciple, drenched in cold sweat, felt as though he had just faced an otherworldly demon, one capable of devouring him at any moment. A prodigy of the sequence. This must be the potential of a sequence-rank genius, he muttered to himself. To ascend from the 1st to the 10th level in less than 10 days, defeating even Fate Palace realm cultivators. This kind of progress is terrifying. The Internal Affairs Hall was bustling with activity, the busiest place within the inner sect. Monthly cultivation resources, mission assignments, and exchanges of contribution points for treasures were all handled here. Disciples could trade their contribution points for rare items, including artifacts, elixirs, spirit stones, and advanced martial techniques. Lin Feng approached an elder and bowed respectfully. The moment the elder opened his eyes, Lin Feng felt an immense pressure, as if all his secrets were laid bare. This elder's aura was even stronger than that of Elder Zhu. What do you need? The elder asked nonchalantly. I'm here to exchange my rewards for challenging the cultivation caves, Lin Feng replied. The elder casually produced a spatial ring containing 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones, a standard amount he kept on hand. However, when Lin Feng presented 9 tokens in total, the elder's calm demeanor instantly shattered. The elder's eyes lit up as he stared in astonishment at the 9 tokens before him. These tokens represented Lin Feng's consecutive victories from the 2nd level to the 10th level of challenges. Such a feat was exceedingly rare. Disciples typically moved to higher-level training grounds as soon as their strength improved, given the direct correlation between yuan energy density and cultivation efficiency. Even managing to challenge 2 or 3 levels in one go was considered remarkable, and clearing 4 levels was almost unheard of. Yet Lin Feng had managed to pass 9 levels in a single streak. What made it even more astonishing was that the disciples of the 10th level were generally at the Ming Palace realm, with many having mastered profound techniques like the essence of weaponry or the essence of martial arts. These individuals were considered the backbone of the inner sect. However, Lin Feng, with only his Luanhai realm cultivation, managed to complete the challenge, leaving the elder visibly unsettled. Elder, how many yuan stones does that amount to in total? Lin Feng asked. As a cultivator who had fused with the ancient sacred body, his cultivation speed was only limited by the resources available to him. At least until he reached the venerable realm, he was unlikely to encounter any bottlenecks, with a smooth path ahead in his cultivation journey. The elder took a deep breath and began calculating carefully. A total of 4.5 million lower-grade yuan stones. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. It was more than enough to help him advance 2 minor levels. The elder let out a bitter laugh as he retrieved the entire amount of yuan stones. You rascal, you've completely drained me this time. I've never seen anything this outrageous before. Lin Feng accepted the yuan stones and sent his consciousness into his spatial ring to begin refining yuan energy. Currently at the 5th level of the Luanhai realm, this amount of yuan stones would be sufficient to help him break through to the 7th level. However, for someone aiming to establish himself in the inner sect, this level of cultivation was still somewhat lacking. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, a familiar voice called out, "Junior brother Lin?" It was Unyielding, the female disciple he had previously encountered at the sword-cleansing pool. She had now broken through to the Ming Palace realm, which was hardly surprising for someone with extraordinary talent and a strong background. Behind her stood 2 male disciples, both also at the Ming Palace realm, exuding sharp and focused auras like unsheathed swords. Junior brother Lin, I've taken on a mission to hunt down rogue disciples from the 10 Absolute Demon sect. Are you interested? Unyielding asked with a smile. Each head is worth 1 million yuan stones, and there are 8 targets in total. The number immediately piqued Lin Feng's interest, given his current lack of cultivation resources. What realm are these disciples at? He inquired. They're all at the early Ming Palace realm, Unyielding explained. These 2 companions of mine, Yudong and Huayu, are both 3rd-level Ming Palace sword cultivators who have comprehended sword intent. Their strength is exceptional. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Since the targets were only at the early Ming Palace realm, it wouldn't pose much of a challenge for him at his current level. The 4 of them promptly set off for the mission location, a small town on the outskirts of the Wuji sacred land. This once thriving town, home to tens of thousands of people, had been completely massacred. Investigations confirmed that it was the work of disciples from the 10 Absolute Demon sect. As the governing authority of the region, the Wuji sacred land could not stand idly by. The 10 Absolute Demon sect and the Infinite Sacred Land, as the 2 top factions of the Kanglan region, have been at odds for a long time. In recent years, the 10 Absolute Demon sect has grown increasingly audacious, frequently practicing their dark arts in the territories governed by the Infinite Sacred Land. Just this week alone, 4 small towns have been completely wiped out, Unyielding said coldly as she hurried along the road, her energy fluctuating with anger. Lin Feng listened silently, his only thought being to eliminate the demon sect disciples quickly so he could return and exchange for spirit stones to continue his cultivation. Junior brother Lin, a male disciple named Huayu spoke up, during the battle, you'd better stay behind us and avoid fighting on your own. If the demon sect disciples find an opening, the consequences could be dire. Exactly, Yudong agreed. You're only at the Wheelsea realm. For this mission, your priority should be staying alive. It was evident that both of them saw Lin Feng as a burden. Upon learning that Lin Feng was merely at the 5th level of the Wheelsea realm, Yudong and Hua Yu frowned even more. To have someone with such weak cultivation face off against demon sect disciples at the Life Palace realm? Even though they each had their own trump cards, having to protect a Wheelsea realm cultivator would undoubtedly be a challenge. Lin Feng remained calm and nodded slightly. Song Yiling, while sharing their concerns, had invited Lin Feng mainly to establish a connection with him early on. But don't underestimate junior brother Lin too much, she said with a faint smile. Although he's only at the Wheelsea realm, he has already mastered the 3rd level of Sword Intent. 3rd level of Sword Intent? Yudong and Hua Yu scoffed. If they were at the same Life Palace realm, such a level of Sword Intent would indeed be impressive. But given the vast difference in cultivation levels, even the strongest Sword Intent would be hard to utilize effectively. The group left the infinite sacred land and traveled tens of thousands of miles before arriving at a small town. The stench of blood was overwhelming, assaulting their senses. These damned demon sect disciples used tens of thousands of lives to fuel their dark arts. Yudong and Hua Yu gritted their teeth. This time, we must wipe them out completely. Song Yiling's expression was icy as she nodded. Let's go. They shouldn't have gotten far. From a branch in the distance, a man cloaked in raging demonic flames watched them intently, his eyes gleaming with malice. Are the disciples of the infinite sacred land all fools? 3 Life Palace cultivators sown at the 1st level and 2 at the 3rd level, and they brought along a mere 5th level Wheelsea cultivator as dead weight. Thinking they can take us down? He sneered. The townspeople alone should be enough to deal with them. But his eyes flickered with interest. One of them carries the aura of a supreme treasure. This one has a complicated background. I'd better take a closer look. With that, he transformed into a shadow resembling a demonic dragon and sped toward the town. This young powerhouse, at the 6th level of the Life Palace realm, was the key figure in this operation. Inside the town, the group ventured deeper, and the demonic aura and stench of blood grew thicker, as if they had entered a living hell. Song Yiling and the others gripped their weapons tightly, their vigilance heightened. She turned to Lin Feng and instructed, Junior brother Lin, you stay here. The demonic energy ahead is overwhelming, and we'll need to focus all our strength to deal with it without distractions. Lin Feng nodded casually. He had already sensed a far more terrifying demonic presence behind them, which was likely the true challenge of this mission. Yudong and Hua Yu, seeing that Lin Feng wasn't following, felt relieved. Without the burden, the battle would be less of a strain. The 3 of them disappeared into the distance like streaks of light, leaving Lin Feng standing alone in the dilapidated, corpse-strewn town. The demonic energy behind him grew stronger and stronger. Lin Feng slowly turned around and spoke calmly, You've been following us for quite a while. Why not show yourself? A voice filled with surprise echoed as the man engulfed in demonic flames revealed himself, his expression twisted with malice. I didn't expect that the weakest one in the group, a mere will-see cultivator, would be able to sense my presence. What kind of special artifact are you carrying? Lin Feng shook his head. It was the keen perception granted by his mastery of the 7th level of Sword Intent. Whatever method you used to detect me, the man sneered, it won't matter. Your death is inevitable. So this is a trap set by your 10 absolute demon sect? Lin Feng asked calmly. Not bad, the man replied indifferently. This is just one of many traps we've laid. Don't worry, after you die, you won't be lonely. Lin Feng remained silent. The trap that Song Yiling had mentioned had already revealed itself, and it was likely that the disciples sent by other towns had met a grim fate. According to the intelligence, the demonic sect disciples were only at the 3rd level of the Fate Palace realm. However, the aura of the man before them, engulfed in demonic flames, clearly indicated he had reached the 5th level or even higher. The dense demonic energy surrounding him signified that he had cultivated some formidable demonic technique. If not for Lin Feng's timely arrival, Song Yiling and her companions would have undoubtedly perished. Suddenly, the man with demonic flames conjured 2 purple demonic wheels in his hands, a look of disdain flashing in his eyes. I didn't expect that a mere will-see realm cultivator would require my personal attention, he sneered, a sinister smile laced with killing intent curling at the corners of his mouth. Even if it's just a will-see realm, meat is still meat, no matter how small the morsel. The purple demonic wheels radiated a bloody aura as the man struck abruptly. The purple energy swept across the sky, slashing down as if tearing the heavens and earth apart. These demonic wheels were peak-grade 9th-tier weapons, refined through countless blood sacrifices, their power growing with each use. With enough time, they might even ascend to the level of a sovereign-grade weapon. This was the terrifying nature of the demonic sect. They would stop at nothing, even blood sacrifices on a massive scale, to achieve their goals. The terrifying light of the purple demonic energy absorbed the essence of the world, transforming into a cataclysmic attack. Yet Lin Feng's expression remained calm. With a flash of cold light, a sharp sword gleam rose to meet the oncoming assault. "Oh, you dare fight back?" The man with demonic flames stood with his hands behind his back, his tone mocking. "Your best option was to surrender and die obediently. Since you resist, prepare for even greater torment." Before his words had fully settled, the attacks collided. To his astonishment, the strike from the demonic wheels was neutralized. The man's pupils contracted sharply, and the confidence on his face froze. As a 6th-level Fate Palace cultivator wielding peak 9th-tier weapons and powerful demonic techniques, his attack should have been enough to obliterate anyone of similar strength. Yet Lin Feng had effortlessly deflected it. "There's something peculiar about you," the man muttered, his gaze fixed on Lin Feng, convinced that he must be carrying some powerful artifact. The thought of obtaining such a treasure lit up his eyes with excitement. The demonic energy around him grew even denser, accompanied by the faint wails of countless sacrificed souls. Lin Feng shook his head inwardly. He had no protective artifact. The man had completely misunderstood. At that moment, the demonic flame man's body began to expand, resembling an ancient demon god. A terrifying shadow descended upon him. It was the manifestation of the true essence of demonic martial arts, the true intent of the demon. In the 10 absolute demonic sect, those who comprehended this true intent were groomed as core disciples, with the potential to one day become sovereigns of the demonic path. Demonic wheel annihilation. The man roared, and the demonic wheels spun at an incredible speed. Purple energy rippled through the air, distorting the void itself. Demonic patterns emerged, and the overwhelming demonic energy split into 99 shadowy projections, all hurtling toward Lin Feng. This was a sovereign-grade martial technique. Even though the man had only reached the entry-level stage, its power was still formidable. After executing the technique, a trace of weakness flickered in the man's eyes, though his expression remained arrogant. "Forcing me to use such a killer move against a mere Wheel C realm cultivator, your death is well worth it. If your sovereign-grade technique had reached perfection or mastery, I might have been a little cautious. At its entry level, however, it's meaningless," Lin Feng replied coldly, his sword intent surging to its peak, reaching the 7th layer. Absolute heaven fate reversing slash. A sword light that seemed to defy destiny itself erupted forth. This was a perfected divine ability of the highest order. Paired with the 7th layer sword intent, its oppressive force far surpassed the man's attack. The man with demonic flames was utterly horrified, but he gritted his teeth and snarled, "Mere theatrics. The gap in our cultivation levels is too vast. Die for me." His demonic energy surged to its peak. Lin Feng said nothing. He simply swung his sword. The collision of demonic energy and sword aura was like a clash between an ancient demon god and a peerless swordsman. In the end, Lin Feng's sword prevailed. With a single strike of Lin Feng's sword, the overwhelming demonic energy dissipated instantly, and the world returned to its pristine clarity. The demonic flame man's treasured weapon, the pinnacle-grade demon calamity wheel, shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground like worthless scrap metal. This weapon, gifted to him by a revered elder of the 10 absolute demon sect, was a fearsome artifact imbued with the malice and hatred of countless departed souls, capable of unleashing terrifying power. And yet, it had been destroyed by a mere Wheel C realm cultivator wielding an ordinary blade. The demonic flame man's hands trembled as he raised his head to look at Lin Feng, who was approaching him with measured steps. The young man stood suspended in the air, an aura of calm yet commanding authority radiating from him, suffocating in its intensity. A Wheel C realm cultivator had just surpassed his level and defeated Hema Genius of the Life Palace realm, renowned even within the 10 absolute demon sect. "What level is your sword intent?" The demonic flame man stammered, his voice quivering. "7th level," Lin Feng replied. "7th level?" The answer struck the demonic flame man like a thunderbolt. 7th level sword intent, just a breath away from perfection. And Lin Feng, still in the Wheel C realm, had already achieved such mastery. Across the entire Kanglan domain, this level of talent and swordsmanship could only be described as extraordinary. As Lin Feng advanced with his sword in hand, the demonic flame man forced a smile, his voice pleading, "Don't kill me. We can talk this out." Before he could finish, a sharp sound pierced the air. A crimson stream of blood shot from his neck as his severed head flew upward. Lin Feng caught the head midair, while the lifeless body collapsed to the ground with a dull thud. The faint smile of desperation was still frozen on the demonic flame man's lifeless face. Lin Feng had given him no chance to bargain. He was focused solely on collecting the heads of these demonic cultivators and returning to the sect to claim his reward. Turning his gaze toward a distant area shrouded in dense demonic energy, Lin Feng's expression darkened with concern for Song Yiling and the others. From afar, He could see Song Yiling, Huayu, and Udong, three inner disciples of the infinite Holy Land trapped in a fierce battle. Encircling them were not the few enemies described in the intelligence reports, but 9 demonic cultivators in total. Each of them was at least in the 4th level of the Life Palace realm, with 2 even reaching the 5th level. The demonic cultivators launched relentless attacks, their vulgar taunts cutting through the air. They had recognized Song Yiling as the descendant of a respected sovereign, which only fueled their cruelty and shameless jeers. Song Yiling's face was ashen, her heart pounding with urgency. It was now clear they had walked into a trap set by a traitor within the Holy Land. Despite possessing the sovereign-grade defensive treasure, the star diagram, she knew it would be impossible to hold out for long. At that moment, a distant figure appeared, drawing the attention of the demonic cultivators. Their expressions grew cautious, while Song Yiling and her companions, upon recognizing the newcomer, were struck by despair. It was Lin Feng, a mere We'll See realm cultivator. Lin Feng, go. Warn the Holy Land. This is a trap. They're all Life Palace realm experts. Song Yiling shouted, her voice laced with urgency. Lin Feng's expression remained calm. He glanced at her briefly, his demeanor unbothered. The demonic cultivators, sensing his cultivation level, sneered with contempt, treating him as an easy prey. Suddenly, one of them let out a startled cry. Wait, look at the head he's holding. As the words of the demonic sect disciple fell, all eyes instantly locked onto the severed head in Lin Feng's hand. The head bore a weak expression, its face showing a hint of reluctance. Although Song Yiling did not recognize the person, she could sense that this individual must have been someone extraordinary in life. The demonic sect disciples scrutinized the head closely, their expressions gradually darkening. One of them stammered, thighs. This looks like Senior Brother Zhao. Impossible. Another disciple immediately retorted. Senior Brother Zhao is a master at the 6th level of the Fate Palace realm. Not only has he comprehended the true essence of demonic power, but he has also mastered a revered level divine art. How could he possibly meet such an end? All eyes turned to a short disciple, the very one who had cried out earlier. You've been closest to Senior Brother Zhao. Is this really him? They asked. The short disciple trembled all over, his voice shaking as he replied, it's him, without a doubt. I've known Senior Brother Zhao for years. There's no way I'd mistake him. At these words, the demonic sect disciples were gripped by fear. Senior Brother Zhao was a renowned genius within the 10 Absolutes demonic sect, someone highly regarded by many elders. Such a figure, slain by a mere cultivator of the Ripple Sea realm, this was beyond belief. Trapped within the star diagram, Song Yiling and her 2 companions looked on with confusion. The severed head in Lin Feng's hand was clearly someone of great significance, capable of instilling such dread in the demonic sect disciples. A mere Ripple Sea realm cultivator cannot possibly contend with someone in the Fate Palace realm, unless he's an unparalleled prodigy. If he truly is one, let's test him and find out. A demonic sect disciple roared in anger, his voice filled with killing intent as it enveloped Lin Feng. The group of disciples erupted into action, unleashing their most powerful techniques. The ferocity of their combined attacks was enough to seemingly tear the heavens and earth apart. Witnessing this, Song Yiling and her companions turned pale. Such overwhelming power would be difficult for even a 7th-level Fate Palace realm master to withstand. Yet, facing this joint assault, one that could overwhelm even a 6th-level Fate Palace powerhouse, Lin Feng merely swung his sword with ease. The full force of his 7-layered sword intent erupted, covering a 100-meter radius. The sharp sword energy rippled through the air, even causing Song Yiling's star diagram to tremble before shattering completely. What was even more astonishing was that this sword light wasn't even aimed at Song Yiling and her companions. Its residual force alone was terrifying. Under this unmatched sword light, the demonic sect disciples' attacks were utterly obliterated. One by one, the demonic sect disciples were struck down by the sword energy. Blood splattered everywhere, severed limbs scattered across the ground. In the blink of an eye, all 9 disciples had perished, leaving no corpses intact. Lin Feng calmly walked to each body, severing their heads one by one, including Senior Brother Zhao's. He now held 10 heads in total, worth a staggering 10 million lower-grade spirit stones. After finishing, Lin Feng turned to Song Yiling and said indifferently, the demonic sect disciples in this small town have been completely wiped out. It's time to return to the Holy Land. Song Yiling and her companions were still immersed in shock. For a Ripple Sea realm cultivator to display such terrifying strength was beyond comprehension. She finally understood the source of Lin Feng's power, his astounding sword intent, which was so overwhelming it left her trembling even in recollection. As the intense and breathtaking scene replayed in her mind, Song Yiling's delicate frame trembled involuntarily. The sheer power of Lin Feng's sword intent left her deeply shaken. She vividly remembered when she first met Lin Fenghe had only mastered the 3rd level of sword intent back then. While impressive, it was nowhere near the extraordinary strength he displayed today. With cultivation at the Luanhai realm, he had slain 9 Mingong realm cultivators in a single strike, including one at the 5th stage of the realm. Such strength defied all logic. As a descendant of a venerable level elder, Song Yiling had encountered countless prodigies, yet she had never seen anyone capable of crossing such a vast gap in realms to achieve such a feat. A figure like Lin Feng was destined to become a core disciple, perhaps even one of the 10 Great Sequence. The thought of the 10 Great Sequence, the title for the 10 strongest individuals in the infinite sacred land, caused Song Yiling's eyes to shine with admiration. Among the countless trillions residing in the Kanglan region, those who could claim a place in the 10 Great Sequence were without exception dazzling geniuses. Today, Lin Feng had already begun to show the potential to join their ranks. This is someone I must align myself with, not offend, Song Yiling thought to herself, her eyes unconsciously reflecting a sense of reverence. If Lin Feng were to break through to the Mingong realm, even the disciples of the demon sect would likely crumble under the mere weight of his gaze. Such was the terrifying nature of sword intent. The higher the sword intent, the more exponentially one's combat strength grew, even at the same realm. The sword intent Lin Feng displayed earlier had reached at least the 6th level, possibly even brushing the 7th. Such unparalleled talent in swordsmanship was truly awe-inspiring. Nearby, Yudong and Huayu couldn't help but shudder as well, their expressions full of shock and disbelief. Who would have imagined that the companion they had once dismissed as a burden possessed such overwhelming power? The two silently reflected. With talent as remarkable as his, Lin Feng was undoubtedly core disciple material. Although they dared not dream he could ascend to the 10 Great Sequence, which dominated the Kanglan region, they were certain he would secure a spot on the Inner Disciple Talent List. The Inner Disciple Talent List comprised only 100 slots, exclusively for inner disciples and excluding core disciples. Given Lin Feng's current demonstrated strength, a slight increase in cultivation would likely make him the first Luanhai realm cultivator to ever grace the list. At that point, not only would venerable level elders vie to take him as a disciple, but even powerful figures at the Great Sage realm might turn their attention toward him. Let's go, Lin Feng said calmly, his tone unshaken. The 3 others quickly followed his lead. Meanwhile, within the administrative hall of the infinite sacred land, an oppressive force akin to the blazing sun suddenly descended, drawing the attention of countless disciples. Elder Song. The elder overseeing the administrative hall was startled upon seeing the arrival. With a grim expression, Elder Song strode forward and ordered in a stern voice, "Terminate all missions related to the demon sect of the 10 Calamities immediately." What? The administrative elder was stunned. What happened? The demon sect of the 10 Calamities has set a trap, specifically targeting our disciples, Elder Song explained gravely. They've been concealing their cultivation levels and numbers, luring our disciples in, only to kill them and use their deaths to enhance their demonic arts. Most of the disciples we've sent out have already lost contacts, likely their bodies are beyond recovery. The moment these words were spoken, the surrounding disciples turned pale with fear, their hearts filled with dread at the sect's sinister methods. They silently vowed never to accept any missions related to the demon sect of the 10 Calamities in the future. Such lawless and ruthless forces of the demonic path, with their rapid cultivation and formidable power, were truly difficult to contend with. Elder Song's face was etched with worry as he spoke slowly. My granddaughter accepted a mission to eliminate disciples of the demonic sect, but there's been no word from her since. Even though I gave her a protective artifact of the venerable level, I still can't reach her. The methods of the 10 Absolutes demonic sect this time are truly insidious. At these words, the gathered disciples were all shocked. Even someone with the protection of a venerable level artifact could face such peril clearly. The scheme of the 10 Absolutes demonic sect was far beyond anyone's expectations. The elder of the Internal Affairs Hall attempted to console him. Elder Song, don't lose hope. Perhaps Yiling is safe and sound. Elder Song remained silent. Of course, he wished this to be true, but reality often pays little heed to human will. Just then, a startled cry arose from the crowd. Huh, isn't that Song Yiling? She's actually unharmed. All eyes instantly turned in the same direction. There, Song Yiling appeared, accompanied by Lin Feng, Yudong, and Huayu. Though her face was pale and her condition weak, clearly showing signs of a fierce battle, she was indeed safe. Elder Song froze for a moment before bursting with joy. In an instant, he was at his granddaughter's side. Yiling, you're all right, thank goodness. Quickly, tell Grandpa what happened. Song Yiling began recounting the events in detail. Meanwhile, Lin Feng paid little attention to their conversation and walked straight toward the Internal Affairs Hall elder. In his hand were 10 severed heads of demonic sect disciples, which could be exchanged for a full 10 million lower-grade spirit stones. The mere thought of such a fortune, enough to elevate his cultivation to the next level, filled Lin Feng with barely contained excitement. Elder, I'm here to claim my reward, Lin Feng said softly. The Internal Affairs Hall elder frowned at his words. He remembered that Lin Feng had taken on the mission alongside Song Yiling. Now, seeing Lin Feng alone seeking the reward, the situation was undoubtedly suspicious. The elder of the Internal Affairs Hall was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. He looked at Lin Feng in surprise. A reward? What kind of reward are you looking to claim? His confusion was evident. After all, according to Elder Song's earlier account, the 10 Absolute Demon sect had set numerous traps for this mission. They not only concealed the true cultivation levels of their disciples, but also masked their numbers. The difficulty of the mission far exceeded expectations, and returning alive was already considered a stroke of luck. The reward for the heads of the 10 Absolute Demon sect disciples, of course, Lin Feng replied calmly. Without giving the elder time to question further, he lightly caressed the spatial ring on his finger. With a faint hum, the ring emitted a flash of light. Suddenly, a bloodied human head appeared out of thin air. The head still bore a frozen expression of terror from its final moments, and the dense demonic aura emanating from it was unmistakable. A demon sect disciple? The elder of the Internal Affairs Hall exclaimed in shock. With his cultivation level, he could easily discern that this was indeed the head of a demon sect disciple. The light flashed again, and a second head appeared, followed by a third. In the end, 10 severed heads from the demon sect disciples were neatly arranged on the table before the elder. Each face was frozen in fear, their expressions a testament to their final moments. Elder, that's all of them, Lin Feng said nonchalantly. At this moment, Song Yiling began to recount the events in detail how Lin Feng had slain 9 disciples at the 4th level of the Life Palace realm with a single strike, and even killed an elite disciple at the 6th level of the Life Palace realm. Her words left Elder Song stunned, and he turned to Lin Feng in disbelief. All eyes in the hall were now fixed on the 10 severed heads. Some disciples couldn't help but swallow nervously. A silent question lingered in everyone's minds. Could this feat truly have been accomplished by this unfamiliar young man? After all, to kill demon sect disciples of such cultivation levels required at least the strength of the 7th level of the Life Palace realm. Why had no one ever heard of such a prodigious talent before? Elder Song, along with Song Yiling, stepped forward to examine the heads closely. He released the aura of a peak sovereign realm cultivator, causing ripples of pressure to emanate around Lin Feng. After a brief inspection, Elder Song revealed the astonishing truth. 1 at the 6th level of the Life Palace realm, 2 at the 5th level, and the remaining 7 at the 4th level. You've done exceptionally well. This revelation left the disciples present utterly shocked. The elder of the Internal Affairs Hall also gave Lin Feng a few more appraising glances. With such achievements, securing a spot on the Prodigy ranking would be a mere formality. Elder, how many spirit stones? Lin Feng asked. The elder of the Internal Affairs Hall considered for a moment before responding. Under normal circumstances, you would receive 10 million lower-grade spirit stones. However, given that the cultivation levels of the demon sect disciples you killed exceeded the original mission expectations, the reward will be increased to 15 million lower-grade spirit stones. Does that sound fair? The amount was staggering, comparable to the entire wealth of Lin Feng's family. A flicker of joy passed through Lin Feng's eyes. This was an unexpected windfall. After the exchange of spirit stones was complete, the elder of the Internal Affairs Hall suddenly asked, "Are you in need of spirit stones?" Seeing Lin Feng nod, he continued, "If you can make it into the top 100 of the Prodigy ranking, the Holy Land will reward you with 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. For every 10 ranks you climb beyond that, the reward will increase by another 1 million. Hearing this, a glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. With such generous rewards on the line, it seemed that after his next breakthrough in cultivation, he would have to seriously compete for a spot on the Prodigy ranking. After expressing his gratitude to the elder, Lin Feng was about to leave when Elder Song called out to him. The towering elder strode forward, his every step seeming to make the air itself tremble. Suddenly, 3 fiery red, flower-like spiritual herbs appeared in his hand, causing the surrounding disciples to gasp in astonishment. Is that the Flameheart Spirit Flower? A 9th-grade spiritual herb. Unbelievable. Such a rare herb, brimming with fierce elemental energites, something even sovereign realm cultivators struggle to obtain. Elder Song is being so generous. Not even his granddaughter gets this kind of treatment. Elder Song extended the herbs toward Lin Feng. These are Flameheart Spirit Flowers. They will greatly benefit your cultivation. This is my token of thanks for escorting my granddaughter back safely. Lin Feng immediately understood. The 9th-grade Flameheart Spirit Flower was a treasure coveted by countless Dao Condensation realm experts, enough to ignite fierce competition. Elder Song's generosity likely wasn't just to show gratitude for his granddaughter's rescue, but also because he had recognized Lin Feng's potential. With his ancient sacred body, Lin Feng's cultivation thrived on absorbing potent elemental energy. Unlike ordinary cultivators who might find such intense power overwhelming, his body was like an endless abyss, constantly craving more energy. Thank you. Elder Song. As a fellow disciple of Senior Sister Song, it was my duty to protect her, Lin Feng replied calmly, his tone neither arrogant nor servile. His composed demeanor only deepened the admiration in Elder Song's eyes. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Feng departed, now carrying 15 million lower-grade spirit stones and 3 ninth-grade spiritual herbs. The blazing energy radiating from the herbs seemed to stir every cell in his body into restless excitement. Who is that guy? I've never seen him before. I've been in the inner sect for 2 years, and I don't recognize him either. He has such an extraordinary aura. If only I could be his Tao companion, what a blessing that would be. I wonder if he already has a Tao companion. Maybe I should try my luck. Elder Song watched Lin Feng's retreating figure, silently marveling at the young man's exceptional talent and rapid progress. This boy is destined for greatness, he thought. When Lin Feng returned to his cultivation cave, he paused outside. The 10th level cave was no longer sufficient for his needs. It was time to move on to something better. Drawing his sword, he ascended to higher levels, challenging those who stood in his way. From the 11th level onward, each battle ended in a single decisive strike. The once arrogant disciples of the Fate Palace realm were left pale and stunned, quickly surrendering their cave tokens after experiencing Lin Feng's overwhelming strength. Eventually, Lin Feng reached the 20th level. Here resided a disciple dressed like a scholar, whose head was marked with glowing red text, Spiritual Essence Body, a rare attribute that could double the effects of any spiritual herb or pill. Lin Feng's heart stirred with excitement. With this attribute, the 3 Flameheart spirit flowers in his possession would yield the potency of 6. Without hesitation, he activated his plundering ability. The scholarly disciple, however, remained calm, his voice icy as he spoke. Who sent you to mess with me? A mere We'll See realm cultivator dares to challenge me? Tell me, who's behind you? The scholarly disciple stood in front of the cave dwelling, his gaze filled with disdain and coldness. To him, Lin Feng, who only possessed the cultivation of the We'll See realm, was utterly insignificant. As a cultivator at the 7th level of the Life Palace realm, he was considered a prominent figure even among the inner sect disciples. No one sent me, Lin Feng replied calmly. What? The scholarly disciple's pupils contracted. So, you're just seeking your own death? Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Feng's sword was already unsheathed. Seeing this, the scholarly disciple let out a cold laugh. Not only was he at the 7th level of the Life Palace realm, but he had also comprehended the 4th level of sword intent. This level of strength was enough for him to challenge the inner sect talent rankings. However, being a cautious person, he had never attempted it. Drawing your sword against me? What a joke. You're just showing off your meager skills before an expert. The scholarly disciple's spiritual sword swept through the air, unleashing the power of his 4th level sword intent. The sword light surged forward like a rainbow, its terrifying force causing other disciples from nearby caves to come out and observe. However, Lin Feng remained composed. In an instant, his 7th level sword intent erupted. The overwhelming power of his swordsmanship completely overshadowed the scholarly disciples. With a single strike, he utterly shattered the latter's proud sword technique. The scholarly disciple's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched this unfold. The surrounding disciples, who had been spectating, were equally stunned. They all knew that the scholarly disciple's strength was far above the level of the 20-layer cave dwellings, yet he was so effortlessly suppressed by a mere We'll See realm cultivator. Without hesitation, Lin Feng unleashed the heaven-reversing strike. With a deafening sound, the scholarly disciple's spiritual sword was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood that splattered into the air. Your sword intent? How many levels is it? The scholarly disciple asked, his face pale. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to answer. He simply extended his hand and said, Hand it over. Gritting his teeth, the scholarly disciple reluctantly handed over the cave-dwelling token under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Lin Feng accepted it with satisfaction, thinking to himself that this was his 10th challenge. He could now head to the Internal Affairs Hall to exchange for a considerable amount of spirit stones. When Lin Feng arrived at the Internal Affairs Hall, the elder in charge looked at him in surprise. What? Taking on another mission already? Didn't you just go out recently? Lin Feng responded with a faint smile and pulled out a pile of tokens with a clinking sound. The 10 tokens for the cultivation caves materialized clearly in front of the elder at the Internal Affairs Hall. His gaze sharpened, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. This Lin Feng had once again challenged the cultivation caves, and this time, he had leaped directly from the 10th level to the 20th. Disciples at the 20th level generally possess strength at the 6th or 7th stage of the Fate Palace realm, the elder mused silently. Then he recalled how Lin Feng had previously slain a 6th-stage expert from the demon sect. Understanding dawned on his face. No wonder he succeeded. Kid, your thirst for spirit stones is truly remarkable, the elder remarked with amazement. Based on the accumulated rewards, Lin Feng's success in conquering 10 levels in one go would earn him a staggering 5.5 million low-grade spirit stones. With a wave of the Elder's hand, over 5 million low-grade spirit stones surged into Lin Feng's spatial ring. These are rightfully yours, the Elder said. Oh, by the way, I'm curious, when do you plan to challenge the talent rankings? The rewards there are even more lucrative, the Elder asked. Lin Feng responded with a calm smile. Thank you for the reminder, Elder. I will, sooner or later. After securing the spirit stones, he expressed his gratitude and turned to leave. The gazes of the surrounding disciples followed him closely, filled with envy and admiration. Lin Feng's reputation within the inner sect had soared, having slain a 6th-stage Fate Palace disciple of the demon sect, conquered the cultivation caves to reach the 20th level, and now seemingly aiming for the talent rankings. His extraordinary talent left many in awe. If only I had that many spirit stones, someone murmured wistfully. Why don't you go take them from him then? Are you kidding? I'm not suicidal. With his strength, picking a fight with him is just asking to die. Ignoring the chatter behind him, Lin Feng moved like lightning back to his new cave on the 20th level. Sitting cross-legged, he took a deep breath to steady his mind. Next, he would focus on fully absorbing every single spirit stone he had earned, leaving none to waste. After calming himself, Lin Feng began to take stock of his gains. The heads of the demonic sect disciples had earned him a generous reward of 15 million lower-grade yuan stonesa profit that even surpassed the challenges of cultivating in the training cave. Though the risk was immense, Lin Feng faced it without fear. Unfortunately, the mission to hunt down demonic sect disciples had now been discontinued. Otherwise, he would have willingly given up the training cave challenge to focus solely on hunting them for yuan stones. At this moment, with the additional 5 million yuan stones he had just acquired, Lin Feng's wealth now totaled 20 million lower-grade yuan stones, along with 3 rare grade 9 spiritual herbs. Such wealth could rival that of entire nations within the Great Yin dynasty. His heart brimmed with anticipation, wondering how far his cultivation could advance after absorbing these resources. Without hesitation, Lin Feng took out the 20 million lower-grade yuan stones. The pure and dense energy of heaven and earth instantly filled the training cave. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng activated his ancient sacred body, opening all his meridians. In an instant, his body seemed to transform into a black hole, voraciously devouring the surrounding energy. For ordinary disciples at the Wheel Sea realm, absorbing this many yuan stones might take an entire year. But for Lin Feng, they were consumed at an astonishing rate, vanishing like water flowing through his fingers. In mere moments, tens of thousands of yuan stones were reduced to nothing. 1 million, 2 million, 5 million. As the yuan stones continued to deplete, Lin Feng's cultivation broke through to the 6th level of the Wheel Sea realm. But this was far from enough. He accelerated his absorption, and by the end, all 20 million lower-grade yuan stones had been completely consumed. Lin Feng's cultivation advanced from the 5th level to the 7th level of the Wheel Sea realm. The result brought a wry smile to Lin Feng's face. Consuming 20 million lower-grade yuan stones to advance only 2 levels underscored the insatiable demand his ancient sacred body had for cultivation resources. If he were to ascend to the Life Palace realm or the Condensed Tao realm in the future, the required yuan stones would likely be measured in billions. Shifting his focus, Lin Feng turned his attention to the 3 floating Songyinling Xin flowers suspended in the void. The rarity of these grade 9 spiritual herbs was enough to drive countless inner disciples to madness. Without hesitation, he consumed the first flower. Boom! A surge of violent energy swept through his body. If Elder Song were to witness this scene, he would be utterly stunned. After all, even Life Palace realm disciples risked death from their bodies exploding if they consumed such a treasure directly. Yet Lin Feng remained unharmed, thanks to the miraculous nature of his ancient sacred body. 5 days later, when Lin Feng opened his eyes, he had already broken through to the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm. Even more gratifying was the fact that his sword intent had advanced to the 8th layer. He was now just 1 step away from the Life Palace realm. This realization made Lin Feng understand that, compared to yuan stones, rare treasures of heaven and earth were the most effective resources for advancing his cultivation. As Lin Feng contemplated testing his skills on the inner disciple talent ranking, a familiar female voice called from outside the training cave. Junior brother Lin? Rising to his feet, Lin Feng stepped outside and saw Song Yiling standing there. As soon as Song Yiling saw Lin Feng, a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes. She keenly noticed a change in Lin Feng's aura. His sharp presence was now even more intense than before. Junior brother Lin, have you made another breakthrough? Song Yiling couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng gave a slight nod in confirmation. This simple gesture sent a ripple through Song Yiling's heart. She vividly remembered how Lin Feng, previously only at the 5th level of the Wheel Sea realm, was capable of defeating disciples at the 6th level of the Life Palace realm. Now that his cultivation had advanced further, his strength must have become even more formidable. Junior brother Lin, in just a few days, your reputation in the inner sect has already caught up with many of the top 50 on the talent list, Song Yiling said with a smile. Oh, what happened? Lin Feng asked with interest. With your astonishing combat prowess against those of the same realm, how could you remain unknown? That severed head of the 6th level life palace realm disciple from the demon sect that you presented at the Internal Affairs Hall speaks volumes. Everyone in the inner sect is talking about it, saying you likely possess the strength to rank around the 90th spot on the talent list. At this, Song Yiling's tone carried a hint of awe. Junior brother Lin, you might not fully understand the significance of the talent list. Even the one ranked at the very bottom, in the 100th spot, is at the 7th level of the life palace realm. They not only have profound mastery of techniques and divine abilities, but also possess hidden trump cards, making their combat strength extraordinary. For you to be evaluated at the 90th rank is unprecedented. Throughout the history of the talent list, it's exceedingly rare for someone at the Wheel C realm to break into the top 100. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. 90th? I think I can do better than that. Of course, Song Yiling replied with a smile, though in her heart, she felt that the 90th rank was already quite fitting. Climbing higher would be extremely challenging, as the talent list represented the strongest disciples in the inner sect. To be among the top 100 out of tens of thousands of inner disciples was already an extraordinary achievement. Senior sister Song, how do I go about challenging the talent list? Lin Feng suddenly asked. The question caused the smile on Song Yiling's face to fade. She looked at him with a mix of surprise and seriousness. How far up do you plan to challenge? Let's start with the 90th rank, Lin Feng replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Song Yiling's eyes widened in shock. Lin Feng was actually aiming for the 90th rank on the Prodigy list in his very first challenge. Such audacity was truly astonishing. After all, apart from the most exceptional geniuses, most challengers typically started from the 100th rank and worked their way up step by step. The gap in strength between each rank within the top 100 was immense. Junior brother Lin, Song Yiling said gravely, trying to dissuade him. I know your strength is extraordinary, but every person on the Prodigy list is a peerless talent. If your cultivation level were on par with theirs, perhaps you'd stand a chance. But you haven't even broken through to the Life Palace realm yet. It's better to be cautious. Lin Feng's expression remained calm. Senior sister Song, don't worry. I have a clear understanding of my own abilities. That said, how do I formally issue a challenge to someone on the Prodigy list? Should I go directly to their residence? No. Song Yiling shook her head. The disciples on the Prodigy list hold prestigious status. Challenges must be issued formally through a written declaration. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Feng's intent stirred, and a letter infused with powerful sword energy materialized out of thin air. Junior brother Lin, are you really going to challenge the 90th rank? Song Yiling's pupils contracted slightly. Seeing Lin Feng nod, she took a deep breath as the image of the 90th ranked disciple, Xiao Yifeng, surfaced in her mind. Xiao Yifeng was renowned for his lightning-fast speed, able to briefly vanish into thin air. Even more fearsome was his mastery of poison, which was nearly unmatched. Despite being at the 7th level of the Life Palace realm, he had left many higher-ranked cultivators wary of facing him. Those who had fought him often ended up either severely injured or with their cultivation level permanently diminished. Song Yiling once again warned Lin Feng of Xiao Yifeng's terrifying prowess and suggested he choose another opponent. But Lin Feng merely stroked his chin and smiled faintly. He's the one. Let's see what this master of poisons is really capable of. Taking the challenge letter, Song Yiling headed straight to an imposing cultivation abode. The size and grandeur of this dwelling far surpassed those of the surrounding residences, and the concentration of spiritual energy in the area was noticeably higher. As she approached the entrance, a terrifying pressure suddenly erupted, and the massive doors of the abode slowly creaked open. A pale-faced man dressed in black emerged, exuding an aura that sent chills down the spine. Xiao Yifeng, you've broken through? Song Yiling exclaimed in surprise. Life Palace Realm, 8th level, Xiao Yifeng replied impassively. This unexpected advancement made Song Yiling even more anxious about Lin Feng's challenge. Xiao Yifeng glanced at the challenge letter in her hand with disdain. Who has the honor of having the esteemed Miss Song personally deliver a challenge? With a flick of his intent, the letter flew into his grasp. Upon seeing the name Lin Feng, Xiao Yifeng's eyes narrowed slightly. He had recently heard rumors about this individual defeating a Life Palace 6th level disciple from the demon sect while only at the 5th level of the Wheel C realm. However, he had dismissed such tales as exaggerated. And now, this Lin Feng dared to challenge him? A tiny black spider, no larger than a grain of rice, crawled onto Xiao Yifeng's face and settled near the corner of his eye, resembling a teardrop. This was his deadliest weapon, the shadow spider. So, he wants to challenge me? Fine, let's see what he's made of, Xiao Yifeng said, a hint of malice flashing in his gaze. I just hope he's not too weak. It'd be boring to kill him in an instant. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly unleashed a burst of energy toward the challenge letter. The letter exploded, releasing the sword energy Lin Feng had imbued into it. The energy erupted with astonishing killing intent, forcing Xiao Yifeng to intervene personally to neutralize it. Interesting, Xiao Yifeng murmured, his eyes narrowing further. While he acknowledged that Lin Feng had some skill, Xiao Yifeng had never feared anyone. The news of Lin Feng challenging Xiao Yifeng caused a massive stir within the inner sect, with nearly half of the disciples eagerly discussing the upcoming duel. Both main contenders were equally renowned. Xiao Yifeng, a veteran prodigy, had long been famous for his exceptional agility and mastery of stealth techniques. However, what truly struck fear into others was his lethal trump card, the Shadow Spider. This unique, venomous creature, once attached to an opponent, could cause severe injuries requiring prolonged recovery at best, or a drastic drop in cultivation levels at worst. There was even a case where an opponent lost 3 levels of cultivation after falling victim to the Shadow Spider during a fight with him. On the other hand, Lin Feng, though a rising star, had recently garnered significant attention. His feat of defeating a 6th-level Minggong disciple of the Demon Sect, while still at the Luan High stage, had spread widely. Furthermore, he earned the favor of Elder Song, who rewarded him with a 9th-tier spiritual herb. However, many inner sect disciples viewed his decision to challenge Xiao Yifeng, a Minggong 7th-level cultivator, as nothing short of suicidal. In a secluded corner of the inner sect, 3 disciples Su Jun, Chun Yunjing, and Wei Changfeng were discussing the news. As former opponents of Lin Feng during the outer sect disciple trials, they were even more shocked by the announcement. Did I hear that right? Lin Feng is going to challenge Xiao Yifeng? Chun Yunjing stammered, his disbelief evident. The trio was well aware of Xiao Yifeng's fearsome reputation. Even Minggong 9th-level cultivators avoided provoking him lightly. That Lin Feng, a newcomer to the inner sect, would dare challenge such a formidable opponent left them both astonished and intrigued. They immediately decided to head to the martial arena to witness the spectacle firsthand. By the time they arrived, the martial arena was already packed with people. Among the 99 arenas, all eyes were fixed on the first one. Lin Feng had arrived early, standing composed amidst the buzz of the crowd. His calm demeanor suggested confidence, as he not only sought to refine the abundant elemental energy within him, but also aimed to gauge the true strength of the Genius Ranking's 91st contender. Suddenly, a commotion rippled through the crowd. Xiao Yifeng had arrived. His presence radiated an intimidating battle aura, a clear sign of his displeasure at being challenged. As if the atmosphere wasn't heated enough, 2 more prodigies from the Genius Ranking made their appearances. Mu Lingxue, dressed in a light blue gown with a graceful and lively aura, and Ling Yuqin, clad in a moon-white robe, exuding elegance and charm. The presence of these 3 top talents from the Genius Ranking caused the crowd's excitement to reach a fever pitch. Senior brother Ling, what brings you here today? Mu Lingxue asked with a smile. Ling Yuqin's gaze was sharp. I've been stuck at the 91st spot on the Genius Ranking for a while now. I was planning to challenge Xiao Yifeng today, but someone beat me to it. No matter once Lin Feng is defeated, I'll issue my challenge immediately. At that moment, Song Yiling also arrived and stood beside Mu Lingxue, the two appearing to share a close bond. Song Yiling glanced toward the arena, her companion Mu Lingxue observing Lin Feng on the stage with a curious gaze. Ranked 95th on the talent list, Mu Lingxue had come specifically to witness the enigmatic figure who had left such a deep impression on Song Yiling. On the stage, Lin Feng stood face-to-face with Xiao Yifeng. Ranked 90th on the talent list, Xiao Yifeng's eyes glimmered with a sharp, murderous intent. He spoke coldly. It seems my reputation, Xiao Yifeng's, isn't loud enough if even a mere junior in the Wheel Sea realm dares to challenge me. Lin Feng's expression remained calm, his voice composed as he said simply, "Come." This unruffled demeanor only further provoked Xiao Yifeng. In a flash, his figure blurred as he unleashed a sovereign-level divine technique, the Phantom Shadow Fist. In an instant, the arena was filled with thousands of fist shadows, each strike carrying the power to devastate everything in its path. Yet Lin Feng merely swung his sword with ease. The sword light, imbued with 8 layers of sword intent, effortlessly dissolved Xiao Yifeng's ferocious assault. The inner disciples watching couldn't help but let out gasps of astonishment. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Yifeng's eyes, but his form soon began to blur and grow indistinct. Ling Yuqin, observing from the crowd, recognized this as the sovereign-level divine technique Void Strike, already cultivated to the minor accomplishment stage. Even he couldn't help but pale at the sight. Forcing me to use a sovereign-level divine technique, consider it something to brag about in the future. Xiao Yifeng's voice echoed near Lin Feng, his figure having completely vanished from sight. Lin Feng, however, remained unperturbed, even showing a trace of amusement. A sovereign-level divine technique? Your mastery is lacking, and its power will likely fall short. His words left the onlooking disciples wondering if he was being overly arrogant. At that moment, An overwhelming surge of energy erupted from the void, hurtling straight toward Lin Feng. This strike would determine the victor. The disciples around the arena froze, their gazes fixed, as a chill ran down their spines. Xiao Yifeng hadn't even unleashed his killing techniques yet, but the sheer force of his martial prowess was enough to instill fear. The crowd silently speculated that his ranking on the talent leaderboard might climb even higher. Lin Feng stood on the stage, his eyebrows slightly raised, and slowly lifted the ordinary longsword in his hand. In an instant, the full force of his seven-layer sword intent erupted, unleashing a terrifying destructive power that swept across the arena. Even Xiao Yifeng, who was mid-attack, couldn't help but be surprised. Such formidable sword intent. But unfortunately, your low cultivation level limits its potential. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the platform as a massive wave of energy rippled outward. The observing disciples felt their hairs stand on end as they stared intently at the stage. Xiao Yifeng had returned to his original position, while Lin Feng remained motionless. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed. Lin Feng's long sword shattered into fragments, scattering into the air. The inner disciples were stunned. Despite his weapon being destroyed, Lin Feng himself was completely unharmed. This alone was a testament to his exceptional strength. Withstanding Xiao Yifeng's powerful divine technique at the Wheel Sea realm was no ordinary feat. Ling Yuqin and Mu Lingxue exchanged glances below the stage. Ling Yuqin fixed his gaze on Lin Feng and remarked, "To endure Xiao Yifeng's divine-level technique, even ordinary cultivators at the 6th or 7th level of the Life Palace realm wouldn't stand a chance against him." Mu Lingxue nodded in agreement, adding, "But being so arrogant before reaching the Life Palace realm will only lead to an early demise." Song Yiling sighed inwardly. If Lin Feng had faced a weaker opponent, someone ranked below 95 on the talent leaderboard, he would likely have won. But the gap in their cultivation levels here was simply too vast. Xiao Yifeng cast a cold glance at Lin Feng. "Your weapon is already destroyed. What's the point in continuing? The gap between us is insurmountable." Lin Feng quietly looked at the shattered fragments of his sword. It was just an unremarkable blade. So what if it's broken? Unremarkable? Impossible. Xiao Yifeng's expression darkened. How could an ordinary sword withstand his divine-level technique? He was certain it had to be at least an 8th-tier spirit sword. Without a weapon, what will you use to fight me? Xiao Yifeng sneered. Lin Feng, however, remained unfazed. After all, he possessed the ancient sacred body. As time passed, the energy and vitality emanating from him grew even more intense, transforming into an overwhelming tide of blood energy that engulfed Xiao Yifeng. The arrogance on Xiao Yifeng's face instantly disappeared, replaced by a furrowed brow. Such dense blood energy. Do you possess a treasure that amplifies it, or have you consumed some kind of elixir? As Lin Feng's blood energy continued to surge, Xiao Yifeng launched an attack without hesitation. Lightning strike, void shatter. A terrifying bolt of lightning tore through the darkness, its power far exceeding his previous moves, aiming directly for Lin Feng's vital points. The disciples below the stage gasped in shock. Without a spirit sword, how could Lin Feng possibly defend himself? Song Yiling's heart tightened as she silently prayed for the success of the young genius she had invested so much hope in. In that moment, the blood energy within Lin Feng erupted like a breached dam, surging forth with a deafening roar. Golden blood energy swept across the entire arena like a tidal wave. Xiao Yifeng's powerful divine technique was instantly engulfed by the terrifying force, leaving him pale-faced as he staggered back to the edge of the platform. What kind of physique is this? How can your blood energy be so terrifying? Xiao Yifeng's voice trembled with shock. The young man before him, whose cultivation was merely at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm, had withstood his divine technique without any protective treasures. Even more baffling was the fact that Lin Feng had yet to unleash his renowned sword intent. At this moment, Lin Feng's eyes glimmered with a faint golden light, and his long hair danced wildly in the air, as if animated by his overwhelming aura. An imperial majesty radiated from him, as though he stood above all beings. This was the first time he had fully unleashed the power of his ancient, sacred body. "Is that all you've got?" Lin Feng asked calmly, his gaze fixed on Xiao Yifeng. Infuriated by the disdain, Xiao Yifeng gritted his teeth. "So what if you have an extraordinary physique? The Wuji Holy Land has countless individuals with supreme physiques. You're nothing more than an insignificant one among them." Before his words could fully fade, his body was already shrouded in black mist. With a shadowy blade in each hand, he leapt into the air, diving toward Lin Feng like a dragon descending from the heavens, carrying an immense and oppressive divine power. "It's useless. Once the ancient sacred body is activated, your attacks are meaningless." Lin Feng's voice was low and calm, his golden eyes glowing even brighter. He threw a simple punch, no elaborate technique, just the raw force of the ancient sacred body, and unleashed an explosive power akin to a volcanic eruption. Xiao Yifeng's shadowy blades shot forward, but they were immediately immobilized as if sinking into quicksand, trapped by the golden blood energy surrounding Lin Feng. At that moment, Xiao Yifeng finally grasped the enormity of his opponent's strength, the cultivator at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm, effortlessly neutralizing the attacks of an 8th level Fate Palace expert. What kind of monstrous physique was this? Xiao Yifeng stared in utter disbelief at the scene before him. His prized 9th tier peak weapon, a source of immense pride, had been effortlessly blocked by his opponent's blood energy defense. This unprecedented physique sparked a deep sense of unease and confusion within him. Know your enemy, and you'll win every battle, Xiao Yifeng muttered under his breath. But how do you counter something so unheard of? Taking a deep breath, he resolved to go all out. Channeling every ounce of his strength, he launched a relentless assault. Yet, Lin Feng stood unmoved, his blood energy surging like a tempest, as if it could engulf the entire world. The oppressive force was so overwhelming that Xiao Yifeng felt as though the air had been stolen from his lungs. In desperation, Xiao Yifeng unleashed his trump card Shadow Spider. The tiny, black spider, no larger than a grain of rice, exuded a deadly, toxic aura. It was said that even those at the sovereign realm would struggle to survive its venom. Though this particular shadow spider was of a lower grade, it was more than sufficient to deal with cultivators below the Dao condensation realm. Your incredible physique won't save you now, Xiao Yifeng roared, hurling the shadow spider toward Lin Feng. The spider streaked through the air, shrouded in a haze of black mist, heading straight for its target. The crowd erupted in shock. Inner disciples gasped in alarm, while even prodigies like Ling Yuqian and Mu Lingxue, ranked on the elite board, wore grave expressions. This was Xiao Yifeng's ace, a weapon rumored to be unstoppable beneath the Fate Palace realm. But Lin Feng merely smiled faintly. This little thing? You think it can turn the tide? Before the words had fully left his lips, the shadow spider struck, sinking its fangs into his arm with lightning speed. Seeing this, Xiao Yifeng's face lit up with triumph. As the spider's master, he could sense its success instantly. Yet, as moments passed, his elation gave way to bewilderment. Lin Feng remained standing, calm and unscathed, showing no signs of poisoning. What shocked Xiao Yifeng even more was the sudden, eerie silence from the shadow spider. It was as though it had perished, severing their connection entirely. Then, a surge of overwhelming energy erupted from Lin Feng's body. The crowd watched in astonishment as the unmistakable signs of a breakthrough unfolded before their eyes. Within seconds, Lin Feng's cultivation leaped from the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm to the 1st level of the Fate Palace realm. Thanks for the shadow spider, Lin Feng said nonchalantly, his tone almost mocking. The energy it stored was just what I needed. Xiao Yifeng stood frozen, utterly shattered. His most cherished trump card had not only failed but had actually propelled his opponent to new heights. Let's end this, Lin Feng declared. His figure blurred, and in an instant, a golden fist wreathed in surging blood energy barreled toward Xiao Yifeng. Overwhelmed by a crushing sense of powerlessness, Xiao Yifeng couldn't even summon the will to resist. With a deafening crash, Xiao Yifeng was sent flying off the stage. A gentle force cushioned his descent, sparing him from fatal injuries, but he still landed heavily, utterly drained and defeated. The outcome of this duel left every inner disciple stunned. To defeat Xiao Yifeng while still in the Wheel Sea realm, Lin Feng had undeniably proven himself a once-in-a-generation genius. Even Ling Yuqian, ranked 91st on the elite board, couldn't hide his unease, a newfound wariness of this rising powerhouse creeping into his heart. Today, Ling Yuqian paid a visit, and his demeanor was noticeably different from before. With his rapid progress in strength, his confidence had soared. Not only had his cultivation level advanced, but his comprehension of martial arts had also deepened significantly. This newfound confidence sparked the idea of challenging Xiao Yifeng to claim the 90th spot on the talents ranking. However, he soon discovered that Lin Feng had already issued a challenge to Xiao Yifeng. Initially, Ling Yuqian dismissed it, certain that Lin Feng would be defeated in an instant by Xiao Yifeng. He planned to face Xiao Yifeng afterward and secure his own victory. But the turn of events was beyond anything he could have imagined. Lin Feng displayed astonishing strength, forcing Xiao Yifeng to unleash his ultimate move. Even more shockingly, Lin Feng withstood the deadly strike of the Shadow Spider Hedon and used the opportunity to break through to the Life Palace realm. This unexpected development left Ling Yuqian utterly stunned. Instinctively, he glanced at Mu Lingxue and Song Yiling beside him, only to find them equally astounded. A peerless prodigy has the potential to become one of the sequence elites. Mu Lingxue took a deep breath, her tone resolute. Even among core disciples, it's rare to see such terrifying combat power. To defeat a Life Palace 8th stage cultivator, while still at the 9th stage of the Wheel Sea realm, is nothing short of monstrous. Song Yiling echoed her sentiments with a trembling voice. Indeed. With his strength, he could easily contend for a spot among the top 10 sequence elites of the Wuji Sanctuary. and he might even have a chance at the position of Wuji Holy Son. She had initially doubted Lin Feng's chances of victory and had even considered advising him to choose a different opponent. Now, she realized how gravely she had underestimated him. At that moment, Lin Feng landed lightly in front of Song Yiling. Beside her, Mu Lingshue's body trembled slightly, feeling an immense pressure emanating from him. If Lin Feng could defeat Xiao Yifeng at the 9th stage of the Wheel Sea realm, his strength after advancing to the 1st stage of the Life Palace realm would undoubtedly be even more terrifying. After defeating Xiao Yifeng, is there any proof I can claim? Lin Feng asked directly. He recalled the words of the Internal Affairs Elder, who had mentioned that the 100th spot on the talents ranking came with a reward of 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, with an additional million for every 10 ranks higher. This meant the 90th spot would grant him 2 million mid-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 200 million low-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng silently calculated how much this wealth could enhance his cultivation. However, he was also aware that after stepping into the Life Palace realm, the energy required for cultivation was dozens of times greater than in the Wheel Sea realm. Song Yiling quickly recovered and replied, "The martial arena has official proof of victory. You can claim your reward from the Internal Affairs Elder." Lin Feng nodded in thanks and disappeared in a flash. His departure sparked a flurry of discussion among the crowd. "He's incredible. Definitely sequence material. That was Xiao Yifeng, the 90th ranked prodigy on the talents ranking. I wonder if he has a partner?" The inner disciples were abuzz with excitement. In a corner, Su Jun, Chen Yunjing, and Wei Changfeng were still frozen in shock. They recalled their previous encounters with Lin Feng, where he had seemed only slightly stronger than them. Now, he could easily crush a top-ranked expert on the talents ranking. His meteoric rise was almost beyond belief. News of Lin Feng's victory spread quickly throughout the inner sect, shaking countless disciples. To most, the talents ranking experts were untouchable figures. Among tens of thousands of inner disciples, only the most extraordinary could break into the top 100. Lin Feng's ability to fight across levels sent shockwaves even among the top-ranked experts on the talents ranking. They realized they could be Lin Feng's next target at any time and began training with renewed urgency. Even some core disciples started to take notice of this rising star. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had arrived at the Internal Affairs Hall and was speaking with the elder in charge. "Here for another challenge at the cultivation grounds?" The elder asked casually upon seeing Lin Feng. He was familiar with this young prodigy and believed he was destined to become a revered figure in the future. "No," Lin Feng replied directly. "I just defeated the 90th ranked expert on the talents ranking. I heard I can claim a reward here, which should be 2 million mid-grade spirit stones." The elder's expression shifted instantly. He quickly used his spiritual sense to verify the events at the martial arena and soon understood everything Xiao Yifeng had fought with his full strength, even summoning the shadow spider, but was still utterly defeated by Lin Feng. "You." The elder scrutinized Lin Feng closely, silently acknowledging that this young man indeed had the potential to become a sequence elite. After all, the top 10 sequence elites were all peerless geniuses, capable of fighting across realms with ease. Even among core disciples, few could rival Lin Feng. It seemed highly likely that he would one day rise to claim a spot in the top 10 sequence elites. Without hesitation, the elder handed over 2 million mid-grade spirit stones to Lin Feng. Just as Lin Feng expressed his gratitude and was about to leave, the elder called him back. Hearing the voice of the elder from the Hall of Internal Affairs, Lin Feng halted his steps and turned to look at the smiling elder. "I saw everything just now. That overwhelming blood energy and extraordinary physique of yours are truly astonishing," the elder said with a smile. "I can roughly determine your physique type. I assume your need for heaven and earth energy is immense." Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. With a wave of the elder's hand, 5 shimmering silver herbs appeared in the air. "This is spirit marrow grass, containing extremely volatile heaven and earth energy. As a 9th grade spiritual herb, its value is no less than the azure flame spiritual heart flower that Elder Song gifted you," the elder said as he handed the herbs to Lin Feng. "Take it." Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, but accepted them with delight. This was indeed the treatment of a prodigy. The 2 million yuan stones were his rightful reward, but the spirit marrow grass was clearly an additional gift. The elder's gesture was nothing more than an attempt to build a connection with him, deliberately emphasizing the herb's preciousness. "Thank you for your generosity, elder," Lin Feng said, cupping his hands in gratitude. The elder waved dismissively. "You are a disciple of the sacred land of infinity. The stronger you become, the more it benefits the sacred land." Lin Feng chuckled inwardly. If it were truly for the benefit of the sacred land, why not distribute such treasures to everyone? Clearly, the elder had recognized his talent and deemed him worth the investment. The inner disciples passing by couldn't help but feel envious as they witnessed the scene. Indeed, exceptional talent always brings greater opportunities. After bidding farewell to the elder, Lin Feng began to reflect on his substantial gains. 2 million mid-grade yuan stones, and 5 stalks of 9th-grade spirit marrow grass. Once he started cultivating, his realm would surely advance by leaps and bounds. Especially after activating his ancient sacred body earlier, his body now felt like a massive black hole, craving an immense amount of energy to fill it. However, before diving into cultivation, he needed to visit the scripture pavilion. Sword techniques could wait, as he was confident he could deduce the 6th form of the Yellow Spring sword technique with his current realm. If the 5th form was already at the level of a divine ability, the 6th form might reach the holy level, with power that could shake the heavens. What he needed more urgently now were fist techniques and movement techniques. While the ancient sacred body granted him incredible strength and speed, combining it with corresponding martial arts would undoubtedly unleash even greater power. Before long, Lin Feng arrived at the scripture pavilion. Sitting at the entrance was an elder whose aura was unfathomable. "Elder," Lin Feng greeted respectfully. The elder slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes flashing with interest as he looked at Lin Feng. "You must be Lin Feng, the genius who just defeated Xiao Yifeng and secured the 90th spot on the Prodigy ranking." "Yes," Lin Feng replied, surprised that his reputation had spread so far. What he didn't know was that the overwhelming blood energy he displayed earlier had already caught the attention of many influential figures in the sacred land. This elder of the scripture pavilion was one of them. Ordinary geniuses ranked 90th on the Prodigy ranking would typically only reach the venerable realm and rarely attract such attention. But Lin Feng was different. His unparalleled physique and exceptional combat prowess had already drawn the interest of the higher-ups. "What are you here for?" the elder asked directly. Such treatment was rare, as ordinary disciples entering the scripture pavilion were usually ignored. "I need a fist technique divine ability and a movement technique divine ability," Lin Feng stated plainly. "Oh." The elder's eyes gleamed. "Follow me." In an instant, he brought Lin Feng to the 18th floor of the scripture pavilion. The towering pavilion, with its 99 floors, exuded an awe-inspiring majesty. 2 manuals floated midair. These are the primordial holy fist and the divine step. Both are high-level divine abilities of the venerable grade, with considerable power, the elder explained. Lin Feng smiled and asked, "Elder, are there any divine abilities of the great power grade?" The elder gave him a deep look. This young man dared to covet divine abilities that even core disciples rarely had access to, abilities that geniuses ranked in the top 50 of the Prodigy ranking could only dream of. "In principle, you are not permitted to learn divine abilities of the great power grade," the elder said calmly. Lin Feng caught the subtle implication and smiled knowingly. If the elder said in principle, it meant there was room for negotiation. However, the elder continued, "Considering your extraordinary talent, I'll make an exception this time." As he spoke, 2 more manuals appeared: Blazing Sun, Heaven-Piercing Fist, and Violet Lightning Shadow Step. These are divine abilities of the great power grade. Very few inner disciples are qualified to cultivate them. You are one of the few. "Thank you, Elder," Lin Feng said, accepting the manuals with excitement. Clearly, his performance in the arena had impressed many influential figures in the sacred land. Otherwise, he wouldn't have received such an honor. "Given your current realm, mastering these 2 divine abilities will be no easy task. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to ask me," the elder advised. "But remember one crucial rule. You must not pass on these divine abilities to anyone else. If the sacred land's special methods detect a breach, the punishment is death." Lin Feng nodded solemnly, showing his understanding of the sacred ground's rules. Secretly passing on techniques was indeed meaningless. Turning away, he departed from the scripture pavilion. The elder of the pavilion watched Lin Feng's retreating figure, a glimmer of profound thought flashing in his eyes. That overwhelming blood energy unmistakably bore the mark of the ancient sacred body. Although the infinite sacred ground was home to countless prodigies, the talent Lin Feng displayed today had already caught the attention of figures at the revered level. However, to become a core disciple, ascend into the top 10 ranks, or reach even greater heights, sheer talent alone would not suffice. In a flash, Lin Feng returned to his cave dwelling and immediately took out 2 high-level divine techniques: the Blazing Sun Heaven-Scorching Fist and the Violet Lightning Phantom Step. These were techniques of such caliber that even inner disciples rarely had access to them. Their difficulty in cultivation was immense. For practitioners at the Fate Palace realm, success was nearly impossible due to the overwhelming amount of heaven and earth energy required. Even disciples at the condensed Tao realm found mastering them an arduous endeavor. As Lin Feng read the description of the Blazing Sun, Heaven-Scorching Fist, his eyes lit up. This technique seemed tailor-made for the ancient sacred body. It was clear that the enigmatic elder of the scripture pavilion had chosen it specifically for him. With a focused mind, Lin Feng began his cultivation. Within half an hour, he had grasped the basics. After an hour, he reached small success. 2 hours later, the technique was perfected, and within 5 hours, he had achieved mastery at the consummate level. If other inner disciples learned of this, they would be utterly dumbfounded. A technique of such magnitude, mastered in less than 10 hours. Next came the Violet Lightning Phantom Step, which he also brought to perfection in under 10 hours. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, having fully mastered 2 high-level divine techniques. Should he encounter Xiao Yifeng again, the latter wouldn't even have the chance to defend himself before being obliterated. Xiao Yifeng was no longer a worthy opponent for him. With his internal energy reserve severely depleted, Lin Feng immediately set out 2 million mid-grade spirit stones across his cave dwelling. As the heaven and earth energy replenished him, a wave of comfort washed over his body. Now, it was time for the main event, deducing the 6th form of the Yellow Spring Sword technique. This process was incredibly taxing on heaven and earth energy. 1 hour passed, then 10 hours, and finally, after 2 full days and nearly 70,000 mid-grade spirit stones, Lin Feng succeeded in deducing the 6th form, Requiem of the Yellow Springs. This form surpassed the Great Mastery realm, reaching the half-saint level. Lin Feng was astonished to discover such a realm existed between the Great Mastery and the Saint realm. The Requiem of the Yellow Springs was created by a towering figure who had comprehended the cycles of life and death and the union of yin and yang. It could continuously draw power from the netherworld, and its strength was staggering, even leaving Lin Feng in awe. At his current Fate Palace realm cultivation, using it once would drain all his energy, but it was undoubtedly an invincible trump card, capable of challenging even condensed Dao realm experts. It took him 20 hours to master the Requiem of the Yellow Springs to perfection. Such speed was already earth-shattering, yet Lin Feng felt it could have been faster. Next, it was time to break through his cultivation realm. Activating the ancient sacred body, Lin Feng frantically absorbed the heaven and earth energy within his cave dwelling. 7 days later, he opened his eyes, a terrifying gleam flashing within them. His cultivation had leaped from the 1st to the 4th level of the Fate Palace realm. Such speed was exceedingly rare, even in the infinite sacred ground. Of course, the process had consumed 2 million mid-grade spirit stones and 5 ninth-grade spiritual marrow herbs. The ancient sacred body's energy demands were indeed staggering, but the resulting power was worth it. His strength had increased 100-fold, leaving Lin Feng deeply satisfied. Just then, a knock sounded at the door of his cave dwelling. Rising to his feet, Lin Feng opened the door to find a disciple standing outside, holding a letter. The moment the disciple laid eyes on Lin Feng, his entire body trembled violently. It was as if he were standing before a living saint, the sheer pressure threatening to crush him into dust. The disciple's face instantly turned ashen, his knees trembling slightly, and cold sweat streaming down his forehead. All of this was due to the overwhelming pressure emanating from Lin Feng. It was simply too terrifying. As an ordinary inner disciple of the Wheel Sea realm, how could he possibly withstand such an oppressive aura? Noticing the disciple's abnormal reaction, Lin Feng immediately reined in his aura and softly apologized. My apologies, I just finished training. It turned out that moments ago, he had been fully unleashing the power of his ancient sacred body. The lingering domineering energy was enough to make even cultivators of the same level feel a sense of submission. The disciple quickly waved his hands in panic, his voice trembling. No, Senior Brother Lin, you are too kind. It is I who disturbed your training. I deserve to be punished. Thank you for your magnanimity. No need for that. Just tell me why you're here, Lin Feng said, gesturing for him to speak. The disciple respectfully handed over a sealed letter. This is from the Lin family of the Great Yin Dynasty, addressed to you. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. The Lin family of the Great Yin Dynasty is family. As the favored heir of the Lin family, he had always been cherished. Unlike other families embroiled in internal strife for the position of family head, the Lin family was united. Back when they sent him to the infinite sacred land, the family had made great sacrifices. Unfolding the letter, a trace of coldness soon appeared on Lin Feng's face. The letter explained that the Lin family's old rival, the Su family, now had a descendant who had become a disciple of a powerful sect. Rumor had it that this sect even had sovereign-level figures among its ranks. This Su family descendant had returned to the Great Yin Dynasty with his allies, plunging the Lin family into a dire situation. The family was pleading for Lin Feng to seek assistance from the infinite sacred land, even if it was just from an outer disciple. What the Lin family didn't know was that Lin Feng had long become one of the top inner disciples, renowned on the genius rankings. His name had even drawn the attention of figures far beyond the sovereign realm. My family is in trouble. I must return at once, Lin Feng muttered as he rose and headed to the Internal Affairs Hall to report his leave. The elder at the Internal Affairs Hall squinted slightly upon seeing Lin Feng. You've grown stronger again? Did you challenge one of the cultivation caves, or take on a genius rankings disciple? Elder, I'm here to request permission to descend the mountain, Lin Feng stated directly. The elder's expression turned serious. The infinite sacred land was currently in a tense standoff with the 10 absolute demon sect, with sovereign-level figures already confronting each other. A prodigy like Lin Feng, destined to become a core disciple, could not leave the mountain lightly. Is it absolutely necessary? My family is in danger. I must go. After a moment of contemplation, the elder handed him a token. Take this. Lin Feng accepted the token and immediately set off for the Great Yin dynasty. Unbeknownst to him, as soon as he left, the Internal Affairs Hall elder sent a message to the Scripture Pavilion. The Grand Elder of the Scripture Pavilion promptly dispatched Elder Zhu to secretly protect Lin Feng, ensuring his safety. At this moment, the Great Yin dynasty was on the brink of chaos. The Su family's prodigy, who had returned from the Tyrant Blade sect, had brought sect disciples with him, openly declaring his intent to overthrow the dynasty and transfer its rule to the Su family. Faced with this looming threat from their long-standing rival, the Lin family was filled with dread. From the family head to the youngest children, a heavy cloud of unease hung over everyone. In the Lin family estate, within a quiet study room, Lin Zhan, the head of the Lin family, paced back and forth anxiously. At times, he gazed into the distance, and at others, he let out deep sighs. Who could have imagined that the Su family, once a second-rate clan far beneath the Lin family, would produce a prodigy? A true disciple of the Ba Dao sect, no less, and rumored to be a strong contender for the next sect leader. Overnight, the Su family had risen from a second-tier family to a top-tier powerhouse, even receiving daily visits from envoys of the royal family. In the study sat a graceful woman, Lin Feng's mother. Though her face was also lined with worry, she tried to comfort her husband. Husband, why fret so much? The Su family may be strong, but we have Finger in the Wuji sacred land. That's the most powerful force in the entire Kanglan domain. Compared to it, the Ba Dao sect is nothing more than a paper tiger. Lin Zhan remained silent at her words. He was well aware of the Wuji sacred land's strength, but he was even more aware of his son's precarious situation. Over the years, Lin Feng's letters had revealed no progress remained a mere registered disciple with no advancement. Though Lin Feng had written again this year, Lin Zhan had given up much of his hope. Wife, you may not understand, Lin Zhan said softly. Registered disciples don't truly count as members of the Wuji sacred land. At the very least, one must become an outer disciple. For this reason, Lin Zhan had practically begged in his most recent letter, pleading with Lin Feng to do everything in his power to bring an outer disciple to support the family. He had even promised to offer half of the Lin family's resources in exchange. After all, the Su family had been the Lin family's rival for generations, and now that they had produced such a prodigy, the Lin family's future hung by a thread. Lin Feng's mother clenched her fists. Isn't there another assessment this year? If Finger can pass and become an outer disciple. Lin Zhan could only sigh. With his cultivation at merely the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm, he might be considered strong within the Great Yin dynasty, but in front of that Ba Dao sect prodigy, he was as insignificant as an ant. Even the Lin family's old patriarch, with his life palace realm cultivation, might not be able to turn the tide. Meanwhile, in a hidden chamber within the Lin estate, the Lin family patriarch was also brooding over the clan's fate. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended, as if an ancient overlord had arrived in person. The sheer intensity of the aura was unmatched. None in the Great Yin dynasty could rival it, save perhaps the royal family's elder patriarch, whose life force was nearly depleted. The Lin family patriarch's expression turned grim, but he gritted his teeth, preparing to face whatever came. The oppressive force had already entered the Lin estate, heading directly toward the study where Lin Zhan was. Without hesitation, the old patriarch left the hidden chamber. Back in the study, Lin Zhan and his wife were still deep in their worries when a knock came at the door. Who is it? Lin Zhan asked listlessly. Father, it's me. A familiar voice responded. The couple froze, their expressions transforming immediately. They rushed to open the door, and there stood Lin Feng, calm and composed. Lin Zhan's eyes filled with tears, while Lin Feng's mother embraced her son, sobbing uncontrollably. The boy who had left home years ago was now a grown man, exuding confidence and grace. Wife, you're the matriarch of this family. Compose yourself, Lin Zhan reminded her. Reluctantly, she released Lin Feng. Lin Zhan, still astonished, asked, Finger, I only sent my letter yesterday. How did you get here so quickly? It wasn't that far of a journey, Lin Feng replied calmly. Lin Zhan glanced behind his son, noticing no one else, and his heart sank. Finger, you didn't bring a senior brother with you? No, Lin Feng said with a shake of his head. Bring an outer disciple to support the family? He was already an inner disciple and not just any inner disciple. Lin Feng let out a cold laugh. Bringing an outer sect disciple to back him up? Such a gesture was nothing short of an insult. With his current strength, not to mention outer sect disciples, even over 99 of the inner sect disciples could only look up to him in awe. After all, he was ranked 90th on the talent ranking, and only 89 individuals in the inner sect surpassed him. And that was before his recent breakthrough. Now, he had mastered 2 powerful divine martial arts techniques, and his cultivation had reached the 4th level of the Fate Palace realm. The 90th rank was no longer a match for his current abilities, was likely within the top 80 by now. Lin Zhan and Madame Lin fell into silence upon hearing Lin Feng's response. Returning without a disciple from the Wuji Holy Land left them at a loss for how to confront the crisis at hand. The Su family had always been ruthless in their actions. Without a strong backer, the Lin family might be wiped out completely. Finger. Lin Zhan sighed deeply, his expression complicated. Our Lin family is facing a dire situation. Without the support of a disciple from the Wuji Holy Land. Finger. It's best if you return there quickly. Lin Zhan's reasoning was simple. If the Lin family was destined for destruction, at the very least, they had to protect this promising young talent. Lin Feng needed to return to the Wuji Holy Land and remain there at all costs. After all, no matter how brazen the Su family was, they wouldn't dare extend their reach into the Wuji Holy Land. Tears welled up in Madame Lin's eyes. At such a critical moment for the family, even spending a few more moments with her son felt like an unattainable luxury. Father, why should I leave? Lin Feng said calmly. You said we need a disciple from the Wuji Holy Land. Well, I just happen to be one. Lin Zhan froze. A registered disciple daring to claim the title of a Wuji Holy Land disciple? Such a statement might deceive those unfamiliar with the truth, but the Su family's prodigy was a true disciple of the Overlord Blade sect. While the Overlord Blade sect was not on par with the Wuji Holy Land, it was still a formidable force in the Kanglin region. At that moment, a powerful aura emanating from the Fate Palace realm approached from a distance. An aged voice echoed through the courtyard. It was the Lin family's patriarch. Sensing the strong presence near Lin Zhan's residence, he had come personally to investigate. Patriarch, why are you here? Lin Zhan asked in surprise. The Lin family patriarch scanned the surroundings with a serious expression, only to find Lin Zhan, Madame Lin, and a young man. Wait, a young man? His pupils contracted as he scrutinized Lin Feng closely. Finger? Lin Feng turned to face the elder who had once taught him martial arts, nodding slightly in greeting. Lin Zhan, the patriarch said, his voice filled with unease. Did you see any powerful visitors just now? I sensed an overwhelming aura that seemed to be on par with the ancestors of the imperial family of the Great Yin dynasty. Lin Zhan was taken aback and shook his head repeatedly, assuring the patriarch that no one other than Lin Feng had arrived. Patriarch, you must be referring to me, Lin Feng explained. When he arrived, he had indeed released his spiritual sense to assess the Lin family's current state and locate his parents. After all, much had changed in the years he had been away. Everyone turned to look at Lin Feng, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. The patriarch, in particular, seemed stunned. Such an aura required cultivation at the Dao condensation realm, yet Lin Feng had only been at the blood-tempering realm when he left. Even if he had made significant progress over the years, the most he could have achieved was the Wheel C realm. Seeing the doubt in the patriarch's eyes, Lin Feng smiled faintly and abruptly released his aura. Although he was at the 4th level of the Fate Palace realm, one level below the patriarch's 5th level, his ancient sacred body and mastery of the 8th-layer sword intent gave him a strength far beyond his apparent cultivation. This was why the patriarch had mistaken his presence for that of a Dao condensation realm expert. In truth, with Lin Feng's current combat ability, he was unmatched within the Fate Palace realm and could even hold his own against Dao condensation realm opponents. As Lin Feng's aura filled the space, Lin Zhan, Madame Lin, and the patriarch all felt the undeniable weight of his true strength. At that moment, the atmosphere in the secret chamber froze instantly. A vast and overwhelming aura swept through the room, far surpassing the blood-refining realm, the Wheel C realm, and even the Life Palace realm. This was undoubtedly the aura of a condensed Dao realm expert. Lin Zhan and Madame Lin stared at their son in astonishment. The boy who had left home with only blood-refining realm cultivation in their memory had now grown into such a formidable presence. This incredible transformation left them momentarily speechless. The Lin family's patriarch trembled slightly, finally confirming a startling truth. The mysterious aura he had just sensed in the chamber had come from Lin Feng himself. The three of them exchanged stunned glances, unable to utter a single word. At that moment, Lin Feng retrieved a token from his pocket. Its radiant glow exuded an extraordinary aura. In a calm voice, he said, "Father, I am now an inner disciple of the sacred land of Wuji. Summoning a mere outer disciple here is truly unnecessary." Lin Zhan's Adam's apple bobbed as he stared intently at the token, which emitted a majestic brilliancy. It was unmistakably the emblem of an inner disciple of the sacred land of Wuji. Such a prestigious item was impossible to counterfeit. To do so would be courting death. It was well known that even the current condensed Dao realm patriarch of the Dayan dynasty had once been merely an inner disciple of the sacred land of Wuji. It was this very status that had enabled him to become the dynasty's stabilizing force, granting the royal family centuries of unchallenged authority. Now, Lin Feng had also become an inner disciple, which meant his future potential could at least rival that of the Dayan dynasty's royal patriarch. What was even more astonishing was that Lin Zhan and the others had no idea Lin Feng was ranked 90th on the inner talent list. His potential far surpassed that of the Dayan dynasty's royal patriarch by thousands of times. Our Lin family is saved. Lin Zhan's voice trembled as he uttered these words, filled with both excitement and hope. Lin Zhan stood gazing at the scene before him, his eyes moist with emotion. The Lin family, with its thousand-year legacy, had never faced such a dire crisis. Without outside help, it was highly likely they would be completely wiped out by the Su family. He had originally hoped that Lin Feng could invite just an outer disciple from the Wuji Holy Land. But to his astonishment, Lin Feng himself turned out to be an inner disciple of Wuji Holy Land. Such a prestigious identity was enough to prompt the royal family of the Dayan dynasty to personally visit, and for noble families in the imperial capital to flock in with their congratulations. The authority of Wuji Holy Land was awe-inspiring. Should an inner disciple be in danger, the Holy Land would undoubtedly intervene to protect them. The Lin family's patriarch, upon hearing the news, was overwhelmed with joy. In recent days, he had been seeking out old friends to stand against the Su family's prodigy, only to find that his former allies had seemingly vanished without a trace. Just when he had begun to lose hope, the Lin family had produced a prodigy of their own. Although an inner disciple of Wuji Holy Land might still fall short of the true inheritors of the Ba Dao sect, this level of status was more than enough to safeguard the Lin family. Even the Ba Dao sect's inheritors would think twice before acting recklessly. High above, Elder Zhu of Wuji Holy Land silently observed everything. He had sensed the faint flicker of a sovereign-level presence in the distance, his eyes narrowing slightly. With Lin Feng's current talent, he had already drawn the attention of figures beyond the sovereign level. If necessary, Elder Zhu was prepared to step in and assist. At that moment, two Lin family disciples came running in hurriedly. Patriarch, the Su family has sent people demanding all our high-ranking members gather to negotiate. Their methods were violent. They injured several of our elders. Judging by their attire, they appear to be disciples of the Ba Dao sect. Lin Zhan's face darkened with fury upon hearing this. Such brazen behavior was nothing short of outrageous. One of the disciples added, "Those two are quite powerful. They're most likely at the Life Palace realm." The Lin family patriarch's gaze shifted toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression remained calm as he said, "Let's go and see for ourselves." Having just emerged from seclusion, his strength had already reached the Life Palace realm. As he unleashed his aura, it swept across the room like a tidal wave. Inside the Lin family's main hall, two lean and arrogant disciples of the Ba Dao sect were making a scene. Both carried long blades on their backs, their presence soaked in a bloody aura, their eyes filled with disdain and arrogance. "Why hasn't your family head shown up yet? Such insolence," one of them sneered, drawing his blade. Infused with the power of the heavens and earth, the weapon let out a sound akin to the wail of death itself. The blade's light slashed horizontally, its crimson glow surging forward like a devouring tide. Terrified, the Lin family elders scrambled to retreat, unable to react in time. Just as disaster seemed inevitable, a sword light suddenly streaked through from afar, cutting across the scene like a meteor piercing the night sky. The disciple of the Ba Dao sect stood motionless, a smug smile plastered across his face. In his mind, the slash he had just executed was enough to decide the outcome of the fight. He didn't even bother to make another move and instead watched coldly, waiting for dozens of his opponents to collapse under his blade. His broadsword seemed to hunger for blood, yearning to be satiated. At that moment, a sudden flash of sword light tore through the sky. The disciple's attention was drawn to the dazzling brilliance, and as soon as he discerned what it was, his pupils shrank sharply. This was no ordinary sword light. It carried an overwhelming aura that chilled him to his very soul, far exceeding anything he could have imagined. Boom! The blood-red arc of his blade disintegrated instantly before the sword light, leaving not even a trace behind. The Ba Dao sect disciple's expression shifted dramatically. His so-called ultimate strike had been dispelled with such effortless ease. In his understanding, the strongest member of the Lin family was nothing more than an aging elder in declining health. There was simply no way such a terrifying move could have come from them. Before he could process his thoughts, the sword light was already hurtling toward him, aiming directly for his life. "No!" he cried out in desperation, his voice trembling as though his very soul was quaking. The light hadn't even reached him, yet it felt as if death itself was upon him. With a sharp hiss, the cold gleam swept past, and in an instant, his body disintegrated into a fine mist of blood, scattering across the ground. The shocking scene left the members of the Lin family frozen in place. Just moments ago, they had been convinced of their imminent demise. Now, they were overcome with a profound sense of relief, as if they had narrowly escaped the jaws of death. "How dare you!" Another disciple of the Ba Dao sect roared in fury, His eyes locked on the source of the sword light. You dare kill a disciple of the Ba Dao sect? You must have a death wish. The Lin family will pay for this with their lives. At that moment, Lin Feng stepped into the hall, accompanied by the Lin family patriarch, Lin Zhan, Madame Lin, and others. His expression was calm, and it was clear that the earth-shattering sword strike had come from him. Hearing the disciples' threats, Lin Feng responded with nothing more than a faint smile. The Ba Dao sect is powerful? You're not even a sacred land. Yet you dare bark in front of me? The Lin family members were both awestruck by Lin Feng's strength and deeply anxious. After all, the Ba Dao sect was rumored to be under the protection of a legendary elder with near-divine abilities in existence, akin to an immortal in their eyes. The Ba Dao sect disciple, misinterpreting Lin Feng's lack of immediate action as hesitation, sneered and barked, "If you kneel and accept your death now, perhaps the Lin family can still be spared." Lin Feng took a step forward, his tone laced with disdain. "The Ba Dao sect? Never heard of it. You sound like nothing more than a trash sect to me. Killing your disciples is hardly worth mentioning." With that, he casually swung his sword. In an instant, a flash of sword light erupted. The Ba Dao sect disciple finally noticed the insignia on Lin Feng's chest, a badge symbolizing his status as an inner disciple of the Wuji sacred land. His face turned deathly pale. The Wuji sacred land was one of the top powers in the Kanglin domain, a force so formidable that even the Ba Dao sect would not dare provoke it. Hiss! The sword light sliced through the air, and the second Ba Dao sect disciple dissolved into a rain of blood. The Lin family patriarch quickly introduced Lin Feng's identity to the gathered crowd. When they learned that Lin Feng was an inner disciple of the Wuji sacred land, everyone was left speechless with astonishment. In just 3 short years, Lin Feng had achieved such unimaginable heights. It was clear now the Lin family had produced a true dragon. At this moment, all eyes of the Lin family were fixed intently on Lin Feng, their gazes filled with excitement and anticipation. Throughout the 1,000-year history of the Lin family, the strongest among them had only ever reached the condensation realm. Yet today, Lin Feng, still so young, had displayed strength nearing that level. This left everyone wondering, to what heights could he ascend in the future? If he could break through to the level of a sovereign, the Lin family could potentially overthrow the current regime and establish themselves as the rightful rulers of the great Yan dynasty. Young master. Thank you, young master. If it weren't for you, the Lin family would have suffered a devastating loss today. The emotions of the Lin family members ran high, and many showed Lin Feng a level of reverence that even surpassed their usual respect for the family patriarch. Some even knelt on the ground, for in their eyes, Lin Feng was nothing short of a savior. Lin Feng, however, remained composed. He said calmly, "We're family. There's no need for such formalities." Then, he turned to Lin Zhan. "Father, where is the Su family located?" Lin Zhan's expression shifted slightly at these words. "Fenger, are you planning to head to the Su family now?" "That's correct," Lin Feng replied in an even tone. "The Su family has chosen their own demise by sending those 2 nobodies to attack our Lin family. Their end is near." Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but swallow nervously. If Lin Feng had said such words 3 years ago, they would have been met with ridicule. But now, with his demonstrated strength, who would dare to doubt him? Lin Zhan, however, voiced his concern. "Fenger, the Su family's Qilin prodigy is guarded by a condensation realm expert." Condensation realm? Lin Feng showed no hint of concern. In reality, he had yet to show his full power. Whether it was his ancient sacred physique or his semi-saint-level divine technique, both remained as his ultimate trump cards. Even against a condensation realm expert, he was confident he could strike them down with a single blow. "No matter. I have my own means to handle it," Lin Feng replied. Seeing the confidence radiating from his son, Lin Zhan felt a surge of pride and determination. If Lin Feng had such assurance, why should they hold back? "Very well," Lin Zhan said resolutely. "Fenger, I will go with you." Lin Feng nodded and was about to set off, but then he paused and turned to address the Lin family patriarch and the elders. "Patriarch, elders, I ask that you accompany me as well. The Su family is destined to fall, and it is time for the entire great Yan dynasty to witness the strength of our Lin family." These words ignited a wave of exhilaration among the crowd. With such a leader, how could the Lin family not rise to greatness? Meanwhile, the Su family was bustling with activity. Ever since their Qilin prodigy, Su Junting, had returned after joining the Overlord Blade sect, countless factions had come to curry favor. Over 300 groups, large and small, had sent gifts, and even the most powerful noble families in the great Yan dynasty had dispatched their representatives. In the grand hall of the Su family, Su Junting sat proudly in the main seat, while the current Su family head stood respectfully by his side. The hall was packed with guests, all wearing ingratiating smiles. Su Junting scanned the room and noticed the absence of the Lin family. His expression turned cold. The Lin family dares to keep me waiting this long? How audacious. What do you all think? At this, the assembled family heads chimed in one after another, eager to please. The Qilin prodigy is absolutely right. The Lin family's disrespect is unforgivable. They should be eradicated. To defy the Overlord Blade sect is a crime worthy of death. Just then, a powerful voice rang out from the entrance. The royal family of the Great Yin dynasty has arrived. The Great Yin dynasty, the royal family? A powerful voice reverberated through the Su family's main hall, shaking every corner with its sheer intensity. Gathered in the hall were representatives of the most elite families of the Great Yin dynasty. They all understood one thing. In this land, the royal family's status was supreme. Every generation of the royal family produced cultivators at the condensation realm, whose power was enough to make the mightiest forces of the dynasty bow in submission. Yet, for the usually aloof royal family to send someone here today was nothing short of astonishing for everyone present. Suddenly, an elderly man with white hair appeared, his presence radiating an overwhelming aura. The moment he arrived, a gray-robed elder seated not far to the right of Su Junting let out a cold snort and stood up. A condensation realm third stage cultivator dares to make such an entrance? Quite the display, he remarked with authority, his voice carrying a weight that demanded respect. The crowd immediately recognized the white-haired elder was none other than the royal ancestor of the Great Yin dynasty. As for the gray-robed elder, he was a senior of the Tyrant Blade sect, also at the condensation realm. The moment the gray-robed elder rose, a terrifying pressure enveloped the hall, causing everyone present to tremble involuntarily. The royal ancestor's expression shifted as he quickly bowed with respect. Senior, I mean no offense. This is the family of one of our Tyrant Blade sect's true disciples. Not just anyone can act presumptuously here. The gray-robed elder warned with a calm yet chilling tone. The royal ancestor nodded repeatedly in agreement. The sight left everyone in shock. This was the royal family's pillar of strength, a figure rarely seen and revered by all. Yet here he was, personally visiting a second-tier family and behaving so deferentially. Schwer, come here, the royal ancestor called out. A graceful young woman with an air of nobility stepped forward, immediately catching Su Junting's attention. Introducing the young woman, the royal ancestor addressed Su Junting, who was seated at the head of the hall. Honored Kirin Lord, this is the most exceptional descendant of our lineage. If you don't mind, we would gladly offer her as a maidservant. The words stunned the crowd even further. Was the royal princess to become a mere maid? Su Junting laughed heartily. Good. The Great Yin dynasty's royal family shows great sincerity. With a wave of his hand, the young woman shyly walked to his side. A sharp glint flashed in Su Junting's eyes, and the aura he exuded was so formidable that it left everyone present in awe. The royal ancestor continued, Honored Kirin Lord. Atop Tianyan Peak stands a mysterious stone tablet inscribed with arcane laws. We have already secured the site and await your arrival. Su Junting nodded in satisfaction. This stone tablet was one of his main objectives on this trip. It was said to contain the weapon intent of a peerless cultivator, an invaluable treasure for those who sought mastery in swordsmanship. However, for now, he had pressing family matters to resolve. Just then, a commotion broke out outside the hall. Moments later, bang! Several figures crashed heavily onto the ground in front of the Su family's council hall, landing in disarray like broken kites. These individuals were servants of the Su family, their fates now uncertain. Su Junting stood at the head seat, his expression darkening instantly at the sight. Beside him, the Su family patriarch erupted in fury, roaring, Who dares lay a hand on the Su family's servants on the day of the Qilin master's return? Do you wish to bring annihilation upon your entire clan? The gathered noble families exchanged uneasy glances. The Su family was no longer the second-rate clan it once was. With the true disciple of the Overlord Blade sect backing them, who would dare provoke Su Junting at the height of his power? Qilin Master, I will handle this immediately. Several individuals from prominent families quickly rose to their feet. These were powerful cultivators in the Wheel Sea realm, eager to curry favor as they strode out of the hall. But within mere seconds, they were flung back, lifeless bodies crashing to the ground cold and still. Instantly killed? Could it be a Life Palace realm expert? The crowd gasped in shock. At that moment, a group of people entered the council hall at a measured pace. Leading them was a young man Lin Feng, flanked by the Lin family patriarch, Lin Zhan, and several elders. The Lin family has finally arrived, someone whispered in astonishment. But the room quickly erupted with angry accusations. Lin family patriarch, are you seeking death? Do you think your Life Palace realm cultivation gives you the right to challenge the Su family? You're dooming your entire clan. The Lin family patriarch remained silent, for he was not the one responsible for these actions. It was clear now that Lin Feng, walking at the forefront, was the one behind it all. From his elevated seat, Su Junting scrutinized Lin Feng's youthful face and spoke calmly. So, you're the young master of the Lin family? Su Junting smirked as he looked at Lin Feng and said mockingly, I know who you area-registered disciple of the Wuji Holy Land. After all these years, you still haven't passed the outer sect disciple examination. Don't tell me you've come back thinking that your measly registered disciple status can intimidate me? Lin Feng didn't respond immediately. Instead, his gaze fixed on the top of Su Junting's head. In his vision, a line of golden text appeared clearly. Supreme Sword Bone Possessor of Unparalleled Swordsmanship Talent, a unseen-a-lifetime prodigy with the potential of an emperor. This unexpected discovery made Lin Feng's eyes light up. What he initially thought would be a mere errand to handle family affairs had turned into an encounter with a heaven-defying opportunity. The golden text was a gift from fate. With this third golden trait added to his arsenal alongside his existing, heaven-defying comprehension and ancient sacred physique, the path to emperorhood became even clearer. Seize the trait. Lin Feng thought silently. In an instant, the supreme sword bone became his. Su Junting, oblivious to its power, remained unaware of the theft, as he had never truly tapped into its potential. How dare you remain silent? The Kirin young lord is speaking to you. Are you mute? Voices from the surrounding noble families barked in unison. Lin family's so-called young master, kneel and beg for forgiveness now, and perhaps the Lin family's fate can still be salvaged. The incessant clamor made Lin Feng frown slightly. His eyes flashed coldly, and in the next instant, the heads of those who had spoken insolently were severed, blood spraying in every direction. The scene plunged into a deathly silence before erupting in shock and horror. What kind of power is this? He killed Sea of Wheels peak-level experts with just a glance. The onlookers were struck with disbelief and terror. On the main seat, Su Junting's expression changed dramatically. Such formidable sword intent. At least the third stage. Who is this master? Why not reveal yourself? A gray-robed elder scanned the surroundings, searching for the supposed hidden expert, but found nothing. At that moment, Lin Feng finally spoke, his tone calm yet sharp. You, a mere disciple of the Overlord Blade sect. Where does your confidence come from? Su Junting's face twisted with rage. You're courting death. Without hesitation, he struck out with a hand blade, the slicing cold light cutting through the air. Yet as his attack neared Lin Feng, it shattered like brittle glass. The gray-robed elder's expression darkened, his killing intent surging. Who dares to protect this wretch from the shadows? If you want to show yourself, you'll start by killing this brat. With that, he vanished and reappeared before Lin Feng in an instant, unleashing a devastating palm strike. The terrifying force caused the entire Su family estate to tremble. The elders of the Lin family watched in horror as the condensed Dao realm expert made his move. Fear gripped their hearts. However, Lin Feng remained composed, his face calm. With a flick of his hand, his sword drew a graceful arc, unleashing a supreme martial technique of unparalleled mastery, heaven-severing reversal slash. The laws of space distorted and twisted under the might of his strike. The gray-robed elder, who had been brimming with confidence, suddenly froze, his expression shifting to one of sheer terror. This single sword strike carried a chilling and overwhelming intent to kill. The gray-robed elder of the Bedeo sect's pupils contracted sharply, his heart surging with shock and disbelief. He had been tasked with protecting Su Junting, the sect's prodigious disciple, who, at a young age, had already reached the 5th level of sword intent, a rare talent even within the entire Bedeo sect. Yet, the sword intent displayed by this young man before him was even more terrifying than Su Junting's. Could it be that the earth-shattering strike just now wasn't secretly assisted by some hidden expert, but was entirely executed by this youth himself? The elder's mind raced with questions. But before he could make sense of it, the sword light had already reached him. In an instant, the elder of the Bedeo sect, who had reached the condensation realm, was frozen midair, unable to advance even an inch further. The restrictive seals binding the Lin family members dissolved in an instant, as if they had never existed. The reason was simple: this elder was already dead. The entire scene plunged into a deathly silence. The royal ancestor trembled uncontrollably, his breathing heavy and ragged. As someone who had been on friendly terms with the Bedeo sect elder, he was well aware of the latter's strength. Condensation realm, 5th stage. Yet such a formidable expert had been slain with a single sword strike? High in the skies, Elder Zhu, who had been observing everything from the shadows, was equally stunned. The power of that sword had undeniably surpassed the abilities of a standard sovereign-level technique, reaching the perfected stage of a grandmaster-level technique. How could someone at the Palace of Life realm possibly cultivate a grandmaster-level technique to perfection? Elder Zhu's heart churned with turbulent waves. After all, even for a sovereign realm expert like himself, mastering a grandmaster-level technique to its peak required countless years of dedication and cultivation. Yet Lin Feng, a mere youth at the Palace of Life realm, had already achieved this feat. This was a scene that left Elder Zhu utterly shocked. He witnessed Lin Feng mastering a high-level divine ability to perfection, a feat so extraordinary that it left him in awe. As Lin Feng's secret guardian, Elder Zhu was well aware that this young man had only been in the inner sect for a short time, yet his staggering comprehension ability was unmatched. Across the entire Wuji Holy Land, it would be nearly impossible to find another like him. At this moment, Elder Zhu finally understood why the leaders of the Holy Land had assigned him to protect this prodigious talent in secret. Inside the Su family's grand hall, the crowd stared in stunned silence at the shattered remains of a corpsite was none other than a condensed Dao realm elder from the Tyrant Blade sect. And the one who slew him with a single strike was a young master from the Lin family, rumored to be merely a nominal disciple of the Wuji Holy Land. The atmosphere was thick with fear, and even the revered ancestor of the great Yin dynasty trembled uncontrollably, his pupils filled with dread. He knew all too well that if he had faced that sword imbued with destructive energy, his fate would have been no better than the fallen elders. Lin Feng stood calm and composed, his gaze fixed on Su Junting, who sat at the head of the hall. Condensed Dao realm? Is that all? The Tyrant Blade sect truly lives up to its reputation as a trash sect if even their elders are this weak. My strength is my foundation, what's yours? Su Junting's body quivered as he struggled to steady his emotions. Forcing a smile, he replied, "It seems I was misinformed. You're no mere nominal disciple, you must at least be a core disciple." His face suddenly darkened with rage as he struck down the Su family patriarch who had provided the false information. Then, with haste, he attempted to make amends. "This was all a misunderstanding. I'm willing to compensate you." Lin Feng sneered coldly, snatching Su Junting's spatial ring without hesitation. He immediately absorbed the 9th-tier spiritual herbs and the million low-grade spirit stones inside. With the dual-effect enhancement of his spirit meridian physique, his cultivation broke through from the peak of the 4th level of the Fate Palace realm to the 5th level. Su Junting's heart burned with fury, and he longed to act. However, he hesitated, fearing that using his supreme sword bone would attract unwanted attention from others. Yet Lin Feng, already sensing the killing intent, unleashed his 8th-layer sword intent without hesitation. Forced to his limits, Su Junting attempted to activate the supreme sword bone, only to discover in utter horror that it had vanished without a trace. Just as Lin Feng was about to strike the fatal blow, an overwhelming wave of energy descended, accompanied by an imposing voice that echoed across the sky. "Who dares to kill a true disciple of my Tyrant Blade sect? Are you courting death?" The true disciple token on Su Junting's chest erupted with immense power, as though a fearsome entity was about to manifest. Lin Feng felt the surge of overwhelming energy and instinctively retreated. The sheer force radiated an irresistible pressure, one that even his semi-saint-level powers might not be able to withstand. At that moment, the true disciple token on Su Junting's chest suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and a shadow began to take form. It was the image of an elderly man, lofty and imposing, his gaze sweeping over all beings like a deity ruling heaven and earth. "I am the vice-sect master of the Ba Dao sect. Who dares to harm a true disciple of my sect?" The elder's cold voice echoed, and the terrifying pressure instantly engulfed the entire area. With a loud crash, everyone present fell to their knees under the immense weight of the aura. This was the might of a sovereign-level expert. Only Lin Feng, relying on the power of his ancient sacred body, barely resisted the pressure. Staring at the apparition, he thought to himself, "The vice-sect master of Ba Dao sect is formidable, at least at the sovereign level. I didn't expect Su Junting to be so valued that even the vice-sect master would intervene to protect him." Su Junting stared at the token on his chest in a moment of shock before coming to a realization. He now understood why Ba Dao sect hadn't informed him of this hidden trump card. It was likely to prevent him from becoming overly reliant on it and compromising his training. But now, with a sovereign-level expert protecting him, why should he fear Lin Feng? "Sect master," Su Junting respectfully addressed the apparition. "This man is outrageously arrogant. He has already killed Elder Wu, who was at the condensed Dao realm. Such brazen arrogance?" The vice-sect master's eyes gleamed with killing intent. "In that case, you no longer have the right to live." With those words, he struck with a palm, and the terrifying pressure of a sovereign-level expert swept forth. Lin Feng's eyes blazed with determination. If the actual sovereign were present, he would be doomed. But this was merely a projection, relying on his supreme sword bone, ancient sacred body, and the perfected semi-saint-level martial arts he had mastered. There might still be a sliver of hope. Just as Lin Feng prepared to stake everything on a desperate counterattack, a cold snort echoed from the heavens. In an instant, the entire Su family estate was reduced to rubble, leaving everything exposed. The pressure that followed was even more overwhelming than the previous one, as if an emperor of the heavens had descended. "Dare to lay a hand on a disciple of my Wuji Holy Land? You must have a death wish." Elder Zhu's commanding voice boomed as he appeared, exuding an aura akin to a war god. With ease, he nullified the deadly strike. Who are you? At least a sovereign of the 6th tier or higher. The vice sect master of Ba Dao sect was visibly shaken. The newcomer's strength surpassed even that of the Ba Dao sect master, and could likely only be matched by their grand elder. When the words Wuji Holy Land were uttered, the vice sect master froze as if struck by lightning. For a sovereign-level elder of the Wuji Holy Land to personally intervene, Lin Feng's status must be extraordinary, perhaps one of the top disciples in their core ranks. Su Junting's face turned ashen. He had already speculated that Lin Feng held a high status, but he never imagined that the Wuji Holy Land would dispatch a sovereign to protect him. What kind of position was this? The son of the Holy Lord? A peerless prodigy? Or one of the top 10 elites? Had he known, he wouldn't have dared to provoke the Lin family, might have groveled to curry favor instead. The vice sect master stammered in fear. Wuji Holy Land? This must be a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Elder Zhu sneered. Do you not know who rules the Kanglan region? How dare your Ba Dao sect attack a disciple of my Wuji Holy Land? You must be courting death. The vice sect master hurriedly pleaded. Please, elder, show mercy. Had I known his identity, I would never have acted this way. Wuji Holy Land does not tolerate losses. Elder Zhu cut him off with a wave of his hand, obliterating the projection effortlessly. Su Junting was paralyzed with fear. Even the vice sect master's projection was destroyed so easily. Elder Zhu's strength was unfathomable. Lin Feng, I'll leave the rest to you, Elder Zhu said calmly. Lin Feng nodded and, with a single sword strike, unleashed a torrent of sword energy that tore Su Junting apart. In an instant, his head fell to the ground. This matter is far from over, Elder Zhu declared. Come with me to the Ba Dao sect. You are one of the top prodigies of my Wuji Holy Land, and have a chance to enter the top 10 elites in the future. Today, we must ensure the Ba Dao sect remembers this lesson and, well, secure some compensation for you while we're at it. With that, Elder Zhu and Lin Feng vanished in an instant, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. Witnessing the clash of two sovereign-level powers was like watching God's battle light. Was a sight they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The crowd of prominent families remained prostrate on the ground, including the venerable ancestor of the imperial family of the Great Yin dynasty, who now resembled nothing more than a submissive dog. The once lofty and ethereal aura of immortality was utterly gone. Only the members of the Lin family stood tall, though they too were awestruck by the unparalleled divine power displayed by Elder Zhu. That was a sovereign realm powerhouse? The Lin family members were shaken to their core. An elder of the Wuji sacred land personally came for Feng, or what does this signify? Previously, Lin Feng's instant defeat of the Ba Dao sect's condensation realm elder was already astonishing. But who could have foreseen the arrival of a sovereign from the Ba Dao sect, only to be swiftly overshadowed by the appearance of a sovereign from Wuji sacred land? The difference in strength between the two sovereigns was like night and day, with Elder Zhu executing a decisive, one-strike kill. Our Lin family is truly blessed, Lin Zhan thought excitedly, casting a glance at the trembling aristocrats who were now hesitantly rising to their feet. The venerable ancestor of the Great Yin dynasty's imperial family approached the Lin family respectfully and said, "Congratulations to the Lin family for producing a true dragon. Schwerer, come and meet the esteemed elders of the Lin family." The other noble families were taken aback by the ancestor's sudden change in demeanor. The imperial ancestor shifted his attitude so quickly, they murmured among themselves. However, they soon came to their senses, rushing forward to curry favor with the Lin family. Lin Zhan found himself surrounded by a sea of flattering faces, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, in the secretive and seemingly otherworldly training grounds of the Ba Dao sect within the Kanglan region, Vice Sect Master Lu Xiaoming suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood essence, his face turning deathly pale. An elder of Wuji sacred land personally intervened. How is this possible? At that moment, a faint, ethereal voice echoed through the air. Xiaoming, report to the council chambers immediately. Lu Xiaoming's body tensed at the sound. It was the voice of the Ba Dao sect's sole great power realm ancestor summoning him. In the Grand Council Hall, an elderly man with a frail yet commanding presence sat at the center, surrounded by all the sovereign-level figures of the sect. The ancestor spoke in a grave tone. The Ba Dao sect has now pledged allegiance to the 10 Absolute Demon sect. His words sent shockwaves through the assembly. The ancestor elaborated, the Wuji sacred land's influence is waning, while the 10 Absolute Demon sect is on the rise. Moreover, they have gifted me a heaven-grade spiritual herb that can extend my life. The gathered sovereigns exchanged uneasy glances, their pupils contracting as they understood the immense value of such a treasure to a great power realm expert. Lu Xiaoming then recounted the events involving Lin Feng and the Wuji sacred land. The great power realm ancestor's expression darkened upon hearing the details. Su Juntian was extraordinarily gifted and could have ascended to the rank of Sword Saint. Yet he was treated so harshly by Wuji sacred land. Their arrogance knows no bounds. It is no wonder the Ba Dao sect has chosen to align with the Tin Absolute Demon sect. Just as the words of the great elder finished echoing through the hall, a deafening explosion erupted outside the gates of the Tyrant Blade sect. The protective barrier surrounding the sect trembled violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Disciples who had been meditating or resting looked up to the sky in shock, their faces etched with fear and disbelief. Who dares attack the Tyrant Blade sect? Don't worry. With the presence of the honored elders and the great elder himself, anyone who challenges us is courting death. The disciples whispered among themselves, their voices a mix of unease and anger. Inside the council hall, the great elder's eyes darkened, his consciousness sweeping out like a thunderstorm to probe the sect's perimeter. He saw Elder Zhu approaching slowly, accompanied by a young man Lin Feng. Who are you? The great elder's voice boomed with authority, reverberating across the sect. Hearing their great elder intervene personally, the disciples' initial fear turned into exhilaration. They were convinced that whoever dared to provoke their sect would suffer a devastating defeat. I'm here to settle a debt, Elder Zhu replied coldly, his tone sharp as a blade. The great elder's body stiffened as the words brought back memories of Lu Xiaoming's earlier warning. His voice turned grave. Are you an elder of the Sacred Void Sanctuary? At these words, the disciples' confidence shattered, replaced by a wave of dread. The Sacred Void Sanctuary was a supreme force in the Kanglan domain, one that no ordinary sect could afford to offend. Suppressing his fury, the great elder spoke. Even if you are from the Sacred Void Sanctuary, you have no right to assault our protective formation at will. Have you forgotten the Kanglan Accord? The Tyrant Blade sect is under the Sanctuary's jurisdiction. Enough with the nonsense. Elder Zhu's tone was unyielding. The Sacred Void Sanctuary never suffers a loss. This time, your Tyrant Blade sect will pay the price. The great elder's rage burned like a wildfire. Yet he knew he couldn't act impulsively. The man before him was merely a sovereign realm cultivator. Yet he dared to speak so arrogantly because he had the entire Sacred Void Sanctuary behind him. I am aware of the matter, the great elder said, his voice seething with suppressed anger. Our elder has already perished, our core disciple has fallen, and even our true disciple was executed. Are these losses not enough? Elder Zhu's expression remained icy. Not enough. I have two conditions. First, compensation of 5 million mid-grade spirit stones, along with 5 yellow-grade spiritual herbs. The disciple beside me is a peerless prodigy, highly valued by the sanctuary's leaders. The great elder's eyes turned bloodshot. 5 million mid-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 50 million low-grade Onisa, staggering sum that would drain the sect's resources and cripple its strength. As for the yellow-grade spiritual herbs, they were treasures so rare that even the sect's true disciples rarely had the chance to see them, let alone use them. The hall erupted in anger. The sovereign realm elders present were incensed, with some suggesting they kill Elder Zhu on the spot and defect to the Tin Calamity's demon sect. Yet the great elder held himself back, knowing the demon sect had instructed them to remain patient and await the right moment to act. What is your second condition? The great elder asked, his fury barely contained. Your vice sect master dared to lay hands on a disciple of the sanctuary, an act of unbridled arrogance. The demand is simple. Cripple one of his arms and this matter will be settled. Lu Xiaoming, standing in the hall, erupted with rage. This was blatant humiliation. Elder Zhu gave them 3 breaths to decide. Beside him, Lin Feng was inwardly astonished at hadn't expected the Sacred Void Sanctuary's dominance to be this overwhelming. Before the count of 3, the great elder made his move. With a single palm strike, power surged like a storm, shaking the heavens and earth. At the same time, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the hall as Lu Xiaoming's left arm was torn from his body. The sacred land of Wuji. This is the severed left arm of our Ba Dao sect's vice sect master, Lu Xiaoming. Take it. A thunderous roar of fury erupted from within the Ba Dao sect. Outside, Lin Feng and Elder Zhu stood in quiet observation. Suddenly, a streak of blood-red light flashed, and a severed arm, emanating a terrifying aura of dominance, shot through the air. Elder Zhu caught the arm effortlessly, his expression unchanging, even as he held the severed limb of a revered level cultivator. Compensation? Elder Zhu scoffed coldly. Before his words fully settled, another streak of light pierced the Skisa spatial ring, radiating the aura of a mighty cultivator, flew out from the grand hall and landed steadily in Elder Zhu's hand. With a quick sweep of his divine sense, Elder Zhu examined the contents. 5 million mid-grade spirit stones and 5 rare yellow-grade spiritual herbs. Lin Feng, take it. Elder Zhu handed the ring to Lin Feng. Lin Feng accepted it, his breath catching for a brief moment. The value of this compensation far exceeded his expectations. Those 5 yellow-grade spiritual herbs, in particular, paired with his unique spirit-nourishing body, would double their efficacy when consumed, an invaluable aid in advancing his cultivation. Thank you, Elder, Lin Feng said solemnly, his gratitude sincere. Elder Zhu waved dismissively. No need to thank me. This is what you're owed. The Ba Dao sect nearly took your life. Such a grave mistake cannot go unpunished. Were it not for the authority of the Wuji sacred land, today would have marked the end of the Ba Dao sect. These words quickly spread throughout the Ba Dao sect, stirring anger and resentment among its disciples. Yet, not a single voice dared to challenge them. From deep within the sect, the voice of the Ba Dao patriarch resonated, heavy with suppressed bitterness. Elder of the Wuji sacred land, are you satisfied? Ba Dao patriarch, Elder Zhu replied indifferently, see to it that you conduct yourself wisely. Should such a transgression occur again, the consequences will be unimaginable. With that, he turned and left, taking Lin Feng with him. Within the Ba Dao sect, no one, save for the mighty Ba Dao patriarch himself, possessed the strength to stop them. The other revered cultivators were utterly powerless before Elder Zhu. In the council hall, the Ba Dao patriarch seethed with rage, his overwhelming energy shaking the entire sect. Yet, it was nothing more than impotent fury. Against the Wuji sacred land, there was little he could do but gnash his teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoming, cradling his severed arm, was consumed with hatred. That man, they'll remember him. One day, I will kill him. Lu Xiaoming, the Ba Dao patriarch said suddenly, his tone grave, we must prioritize the greater good. Sacrificing your arm was unavoidable. Patriarch, there's no need to explain, Lu Xiaoming growled, his voice trembling with rage. I only hate those two wretches. Calm yourself, the Ba Dao patriarch urged. The Undying ancient battlefield will soon open. It may be our chance. The Undying ancient battlefield, a secret realm that had existed for tens of thousands of years, said to have witnessed the fall of 10 great saints. It opened once every 3 years, and with Lin Feng's extraordinary talent, he was almost certain to enter it. Elder Zhu, now back in the Great Yin dynasty, escorted Lin Feng to the Lin family estate, where the Lin family had already gathered at the Su family's residence in anticipation. Upon seeing Lin Feng return safely, Lin Zhan immediately called out, Finger. Lin Feng offered a slight nod. Father. His gaze swept over the crowd, and the various prominent families present trembled under the weight of his presence, fearing retribution. After a long silence, Lin Feng finally spoke. From this day forward, the Lin family shall reign supreme in the Great Yin dynasty. The condensed Dao realm ancestor of the imperial family nodded repeatedly, his tone deferential. Yes, yes. As it happens, I, too, was once a disciple of the Wuji sacred land. He produced an old inner disciple token as proof. Elder Zhu, however, remained indifferent. Brother Lin must rank highly on the talent ranking. No, the imperial ancestor asked with a mixture of awe and reverence. Ranked 90, Lin Feng replied casually. The response sent shockwaves through the imperial ancestor's mind. Such a high ranking all but guaranteed Lin Feng's future as a revered cultivator. Moreover, with Elder Zhu personally protecting him, Lin Feng's potential clearly extended far beyond the surface. At this moment, Elder Zhu addressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng, at the border of the Great Yin dynasty, lies an unmarked stone tablet, left behind by at least a peak-level mighty cultivator. You should visit it. It could greatly enhance your strength. The imperial ancestor immediately offered, Brother Lin. I know the location of the stone tablet. I'd be honored to guide you. Then it'll trouble you, Lin Feng replied. Turning to Elder Zhu, he added, Elder, thank you for saving me today. Without your assistance, I fear I would not have survived. Elder Zhu's expression flickered with subtle intrigue. He had already sensed that, in Lin Feng's most perilous moments, the young man had exuded an overwhelmingly terrifying aura, as though harboring a powerful hidden trump card. To prevent Lin Feng from potentially harming himself through the use of such a card, Elder Zhu had intervened preemptively. Elder Zhu said to Lin Feng, go and comprehend the steel. If anything unusual happens, I will notice immediately. Lin Feng gave a slight nod, and then issued instructions to the members of his family. The weight of his words was self-evident, and all the prominent families present understood the message clearly. Winning the favor of the Lin family had become an urgent priority. Elder Zhu's decision to remain at this location further reinforced the Lin family's authority. Father, those who have spoken ill of our Lin family in the past, eliminate them if possible, Lin Feng said in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhan's eyes flashed with killing intent. How could he forget those families who had secretly targeted the Lin family when Su Junting descended? Now that the Lin family's strength had significantly increased, it was time to settle old scores. As soon as the words left his mouth, more than 10 individuals immediately fell to their knees, weeping and pleading, Master Lin Feng, please spare us. We are willing to offer all our wealth and serve as slaves for generations, just for a chance to survive. But to Lin Feng, these desperate pleas were nothing more than futile struggles in the face of death. The aftermath would be handled by Lin Zhan, while Lin Feng had already turned his attention to the royal clan's ancestor. The royal ancestor quickly motioned for his granddaughter Shuer to step forward. With great reverence, he said, "Master Lin Feng, my granddaughter is at your service should you require assistance." While comprehending the steel, Shuer nodded repeatedly like a frightened bird, her eyes filled with fear. Under the lead of the royal ancestor, the group swiftly made their way to the northwestern corner of the great Yin dynasty. Before long, they arrived at the peak of a desolate mountain. At the summit stood an ancient, nameless stele, its surface covered in sword marks. Even from a distance, one could sense the chilling sword intent emanating from it. The royal ancestor, still uneasy, cautioned, "Master Lin Feng, this sword intent is extraordinary. Please be careful." "Terrifying?" Lin Feng remarked indifferently as he released his 8th level sword intent, instantly neutralizing the steel's menacing aura. The royal ancestor was secretly astonished such mastery of the sword was already unfathomably deep. Lin Feng fixed his gaze on the stele, and in an instant, it was as if he had been transported to another realm. A towering figure, vast and boundless, wielded a sword that slashed through the heavens. The overwhelming sword energy seemed capable of tearing apart the void itself. Such power was indeed, as Elder Zhu had described, at least that of a peak-level supreme being. After ensuring that Shuer remained nearby to stand guard, Lin Feng retrieved a spatial ring containing 5 million mid-grade yuan stones and 5 yellow-grade spiritual herbs. He began absorbing energy with full focus. His ancient sacred body devoured the surrounding yuan energy like a bottomless pit. Before long, his cultivation level advanced from the 6th to the 7th layer of the Fate Palace realm, consuming 4 million mid-grade yuan stones in the process. Next, Lin Feng refined the 5 yellow-grade spiritual herbs. Time flowed by, and when he opened his eyes again, his cultivation had already reached the 9th layer of the Fate Palace realm. Impressive. Truly worthy of being a yellow-grade spiritual herb. Lin Feng exhaled slowly, his aura of the 9th stage of the Life Palace realm spreading across the mountain peak. The once desolate summit seemed to come alive, bathed in a faint, serene glow. The leap from the 7th to the 9th stage of the Life Palace realm was staggering, requiring resources worth at least tens of millions of mid-grade primal stones. Even an elder like Zhu Changlao would struggle to amass such wealth. Fortunately, with the 5 yellow-grade spiritual herbs, Lin Feng had made a breakthrough in one fell swoop, edging closer to the Dao condensation realm. "I wonder how strong I am now," Lin Feng murmured to himself. Beside him, Shuer, who had been standing like a dutiful maid, looked utterly stunned. As a princess of the great Yin dynasty, she had seen her fair share of extraordinary individuals, but never someone who could cultivate at such an astonishing pace. In just a few days, Lin Feng had ascended 4 entire stages. Each breakthrough had sent a shiver through her very soul. "Young master, you're awake," Shuer said respectfully. "Only for now. My cultivation is far from complete," Lin Feng replied, his gaze shifting to a stone tablet etched with countless sword marks. These marks had to be left by a peak-level expert of the great Dao realm, either as deliberate guidance for future generations, or as the manifestation of their insights during a breakthrough in swordsmanship. Regardless of their origin, comprehending these marks would undoubtedly yield tremendous benefits. Currently, Lin Feng's sword intent had reached the 8th level, just a step away from the 9th. Next, they'll focus on deciphering the stone tablet. "Guard this area for me and ensure no one approaches." "Understood." Shuer nodded repeatedly. Lin Feng fixed his eyes on the stone tablet, allowing his consciousness to delve into an unknown space. Within this realm, a terrifying aura of slaughter and sword intent permeated the air. Several indistinct figures, all mighty experts of the great Dao realm, loomed like towering giants, holding up the very fabric of the universe. They appeared to be besieging someone, their cries of battle reverberating through Lin Feng's soul. Activating his ancient sacred body and supreme sword bone, Lin Feng barely managed to stand his ground in this oppressive space. Suddenly, a sword light capable of obliterating the stars slashed through the void, imbued with an irresistible force of universal law. The attackers were annihilated in an instant. "A bunch of fools. How dare you challenge me, the Azure Plume Sword Saint?" A voice brimming with arrogance echoed, and the space fell into silence, leaving behind only countless sword marks. So, the owner of these sword marks was none other than the Azure Plume Sword Saint, a being far beyond the peak of the great Dao realm. Such an entity would be a towering figure even in the infinite sacred lands. With his supreme sword bone fully activated, Lin Feng immersed himself in comprehending the profound truths of swordsmanship embedded in the marks. Time passed, and finally, Lin Feng's sword intent broke through to the 9th level. Though he had consumed a portion of the sword marks, many more remained to be explored. "I'll press on. I'm determined to surpass the 9th level of sword intent." With the supreme sword bone and unparalleled insight, Lin Feng's affinity with the way of the sword was unparalleled in the entire Kanglan region. Outside, Schwer could feel the sharp, chilling sword intent emanating from Lin Feng. She thought to herself, how terrifying. He's a peerless genius. Even Su Junting pales in comparison to him. The realization of her insignificance in the vast Kanglan region left her feeling disheartened. Just then, a surge of powerful energy approached from the distance. Over a dozen figures descended from the sky, their auras all at the Dao condensation realm, heading straight toward the nameless stone tablet. Recalling Lin Feng's instructions, Schwer gritted her teeth and shouted, "Stop right there!" The group halted, landing swiftly on the mountain peak. Leading them was a young man of striking presence, his black hair like ink and his demeanor exuding nobility. His very aura made Schwer tremble. "Who are you? And who is that?" the young man demanded coldly. "I am the princess of the great Yin dynasty," Schwer replied, forcing herself to stay composed. "What a joke," the young man sneered. "The great Yin dynasty? A so-called dynasty without even a single sovereign? You're not even qualified to be my servant. And your dynasty dares to covet such an opportunity? Truly courting death." Without bothering to inquire about Lin Feng's identity, he dismissed him as nothing more than a member of the great Yin royal family. Beside this imposing and charismatic prodigy stood a group of attendants, each clad in luxurious attire and exuding an air of arrogance. These individuals were none other than the elite disciples of the Thunder Punishment Sanctuary, a renowned powerhouse of the Kanglan domain. Leading them was a young man named Luo Hong. The Thunder Punishment Sanctuary, one of the superpowers of the Kanglan domain, was on par with the Infinite Sanctuary. Its disciples specialized in the path of lightning, and the sanctuary itself was built amidst a perpetual storm of thunderbolts. At its core stood the Thunder Punishment Tower, a sacred site for disciples to refine their craft. Schwer gazed at the extraordinary group of cultivators before her, silently comparing them to Lin Feng in her heart. Both hailed from sacred sects, yet Luo Hong carried himself with an overbearing presence that radiated an oppressive pressure, starkly contrasting Lin Feng's calm and composed demeanor. Recalling Lin Feng's instructions not to let anyone disturb him, Schwer summoned her courage and spoke up, "Senior brother Luo, this person is also from a sacred sect." Her words made Luo Hong halt mid-step, his eyes flashing with a cold glint. His followers, upon hearing her, frowned and lashed out without hesitation. One of them struck Schwer across the face repeatedly. "You lowly wench! How dare you address senior brother Luo so casually? A mere descendant of a pathetic dynasty like yours?" Luo Hong turned his head slowly, his voice icy as he asked, "Where is he from?" Schwer trembled as she replied, "The Infinite Sanctuary." Hearing this, Luo Hong's eyes narrowed slightly. While the Infinite Sanctuary was indeed equal in power to the Thunder Punishment Sanctuary, as one of its prodigies, Luo Hong was not one to be intimidated. A cold smile curled his lips as he stepped forward. Such opportunities are not exclusive to the Infinite Sanctuary. The strong are the ones who deserve them, and strength is what determines worth. Standing before Lin Feng, who sat cross-legged in deep contemplation, Luo Hong wasted no time. With a swift motion of his palm, a terrifying surge of lightning gathered at his command. In an instant, the skies darkened, and arcs of electricity danced like serpents in the air. The sheer power of this sovereign-level lightning technique was enough to strike fear into anyone who witnessed it. The thunderous strike landed directly on Lin Feng, but to everyone's astonishment, a faint golden radiance enveloped him. It shimmered like the aura of a saint blessed by divine merit, effortlessly neutralizing the attack. "A thunder body," Luo Hong sneered, his aura surging with even greater intensity. Lightning crackled wildly across his frame as he growled, "I refuse to believe I can't break through your defenses." One after another, devastating bolts of lightning rained down upon Lin Feng. Yet, the golden light surrounding him only grew brighter, as if transforming into a radiant sun. From a distance, Schwer could only watch in terror, her heart pounding with fear. She felt powerless to intervene and could only hope Lin Feng would not hold her accountable later. Meanwhile, within the vast, ethereal space of his meditation, Lin Feng exhaled softly, his expression calm and unshaken. Beyond the ninth level of sword intent, there exists an even higher realm. Lin Feng sat cross-legged before the nameless stone tablet, feeling the transformation of the sword intent within him. It was well known that 9 represented the ultimate limit, 10 signified perfection, and 12 symbolized the pinnacle of perfection. At this moment, all the sword marks left behind by the Qingping sword saint in the vast, desolate space had completely vanished, absorbed entirely by Lin Feng. His mastery of sword intent had thus broken through, leaping directly from the 8th level to the 12th level of absolute perfection. He was now just one step away from entering the unknown realm beyond sword intent. As Lin Feng immersed himself in the anticipation of this breakthrough, he suddenly sensed that several individuals outside were launching attacks against him. The force behind the strikes was formidable, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Who's courting death? In the next instant, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. In that moment, it was as if the sun had risen, its endless radiance illuminating the heavens and earth, and an overwhelming aura swept across the surroundings. Luo Hong, who had been disrupting Lin Feng's cultivation, was so startled by the sudden, oppressive force that he involuntarily stepped back. From Lin Feng's gaze, Luo Hong felt an unprecedentedly powerful will. The followers behind Luo Hong immediately stepped forward, shouting arrogantly, "This opportunity belongs to our Thunder Punishment Holy Land. Get lost. With senior brother Luo here, who dares to challenge us? Leave now, and we won't make a move against you." Lin Feng glanced at the group of haughty individuals and recognized their attire. They were from the Thunder Punishment Holy Land, a superpower on par with the Wuji Holy Land. This recognition made him hesitate to act recklessly, as it could invite unnecessary trouble. Seeing Lin Feng shake his head slightly, one of the followers frowned and barked, "What do you mean by that? Are you not leaving?" Lin Feng slowly raised his hand, a terrifying sword intent brewing in his palm. "No, it's just a pity that I can't kill you. So, I'll simply cripple you instead." Lin Feng stood there, his expression as calm as still water. He had more than enough power to instantly obliterate this group of disciples from the Thunder Punishment Holy Land. But he was well aware of the unspoken rules among the sacred lands. No matter the conflict, one should avoid lethal measures whenever possible. Crippling their cultivation was already a severe punishment. The followers of Luo Hong were momentarily stunned by Lin Feng's words, but their shock quickly turned into rage. To them, a mere cultivator at the Fate Palace realm daring to utter such arrogant words was nothing short of courting death. Each of them was a powerful Fate Palace realm cultivator. How could they tolerate such insolence? Courting death. Cripple him first. Slap him a few times. As the group prepared to strike, Lin Feng simply raised his hand and brought it down lightly. In an instant, countless sword lights blossomed in the void. Lin Feng, a peerless genius who had comprehended sword intent to the 12th and final level of perfection, was just one step away from ascending to an even higher realm. Such an achievement was exceedingly rare, even among prodigies. The terrifying sword lights descended, and the previously arrogant disciples of the Thunder Punishment Holy Land suddenly turned pale. The overwhelming pressure left them trembling with fear. As the sword lights swept through, their dantians and meridians were utterly shattered. Blood sprayed as they realized with horror that their cultivation had been destroyed. In this world where strength reigned supreme, losing their cultivation rendered them no better than worse even than ordinary mortals. Without a change in expression, Lin Feng turned his gaze to Luo Hong, a cultivator at the Condensation Path realm. Luo Hong swallowed hard, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. The sheer might of Lin Feng's sword intent far exceeded his expectations. It was at least at the 10th level. To have refined sword intent to such a degree, Lin Feng was undoubtedly a prodigy in the way of the sword, and must hold a significant position in the Wuji Holy Land. "Why your sword intent has reached the 10th level of perfection?" Luo Hong stammered, the arrogance in his tone completely gone. Lin Feng did not respond. The 10th level? He had long surpassed that, reaching the 12th level of perfection. There was no need to waste words on someone who had brought this upon himself. His senses detected the faint presence of a purple thunder physique within Luo Hong. Its fusion was incomplete, perfect for him to seize. With a single thought, Lin Feng activated his plundering divine ability. In an instant, Luo Hong's physique was stripped away. The terrifying power of thunder surged within Lin Feng, perfectly merging with his ancient sacred body. Lightning dragons flickered in his eyes as he clenched his fist, blood energy intertwining with thunder, exuding a destructive force capable of annihilating everything. What kind of physique is this? Luo Hong staggered backward in terror. As a genius possessing a divine-grade thunder physique, he could sense a similar aura emanating from Lin Feng, yet it was far more intricate and powerful than his own. Lin Feng spoke coldly, "Go join your fellow disciples." With that, he unleashed the blazing sun, heaven-scorching fist. Boundless blood energy condensed, carrying a destructive force powerful enough to obliterate an entire mountain. The overwhelming power of thunder concealed within the blood-soaked aura was utterly terrifying. Luo Hong stood frozen in place, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. At this moment, he deeply regretted provoking Lin Feng, this fearsome existence. Though Lin Feng had not yet reached the condensation realm, his physical strength far surpassed Luo Hong's thunder body by several multiples, giving him the ability to cross realms and kill with ease. "I am a prodigy too, never weaker than anyone. Do you truly believe you can fight someone in the condensation realm while still in the Life Palace realm?" Luo Hong roared, channeling all his strength into unleashing a thunderbolt annihilation fist. Boom! The power of this punch, from someone in the 3rd stage of the condensation realm, was astonishing. Yet the instant his fist shot forward, Luo Hong's expression drastically changed, was horrified to discover that he could not sense even the slightest trace of his thunder body's power, let alone harness it. Before he could process what was happening, Lin Feng had already launched his counterattack. Faced with Lin Feng's unstoppable strike, Luo Hong's once proud thunderbolt annihilation fist crumbled like fragile paper, destroyed in an instant. An immense, boundless force surged toward him, leaving Luo Hong powerless, like a sand figure swept up in a raging storm. He fell to one knee, utterly defenseless. All around, the disciples of the Holy Land of Thunder Punishment, whose cultivation Lin Feng had previously crippled, stood in stunned silence. They had once harbored deep hatred for Lin Feng, yearning for Luo Hong to avenge them. But the sight before them shattered their beliefs. The unparalleled prodigy they had seen as invincible, capable of defeating gods and demons alike, had been effortlessly crushed by Lin Feng with a single punch, reduced to the same pitiful state as themselves. Luo Hong slowly lifted his head, his eyes brimming with searing hatred. You've destroyed my cultivation? Luo Hong's voice was so hoarse that it was almost inaudible. In this world where martial prowess reigned supreme, losing one's cultivation meant becoming utterly worthless. Even though he was once the pride of the Luo family, he was now doomed to be despised and ridiculed. What terrified him even more was that his once prized thunder physique seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving his body hollow and devoid of any sensation. My thunder physique, what have you done to me? Luo Hong's eyes burned with venomous hatred. Lin Feng ignored his furious question and instead turned to Xuer, who stood nearby. Let's go back, he said calmly. Just then, an overwhelming pressure far beyond the condensing Dao realm descended from the distance. A figure appeared in an instant. It was Elder Zhu. Like a divine being, he descended from the sky, his sharp gaze sweeping across the battlefield. Though he had been thousands of miles away in the imperial capital of the Great Yan dynasty, he had still sensed the disturbance of the battle here. Elder Zhu's eyes quickly locked onto the disciples in distinct attire. Thunder Punishment Holy Land, he thought to himself, his expression flickering. This was no ordinary force, it was a superpower. When his gaze landed on Luo Hong, his pupils contracted slightly. Wait, are you a descendant of the Luo family from the Thunder Punishment Holy Land? Gritting his teeth, Luo Hong replied, That's right. I come from the Luo family of the Thunder Punishment Holy Land. Elder Zhu's heart sank. The Luo family held an esteemed position within the Thunder Punishment Holy Land, and this young man, now crippled, was none other than the prodigy blessed with the divine-grade thunder physique. Such talent should have guaranteed a steady rise to the revered realm, with even the potential to challenge the great power realm. Yet now, his meridians were shattered. His Dantian destroyed. He was nothing more than a broken shell. This man deserved to be crippled, Lin Feng said with an air of indifference. When I was comprehending the sword marks, he attacked me first. Sparing his life was already an act of mercy. Before his words settled, an overwhelming sword intent erupted from Lin Feng's body. Perfection at the 12th level. This is perfected sword intent? Elder Zhu exclaimed in shock. Not the 10th level, but the 12th? The revelation left Elder Zhu stunned, and his demeanor shifted in an instant. Such unparalleled talent in the way of the sword would undoubtedly attract the attention of even the swordmasters of the infinite Holy Land, who would vie to take him as a disciple. Turning to Luo Hong, Elder Zhu's voice carried an air of authority. The disciples of the Thunder Punishment Holy Land have brought this upon themselves. If they have any grievances, they are welcome to challenge the infinite Holy Land. Luo Hong was taken aback by Elder Zhu's audacity, but understood the reasoning behind it. The infinite Holy Land, is it? My Luo family is no weaker. Just wait, he spat, though his words were hollow. Lin Feng's expression turned cold as his sword aura surged. Since enmity has already been sown, there's no need for you to remain alive. A flash of sword light streaked through the air, and Luo Hong's head fell to the ground, blood gushing like a fountain. Elder Zhu merely narrowed his eyes at the sight, making no move to intervene. The Thunder Punishment Holy Land may have their ways of uncovering this, but it doesn't matter, Elder Zhu said indifferently. They brought this upon themselves. Finally, Lin Feng's gaze turned to the trembling followers of Luo Hong, their faces pale with terror. If Lin Feng dared to kill Luo Hong with Elder Zhu's tacit approval, his ruthlessness was beyond their comprehension. They're of no use either, Lin Feng said, his tone resolute. Lin Feng's expression was cold and detached. With a wave of his hand, countless sword lights descended like rain, mercilessly cutting down Luo Hong's followers. Elder Zhu's eyes flickered as he spoke. Lin Feng, while there are unwritten rules among the great sacred grounds, you know very well that rules are rigid, but people are flexible. Those so-called rules only bind ordinary disciples. For someone as exceptional as you, as long as it's not a deliberate scheme, even if someone dies, what does it matter? Lin Feng nodded silently. He was well aware that he had long surpassed the realm of ordinary disciples. In Elder Zhu's eyes, He was not only a strong contender to become a core disciple, but also someone who might secure a position among the top 10 rankings. With such potential, killing a few prodigies was insignificant. What is your current cultivation level? Elder Zhu asked. Without hesitation, Lin Feng unleashed the aura of a 9th-level Fate Palace Realm cultivator. The terrifying pressure spread instantly, and even a trace of shock appeared in Elder Zhu's eyes. The 9th level of the Fate Palace Realm? Such astonishing progress. With your current strength, you could likely contend with prodigies at the 4th or 5th level of the Dao Condensation Realm. What are your plans next? Will you stay in the Great Yin Dynasty, or return to the Sacred Ground? He'll return to the Sacred Ground. Everything here has been taken care of, Lin Feng replied. Before departing, Lin Feng glanced at Princess Xuer of the Great Yin Dynasty. With a casual gesture, he handed her a spatial ring containing 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This is your reward for your service and protection during this time. Xuer was stunned into silence. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 10 million low-grade spirit stones, was a sum that would even shock the royal family of the Great Yin Dynasty. Lin Feng continued, from now on, the Lin family will be the supreme power in the Great Yin Dynasty. Go back and tell your ancestor to eliminate all the noble families that have opposed the Lin family. Xuer repeatedly nodded, assuring him that the Great Yin Dynasty would follow the Lin family's lead from now on. Moments later, Lin Feng and Elder Zhu turned into streaks of light and disappeared into the horizon. Shortly after, the royal ancestor of the Great Yin Dynasty appeared, gazing at Xuer's dazed expression. With a sigh, he said, a figure like Lin Feng will undoubtedly become a revered master in the future, perhaps even a supreme being. Our Great Yin Dynasty has never seen someone so extraordinarily talented. You and he are destined to be from two different worlds. Don't dwell on it too much. Meanwhile, in the Thunder Punishment sacred ground of the Kanglan domain, the Luo family was seething with rage over the news of Luo Hong's death. Luo Hong, possessing the Thunder God physique, was one of the family's most outstanding prodigies, with the potential to become a supreme being. However, the Luo family patriarch remained composed and indifferent. The ancestor has divined the truth. It was the work of the Wuji sacred ground. But Luo Hong initiated the provocation. If not for the other party's overwhelming strength, he might have already been crippled. In terms of reasoning, we have little ground to stand on. Moreover, that Wuji sacred ground disciple possesses extraordinary talent and holds a lofty status. It would be unwise to create further conflict over this. In the end, the patriarch could only state that the matter would be reported to the higher-ups of the Thunder Punishment sacred ground, as Luo Hong was not just a member of the Luo family but also a disciple of the sacred ground. Luo Hong's father stood in the courtyard of the Thunder Punishment Holy Land. His fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, his entire body trembling with an overwhelming aura. His son, Luo Hong, was a prodigy blessed with a divine constitution and hailed as having the potential of a saint, with boundless prospects ahead. Yet now, he had been brutally killed by a disciple of the infinite Holy Land. What enraged him even more was the lack of a strong desire for vengeance from the Luo family patriarch. According to the patriarch, even if the matter were reported to the Thunder Punishment Holy Land, it would likely be dismissed without serious action. This only fueled the flames of fury burning within Luo Hong's father. No, I must take matters into my own hands, he resolved silently. As a powerful cultivator at the revered saint level, he was determined that if the opportunity arose, he would personally eliminate the disciple of the infinite Holy Land. If the Thunder Punishment Holy Land refused to avenge Luo Hong, then as his father, he would take justice into his own hands. Meanwhile, within the infinite Holy Land, completely unaware of these brewing events, Lin Feng sat alone in his cultivation chamber, deep in thought. His rapid progress in cultivation was astonishing. Had already reached the 9th level of the Destiny Palace realm and had perfected his mastery of sword intent to the 12th layer, achieving complete mastery. He was eager to test the limits of his current strength. Soon, Song Yiling arrived at Lin Feng's invitation. As she sensed the immense energy radiating from within him, her expression grew serious. The moment Lin Feng ceased restraining his aura, a wave of intense heat surged forward, forcing Song Yiling to instinctively step back several paces. In that instant, she felt as though she was standing before a deity who could effortlessly decide her life or death. Junior brother Lin, your strength now is at least 100 times greater than when you fought Xiao Feng, Song Yiling said, taking a deep breath. Lin Feng spoke calmly, Senior Sister Song, I'd like to ask for your help. In preparing to challenge the Prodigy ranking, which rank are you aiming for? She asked. Starting from the 80th, all the way to the 10th, Lin Feng replied casually, his tone light. Yet his words left Song Yiling utterly stunned. This meant Lin Feng intended to challenge a gap of 80 positions in one sweep. It was well known that the Prodigy ranking was divided into tiers every 10 ranks, and Lin Feng was attempting to leap across 8 entire tiers in one go. Even more shocking was the fact that the top 10 on the Prodigy ranking were all renowned figures in the inner sect, each commanding hundreds of followers and destined to achieve the revered saint realm in the future. Song Yiling quickly issued the challenge notices. When the first notice reached the 80th ranked disciple on the Prodigy ranking, his reaction was one of immediate fury. Lin Feng? Just some guy who defeated Xiao Yifeng, and now he dares to challenge me? Utter arrogance. Arrogant fool, daring to disregard me. A furious roar erupted from the cultivation cave of the disciple ranked 70th on the elite rankings. A mere 90th ranked challenger dares to face me. Someone 70th? Courting death. A gap of 20 full ranks I'll make him understand the price of such audacity. This outrage was not confined to one place. Across the cultivation caves of those ranked between 60th and 40th, the disciples who received Lin Feng's challenge letters were equally stunned. After all, for someone like Lin Feng, ranked as low as 90th, to display such boldness was unheard of. Within a cultivation cave suffused with dense elemental energy, Yi Xingqian sat quietly, holding the challenge letter in his hand. His cave resembled a black hole, devouring all surrounding light, and he himself exuded the presence of a supreme being seated amidst the vast void of the cosmos. Ranked 20th on the elite rankings, Yi Xingqian was a peerless prodigy. Not only had he reached the 4th level of the condensed Dao realm, but he also possessed the star physique, allowing him to connect with the celestial bodies during cultivation. This unique trait significantly enhanced both his cultivation speed and physical resilience. Lin Feng. Yi Xingqian narrowed his eyes, recalling the name that had recently stirred waves in the inner sect. Rumor had it that this individual, with a mere 9th level Wheel C realm cultivation, had defeated an 8th level Destiny Palace disciple, a feat that, while astonishing, was difficult to verify. Rising slowly, Yi Xingqian's gaze sharpened, radiating an intimidating killing intent. It seems he's had some fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to act so recklessly. A cold smile played on his lips as he strode toward the entrance of his cave. But to leap 70 whole ranks and challenge me? That's nothing short of suicidal. Meanwhile, in the cultivation cave of Murong Shui, the disciple ranked 10th on the elite rankings, a sudden knock shattered the icy stillness. The serene, snow-clad figure, ethereal as a celestial maiden, opened the door to find Song Yiling standing outside, holding a challenge letter. Senior sister Murong, Song Yiling, whose grandfather was a pinnacle-level sovereign, handed over the letter, her voice tinged with unease. The moment Murong Shui accepted the letter, a sharp, cutting sword aura emanated from it, revealing the identity of the challenger Lin Feng, ranked 90th on the elite rankings. In that instant, the temperature within the cave plummeted, and even Song Yiling shivered involuntarily. Murong Shui tore the letter apart, her gaze icy and unyielding. A mere 90th ranked disciple dares to challenge me? As one of the top prodigies of the infinite Holy Land and a future core disciple, Murong Shui had never been subjected to such disrespect. I will accept, she declared, her voice as cold as frost. And I will teach him that there are some people he should never dream of challenging. With that, she turned and returned to her cultivation, as though the impending battle was nothing more than a trivial distraction. Murong Shui, who was in the midst of her cultivation, suddenly let out a soft laugh, her eyes glinting with a trace of disdain. Lin Feng? Just the 90th place on the Prodigy rankings. Even if someone from the top 15 came to challenge her, she wouldn't feel the slightest fear. In truth, with her real strength, she could easily challenge those ranked 8th or 9th, but she had always thought it unnecessary. The news of this challenge spread like wildfire among the inner disciples. After all, this was no trivial matter to peerless prodigies destined to break into the revered realm. Yi Xingqian, ranked 20th, and Murong Shui, ranked 10th on the Prodigy rankings, had both been challenged by someone. Have you heard? Yi Xingqian has been challenged. What? Yi Xingqian, the one ranked 20th? Who's bold enough to do that? It's Lin Feng, the one ranked 90th. You must be kidding. The gap is that huge, and he still dares? Sure, he's talented and might have the potential to break into the top 10 someday, but he's nowhere near ready for that now. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, a cold sneer suddenly broke the noise. Ha, you think Lin Feng only challenged Yi Xingqian? Let me tell you, he even dared to challenge Murong Shui. The moment these words were spoken, an eerie silence fell over the inner disciples. Murong Shui, the 10th on the Prodigy rankings, did they realize what that rank signified? In the core disciple selections, the top 10 were directly promoted. Such prodigies weren't just guaranteed to become revered realm experts in the future. They even had a significant chance of breaking into the Great Power Realm. A cultivator at the Great Power Realm could establish their own sect and create a legacy that could last thousands of years. And Lin Fenghe actually wanted to challenge such a peerless talent? As everyone was still processing the shock of this revelation, more explosive rumors about Lin Feng began to circulate among the inner disciples. The news of Lin Feng issuing 8 consecutive challenges spread like a thunderclap, instantly shaking the ranks of the inner disciples. From the 80th position all the way up to Morong Shui, ranked 10th, Lin Feng had declared his intention to fight 8 people in a single day. As this astonishing news circulated, the inner sect was thrown into an uproar. Disciples gathered in groups, discussing the matter in shock. Some believed Lin Feng was simply toying with everyone, while others speculated that he might have been set up. When it was revealed that Song Yiling had delivered the challenges on his behalf, suspicions only deepened. At that moment, Mu Lingxue, ranked 95th on the inner talent rankings, stepped forward. As Song Yiling's close confidant, she confirmed that it was indeed Lin Feng's decision. Since he didn't personally know the disciples he was challenging, he had entrusted junior sister Song to deliver the letters. Her words left everyone even more stunned. Many shook their heads in disapproval, lamenting Lin Feng's recklessness. Lin Feng has just entered the inner sect and already reached the 90th position. His talent is undeniable. If he waited for the core disciple selection, he'd surely rise even higher. Why be so impulsive? They murmured. The news soon reached the ears of the elders. The library pavilion elder, Elder Song, and others were taken aback by the audacity of Lin Feng's actions. However, Elder Zhu remained calm. He knew that Lin Feng had already mastered the pinnacle of the 12-layer sword and Tenta talent worthy of challenging the top 10. The next morning, the area around the battle platform was packed with people. Lin Feng entered the arena with a composed expression, unfazed by the intense gazes from the crowd. In the distance, Song Yiling and Mu Lingxue watched anxiously, their eyes fixed on the stage. Suddenly, a massive fireball descended from the sky, erupting into waves of blazing flames. Tang Yin, ranked 80th on the talent rankings and a prodigy at the first level of the condensed Dao realm, landed on the platform. He looked down at Lin Feng with a cold, disdainful expression. Today, I'll show you what the gap of 10 ranks truly means. He sneered. With a roar, Tang Yin unleashed the blazing sun fire cloud fist. The power of this saint-level technique forced the surrounding disciples to retreat in awe. However, as this earth-shattering strike approached, Lin Feng wore a faintly mocking smile. To him, Tang Yin was far too weak, unworthy of him, even utilizing his 12-layer sword intent. One punch is enough, Lin Feng thought to himself. Without hesitation, he threw an unassuming punch. Although there was a significant gap between the 90th and 80th place on the genius ranking, Lin Feng found himself puzzled when facing Tang Yin. This so-called 80th ranked prodigy displayed strength that seemed indistinguishable from Xiao Yifeng's. Despite the overwhelming momentum of Tang Yan's attacks, their actual power was laughable, posing no real threat at all. Without hesitation, Lin Feng unleashed his flaming sun incineration fist. This was a divine ability he had cultivated to perfection, far surpassing ordinary sovereign-level techniques in power. The moment Lin Feng threw the punch, Tang Yan's expression changed dramatically. How is this possible? Tang Yan's heart was filled with shock. Before coming here, he had thoroughly investigated Lin Feng, who was reportedly only at the first stage of the Fate Palace realm. Yet the force behind this punch was far beyond what that realm should be capable of. Was the intelligence wrong? Or had Lin Feng made an astonishing breakthrough in such a short amount of time? Crack. Boom. With a thunderous crash, Tang Yan's body slammed heavily onto the ground. His clothing was torn to shreds, and blood flowed freely from his injuries. Lying there trembling uncontrollably, he could barely form a coherent sentence. The inner disciples watching from the sidelines were utterly stunned. They had expected a closely matched duel, but instead, it turned into a one-sided domination. The gap in power between Lin Feng and Tang Yin was as vast as heaven and earth. This is no evenly matched battle, it's a complete massacre. If Lin Feng hadn't held back, Tang Yin would have been reduced to ashes by now. Even the 70th ranked genius might not stand a chance against him. Song Yiling and Mu Lingxue exchanged shocked glances, overwhelmed by Lin Feng's astonishing progress. Since his last battle with Xiao Yifeng, Lin Feng's strength had advanced to an unimaginable level in such a short time. Before long, the 70th ranked genius on the genius ranking stepped onto the arena. Although he glanced at Tang Yan's miserable state, he showed no fear. Yet, just 3 seconds later, he too was coughing up blood and collapsed on the ground, reduced to another defeated dog. What followed was a series of challenges from the 60th to the 40th ranked geniuses. One by one, they stepped forward, only to meet the same fate, instantly defeated by a single move from Lin Feng. The sheer dominance of these scenes left all the spectators in awe. At that moment, 2 immense auras descended upon the arena. Elder Zhu and Elder Song arrived together. Surveying the 4 defeated geniuses sprawled across the ground, Elder Song couldn't help but sigh. Elder Zhu, you said Lin Feng's progress was astonishing, but I never expected it to be this extreme. Even the 50th ranked genius is no match for him? Hearing this, Elder Zhu's lips curved into a faint smile. Unlike Elder Song, He had personally witnessed Lin Feng effortlessly slay Luo Hong, the prodigy of the Thunder Punishment Holy Land with the Thunder Body, with a single strike. How could someone ranked merely 50th on the genius list possibly stand a chance against Lin Feng? Lin Feng defeating the 50th rank was well within my expectations, Elder Zhu said calmly. Elder Song turned to look at him. Lin Feng is set to face 8 prodigies today. How far do you think he can go? After a brief pause, Elder Zhu replied, with his strength, he should be able to reach around the 25th rank on the genius list. That high of an evaluation? Elder Song's eyes flashed with surprise. Does that mean you think he can defeat Jiang Xinran, who's ranked 30th? Elder Zhu nodded slightly. Exactly. At this moment, the battle on the arena had already begun. The prodigy ranked 40th on the genius list was a master swordsman, wielding a blade that emanated a chilling power, as if it could split the entire Wuji Holy Land in two. Yet Lin Feng, with just one casual swing of an ordinary longsword, instantly vanquished his opponent. The spectators were collectively stunned. While they had anticipated Lin Feng's victory, the sheer swiftness and decisiveness of his attack left everyone in awe. This feat made Lin Feng one of the fastest disciples in Wuji Holy Land's history to break into the top 50 of the genius list. As the crowd marveled, a melodious sound, as clear as an Oriole's song, filled the air. Jiang Xinran descended gracefully onto the arena, carrying a pipa and exuding an ethereal aura. Upon stepping onto the stage, she unleashed the aura of Condensation Realm, 6th layer, a breakthrough that left everyone present astonished once again. Junior brother Lin, your talent is extraordinary, Jiang Xinran said in a light, melodic voice. How about this? I'll make one move. If you can withstand it, I'll concede defeat. Spare me the nonsense, Lin Feng replied impassively. This is a life-and-death arena, not a sparring ground. If you want to concede, do it now. Otherwise, prepare to take my sword. Jiang Xinran frowned slightly, but then began plucking the strings of her pipa. A terrifying wave of musical killing intent swept through the arena, causing many of the inner disciples watching to writhe in agony. Yet Lin Feng responded with a single flash of his sword, infused with the 12-layer perfection sword intent, and sent Jiang Xinran flying off the stage. Your sword intent exceeds 9 layers? Jiang Xinran, disheveled and shaken, struggled to her feet, her disbelief evident. 12-layer sword intent, Lin Feng calmly stated, revealing the shocking truth. The revelation was like a bombshell, leaving everyone utterly dumbfounded. After all, the last person to master 12-layer perfection sword intent had become one of the top 5 powerhouses among the Wuji Holy Land's 10 sequences. Even Song Yiling and Mu Lingxue, watching from the sidelines, were stunned. I remember when he entered the sword purification pool, his sword intent was only at 3 layers, Song Yiling murmured in disbelief. Give him more time, and he might actually make it into the 10 sequences, Mu Lingxue whispered, her voice filled with wonder. Elder Song turned to Elder Zhu. Why didn't you tell me about this? 12-layer perfection sword intent. This is a talent that rivals the Wuji Holy Sun himself. Elder Zhu nodded in agreement. Indeed, I believe he has the potential to become one of the 10 sequences. In the sacred land of Wuji, the status of the top 10 sequence members is unparalleled. They are the true prodigies, the most promising contenders to become the future sacred lord. Throughout history, nearly every sequence member has broken through to the realm of great power, either becoming a towering figure like the Wuji Sacred Lord or ascending to the esteemed position of Grand Elder. Some have even dared to challenge the realm of the saints. At this moment, Lin Feng's display of strength on the arena left everyone in awe. He had defeated Jiang Xinran, ranked 30th on the genius rankings, and the crowd couldn't help but anticipate his upcoming match against the 20th ranked contender. Amidst a surge of overwhelming energy, Yi Xingqian descended onto the arena. He appeared like a child of the stars, his entire being radiating a dazzling brilliance. However, as murmurs spread around him, questioning whether he could defeat Lin Feng, his brow furrowed in displeasure. To him, Lin Feng, ranked a mere 90th, was hardly worthy of being mentioned in the same breath. But when his gaze fell upon the battered and defeated Jiang Xinran, his heart wavered. The once proud genius had been reduced to such a state by Lin Feng? Yi Xingqian stepped onto the stage, locking eyes with Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained calm, signaling for him to make his move. This unshakable confidence only further provoked Yi Xingqian. Star-pierce Void Finger. Yi Xingqian unleashed his attack, channeling the infinite power of the stars. The force converged into a singularity, like a black hole devouring everything in its path. This sovereign-level divine technique, perfectly harmonized with his celestial physique, radiated terrifying power. Lin Feng's eyes sharpened as he drew his sword. Nether Phantom Slash. With the might of 12 layers of sword intent amplifying his sovereign-level sword technique, his attack surged with unstoppable momentum. The two divine techniques collided, shaking the heavens and earth. Yet, even though Yi Xingqian gave his all, he was no match for Lin Feng's inspiring strike. His aura plummeted as he was sent hurtling backward. Just as Elder Zhu was about to intervene to save him, a chilling presence swept across the arena. Everyone shivered involuntarily as a woman, as cold and unyielding as an ice mountain, descended from the sky. With each step she took, snowflakes fell, leaving a trail of frost that spread for hundreds of feet. It was none other than Morong Shui, ranked 10th on the genius rankings. Morong Shui caught Yi Xingqian as he fell, leaving him shaken to the core. Was Lin Feng truly going to challenge Morong Shui? The gap between her and Yi Xingqian was even greater than the gap between Yi Xingqian and an ordinary disciple. Thank you, Yi Xingqian murmured softly, retreating from the arena. Morong Shui hovered in midair, her icy gaze fixed on Lin Feng. A far more intense battle was about to unfold. The arena fell into complete silence. The appearance of Morong Shui made every disciple hold their breath, not daring to make a sound. Ranked 10th on the genius list, her overwhelming presence far surpassed that of Yi Xingqian, who was ranked 20th. Hovering in midair, Morong Shui gazed coldly down at Lin Feng. You're indeed strong. Even Yi Xingqian was no match for you. But what a pity. Pity for what? Lin Feng asked in a steady voice. My true strength isn't limited to being ranked 10th. In reality, I could place 7th, maybe even 6th. But anything below 5th is meaningless, so I never bothered to challenge further, Morong Shui declared, her words sparking a wave of murmurs. The surrounding inner disciples began whispering among themselves, recalling how Morong Shui had always advanced in intervals of 5 ranks, from 20th to 15th, and then to 10th. Her rapid progress was nothing short of astonishing. You've picked an opponent you can't defeat, Lin Feng said calmly. Morong Shui gave a faint smile. But your talent is exceptional. Perhaps in time, even I won't be your match. I suggest you challenge the 9th rank. Your chances of winning are around 80%. No need, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. Then let me show you the gap between us right now. Morong Shui slowly raised her right palm. Frost Spirit Palm. An invisible palm imprint instantly enveloped the entire arena, emanating an intense chill. Unfazed, Lin Feng summoned his longsword, unleashing a divine technique of immense power, heaven-defying slash. The 12 layers of sword intent erupted with a terrifyingly destructive force. The two forces collided fiercely. Lin Feng's sword energy broke through Morong Shui's palm imprint, surging straight toward her. However, an unexpected ice shield materialized before her, effortlessly blocking the sharp sword energy. Impressive, but compared to me, the gap remains significant, Morong Shui said lightly, waving her hand. The sword energy dissipated instantly. The crowd erupted in astonishment, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Even Lin Feng showed a rare hint of surprise, realizing that Morong Shui indeed had the strength to be ranked 6th. Among the inner disciples, only 5 could possibly surpass her. As Lin Feng prepared to strike again, a terrifying freeze suddenly erupted. His long sword, unable to withstand the power, shattered into pieces. Without your weapon, how will you fight me? Morong Shui asked, her tone filled with intrigue. Yet Lin Feng's expression remained calm. The shattered fragments of his sword suddenly rose into the air. He spoke with quiet confidence. A broken sword means nothing. You understand nothing about my swordsmanship. This was his true trump card, a semi-saint level sword technique, Requiem of the Yellow Springs, which he had mastered to perfection. It was the very ace that gave Lin Feng the confidence to defeat Morong Shui. Morong Shui's strength was truly astonishing. Not only did she possess a divine-level physique, but she had also reached the 8th level of the condensation realm, an extraordinary achievement. Her mastery extended beyond the Ice Soul intent. She had likely transcended to the higher domain of Ice Soul momentum, advancing from the realm of intent to the realm of force. However, Lin Feng had now unleashed his ultimate trump card, his semi-saint level sword technique, Requiem of the Yellow Springs. The uniqueness of this technique lay in its independence from a complete weapon. Even if the sword shattered, its power remained unaffected. The true lethal strike did not rely on an intact blade, but only required a medium to channel its force. On the arena stage, countless fragments of shattered swords danced like musical notes, weaving a mysterious melody seemingly from the depths of the netherworld. This surreal spectacle immediately captured the attention of the inner sect disciples watching from the sidelines. Their faces were filled with shock and unease, as an overwhelming sense of fear gripped their souls, making them feel as though their very essence could be torn from their bodies. High above, Elder Zhu and Elder Song, 2 venerable figures observing the battle, were equally stunned by the scene. After careful perception, Elder Song concluded that this was no ordinary Grandmaster-level technique, but rather a semi-saint-level divine ability. This revelation left both elders deeply astonished. In the Wuji Sacred Land, access to semi-saint-level techniques was typically reserved for the top 10 sequence members, or those who had reached the great power realm within the sect's hierarchy. What was even more shocking was the realization that Lin Feng's mastery of this divine ability had already reached a state of perfection. Such a level of accomplishment was something even elders of their stature could not easily achieve, no matter how many years they dedicated to cultivation. On the arena stage, Murong Shui also sensed the imminent danger. She no longer held back and unleashed her full strength, transforming the surroundings into a frozen wasteland. In her hand, an ice sword radiating bone-chilling coldness materialized, and with resolute determination, she lunged at Lin Feng with a strike meant to kill. Yet, when this attack powerful enough to instantly defeat the 20th ranked genius on the talent list landed, it was effortlessly shattered by a single fragment of the dancing sword shards. At that moment, Murong Shui finally grasped the terrifying gap between her and her opponent. As Lin Feng softly uttered, "It's over," countless sword fragments reassembled into a fatal strike. The power of this single sword was so immense that it even startled a few reclusive powerhouses deep within the Wuji sacred land. In the end, despite her strength being comparable to the 6th rank on the talent list, Murong Shui was gravely injured and defeated by this earth-shattering attack. The outcome of this battle left everyone present utterly speechless. Among them, Yi Xingqian, the 20th ranked genius, felt an overwhelming sense of suffocating fear as he watched Murong Shui, once a towering figure, fall from her pedestal. The night sky, adorned with countless stars, seemed to fall silent, just like the defeated prodigies who stood in stunned silence. On the arena, Lin Feng stood tall and unshaken, like a war god. Even someone as powerful as Murong Shui had failed to faze him in the slightest. In the audience, Song Yiling's gaze was fixed intently on Lin Feng. At last, she understood why he had dared to issue 8 consecutive challenges to the prodigies. With her vast knowledge, she had never witnessed anything as terrifying as the Requiem of the Yellow Springs. This was no ordinary technicite, was clearly a semi-saint-level divine skill. In the entire Wuji sacred land, only the top 10 rankings, or the rare supreme experts, could access semi-saint-level martial arts. Yet Lin Feng not only mastered it, but had cultivated it to an unparalleled level. 2 elders descended from the skies, their imposing aura sweeping over the scene. However, Lin Feng stood firm, unmoved by their overwhelming presence. Elder Zhu examined Murong Shui's injuries and spoke softly. "Some injuries, but nothing serious." Elder Song gave a slight nod before casting a complex look at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, you've won. From this day forward, you are ranked 10th on the prodigy list." To rise from the 90th position to the 10th in just one day, such a leap was unprecedented in the history of Wuji sacred land. As Lin Feng prepared to leave the arena, a large crowd of inner disciples surged toward him. Frowning slightly, he released his perfected sword intent at the 12th level, creating an impenetrable barrier akin to a flowing river, keeping the crowd at bay. The disciples quickly raised their hands in surrender, insisting they only wished to follow him. Some female disciples even boldly declared their willingness to become his concubines. "Move aside," Lin Feng said calmly. The crowd instantly parted, opening a path for him. Without hesitation, he walked away, his mind consumed by a singular purpose: to grow stronger, until the day he could dominate the entire Kanglin domain with his own strength. When he arrived at the Internal Affairs Hall, an elder casually inquired about his recent challenges. However, upon reviewing the arena's battle recordings, the elder's expression froze. He stared at Lin Feng in utter disbelief. "You fought 8 in a row and even defeated Murong Shui, the 10th ranked on the prodigy list?" The astonishment of the elder from the Internal Affairs Hall was entirely justified. As a respected elder at the revered realm, his strength was still inferior to Elder Zhu. Meanwhile, a prodigy like Murong Shui was not only destined to reach the revered realm in the future, but also had the potential to far surpass the Internal Affairs elder, possibly even touching the great power realm. Yet such a top-tier genius had been defeated by Lin Feng in a single move, utterly powerless to fight back, like a lifeless puppet at someone's mercy. The Internal Affairs elder gazed deeply at Lin Feng. This young man's progress had surpassed the realm of astonishing and could only be described as breathtaking. Now ranked 10th on the talent leaderboard, his true ranking might be even higher. Such talent was truly awe-inspiring. Thinking of his own advancing age and the limits of his potential, while new talents emerged endlessly, the elder couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. "Thank you for the compliment, elder," Lin Feng responded calmly. "This time, your ranking has risen by 10 places, and the reward is 8 million mid-grade spirit stones," the Internal Affairs elder announced. The reward was exactly what Lin Feng needed, sufficient to support his breakthrough to the condensed Dao realm. With a wave of the elder's hand, the spirit stones were promptly transferred to him. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Feng turned to leave, but the elder called him back. "From observing your battle, I noticed your greatest shortcoming right now is the lack of a suitable weapon." Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Ordinary weapons were indeed beneath his notice, while revered level or great power level weapons were difficult to obtain. Go back and continue cultivating, the Internal Affairs Elder said with a smile. Once you've made further progress, come to the Internal Affairs Hall to take on missions. With your current strength, you can handle tasks with substantial rewards, including the weapons you need. Taking this advice to heart, Lin Feng decided to wait until he broke through to the condensed Dao realm before making further plans. Returning to his cultivation chamber, he soon realized that his current level was no longer sufficient to meet his needs. He resolved to challenge higher levels. The cultivation chambers consisted of 99 levels. With Lin Feng's strength, having defeated the 10th ranked individual on the talent leaderboard, how far could he go? As he ascended floor by floor, many disciples turned pale upon seeing him. Having defeated Morong Shui, secured a spot among the top 10 strongest, and with talent that could potentially rank in the top 3 of the talent leaderboard, who would dare challenge him? One after another, they voluntarily handed over their tokens. Before long, Lin Feng reached the 70th level. Here, a cultivator who claimed to be the 9th ranked on the talent leaderboard also handed over his token without hesitation. Morong Shui's strength far surpasses mine. If you can defeat him in one move, you can definitely crush me too. Why waste time? Lin Feng exchanged these tokens for cultivation resources. The Internal Affairs Elder wasn't surprised after all. For someone capable of defeating Morong Shui, advancing to the 70th level was entirely reasonable. In fact, the Elder believed Lin Feng could go even further, up to the 75th level. However, Lin Feng chose not to continue. Unless he could reach the 80th level, the improvement wouldn't be significant enough to justify the effort. At the 70th level cultivation chamber, the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth left Lin Feng in awe. This was indeed an exceptional place for cultivation. He immediately began training, activating the spirit stones and absorbing energy at an incredible pace. Meanwhile, in the ethereal and otherworldly domain of the Wuji Holy Land, a grand palace stood tall, the Wuji Sacred Hall. This was the central meeting place of the Wuji Holy Land. Elder Song arrived here to report to the Wuji Holy Lord. After receiving permission, Elder Song entered the hall and saw the dignified middle-aged man in ornate robes. Seated in the void, the Wuji Holy Lord listened to the report about Lin Feng with growing interest. Taking out an ancient mirror, he watched Lin Feng's battle and carefully examined his physique. Moments later, the Wuji Holy Lord opened his eyes, an expression of astonishment on his face. Interesting, truly fascinating. This disciple's physique is indeed extraordinary. It's the archaic sacred body, a constitution unseen for tens of thousands of years. Ancient desolate sacred body? Elder Song stood up abruptly, his expression filled with shock and disbelief. Lin Feng actually possessed the legendary ancient desolate sacred body, a peerless constitution that once ruled over heaven and earth in ancient times. The Supreme Lord of Wuji Holy Land gazed deeply, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Slowly, he said, "The ancient desolate sacred body, born as a saint, commands the reverence of all the laws of the universe. Yet, after the great changes in heaven and earth, this once favored child of destiny has been reduced to a tragedy." He explained to Elder Song in detail. In the current era, the ancient desolate sacred body seems to be cursed by the universal laws. No matter how immense their talent, they can only reach the venerable realm at best. There was once a force stronger than our Wuji Holy Land that devoted all its resources to reviving the glory of this sacred body, but in the end, they could only stagnate at the venerable realm. Elder Song was stunned by these words. A cursed sacred body. Indeed, the Supreme Lord of Wuji Holy Land sighed. This young man possesses extraordinary talent. If it were any other constitution, he would undoubtedly become invincible in the future. But alas, it is the ancient desolate sacred body. What our Wuji Holy Land truly needs is a saint. Hearing this, Elder Song's body trembled slightly as he speculated whether the saint of the Holy Land had already reached the end of his lifespan. Meanwhile, in the cave residence on the 70th level of the inner sect, Lin Feng opened his eyes. His aura surged like a mighty dragon, having successfully broken through to the first level of the condensed Dao realm. Moreover, his swordsmanship had advanced from the 12th layer of consummate sword intent to the level of sword momentum. The amount of spirit stones required for cultivation will only increase, Lin Feng calculated silently. To progress from the first to the second level of the condensed Dao realm might require tens of millions of mid-grade spirit stones. Advancing to the 9th level could total up to 1 billion, or even more. Though the ancient, desolate sacred body was like a bottomless pit devouring resources, Lin Feng was unfazed. With his current strength, he was nearly unrivaled in his realm. He made his way to the Inner Affairs Hall and revealed his condensed Dao realm aura. The Elder there presented several mission tokens, one of which caught Lin Feng's attention. Slaying the Shadow Thief, a notorious flower thief, with a reward of 10 million mid-grade spirit stones and a venerable grade weapon. The Elder of the Inner Affairs Hall cautioned, This person's strength is close to that of a venerable. Even those who have reached the half-step venerable realm have failed miserably against him. Think carefully. Lin Feng, however, was full of confidence. Don't worry, Elder. I have my own plans. He thought to himself that his strength was now vastly different from before. Just the combination of his sword momentum and his absolute heaven reverse fate slash was enough to instantly defeat someone like Morong Shui. As for the number 1 on the genius ranking, though they hadn't crossed paths yet, the gap between them shouldn't be too large. Lin Feng's confidence stemmed from a significant breakthrough in his strength. His mastery of swordsmanship had advanced into the realm of sword momentum. A leap that was particularly extraordinary had ascended directly from the 12th level of sword intent to the 1st level of sword momentum. This advancement had boosted his power nearly 100-fold. Now, within the condensing Dao realm, he was virtually unstoppable. Even when facing the Shadow Thief, who had already ascended to the venerable realm, Lin Feng was fully confident he could retreat unscathed. The elder of the Internal Affairs Hall acknowledged Lin Feng's confidence. If that's the case, I will entrust this mission to you. The Shadow Thief has been active in the Dali dynasty recently. He is progressing rapidly, so you must act quickly. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave the sacred land of Wuji, an immense aura descended abruptly. It was Elder Song. With a smile, Elder Song gestured for Lin Feng to take out his token. Then, with a light tap of his finger, a terrifying venerable level energy was instantly infused into the token. This is a life-saving measure I've prepared for you. Use it if you encounter a formidable enemy. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude before they each went their separate ways. Meanwhile, in the imperial court of the Dali dynasty's royal palace, the Dali emperor stood respectfully, his gaze fixed on the distance, as though awaiting an important figure. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted, and a refined man in white robes appeared, walking through the air. His arrival caused the entire court of officials to fall to their knees. Even the Dali emperor immediately prostrated himself. We humbly welcome the esteemed senior from the Crimson Flame's sacred land. This man, named Liu Yang, exuded a terrifying aura at the peak of the 9th level of the condensing Dao realm. He descended directly onto the imperial throne. The Dali emperor, not daring to show the slightest disrespect, recounted in detail the Shadow Thief's heinous deeds. The thief had not only abducted and killed 3 princesses and the empress, but had also demanded a daily tribute of 10,000 girls aged 12 or older, threatening mass slaughter if his demands were not met. Today marked the final deadline he had set. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang sneered at the fact that the Dali dynasty, despite being under the jurisdiction of the Wuji sacred land, had received no assistance. He mockingly suggested they consider defecting to the Crimson Flame sacred land instead. Just as he was speaking, a burst of maniacal laughter echoed from afar, shaking the entire court. It was none other than the infamous Shadow Thief. With a cold snort, Liu Yang's figure shot out of the hall. The Dali emperor and his officials followed quickly, only to see 2 terrifying figures facing off in the skies above the imperial city. The sight alarmed the citizens, who began whispering among themselves, their faces filled with fear of the Shadow Thief. The Dali emperor raised his voice to reassure them. Do not fear, everyone. The senior from the Crimson Flame's sacred land is here to vanquish this demon. In the sky, the gaunt, hollow-eyed Shadow Thief, who resembled a ghost, grinned maliciously as he stared down Liu Yang from a distance. The Crimson Flame sect, huh? The flower thief sneered, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light as he sized up Liu Yang. That's correct, Liu Yang replied calmly, his demeanor steady and imposing. Flower thief, I'll give you a choice. Swear an oath to the heavenly Tao that you'll never invade the Dali dynasty again, and I'll let you leave. Otherwise, before he could finish, an overwhelming inferno erupted from within him. In an instant, he transformed into a god of fire, radiating a suffocating aura that blanketed the surroundings. You'll be reduced to ashes. The onlookers from the Dali dynasty erupted in cheers, their voices filled with hope. Even the Emperor of Dali couldn't hide the anticipation in his eyes as he awaited the flower thief's downfall. Fool! The flower thief scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. A 9th-level condensed Dao practitioner from the Crimson Flame sect? Killing you will bring me no small reward. Liu Yang's brow furrowed. Both of them were at the 9th level of the condensed Dao realm, yet the flower thief's arrogance was boundless. It seems you have no idea what the name Crimson Flame sect truly represents. Blazing meteor fist. Liu Yang bellowed, his punch streaking forward like a comet. Countless fireballs erupted from his fist, resembling meteors falling from the heavens, carrying an aura of destruction. The flower thief, however, remained motionless, his expression unbothered. He uttered just 2 words, devour it. He extended his hand, and a deep, swirling black vortex materialized in his palm. Every single fireball was absorbed into the void, leaving nothing behind. Liu Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Ha ha ha. The flower thief's mocking laughter echoed. Where's your arrogance now? Go on. Show me what else you've got. Liu Yang's face darkened, his energy surging wildly within. Inferno Dragon Tornado, he roared. In an instant, a towering sea of fire erupted, coalescing into a massive flaming tornado that roared with devastating force. The revered divine technique of the Crimson Flame sect? Interesting, the flower thief remarked with an air of indifference. Yet, even this ultimate attack was effortlessly consumed by the black vortex in his palm. What followed was a one-sided battle. Within just 10 exchanges, Liu Yang was battered and broken, his body crashing heavily onto the royal palace of Dali. Huh. So this is the so-called prodigy of the Crimson Flame sect? Pathetic, the flower thief mocked, looking down on him with utter disdain. If even Liu Yang couldn't stand against him, who else in the Dali dynasty could possibly stop him? A wave of despair swept through the Dali dynasty. Their last hope had been extinguished. At this moment, every gaze was fixed on Liu Yang, the once proud genius disciple of the Crimson Flame Sanctuary, who should have been invincible and unstoppable, now lay on the ground, defeated and broken. He was a shadow of the noble and untouchable figure he had been just moments ago, brought low by the enigmatic flower thief. It's over. Even a celestial from the Crimson Flame Sanctuary has fallen. Who else can save us now? The citizens of the Dali dynasty whispered in terror, their faces pale with despair. They knew deep down that hope had slipped through their fingers. No one could stand against the overwhelming power of this mysterious foe. The Dali Emperor and his court stood frozen, their expressions twisted in fear. The Emperor collapsed to his knees, tears streaming from his eyes. If even the celestial of the Crimson Flame Sanctuary was no match, who can possibly save the Dali dynasty? Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy surged from the depths of the royal palace. An elderly man with snow-white hair appeared, his frail frame belying the immense power radiating from him. Ancestor? The Emperor's entire body trembled. The figure before him was none other than the dynasty's revered ancestor, a cultivator at the peak of the 9th stage of Tao condensation. The old man said nothing, his piercing gaze locking onto the flower thief before he shot forward like a streak of light. The Emperor clenched his jaw, understanding the ancestor's grim resolve. He intended to self-detonate, hoping to take the flower thief down with him. Yet, even with the might of the 9th stage of Tao condensation, he was still but an insect before this unfathomable enemy. With a thunderous explosion, the ancestor unleashed the entirety of his cultivation, the devastating energy seeming to tear the heavens and earth apart. The flower thief, however, merely let out a disdainful scoff, his eyes glinting with derision. Fool! If it were a self-destruction from a sovereign realm cultivator, I might have been wary. But a dying 9th stage Tao condensation? What a waste! With a casual wave, he absorbed the entirety of the explosion's power as if it were nothing. The world returned to an eerie calm. The last glimmer of hope for the Dali dynasty was extinguished. The Emperor and his court fell to their knees in unison, their faces etched with despair. The once vibrant core disciple of the Crimson Flame Sanctuary, Liu Yang, had succumbed completely, his life extinguished. Now, I will slaughter every man in this royal city. Who can stop me? The flower thief's eyes gleamed with malice as his overwhelming aura blanketed the city, paralyzing everyone in fear. Just as he was about to unleash his carnage, a sharp beam of sword light tore through the skies, as if it had traversed the rivers of time itself. The flower thief turned abruptly, startled, and dodged hastily. Who dares to interfere with my plans? Do you have a death wish? From the distant horizon, a figure approached with the swiftness of the wind. The crowd, though curious, remained steeped in despair unless this newcomer was a sovereign realm cultivator. What chance did they have against the flower thief? The figure drew closer, revealing himself to be Lin Feng, a young man wielding a longsword and stepping through the air with ease. His eyes swept over the scene, landing on the lifeless body of the Crimson Flame disciple. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. So someone else got here before me? Looks like he wasn't strong enough and got killed outright. Lin Feng turned his gaze to the man cloaked in dark energy. You must be the infamous flower thief. Looks like I've found the right person. The flower thief's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Lin Feng, noting the robes of an inner disciple from the infinite sanctuary. His voice dripped with menace. Another meddlesome fool. You so-called righteous disciples from the holy sanctuaries are all equally suicidal. So, you're the flower thief. Good. That means I'm not mistaken, Lin Feng replied calmly, confirming his target. The citizens of the Dali dynasty watched the exchange, their brief flicker of hope snuffed out as quickly as it had ignited. What could an inner disciple achieve when even a core disciple like Liu Yang had been defeated? But just as Lin Feng prepared to make his move, a golden phrase suddenly appeared above the flower thief's head. Lin Feng's pupils contracted slightly at the sight. A golden phrase? Finally, it's been a while since I've seen one of these. The significance of a golden entry needed no explanation for Lin Feng. At this moment, the golden text floating above the head of the flower thief was particularly striking. 10 Absolute Star-Absorbing Technique Minor Completion. This was a cultivation technique created by the 10 Absolute Demon Emperor, capable of absorbing the cultivation power of those who had died within the past 7 days. The 10 Absolute Star-Absorbing Technique. Lin Feng's heart trembled. This was a technique devised by the founder of the 10 Absolute Demon sect, the 10 Absolute Demon Emperor, who had once reached the Emperor realm. How could such a profound art end up in the hands of a mere flower thief? There had to be a hidden story behind this. But now wasn't the time to investigate. The priority was to seize it for himself. Boom. With a single thought from Lin Feng, the 10 Absolute Star-Absorbing Technique instantly transferred to him. This act of plunder not only took the technique itself, but also all of the flower thief's comprehension of it. Stripped of this ultimate skill, the flower thief's combat strength plummeted. The once formidable supernatural ability, which manifested as a black hole in his palm to devour energy, was now a thing of the past. Yet, the flower thief seemed oblivious to this loss and continued to act arrogantly. Seeing Lin Feng delay his attack, he sneered viciously and launched the first strike. Netherfiend Shadow Palm. Die, he roared, unleashing a devastating palm strike. The force carried with it the wails of countless vengeful spirits, creating a terrifying sonic wave that swept across the capital of the Dali Kingdom. Countless citizens fell to their knees, clutching their ears in agony. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. This technique was unmistakably a Grandmaster-level supernatural ability, and it had been cultivated to perfection. For a warrior at the 9th level of the condensed Dao realm to not only master such a powerful technique, but also perfect it, such talent was nearly on par with his own. Without hesitation, Lin Feng unsheathed his longsword and unleashed his signature technique, the heaven-severing, destiny-reversing slash. A sword light, brilliant and vast enough to sever the Milky Way, burst forth, colliding head-on with the fearsome palm force. In that instant, the heavens and earth seemed to lose their color, and the entire Dali Kingdom was enveloped in the aftermath of this godlike clash. For the kingdom's citizens, whose cultivation levels peaked at the 9th level of the condensed Dao realm, such a battle was far beyond their comprehension. The intense confrontation raged on for what felt like an eternity. Ultimately, Lin Feng's sword light cut through the flower thief's palm force like a hot knife through butter. This is impossible. The flower thief's entire body quaked, his pupils contracting in disbelief. As one of the top 10 elites of the 10 Absolute Demon sect, he was acutely aware of how terrifying his perfected Grandmaster-level technique was. Yet, this opponent whose cultivation level appeared to be no higher than the 5th level of the condensed Dao realm had shattered it with ease. If I were at my peak, I could obliterate you with a single strike. The flower thief snarled through gritted teeth. To evade the 10 Absolute Demon sect's pursuit, he had been forced to sever his own cultivation level. But lamenting the past was futile now. Facing this extraordinary sword prodigy, he had no choice but to employ even more formidable techniques if he hoped to survive. Phantom Shadow Technique? The flower thief muttered coldly, drawing his arm lightly. 5 drops of blood, exuding a terrifying and oppressive aura, emerged and hovered in the air. In an instant, 5 identical figures materialized around him, each indistinguishable from his true self, even in presence and aura. This was his secret technique, burning his essence blood to summon 5 equally powerful clones for a brief period. A single top-tier prodigy suddenly became 6, each possessing the strength of a former 10 Absolute Demon sect elite. Lin Feng now faced an unprecedentedly difficult battle. Lin Feng's gaze turned sharp and focused. He could feel the immense threat emanating from his opponent. This was undoubtedly a formidable foe, but not one beyond his ability to overcome. Supreme Swordbone. With a single thought, Lin Feng activated the Supreme Swordbone within him. A sharp and overwhelming sword intent erupted, sweeping across heaven and earth, its sheer intensity seemingly capable of cleaving the sky in two. Interesting. A physique aligned with the way of the sword? The flower thief sneered. But if this is all you've got, I'm afraid it won't save you. Attack. Black Abyss Soul-Shattering Fist. A suffocating pressure burst forth from the flower thief's body as his frame trembled under the sheer force of his unleashed power. This was no ordinary technique, it was a semi-saint level martial art. Though he had only reached the entry-level mastery of it, when combined with the simultaneous strikes of his 5 clones, its destructive potential became truly lethal. 6 top-tier prodigies, all at the 9th level of the condensed Dao realm, unleashed a semi-saint level martial art in unison, aiming directly at Lin Feng. The sheer power of this combined strike was enough to make even the bravest opponents tremble in fear. Between heaven and earth, a suffocating aura of dark magic spread, penetrating straight to the soul. Everyone present instinctively curled up on the ground, unable to summon the courage to even glance upward. Fear surged through their hearts like a tidal wave, as if they were facing an unspeakable, indescribable terror. The Emperor of Dali was struck with horror. He finally realized that during the previous battle against the core disciples of the Crimson Flame Sanctuary, the Flower Thief had not even revealed his true strength. Now, unwilling to be entangled with Lin Feng any longer, the Flower Thief unleashed his most terrifying ultimate technique. A cruel smile spread across the Flower Thief's face as he, along with 5 shadowy clones, a total of 6 figures, launched a ferocious assault on Lin Feng. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming force, Lin Feng remained unfazed. His supreme swordbone was fully activated, and his ancient sacred body had reached its complete form. The fusion of these two extraordinary constitutions, combined with the thunder physique he had previously absorbed, elevated Lin Feng's aura to an unprecedented level. Amidst the overwhelming blood energy, bolts of violent thunder intertwined, creating a scene of awe-inspiring grandeur. Lin Feng's current display of power could only be described as apocalyptic. Even with the Flower Thief's formidable strength, he appeared dim and insignificant under the full force of Lin Feng's might. The Flower Thief's 6-fold, black prison soul-splitting fist struck with devastating force, yet it was completely blocked by the defense formed from Lin Feng's 3 unique constitutions. Blood energy, sword intent, and lightning fused together to form an impenetrable barrier, rendering the Flower Thief's attacks futile. In that moment, Lin Feng seemed like a sovereign ruler of the stars, unmatched in his dominance. The Flower Thief was utterly stunned. His black prison soul-splitting fist was a half-cent-level divine technique. Though not perfected, when combined with the 5 clones created by his Phantom Shadow technique, its power was extraordinary. Yet, such a formidable offensive had been effortlessly neutralized by Lin Feng. As the Flower Thief stood in shock, Lin Feng's Yellow Spring soul-reaping melody was already unleashed. This sword-based divine technique, also at the half-saint level, had been perfected in Lin Feng's hands, far surpassing the power of the Flower Thief's black prison soul-splitting fist. In a desperate bid to survive, the Flower Thief attempted to utilize the 10-fold star-devouring demonic art, only to find that his memory of the technique had inexplicably vanished. In this life-or-death moment, he had no choice but to summon a talisman. With a deafening explosion, the Flower Thief's shattered body slammed heavily onto the Imperial City grounds, landing near the lifeless body of Lu Yong, the Crimson Flame Sanctuary disciple who had fallen earlier. The once arrogant and invincible Flower Thief now lay in utter defeat, as pitiful as a gravely injured beggar. Lin Feng descended from the sky, stepping towards the Flower Thief. To his surprise, he noticed that the charred talisman on the Flower Thief's chest had managed to withstand an attack at the 2nd level of the Sovereign Realm before ultimately being destroyed. "Is this your final statement?" Lin Feng asked indifferently. "No. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll bring disaster upon yourself." The Flower Thief snarled through gritted teeth, issuing his final threat. Lin Feng gazed calmly at the Flower Thief, begging for mercy before him. Such a feeble attempt at pleading was far too childish to sway him. At that moment, the thief's tone suddenly shifted, and he snarled, "I am a ranked disciple of the 10 Absolute Demon sect. If you kill me, you're doomed. An unstoppable force will annihilate you completely." Lin Feng frowned slightly and scanned the thief with his spiritual sense, but he detected no unusual energy fluctuations. Seeing that his threat had no effect, the thief changed tactics again, sneering, "Since I've already warned you, if you really kill me, I swear you'll be joining me in death soon." "Too much nonsense," Lin Feng said coldly. With a flash of his sword, he obliterated the thief, body and soul. As Lin Feng searched through the thief's belongings, he discovered a spatial ring. Inside, he found not only an astonishing wealth of 50 million mid-grade spirit stones, but also a token identifying the thief as a ranked disciple of the 10 Absolute Demon sect. Even more shocking, the ring contained a unique, pitch-black token engraved with the words, 10 Absolute Demon Emperor, emanating a majestic aura that compelled reverence. Suddenly, an indestructible black light emerged from the thief's corpse. Lin Feng immediately realized this was likely the method the thief had mentioned before his death, a special soul imprint meant to reveal his location. However, Lin Feng dismissed the threat without concern. He promptly activated the 10 Absolute Star-Absorbing Demon Art, absorbing the cultivation of both the Flower Thief and a nearby disciple of the Crimson Flame Holy Land. In an instant, Lin Feng's cultivation level soared from the 1st stage of the Condensing Dao realm to the 3rd stage. At this time, the Emperor of the Dali dynasty respectfully inquired whether Lin Feng hailed from the Infinite Holy Land. Upon receiving confirmation, the Emperor knelt in gratitude and suggested Lin Feng take the belongings of the deceased Crimson Flame Holy Land disciple, Lu Yang, as compensation. From Lu Yang's spatial ring, Lin Feng retrieved a significant amount of spirit stones and various spiritual herbs resources sufficient to further his cultivation. To avoid potential retaliation from the 10 absolute demon sect, he quickly bid farewell and departed, leaving behind a dynasty full of citizens and officials brimming with admiration and respect. Meanwhile, deep within the 10 absolute demon sect in the Kanglan domain, several raspy voices discussed the death of Xiao Tianlin. They discovered that his soul lamp had been extinguished, pinpointing the location to the Dali dynasty. The sect promptly ordered nearby elders to investigate, including Elder Fantong, who was the closest. This formidable expert, at the second stage of the revered realm, set out immediately, eager to recover the key tied to the Demon Emperor's treasure trove. Fantong was an average cultivator, with no remarkable talent to speak of. Even after hundreds of years of painstaking cultivation, he remained stuck at the second level of the revered realm. While such talent might be considered decent for those yet to reach the revered realm, the world changes completely once one steps into it. Each minor breakthrough becomes an insurmountable chasm, requiring extraordinary opportunities to overcome. Now, such an opportunity was within his grasp, the key to the Demon Emperor's treasure vault. Fantong was well aware of his own limitations. He could never claim such a treasure for himself. However, if he could offer it to the 10 absolute demon sect, he would undoubtedly be richly rewarded. He even dared to dream of using this chance to break through to the great power realm in one fell swoop. With this ambition in mind, Fantong sped through the skies. Suddenly, above the Dali dynasty, a dark sun descended with a deafening roar. The terrifying pressure engulfed the entire dynasty, as though dragging the land into another dimension. The citizens gazed skyward in terror. This oppressive force was several times more horrifying than the celestial battles they had witnessed before. Standing high in the sky, Fantong's gaze was sharp as lightning. He spoke coldly, "Someone, speak up." The Emperor of Dali trembled as he stepped forward. "Immortal, what is it that you need?" Fantong scanned the area but found no trace of the flower thief's corpse. His expression darkened instantly. It seemed Lin Feng had already reduced the bodies of the thief and the disciples of the Crimson Flame Holy Land to ashes before leaving. Was there a battle here? Fantong demanded. The Emperor of Dali stammered, "Yes, there was." "And the people involved?" "I truly don't know, Immortal." "You don't know? No matter." Fantong waved his hand nonchalantly, instantly capturing thousands of citizens. "I'll borrow your lives for a moment." He began an ancient sacrificial ritual. Before long, the soul fire of the flower thief emerged, pointing in a clear direction. Fantong smirked viciously and followed the trail, his immense figure vanishing into the horizon like a god descending upon the earth. At this moment, Lin Feng was en route to the infinite Holy Land to claim his reward for defeating the flower thief. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura, surpassing the condensed Tao realm, locked onto him. "You dare kill a rank disciple of my 10 absolute demon sect and think you can escape? Leave your life behind." Fantong's voice echoed across the heavens. Lin Feng remained calm as he assessed the revered realm cultivator before him. Despite the obvious gap in their cultivation levels, he didn't feel any significant threat from Fantong. Fantong sneered, "Hand over what you have, and I'll grant you a quick death. Otherwise, the tortures of the 10 absolute demon sect are beyond your endurance." As he spoke, his hands were enveloped in a layer of black metal, the ghost shadow claws. "You think you've already won?" Lin Feng replied coolly, unsheathing his sword. Bone-corroding ghost claw. Fantong unleashed a surge of demonic energy as his claws slashed down with immense force. Lin Feng met the attack with his sword, unleashing a strike so powerful it shook the heavens and shattered the surrounding mountains. To Fantong's shock, Lin Feng emerged unscathed. "Impossible." Fantong's pupils contracted as he finally realized the truth. "You've comprehended sword momentum?" The concept of sword momentum, a realm surpassing sword intent, represents a pinnacle in the path of the sword. Even comprehending the 9th level of sword intent is a rare achievement. Yet, at this moment, Lin Feng from the sacred land of Wuji showcased his mastery of sword momentum, a talent so extraordinary it placed him among the top core disciples, with the potential to challenge the elite ranks of the top 10. Fantong felt a surge of delight in his heart. To slay such a prodigious genius today would surely earn him immense rewards. A cold smile crept across his face. Though he acknowledged Lin Feng's remarkable abilities, he remained confident in his own strength. The gap in their cultivation levels was undeniable, and victory seemed assured. Die! Fantong launched another ferocious assault, his power even more overwhelming than before. Observing that Lin Feng appeared to lack any protective treasures capable of resisting attacks at the sovereign level, Fantong grew increasingly at ease. Little did he know that Lin Feng held in his grasp a treasure forged by Elder Song, a sovereign peak master, yet he deemed it unworthy of use. Fantong unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, intent on tearing Lin Feng apart. However, as the battle progressed, he was shocked to see that not only did Lin Feng remain unfazed, but his sword intent grew increasingly intense. What startled him even more was the emergence of an even more terrifying aura sword energy radiating from Lin Feng's body, signaling the activation of the supreme sword bone. Lin Feng assessed the situation calmly. This sovereign-level elder strength was likely only slightly superior to that of the Flower Thief, one of the top 10 elites of the 10 Absolute Demon sect and a future powerhouse destined for the Great Dao realm. Moreover, having recently broken through a minor realm, Lin Feng's combat prowess was now stronger than ever. Boom, boom, boom. Fanting exerted every ounce of his strength, but Lin Feng continued to counter his attacks with ease. Growing increasingly agitated, Fanting realized that the opponent he thought he could effortlessly defeat was far more formidable than he had anticipated. The aura surrounding Lin Feng intensified, his innate constitution fully awakening, as if he were an enraged deity ready to unleash divine wrath. If this is all you've got, then you might as well die. With a single sword strike, the mountains and rivers seemed to collapse. Fantong was sent reeling, coughing up blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. It wasn't just the sheer destructive force of Lin Feng's sword. It was the incomprehensible complexity of his physical constitution, as though it fused countless divine powers. As Lin Feng's attacks grew sharper, Fanting found himself increasingly overwhelmed. Damn it, is this really just the condensed Dao realm? He thought, horrified. A cultivator who hadn't even reached the peak of the condensed Dao realm possessed such monstrous power. Lin Feng was undoubtedly destined to enter the sacred land of Wuji's elite ranks. Realizing the dire situation, Fantong decided to retreat. As a steward of the 10 Absolute Demon sect, he had rushed to this mission upon hearing of it, believing that killing Lin Feng would secure his advancement to the Great Dao realm. But now, he saw this encounter as nothing less than a death trap. At least a sovereign-level cultivator at the 5th tier or higher would be needed to suppress Lin Feng. Just as Fantong turned to flee, a sword light that seemed to pierce through space itself slashed toward his back. He turned his head in terror, only to see the fearsome sword energy sever him at the waist. My body, my lower half. Fantong collapsed to the ground, unable to comprehend how his supposedly invincible sovereign-level physique had been so easily destroyed. Lin Feng descended upon him, and before Fantong could even beg for mercy, Lin Feng's sword ended his life, severing his head cleanly. So this is the sovereign realm? Doesn't seem all that impressive, Lin Feng muttered to himself. He raised his hand, revealing a black hole in his palm that devoured everything in its path. Fantong's soul was instantly consumed, and Lin Feng's cultivation surged, leaping directly from the 3rd tier of the condensed Dao realm to the 5th. Not bad. The 10 absolute soul-devouring art truly lives up to its reputation, Lin Feng remarked with satisfaction. The soul of a 2nd-tier sovereign was enough to elevate him by 2 minor realms. He couldn't help but wonder how many tiers he could ascend by consuming the soul of a great Dao realm cultivator. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought killing someone at that level was still beyond his current capabilities. Finally, Lin Feng searched Fantong's spatial ring, discovering an abundance of spirit stones and various spiritual herbs. When his divine sense swept over the mountain of spirit stones, his eyes narrowed slightly. Lin Feng carefully examined the yuan stones inside Fantong's spatial ring, his eyes gleaming with excitement. These yuan stones were vastly different from ordinary mid-grade ones, not only of higher quality but also containing purer and more concentrated energy. High-grade yuan stones. Lin Feng's heart surged with exhilaration. After counting, he found nearly 500,000 high-grade yuan stones in the ring, which, when converted, would be equivalent to the value of 50 million mid-grade yuan stones. Such a massive fortune was enough to support him in making another breakthrough in his cultivation. Calming his excitement, Lin Feng continued inspecting the spiritual herbs in the ring. Although their grade was not particularly high, with most at the 9th rank at best, their quantity was decent. It was not surprising that there were no Huang-grade spiritual herbs, as such rare treasures would likely have been used by Fan Ting himself. As for the stockpile of 500,000 high-grade yuan stones, it was clear that Fan Ting had been saving them for his future advancements. At this moment, Lin Feng was already at the 5th level of the condensed Dao realm, with strength far surpassing his previous self. Possessing the ancient sacred body, the supreme sword bone, and the slightly inferior thunder body, 3 immensely powerful constitutions, he was nearly invincible among cultivators of the same realm and could easily fight across realms. It's time to leave, Lin Feng thought to himself. Killing an elder of the 10 Absolute Demon sect was bound to create a huge uproar, especially since he now possessed the Demon Emperor's token. If the sect's powerful Dao realm experts arrived, the situation would turn dire. In a flash, Lin Feng's figure vanished into the horizon. Moments later, a terrifying wave of energy rippled through the area. A powerful figure engulfed in demonic flames descended, his aura far surpassing that of the late Fan Tong. The surrounding mountains fell into an eerie silence under his oppressive presence. Fan Ting's aura, it's gone? The figure's gaze turned grave. Soon, several other terrifying presences approached, and in the blink of an eye, multiple experts of the 10 Absolute Demon sect gathered. All of them were at the peak of the Venerable Realm or higher, with several being in the Great Tao realm. After discovering Fantung's death, they deduced that the perpetrator must have been at least at the 4th level of the Venerable Realm. Determined to recover the Demon Emperor's token, the gathered experts launched a massive search within a 1,000-mile radius, overturning mountains, draining rivers, and sparing no effort. Even the capital of the Dali dynasty was not spared, with countless civilians and members of the royal family caught in the crossfire. Yet, in the end, they found nothing. Frustrated, the experts returned to the 10 Absolute Demon sect to request the intervention of their saint to divine the token's whereabouts. In the deepest void of the 10 Absolute Demon sect, a raspy voice echoed, inquiring about the Demon Emperor's token. Upon learning that the search had yielded no results, the saint immediately performed a divination. However, moments later, he let out a muffled groan. Damn it! The one holding the Demon Emperor's token possesses immense fortune, shielding them from divination. Even a saint cannot discern their whereabouts. It would require an Emperor Realm expert, the saint muttered, his voice laced with frustration. In this era, saints were already considered the pinnacle, while the Emperor Realm was an unattainable height. Find them. Spare no effort, the saint commanded, his tone filled with determination. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, now hunted by the entire 10 Absolute Demon sect, had already returned to the territory of the Wuji sacred land. He exhaled deeply, knowing that he would be much safer here. After all, the Wuji sacred land was no weaker than the 10 Absolute Demon sect, boasting its own Great Tao realm experts and saints. Looking at the abundant rewards from defeating Fantung, Lin Feng couldn't help but anticipate the breakthroughs awaiting him in his cultivation journey. After returning to the sacred land of Wuji, Lin Feng wasted no time, heading to the Hall of Affairs to claim his reward for eliminating the flower thief. The enticing prize of 10 million mid-grade spirit stones, along with a weapon of the venerable level of his choice, filled him with excitement. After all, he had always relied on ordinary weapons. Obtaining a venerable tier weapon would undoubtedly elevate his strength to a whole new level. Inside the Hall of Affairs, the elder was busy attending to other disciples, but immediately sensed Lin Feng's presence. Lin Feng, you're back so soon? The elder looked up in surprise. You completed the mission in less than 2 days? Does this mean you've already killed the flower thief? Indeed, Lin Feng nodded, retrieving a recording stone from his storage ring. The recording stone contained the entire process of defeating the flower thief, serving as undeniable proof of his accomplishment. The elder took the recording stone and infused it with his spiritual sense. The scenes played out rapidly in his mind, and after watching, he stared at Lin Feng in astonishment. In the recording, the flower thief's strength was revealed to be at the terrifying level of the 9th stage of condensed Tao. Even an ordinary first stage venerable would struggle to defeat such an opponent. Yet Lin Feng not only emerged victorious, but utterly crushed his foe. The elder was deeply shaken by Lin Feng's overwhelming power. Here are 10 million mid-grade spirit stones, the elder said, handing over the reward. As per the agreement, you may also choose any venerable tier weapon. Would you like a sword? Lin Feng nodded. With his supreme swordbone and mastery of the first layer of sword momentum, what other choice could there be but a sword? Understanding his preference, the elder produced a long sword with a fiery red blade. The sword seemed to burn with flames, and its edge was engraved with golden patterns that radiated an aura of majesty, like the sun itself. This sword is called Dawnbreaker, a venerable tier divine weapon. Are you satisfied with it? Lin Feng carefully sensed the power within the sword and nodded in approval. Thank you, elder. This sword is perfect for me. With this sword and these rewards, your strength is bound to advance even further, the elder remarked meaningfully. 7 days from now is the core disciple tournament. The rewards for the top 3 are exceptionally generoso, much so that even I, at the venerable level, am envious. Hearing this, Lin Feng's heart stirred. Rewards that could entice even a venerable level elder must be extraordinary. Thank you for the reminder, elder. I will return to cultivate immediately. Back in his cultivation cave, Lin Feng began to take stock of his gains. In addition to the rewards for defeating the flower thief, he had also collected spoils from disciples of the 10 Absolute Demon sect, the Scarlet Flame's sacred land, and a demon sect elder. After counting, he found a total of 25 million mid-grade spirit stones, 500,000 high-grade spirit stones, and 17 ninth-grade spiritual herbs. Such an abundance of resources made Lin Feng's breath quicken in excitement. Time to cultivate. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed sharply as he activated his ancient sacred body, pushing his cultivation to the limit. With these resources in hand, he was determined to see how far he could break through. And so, Lin Feng entered seclusion for several days of intense cultivation. Meanwhile, significant events were unfolding within the inner sect. Yuanimo, a sudden exclamation erupted among the inner disciples. The news of Yuan Mo's return, the third-ranked genius on the talent list, swept through the inner sect of the infinite Holy Land like a storm. This prodigious disciple, who had spent years training outside, had reached the 9th level of the condensed Tao realm when he left. Now that he had returned, rumors buzzed that he must have broken through to the Supreme Realm. A talent who achieved the Supreme Realm before even entering the core disciples would undoubtedly become a formidable force among them. What shocked everyone even more was the simultaneous return of Imo Chun, the second-ranked genius on the talent list. Unlike Yuan Imo Chun made no effort to conceal his power upon arrival. Seasoned disciples observed closely and concluded that Imo Chun had at least reached the 3rd level of the Supreme Realm, level of cultivation that could rival that of the elders. While the inner disciples were still abuzz with discussions about the return of these two prodigies, a unique figure appeared in the inner sect of the infinite Holy Land. He was a weathered man, his face etched with the marks of time, as if he had lived through centuries of trials. He bore a rugged beard, and his eyes carried an indescribable melancholy, reflecting the weight of countless experiences. His clothing was tattered, yet on his back rested an imposing great blade, its width nearly 2 feet, its edge worn and dulled, exuding a palpable sense of heaviness. The man walked calmly along the inner sect pathways, neither flaunting his presence nor deliberately concealing his aura. Yet, as he passed by, the inner disciples who saw him froze in shock, their voices trembling as they called out his name. You're Duan Jingtai? The man responded with a faint smile and a slight nod before continuing on his way. In that moment, the entire inner sect erupted into chaos. The first-ranked genius on the talent list, the legendary Duan Jingtai, who was said to be on the verge of becoming a sequence disciple, had finally returned. The true extent of his power remained a mystery, but his reappearance heralded a monumental upheaval within the infinite Holy Land. The prodigies of the talent rankings have spent long periods training in the outside world and rarely appear within the inner sect. Fully aware of the limitations of the inner sect, they chose to seek breakthroughs in the wider world. Now, their return signals the advent of a major event. Indeed, the day after the top 3 disciples of the talent rankings returned, the sacred Lord of Wuji appeared at the highest point of the Wuji Holy Land. His voice, carrying the weight of divine decree, resounded across the land. The core disciple competition will commence in 3 days. This announcement sent shockwaves through the inner sect disciples. The sudden advancement of the core disciple competition caught everyone off guard, but also filled them with excitement. Although participation was limited to the top-ranked individuals on the talent rankings, this exclusivity was precisely what made it so appealing. Many quickly realized that the return of the top 3 disciples must have been prompted by prior knowledge of this event. Soon after, the sacred Lord of Wuji revealed the rewards for the competition. 3rd place, 1 million top-grade spirit stones. 2nd place, 2 million top-grade spirit stones, along with 5 yellow-grade spiritual herbs. 1st place, 3 million top-grade spirit stones, 10 yellow-grade spiritual herbs, and 10 yellow-grade pills. The magnitude of these rewards left all disciples in awe. Even the 3rd-place prize of 1 million top-grade spirit stones was equivalent to 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. As for the yellow-grade spiritual herbs, they were treasures coveted even by the sect's revered elders. The 1st-place reward was so extravagant that it stirred envy in every heart. Outside one of the cultivation caves, Yuan Imo, ranked 3rd on the talent rankings, listened to the surrounding disciples' discussions. A golden radiance began to emanate from his body, making him appear almost divine. Duan Jingtian is indeed formidable, he said, his tone calm yet resolute. But I've made significant progress over the years. 1st place might not be out of reach. Elsewhere, Imo Chun, dressed in black, stood silently in front of his cave. As the 2nd-ranked on the talent rankings, his unassuming appearance belied his fearsome strength. A strange black aura flickered in his eyes as he muttered to himself, Duan Jingtian, I've returned this time for one Riazanto claim 1st place. Imo Chun had challenged Duan Jingtian 4 times in the past, losing each time. This competition was his chance to overcome the mental barrier that haunted him. Meanwhile, Duan Jingtian was meditating atop a mist-shrouded mountain. Gazing at the distant peaks, his expression remained tranquil. Being 1st on the talent rankings is no longer my ambition, he murmured. My goal is to break into the top 10 sequence. Unlike Imo Chun and Yuan Imo, who were fixated on surpassing him, Duan Jingshan's sights were set on far greater aspirations. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Within a secluded cultivation cave, Lin Feng opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within him. After rigorous training, he had advanced from the 5th to the 7th level of the condensing Tao realm. Recalling how he had defeated Morong Shui, who was ranked 6th, back when he was only at the 1st level of the same realm, he felt confident that his current strength was far more terrifying. Top 3 is within my grasp, Lin Feng mused, his gaze burning with fighting spirit. But just how strong is the 1st place? After a moment's pause, his expression turned contemplative. With my current cultivation level, perhaps it's time to attempt deducing the next form of the Yellow Springs Absolute Heaven Sword technique. Long ago, Lin Feng developed a semi-saint level sword technique, the Netherworld Requiem. Now, with his cultivation realm elevated, he felt it was time to deduce the next move. Seated cross-legged in his cave dwelling, Lin Feng fell into deep thought. The profoundness of the Netherworld's supreme sword technique led him to speculate that the creator of this technique must have been a terrifyingly powerful figure, likely on par with the 10 absolute demon emperor, or perhaps even an emperor-level being. Fully engrossed in his deduction, Lin Feng soon found beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The sixth move was already at the semi-saint level, so the seventh move would undoubtedly ascend to the true saint level. An immense force of karmic causality bore down on him, and Lin Feng had to activate his unique constitution to resist the overwhelming weakness that threatened to consume him. In the entire Kanglan domain, there were only a handful of cultivators daring enough to deduce saint-level techniques. Even those at the venerable realm rarely attempted such feats. Yet Lin Feng's extraordinary constitution, which fused countless top-tier physiques, gave him a confidence that few could match. As time passed, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted around Lin Feng. Thunder roared, blood energy surged, and an unparalleled sword intent swept in all directions. It worked. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. The seventh move of the Netherworld Supreme Sword Technique, a saint-level sword technique named Blood Shadow of the Underworld, was born. Without hesitation, he began comprehending this newly created technique. For many self-proclaimed geniuses, even entering the initial stage of a saint-level technique would take an extensive amount of time. Yet Lin Feng achieved entry-level mastery in an astonishingly short period. Even the prodigies ranked among the top 10 sequences could not rival him in this regard. In the process, Lin Feng's sword aura also broke through to the second layer. As he immersed himself in cultivation, a grand voice, majestic as a clap of thunder, resonated throughout the inner sect. The core disciple tournament of the sacred land of infinity is officially commencing. Countless secluded prodigies emerged from their cave dwellings, ready to participate in the tournament. Lin Feng stood up, a confident smile tugging at his lips. Having now mastered a saint-level technique and reached the second layer of sword aura, even Duan Jingtian, the top-ranked genius on the talent leaderboard, would likely struggle to withstand a single strike from him. At that moment, a knock came from outside his cave dwelling. It was Song Yiling and Mu Lingxue. The three of them set off together, with Song Yiling constantly sparking conversations between Lin Feng and Mu Lingxue along the way. Lin Feng sensed Mu Lingxue's growing affection for him, but remained non-committal. Ever since he had defeated Morong Shui, Lin Feng had become the most sought-after figure in the sacred land. Countless female disciples dreamed of being by his side, with some even willing to serve as his attendants. Before long, the trio arrived at the tournament grounds. Amidst the bustling crowd, Lin Feng's presence drew countless gazes. Just as the crowd began to murmur, a golden figure approached from the distance. The overwhelming aura of this newcomer compelled all the disciples present to rise to their feet. It was Yuan, ranked third on the talent leaderboard. The arrival of Yuan, ranked third on the elite rankings, caused an even greater commotion than Lin Feng. Disciples at the scene turned their heads, their gazes filled with awe and reverence. Compared to Lin Feng, who had merely defeated Morong Shui, Yuan Mo's strength was on a completely different level. The last time the fourth-ranked challenger from the elite rankings faced him, they were defeated in a single punch, unable to resist even after burning their blood essence. As soon as Yuan appeared, a natural void formed around him. No one dared to approach, and the crowd could only watch him from afar with admiration and respect. Moments later, two brilliant streaks of light pierced through the sky, instantly drawing everyone's attention. It was Mo Chun, ranked second on the elite rankings, and Duan Jingtian, the number one. The gathering of the three strongest talents of the inner sect sparked a wave of exclamations. Following them, more top-ranked elites made their appearances. Hua Chun, ranked fourth, Tang Yu, ranked fifth, and others descended one after another, each exuding an overwhelming aura. However, even they seemed dim in comparison to the brilliance of Duan Jingtian, Mo Chan, and Yuan Mo. Suddenly, an oppressive force swept across the entire venue, leaving everyone breathless. Even the three top-ranked prodigies at the sovereign realm couldn't help but turn their attention. 6 figures appeared out of thin air, each radiating an aura far surpassing the sovereign realm. They were 6 elders at the great power realm. One of them, an elder clad in a gray robe, stepped forward. It was Elder Hong, a senior figure with profound experience. He announced that their presence was not only to oversee the competition, but also to select disciples. This revelation caused a stir among the crowd. Being chosen by a great power realm elder as a disciple not only promised abundant cultivation resources, but also provided an unparalleled source of protection and support. Elder Hong waved his hand, summoning a massive stone monument imbued with a powerful formation. He then called forth the participants of the core disciple competition. A total of 24 individuals, including Lin Feng, stepped forward. After confirming there were no additional participants, Elder Hong officially announced the beginning of the first trial. As the competitors approached the stone monument, it felt as if they had entered another dimension. Elder Hong's voice resonated in the air. The first trial of the core disciple competition tests your cultivation perseverance and your Tao heart. This is far more critical than you realize. Talent determines your ceiling, but your Tao heart defines your foundation. Within the vast history of the Kanglin domain, Elder Hong was imparting a simple yet profound truth to the gathered disciples. Talent is not the only path to greatness. His voice was steady and authoritative as he recounted the stories of countless cultivators who, despite their ordinary talents, ultimately ascended to the ranks of the mighty. These individuals broke through the limitations of their natural gifts through unwavering determination, an insatiable hunger for strength, and an indomitable will. Next, Elder Hong said, his gaze sweeping over the 24 disciples gathered around the stone monument, you will enter a unique illusion. This trial will delve deep into your hearts, testing your resolve and confidence in pursuing power. It begins in 30 breaths. The one who endures the longest will be the victor. As soon as his words fell, murmurs erupted among the observing disciples. Duan Jingtao will surely take first place. With his standing on the talent rankings, no one can rival him. The real contest will be between Ma Qin and Yuan Ma for second and third. 30 breaths passed in an instant. As Lin Feng entered the illusion, he found himself in a vast world of endless snow. A deep, ancient voice echoed from the void, carrying an oppressive weight that made him tense. Lin Feng, do you believe you can ascend to the venerable realm? Of course, Lin Feng replied with unwavering determination. And on what basis? The voice suddenly turned stern. Lin Feng did not waste words. Instead, he unleashed a surge of overwhelming blood energy, a power that rivaled even that of a venerable. This is my foundation. What heights do you think you can reach? Limitless. Lin Feng answered resolutely. In this vast world, even the Emperor realm was merely a starting point. Legends spoke of the existence of a mortal show. Could he confine his ambitions to a singular realm? The mysterious voice seemed taken aback by his response. Moments later, countless horrific and blood-soaked scenes flashed before Lin Feng's eyes. The deaths of loved ones, endless battles, and brutal carnage. The stench of blood seemed to pierce through to his very soul. Yet, Lin Feng remained unfazed, his inner resolve as unyielding as iron. To him, so long as he was strong enough, such slaughter was insignificant. Outside the illusion, several disciples from the talent rankings had already withdrawn, unable to endure the fear of death the trial forced upon them. Some doubted their own abilities, while others lost faith in the path of cultivation. Even Morong Xue, who had previously been defeated by Lin Feng, had exited the trial. Some lamented the harshness of the path to power, while others questioned the ultimate meaning of life itself. Yet amidst it all, Lin Feng remained steadfast within the illusion, unshaken and immovable. After exiting the illusion realm, Morong Xue stood frozen in place, her expression dazed and confused. As one of the top 10 recognized talents on the elite list, she had never imagined she would be forced to retreat in such a scenario. What truly struck fear into her heart wasn't the endless slaughter, but the suffocating standards of what it meant to be a true prodigy. Even with her exceptional aptitude, the difficulty of ascending to the great power realm within the illusion was overwhelmingly despairing thousands of times harder than advancing to the sovereign realm. Recalling her recent duel with Lin Feng, Morong Xue felt a mix of emotions. At the time, she had been utterly convinced that Lin Feng stood no chance of defeating her. Yet the outcome had been a crushing defeat. In a world teeming with extraordinary talents, the path to achieving the great power realm required enduring so much bloodshed. How much more insurmountable, then, must be the Holy Realm, or even the Emperor realm, which reigns supreme over all. Currently, only 5 individuals remained within the illusion realm, while all others had withdrawn. This scene sparked a wave of astonishment among the spectators. Only 5 left? This illusion realm is terrifyingly brutal. The elimination rate is way too high, and it's happening so fast. Even Tengyu, ranked 5th on the elite list, has been eliminated? The crowd was stunned to realize that the 5 remaining participants included the 3 renowned powerhouses Duan Jingtian, Mo Qian, and Yuan Molong with Hua Chun, ranked 4th on the elite list, and Lin Feng, the one who had defeated Morong Xue. Lin Feng's ability to outlast Tengyu showcased an extraordinary stability in his Tao heart, far beyond the ordinary. Though Tengyu appeared calm, his gaze lingered on Lin Feng, betraying a newfound interest in this opponent who had managed to endure longer than he had. Deep within the enigmatic secret realm of the infinite Holy Land, the infinite Holy Lord was observing the competition through a mystical display. Seeing Lin Feng and the other 4 still holding on, he nodded in approval. At that moment, the Holy Land's revered saint spoke up. This young man named Lin Feng is quite intriguing. The steadiness of his Tao heart surpasses anyone I've ever encountered. The Holy Lord was visibly astonished by this statement. Ancestor, are you saying that even Duan Jingshan's Tao heart pales in comparison to his? Indeed, the Saint Ancestor affirmed, he possesses a kind of unshakable confidence, akin to the reincarnation of an immortal. Although his ancient, desolate sacred body is no longer as advantageous in this era as it once was, his potential in the sovereign realm is immense. With proper nurturing, achieving great power realm combat strength in the future isn't out of the question. As they conversed, the display showed Hua Chen finally succumbing and withdrawing from the illusion realm. Now, only 4 participants remained. Apart from the top 3, only Lin Feng remained in the arena. The Saint Ancestor had already declared that Lin Feng's Tao heart far surpassed that of Duan Jingtai, indicating that he was highly likely to claim first place in this round of trials. The Wuji Saint Lord watched the scene unfold, unable to suppress his inward sigh. If the outside world were to learn of this situation, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. After all, Duan Jingtai had always been the undisputed leader in every assessment. If he were to fall to second place now, it would surely send shockwaves throughout the inner sect. Even Duan Jingtai himself would likely find it hard to accept such an outcome. Meanwhile, outside the arena, when the crowd saw Hua Chun, the 4th ranked on the talent list, fail to endure and get eliminated, the audience erupted in astonishment. People murmured among themselves, Hua Chen actually lost to Lin Feng, and Lin Feng's Tao heart is so steadfast, truly the strongest below the top 3. Not long after, another contestant was eliminated, none other than Mo Chun, the 2nd ranked on the talent list. This news struck like a thunderclap, stunning all the onlookers. Even more unbelievable was the fact that Lin Feng was still holding on. At this point, even if he were eliminated, he had already secured 3rd place. Mo Chen's face turned pale, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He had aimed to surpass Duan Jingtai, but not only did he fail, he was overtaken by Yuan Mo and even lost to an unknown competitor. For someone as proud and arrogant as Mo Chun, this was an immense blow. In the sky above, the 6 elders at the Great Power Realm displayed various expressions. Elder Hong appeared somewhat surprised, finding it unexpected that Mo Chun only managed to rank 4th in the Tao Heart trial. Lin Feng's performance, on the other hand, truly impressed them. As time passed, Yuan Mo also reached his limit. When he emerged from the illusion realm and saw the situation in the arena, his pupils constricted aside from the expected presence of Duan Jingtai. The only other person still persisting was the seemingly unremarkable Lin Feng. All eyes were now on Lin Feng. Since entering the inner sect, he had displayed an unstoppable momentum, defeating Xiao Yifeng, ranked 90th on the talent list, issuing 8 consecutive challenges and triumphing over Morong Shui, and now, in the core disciples grand competition, securing 2nd place, just behind Duan Jingtai. Suddenly, Duan Jingtai's body began to tremble, his brows furrowed tightly, as though he was facing an immense challenge in the illusion realm. In stark contrast, Lin Feng stood like a statue, completely unmoved and extraordinarily composed. The crowd held their breath, and even the 6 Great Power Realm elders, who had specifically come to recruit Duan Jingtai as a disciple, grew tense. At last, Duan Jingtai's trembling subsided. He slowly opened his eyes, a faint trace of bitterness curling at the corner of his mouth. Duantian Jingtao slowly opened his eyes, a deep sense of bewilderment lingering in his gaze. Within the illusionary realm, he had experienced countless moments of life, death, and parting. Each encounter felt so vividly real that it sent shivers down his spine, as though he had personally undergone thousands of cycles of reincarnation. The trembling of his body earlier was his desperate attempt to resist the overwhelming impact of the illusions. Eventually, he could no longer hold on. His body gradually calmed, and opening his eyes signified his withdrawal from the trial. However, Duantian Jingtao remained confident in himself. Lasting this long surely meant he was the top contender. Mo Chen, Yuan Mo, and the others were not even worth worrying about. My state of mind still needs improvement, Duantian Jingtao reflected silently. Though I'm ranked 1st among the inner disciples, that doesn't guarantee the same position among the core disciples, let alone compared to the 10 sequences. His gaze grew more resolute. After all, from a very young age, his ultimate goal had been to join the sequence disciples. But just then, he noticed the peculiar gazes directed at him from those around him. Lifting his head, he saw disbelief written all over the faces of elite disciples like Mo Chen and Yuan Mo. A flicker of thought crossed Duantian Jingtao's mind, assumed his performance had left everyone in awe. Yet, he quickly realized something was amiss. The attention was not solely focused on him. Instead, most of it was directed at someone beside him. Following their line of sight, Duantian Jingtao's pupils constricted sharply. Right next to him stood a young man with delicate features, upright like a pine tree, still immersed in the illusion. This discovery was like a hammer striking his heart. Glancing around, he noticed everyone else had already exited the illusionary realm, everyone, except this one person, who continued to endure. I was surpassed? A look of disbelief flashed in Duantian Jingtao's eyes. As someone who had long held the top spot on the elite rankings, this outcome was hard for him to accept. Above, Elder Hong and 5 other powerful cultivators at the Grandmaster realm were closely observing the scene. They had all discerned the truth. The young man named Lin Feng possessed a state of mind far more resolute than Duantian Jingtao's. He was undoubtedly a dark horse, with limitless potential for the future. Time passed, yet Lin Feng remained unmoved. The duration he had spent in the illusion was now double that of Duantian Jingtao's. This staggering gap forced Duantian Jingtao to admit that, in terms of mental fortitude, he was no match for Lin Feng. At that moment, a voice from the depths of the sacred land, belonging to the saintly ancestor, resonated within the illusionary realm. It's time to let him exit. This is undeniably a record-breaking first place. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded slightly and, with a single thought, calmly opened his eyes. When he noticed the astonished gazes around him, he was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. Above, Elder Hong narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. It seems this Lin Feng wasn't forced out by the illusion. He chose to withdraw on his own. Elder Hong, being the most advanced in cultivation, had the ability to see beyond the surface. Through his perception, Lin Feng's state appeared flawless, as though he could endure endlessly. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Feng voluntarily chose to withdraw. This decision left the other elders utterly shocked. According to Elder Hong, Lin Feng's Dao heart had already reached the level of a saint, an achievement that was nearly inconceivable. Proceed to the next round of testing, Elder Hong declared, announcing the results of the first trial. First place, Lin Feng. Second place, Duan Jingtian. Third place. As the rankings were revealed one by one, all eyes remained fixed on Lin Feng. This dark horse had not only surpassed Mo Chen and Yuan Mo but had also outperformed Duan Jingtian, leaving everyone stunned. Begin the second round of assessment. Elder Hong continued. Within this barrier, you will be unable to use your cultivation. From above, countless sword energies will rain down. As time progresses, their speed will increase. You can use any means necessary, but movement techniques, innate physical traits, or other abilities. The key is survival. As soon as he finished speaking, a barrier enveloped the entire arena. Overhead, sword energy began to gather, resembling a brewing storm ready to unleash its fury. The oppressive aura was enough to make one's heart tremble, as though it could pierce through life itself with ease. Everyone felt their cultivation sealed. This round of testing leveled the playing field entirely, relying solely on each participant's physique and mastery of movement techniques or innate abilities. You have 10 breaths to prepare, Elder Hong announced. Lin Feng quickly assessed the situation and confirmed he couldn't use his cultivation. However, this did not shake his confidence. Even without his cultivation, his physical constitution alone gave him a distinct advantage. He was eager to see just how formidable this sword energy would be. The audience erupted into murmurs. Many believed that this round would undoubtedly belong to Duan Jingtian. In their eyes, even without cultivation, Duan Jingtian remained the strongest contender. His admirers revered him like a deity, convinced of his invincibility in all aspects. That he had only placed second in the first round was already difficult for them to accept. Now, with the second trial testing raw abilities, they were certain he would reclaim his rightful place at the top. The 10 breaths passed swiftly, and the sword energy descended like a torrential waterfall. In the first wave, everyone managed to pass without issue. But Elder Hong cautioned, this is just the appetizer. The sword energy will grow increasingly intense. The second wave brought a 10-fold increase in power, speed, and quantity compared to the first. The third wave was even more ferocious, eliminating 4 participants outright. Elder Hong issued a stern warning. If you can't withstand the 5th wave, you have no right to become a core disciple. The eliminated disciples attempted to plead their case, but were silenced by Elder Hong's thunderous rebuke, leaving the arena in dejection. The 4th wave claimed another 5 participants, and the 5th wave eliminated 2 more. When the 5th wave concluded, Elder Hong nodded slightly in satisfaction. Throughout the entire ordeal, Lin Feng remained calm and composed. Though his cultivation rank didn't place him in the top 10 of the talent rankings, in this test of pure strength and skill, he was confident in his ability to secure first place. Impressive. You have endured the 5th wave, Elder Hong's voice echoed across the sky. Anyone who can withstand the 5th wave can truly be called a prodigy. Advancing to the venerable realm in the future will no longer be a significant challenge for you. Your combat prowess at this stage is truly exceptional, he continued. Even if someone can no longer hold on from this point forward, it won't be considered an elimination. You will still qualify for the final round of assessment. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Advancing to the final round was undoubtedly the best outcome. This last round would clearly determine the final rankings, and anticipation sparkled in many people's eyes. Although only the top 3 would receive rewards, improving one's rank in the final assessment was an achievement worth striving for. The 6th wave of sword energy is about to descend. Prepare yourselves, Elder Hong declared. No sooner had his words fallen than a terrifying sound filled the air, and countless waves of devastating sword energy rained down once more. The 6th wave eliminated 3 participants. Immediately following were the 7th and 8th waves. By the end of the 8th wave, only 6 individuals remained on the battlefield, the top 5 from the Prodigy list and Lin Feng. Lin Feng's performance was particularly striking, drawing the silent attention of the crowd. This dark horse, who had previously defeated Duan Jingtian in the Dao Heart trial, was now the center of focus. As the 9th wave of sword energy approached, Hua Chun, ranked 4th on the Prodigy list, and Tang Yu, ranked 5th, both looked grim. The 8th wave had already pushed them to their limits, and this next wave was bound to be even more perilous. When the sword energy descended, the two poured all their strength into resisting it, exerting every ounce of power they had. These 2 top-tier inner disciples, usually so composed, now appeared visibly strained. In the end, they both succumbed, their faces flushed red as they nearly spat blood. On the field, only Duan Jingtian and the other top 3 remained standing alongside Lin Feng, who stood tall and unwavering. Hua Chun and Tang Yu, now eliminated, wore conflicted expressions. It was clear to everyone that Lin Feng's combat ability at the same stage far surpassed theirs. Tang Yu clenched his fists as he stared at Lin Feng. Though he could easily defeat the former 10th-ranked Morong Shui, Lin Feng's strength was evidently on a whole other level. During the 10th wave of sword energy, Imo Qian was eliminated and placed 4th, a result he found hard to accept. As the 11th wave began, Yuan Imo could no longer endure and was forced to withdraw. Now, only Duan Jingtian and Lin Feng remained on the field. The crowd held their breath, their eyes glued to the scene before them. No one had expected that Lin Feng, this dark horse, would not only surpass Duan Jingtian in the Dao Heart trial, but also match him in this test of combat power at the same stage. The 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th waves of sword energy descended in quick succession, yet both of them persisted. Duan Jingtian's aura had grown increasingly volatile, a clear sign that withstanding these waves was no easy feat. The disciples watching were in awe of their strength, particularly Lin Feng's meteoric rise. When the 15th wave of sword energy descended, its intensity surpassed all the previous waves. Duan Jingtian narrowed his eyes and unsheathed his blade, determined to test his limits. Meanwhile, Lin Feng drew the newly acquired venerable grade divine sword, Dawnbreaker. On the battlefield, 2 figures stood proudly, weapons in hand, as sword energy filled the air. Duan Jingtai wielded a massive blade, his presence as deep as an abyss. Each swing of his weapon carried an unstoppable force. Crack, crack. Wherever the blade passed, the fierce sword energy was completely shattered, offering no resistance. Off the battlefield, Missouri-Chun and Yuan Imo silently watched the scene unfold. A complex expression flickered in their eyes, eventually turning into a sigh. Despite years of rigorous training and significant growth in strength, they still found themselves far behind Duan Jingtai. What was even more astonishing was that Duan Jingtai's mastery of the blade had reached the realm of blade momentum, far surpassing ordinary blade intent. Yuan Imo gazed at the figure wielding the massive blade on the field, a bitter feeling rising in his heart. Such talent was truly awe-inspiring. Lin Feng, too, demonstrated remarkable prowess. With his divine sword in hand, he effortlessly overcame the 15th wave of sword energy's challenge. As the 16th wave descended, the battle between the two grew increasingly fierce. Duan Jingtai could feel that each wave of sword energy was 100 times stronger than the last. Even for him, it required his full strength to contend with. When the 17th wave of sword energy arrived, each strike roared toward him like a raging dragon. After careful consideration, Duan Jingtai ultimately chose to withdraw. He understood that continuing would force him to reveal his trump card, which would be unwise during this second round of trials. Lin Feng, however, persisted under the astonished gazes of everyone present. When the 17th wave concluded, he still stood tall, becoming the only participant to pass this trial. At that moment, everyone realized that in terms of combat strength within the same realm, Lin Feng had surpassed Duan Jingtai, who had long held the top spot on the Prodigy rankings. Duan Jingtai looked at this rising star and exhaled slowly. Interesting, truly interesting. This person's combat ability in the same realm seems to rival my own. Though surprised, his tone lacked the shock that others displayed. Duan Jingtao stood firmly in place, his eyes gleaming with unshakable confidence. He was acutely aware of the strength of his hidden card so much, so that he was certain of passing not only the 17th wave of the test, but even the 18th with ease. Watching Lin Feng successfully clear the trial, a subtle smirk played on his lips as he silently mused, "Your strength is indeed remarkable. Given another year, the top spot on the inner disciples talent ranking would surely be yours. But fate has placed us in the same core disciple assessment. This time, the first place is destined to slip from your grasp. Though he hadn't claimed first place in the first 2 rounds, Duan Jingtao remained unbothered. To him, those were merely superficial accolades. The final round, where true strength would be tested, was what mattered most. And in that arena, he was supremely confident he could crush everyone including Lin Feng. Perhaps in a few years, Lin Feng might catch up to him or even surpass him, but now? He was still far from being a threat. The surrounding inner disciples erupted in heated discussions. Did you see that? Lin Feng actually held his ground. That means he surpassed Duan Jingtao again. Not just the first round, even triumphed in the second. The second round is all about testing compatibility within the same cultivation level. Does this mean that, at the same level, even Duan Jingtao can't match Lin Feng? But Duan Jingtao's supporters were quick to counter. Combat power within the same realm is important, sure, but for geniuses, the speed of progress is what truly matters. Lin Feng is strong, no doubt, but he's not yet in the sovereign realm. Duan Jingtao, on the other hand, is already a sovereign. If they were to fight, Duan Jingtao would defeat him in a single move. Exactly. The real test is who can go the furthest. And right now, Duan Jingtao is still the undisputed #1 among the inner disciples. Not far away, Imo Qin and Yuan Imo, ranked second and third on the talent ranking respectively, listened keenly to the conversations. Their gazes sharpened. Both had also stepped into the sovereign realm, and in their eyes, while Lin Feng's potential was undeniably extraordinary, the gap in cultivation levels was not something that could be easily bridged. Above them, the elders in the Great Sage realm observed Lin Feng's performance with astonishment. Yet Elder Hong offered a different perspective. You may have misunderstood. When Duan Jingtao faced the sword aura, his eyes burned with fighting spirit, completely devoid of fear. He could have passed the trial effortlessly if he wanted to. He simply chose not to reveal his trump cards. Elder Hong then turned his attention to Lin Feng, announcing the reward. For achieving first place in both rounds, you are awarded 500,000 high-grade spirit stones, and will receive a bye in the ranking battle of the third round. Lin Feng graciously accepted the generous reward. The sheer wealth, equivalent to 50 million mid-grade spirit stones, sparked envy among the inner disciples. Many began speculating that with the advantage of skipping an early match, Lin Feng now had a strong chance of securing a spot in the top 5 of the final rankings. Lin Feng, ranked at least 6th in strength, earned the advantage of a bye. This not only gave him time to rest and adjust, but also allowed him to observe the fighting styles and hidden strengths of the other disciples, helping him prepare for potential future battles. This reward left the other 12 disciples in the arena filled with envy. Elder Hong's voice echoed across the arena. Take this time to rest. After the break, the third and final round of the assessment will begin, determining your ultimate rankings. Prepare yourselves well. As soon as he finished speaking, the 12 disciples on the elite list sat cross-legged and began regulating their breathing. Among them, Duan Jingtian appeared particularly composed. Despite having expended the most energy in the second round, he remained supremely confident, believing no one could rival him. In his eyes, Yuan Imo and Imo Chun were unworthy opponents. Only Lin Feng stood out slightly, but his cultivation level was too low. If Lin Feng reached the revered realm, he might pose a challenge, but for now, he was no threat. The surrounding inner disciples held their breath, their eyes fixed on Duan Jingtian and the others. The upcoming battles were bound to be spectacular, as everyone would give their all for the ultimate honor. Meanwhile, deep within the sacred land of infinity, the Sacred Lord was observing the assessment. His gaze flickered, focusing intently on Lin Feng's performance. He defeated Morong Shui, so his strength must rank at least 6th. I wonder how he would fare against Tang Yu, the 5th-ranked disciple. The serene voice of the Saint Ancestor rang out. From what I've observed, Lin Feng has already reached the 7th level of the condensing Dao realm. What? The Sacred Lord was astonished. Such rapid progress? He had just entered the condensing Dao realm last time, and now he's already at the 7th level? The Saint Ancestor explained. The archaic sacred body allows for rapid advancement in the early stages, provided sufficient resources are available. He could quickly reach the revered realm, but that would be his limit. Progress beyond that will be excruciatingly slow, and the real challenge will begin there. The Sacred Lord's expression turned regretful. If not for the inherent limitations of the archaic sacred body, Lin Feng could have been a contender for the position of Holy Son. He then inquired further about the ancient sacred bodies. The Saint Ancestor replied, it depends on the specific physique, but the archaic sacred body is indeed born extraordinary, radiating divine brilliance and recognized by all. Back at the competition arena, the 12 disciples had completed their rest and were brimming with fighting spirit. Elder Hong announced the start of the random draw for matchups. As the light cursor shifted, Tang Yu's face darkened had been paired against Duan Jingtian. Meanwhile, Murong Shui was set to face Yuan Mo, the third-rank disciple. With a wave of his hand, Elder Hong summoned 6 energy platforms. "Fight with everything you've got," he declared. At this moment, Elder Hong noticed Lin Feng sitting calmly with his eyes closed and sent him a telepathic message. Lin Feng responded that he was only interested in observing Duan Jingtian, as the others weren't worth his attention. He even predicted that Duan Jingtian wouldn't reveal his true strength against Tang Yu. Elder Hong was taken aback by Lin Feng's confidence, realizing that Lin Feng didn't even regard Imo Chun, the second-ranked disciple, or Yuan Imo, the third-ranked, as threats. Watching Lin Feng close his eyes again, Elder Hong chose to remain silent. Prodigies often carry an air of arrogance. Elder Hong gazed at Lin Feng's records, lost in thought. Since joining the inner sect, this young man's journey had been nothing short of smooth sailing, victorious in every battle. Each challenge he faced was awe-inspiring, and while this cultivated an unshakable confidence in his path, such a mindset was both powerful and fragile. Elder Hong refrained from offering immediate guidance. He understood that simply lecturing someone wasn't enough to make them realize their flaws. One must experience failure firsthand. Reflecting on his own youth, he recalled his own arrogance, the belief that he could ascend to the position of the great emperor. Now, looking back, he found it laughable. The conversation through voice transmission wasn't concealed intentionally, and the other elders in the realm of great power overheard it. "The boy is still too young," they discussed privately. "He thinks no one but Duan Jingtai can rival him. How naive." Though Imo Chen and Yuan Imo may not be as strong as Duan Jingtai, they are certainly forces to be reckoned with. On the arena stage, the battle had already begun. Facing Duan Jingtai, Tang Ye's expression was solemn as he gripped his long sword, but his aura was far inferior to his opponent's. "Senior brother Duan, please guide me," Tang Yu said respectfully. Duan Jingtai cast him a cold glance. "The gap between us is too wide. There's no need for guidance. Watch closely. This blade is all you'll see." The flash of his blade seemed to tear through the heavens, overwhelming and unstoppable. Tang Ye's pupils contracted, and a chill ran down his spine as he instinctively raised his sword to block. Boom! The instant their blades collided, Tang Yu coughed up blood and was sent flying off the stage. Duan Jingtai extended a hand, sending out a gentle force to catch him midair. "Senior brother Duan, your strength is incredible," Tang Yu said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Even though he had known the difference in their abilities, he had refused to give up so easily. But reality had dealt him a crushing blow. The gap between them was indescribable. On another stage, Murong Shui was battling Yuan Imo, ranked third on the genius rankings. Yuan Imo stood unarmed, his expression calm. "Use your strongest techniques," he said. Murong Shui's body radiated a bright blue light as she unleashed her frozen world technique. Countless ice spikes transformed into swords, hurtling toward Yuan Imo. Yet he remained motionless, a massive golden phantom of a morning bell manifesting around him. Dong, dong, dong. Murong Shui's attacks struck the golden bell projection but couldn't shake it in the slightest. Refusing to give up, she launched an even fiercer assault. Yet her efforts were futile against Yuan Mo's impenetrable defense. Eventually, she had no choice but to stop. "Senior brother Yuan Mo's protective divine art has grown even stronger. I can no longer break through it," Murong Shui said softly before stepping down from the stage. Though she preserved her outward composure, the sting of defeat cut deeply within her. Murong Shui stood motionless, her eyes growing increasingly dim. The gap in strength between her and a prodigy like Yuan Imo was simply insurmountable. Not to mention, above Yuan Imo, there were even more formidable figures like Imo Chen and Duan Jingtai. Reflecting on the first round's Dao Heart trial, while the threshold to ascend to the venerable realm wasn't excessively high, what lay ahead was a seemingly endless competition against countless prodigies. Breaking through this fierce rivalry to advance to the great power realm seemed like an almost unattainable feat. At this moment, 2 prodigies had already secured effortless victories. Duan Jingtai and Yuan Imo both dispatched their opponents with ease. Yuan Imo, in particular, demonstrated an invincible protective divine ability. It was astonishing that even Murong Shui, ranked 6th on the talent rankings, couldn't break through Yuan Mo's protective technique despite giving her all. Though their rankings were only a few places apart, their actual strength was worlds apart. The inner disciples watching couldn't help but marvel. To them, Murong Shui was already an unattainable figure, yet even she was so thoroughly outclassed by Yuan Imo. This battle wasn't even on the same level. The gap between geniuses was far greater than they had imagined. High above, the great power realm elders observed with intrigue. "This Yuan Mo's protective divine ability is quite interesting," one elder remarked. "Rather than a simple technique, it seems more like a cultivation method that can be continuously refined. Indeed, it bears resemblance to the techniques of the 10,000 Buddha sacred land," another elder agreed. The 10,000 Buddha sacred land had once been a dominant force in the Kanglin domain but had fallen 10,000 years ago, with most of its supreme techniques nearly lost to history. Elder Hong spoke in a calm tone. It seems Yuan Imo gained much during his time training outside. The other elders nodded in agreement, acknowledging the purpose of such experiences. The Kanglan domain, with its long history, had seen countless dominant forces rise and fall, leaving their treasures and techniques scattered across the land. Yuan Mo's protective divine ability even drew the attention of the Holy Master and the Saint Ancestor deep within the Wuji sacred land. If I'm not mistaken, the Saint Ancestor's voice echoed, this should be the indestructible heavenly Zen body method from the 10,000 Buddha sacred land. The Wuji Holy Master looked slightly surprised. He was well aware of the high level of this technique and hadn't expected Yuan Mo to acquire it. Yuan Mo's future potential is boundless, the Saint Ancestor concluded. The scene shifted to another battle, where Imo Chun, ranked second on the talent rankings, was facing an opponent whose strength was comparable to Murong Shui, another 6th-ranked expert. Dressed in black, Missouri Chen seemed to vanish like a shadow, his figure becoming elusive and hard to pinpoint. Standing at the edge of the arena, his shadow on the ground multiplied, transforming into tangible entities that engaged his opponent in fierce combat. Even against just one of these shadow clones, his opponent struggled considerably. His physique is quite unique, the Saint Ancestor analyzed. These shadow clones are entirely different from ordinary duplication techniques. If perfected, it's possible he could create a fully independent second self. The inner disciples were in awe. Just one shadow clone possessed such overwhelming power it was hard to imagine its full potential. Before long, Imo Chin's shadow clone defeated his opponent. With that, the top 3 battles of the talent rankings concluded, each ending in a near-instantaneous victory for the top contenders. As expected of the second-ranked Prodigy, Imo Chin's divine ability is something we've never seen before. His progress after training outside is remarkable. The crowd murmured in admiration. Once all 6 rankings were decided, Elder Hong announced, those who were defeated still have one more chance to challenge. You may choose to challenge any of the 6 ranked individuals. If you win, you'll take their spot. If you lose, your ranking remains unchanged. Murong Shui and Tang Yu, who was ranked 5th, immediately stepped forward. Both had the strength to be in the top 10 but had the misfortune of facing invincible opponents like Duan Jingdai and Yuan Imo in the first round. The final rankings were soon determined. The top 3 remained unchallenged, Hua Chen stayed in 4th place, Tang Yu held on to 5th, and Murong Shui was ranked 6th. However, just as the rankings were settled, Elder Hong spoke again. There's one adjustment to be Madeline Fong. Since you previously defeated Murong Shui, you will automatically rise to 6th place on the talent rankings. Any objections? Murong Shui hesitated for a moment, but ultimately shook her head, indicating her acceptance. Murong Shui gazed into the distance, reminiscing about her intense duel with Lin Feng. Comparing it to her encounter with Tang Yu, she could clearly deduce that Lin Feng's strength slightly surpassed Tang Yu, who ranked 5th on the elite rankings. However, Lin Feng still fell short of being able to rival Hua Chun, the 4th-ranked contender. As she had anticipated, Lin Feng firmly held his position at 6th place. At this moment, the truly riveting battle for the top 3 was about to commence. It was common knowledge that the rewards for each of the top 3 ranks were worlds apart. Imo Chun and Yuan Mo's eyes gleamed with determination, both resolute in their quest for the second spot. As for first place, that was beyond their consideration entirely. I challenge Imo Chun for the second rank, Yuan Imo declared, his entire being radiating fierce fighting intent. Elder Hong spoke with authority. Imo Chun, do you accept? I accept, Imo Chun replied. Locking eyes with Yuan Imo, this isn't the first time you've lost to me. While you may have gained opportunities during your trials, I too have improved. The outcome of this battle was decided long before it began. Is that so? I beg to differ, Yuan Imo retorted with a faint smirk. The two were instantly transported to a massive, specially modified arena space. It seemed isolated from the real-world. Spectators could observe the fight clearly, yet the aftermath of the battle would not affect them. While the crowd's attention was riveted on the clash between Imo Chun and Yuan Imo, Lin Feng's gaze remained fixed on Duan Jingtian. To him, challenging the first rank was the only thing that mattered. The struggles of others were of no concern. I challenged Duan Jingtian, the first-ranked contender on the elite rankings. Lin Feng's words were like a thunderclap, instantly sending shockwaves through the audience. What? Who's challenging Duan Jingtian? Even Imo Chun and Yuan Imo wouldn't dare to challenge him. Has Lin Feng lost his mind? The murmurs of the crowd grew louder and more incredulous. Even the 6 elders at the Great Power Realm showed expressions of surprise. They were well aware that Duan Jingshan's strength had already reached the 3rd tier of the Venerable Realm, far surpassing Imo Chun and Yuan Imo, who were only at the 1st tier. Lin Feng, on the other hand, hadn't even stepped into the Venerable Realm yet. Such a challenge seemed like an act of sheer folly. Duan Jingtian looked at Lin Feng with an impassive expression, a trace of indifference flickering in his eyes. To him, Lin Feng, despite his exceptional talent and even surpassing Duan Jingtian in the second round of the assessment, was still worlds apart in terms of actual combat strength. Duan Jingtian's ambitions had long since transcended the elite rankings. His sights were set on the formidable core disciples. Duan Jingtian, Lin Feng, ranked 6th on the elite rankings, has issued a challenge to you. Do you accept? Elder Hong's voice echoed across the arena. I accept, Duan Jingtian replied calmly. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence, with everyone holding their breath in anticipation of this clash that was destined to make waves. The memory of the recent battle lingered vividly. Duan Jingtai's confrontation with Tang Yu, ranked 5th on the elite list, had ended in a single, decisive strike. Duan Jingtai hadn't even used his full strength, yet he had effortlessly crushed Tang Yu, leaving the latter in utter despair over the vast gulf in their abilities. Now, Lin Feng, ranked even lower than Tang Yu, had the audacity to challenge Duan Jingtai. Among the onlookers, an inner disciple suddenly had a revelation. I get it now. Lin Feng probably isn't challenging him to win, but to seek Duan Jingtai's guidance, right? This remark sparked an epiphany among the crowd. Indeed, Duan Jingtai, unseen a generation prodigy, was likely to ascend to the rank of a sequence disciple in the future. Facing someone of his caliber was a rare, golden opportunity. Many inner disciples silently regretted their hesitation, realizing Lin Feng might simply be seizing the chance to learn from Duan Jingtai or experience the gap between himself and a true genius. However, Song Yiling, who knew Lin Feng well, shuddered slightly at the speculations swirling around her. She let out a soft sigh. She understood Lin Feng far too well. Wasn't just proud. He was fiercely confident, with an unshakable belief in his own strength. If Lin Feng had issued a challenge, it wasn't for sparring or guidance, but because he genuinely sought to fight. No, more than the aim to defeat Duan Jingtai. The thought sent waves of unease through Song Yiling's heart. Could Lin Feng actually triumph over Duan Jingtai? Could he shatter the undefeated legend of the #1 on the elite list? To defeat a cultivator in the revered realm, while still in the condensed Dao realm, was such a feat even remotely possible? Yiling, what's wrong? Her friend Mu Lingxue asked curiously, noticing her unease. Song Yiling took a deep breath. Lingxue, do you think Lin Feng stands a chance against Duan Jingtai? Yiling, are you serious? Mu Lingxue blinked in disbelief before shaking her head firmly. That's impossible. Haven't you heard what everyone's saying? Lin Feng is challenging Duan Jingtai just to experience the strength of a peerless genius. Honestly, if it were me, I'd do the same just to understand the gap between us. Song Yiling knew the disparity was immense, but Lin Feng had always defied expectations. Every challenge had taken on since they had met ended in victory. His rate of improvement and his ability to unleash his full potential still hadn't been fully tested. Yiling, don't tell me you actually think Lin Feng can win? Mu Lingxue asked, her tone half-joking. Song Yiling hesitated before nodding slightly. It's unlikely, I know. But if he were challenging someone like Imo Chen or Yuan Imo, he might have a chance. At that moment, Elder Hong's voice echoed from above. The two of you, once Yuan Imo and Imo Chen's battle concludes, you may step onto the stage. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. While the fight between Yuan Imo and Imo Chen raged fiercely on the arena, Lin Feng's gaze remained fixed on only one person, Duan Jingtai. His greatest trump card was the saint-level sword technique, reversing the flow of the Nether River, which he had mastered to the small accomplishment stage. The gap between half-saint level and saint-level divine abilities was like night and day. More importantly, Lin Feng had an unparalleled advantage in his constitution. Having fused two golden tier physiques, he was already unmatched within his realm. The ancient sacred body alone could allow someone to defeat opponents 2 or 3 minor realms above them. On top of that, Lin Feng possessed the supreme swordbone and the thunder punishment body. He was confident that no one in the entire Kanglan domain could rival his physical constitution. Combined with his saint-level sword technique, this was his ultimate weapon. No matter how talented Duan Jingtai might be, it was unlikely he had comprehended a saint-level divine ability. Such feats required extraordinary, almost otherworldly comprehension. Even the sequence disciples of the 10 Absolute Demon sect had only managed to grasp half-saint-level abilities. Furthermore, Lin Feng's 10 Absolute Star-Devouring art could neutralize much of the power behind Duan Jingtai's formidable attacks. This was Lin Feng's confidence. Now, all he needed to do was wait. Meanwhile, deep within the heart of the sacred land of infinity, the Sacred Lord's gaze wasn't on the fierce battle between Yuan Imo and Imo Chen. Instead, it was fixed elsewhere. The showdown between Lin Feng and Duan Jingtao captured the entire audience's attention. The Holy Lord of Wuji watched the scene unfold, his heart filled with astonishment. Lin Feng's challenge was not a mere exchange of pointers. It was a confrontation driven by a resolute determination to win. This invincible spirit, this unshakable resolve, daring to face Duan Jingtao heathen, was undeniably awe-inspiring. A battle between someone at the 7th level of the condensed Tao realm and another at the 3rd level of the venerable realm. There's indeed a significant gap, the saint ancestor remarked gravely. However, this child possesses the ancient sacred body. The holy lord of Wuji was taken aback. Ancestor, can the ancient sacred body truly bridge such a vast gap in realms? The saint ancestor's gaze turned profound as he replied slowly, you've read too few historical records. At its peak, the ancient sacred body, even without reaching the emperor realm, could challenge and contend with great emperors. The key lies in how much of its power Lin Feng can unleash. His tone carried a hint of anticipation, as though contemplating whether the unparalleled potential of this ancient, sacred body from a bygone era might manifest once more in Lin Feng. Yet, the holy lord of Wuji leaned more toward Duan Jingtao. He knew well that Duan Jingtao was no ordinary individual. This man was blessed with extraordinary fortune and destiny, and within him resided an immensely terrifying and powerful aura, perhaps his ultimate trump card. Meanwhile, at the core disciples' grand competition, the battle between Yuan Imo and Imo Chun had reached a fever pitch. The two venerable level powerhouses displayed their full array of techniques and revealed their trump cards, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. The observing inner sect disciples were left in utter amazement. If not for the presence of an unparalleled talent like Duan Jingtao, this duel would undoubtedly have been regarded as the most thrilling fight of the competition. Yuan Mo's greatest strength lies in his nearly invincible defensive technique, which grants him a level of protection far surpassing cultivators of the same realm. This was precisely the crux of Imo Chin's struggle in their confrontation. During the battle, Imo Chin unleashed his Shadow Phantom technique, instantly creating nearly 10,000 formidable clones. Each clone carried immense destructive power, yet none could penetrate Yuan Mo's defenses. The two fought fiercely for a long time, and though both began to show signs of exhaustion, the overwhelming aura they exuded left the onlookers in awe. Hua Chen, ranked 4th on the elite rankings, and Tang Yu, ranked 5th, could only shake their heads in disbelief. The gap in power between themselves and these two combatants was staggering. They estimated that a single strike from either would be enough to defeat them instantly. As the battle raged on, Imo Chan eventually began to falter. Yuan Imo seized the opportunity, unleashing a devastating punch imbued with golden light. The blow shattered Imo Chin's remaining defenses, completely overwhelming him. Imo Chin let out a muffled groan, the sound resonating across the arena. His face flushed red as he struggled to suppress the blood rising in his throat, and he stumbled off the stage in defeat. Thus, the highly anticipated clash between the 2nd and 3rd ranked contenders on the elite rankings came to an end, with the outcome unmistakably clear. The spectators were stunned. Imo Chin, a prodigious talent, had been defeated by Yuan Imo, a result that few had anticipated. In the sky above, Elder Hong and the other senior figures nodded in approval of Yuan Mo's performance. Both combatants had demonstrated strength far beyond the first realm of the sovereign stage. Imo Chun, disoriented and unwilling to accept his defeat, was consumed by frustration. He had meticulously prepared for this day, intending to challenge the top-ranked Duan Jingtian. However, realizing Duan's overwhelming strength, he had instead turned his focus to Yuan Imo, expecting a straightforward victory as he had achieved in the past. The stark contrast between his expectations and reality left him momentarily lost, but Imo Chun quickly regained his composure. With his exceptional talent, he was confident that he would have another chance to catch up to Yuan Imo and, one day, redeem himself from today's humiliation. After the battle, Yuan Imo, brimming with confidence, set his sights on Duan Jingtian, who stood like a towering mountain. Despite knowing his chances of victory were slim, Yuan Imo was eager to challenge him. However, just as he was about to make his move, Elder Hong shook his head, signaling him to stop. Someone else had already issued a challenge. Duan Jingtian, carrying a massive and ancient wide blade on his back, stepped onto the stage first. Moments later, a figure landed lightly across from him. It was Lin Feng. This unexpected challenger, whose name was virtually unknown, caused Yuan Mo's pupils to contract in shock. He could hardly believe his eyes. Facing Lin Feng, Duan Jingtian spoke coldly, I have no obligation to teach others. Therefore, I won't give you the chance to make a move. Take this strike and step down. With that, he unleashed the sky-shattering star-piercing palm, a sovereign-level technique he had perfected to the highest level. The power of this strike was earth-shattering, leaving even Yuan Imo and Imo Chan in awe. Yuan Imo silently admitted that even his prized Heavenly Zen indestructible golden body technique might not withstand such an attack. Imo Chan, on the other hand, felt a sense of relief that he had not recklessly challenged Duan Jingtian. Just one strike from him showcased an overwhelming level of power. As the devastating palm strike surged toward him, Lin Feng remained unfazed. He activated his ancient saint body and countered with the solar heaven-scorching fist, a perfected technique of godlike power. The sheer might of his counterattack was equally breathtaking. On the stage, a thunderous explosion erupted, shaking the heavens and earth. Duan Jingtai's palm strike collided midair with Lin Feng's fist force, unleashing a shockwave of energy that sent chills through everyone in the audience. Many spectators felt their legs go weak just witnessing the clash, realizing they could never survive a battle of such magnitude. The collision of these two immense forces caused the entire stage to tremble violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Feng, who had just stepped into the condensing Dao realm, held his own against Duan Jingtai in this initial exchange. It was common knowledge that Duan Jingtai had progressed far in the venerable realm, his strength vastly surpassing that of Imo Chen and Yuan Imo. Tang Yu, ranked 5th on the prodigy list, watched in shock, thinking, if it were me, I would have been defeated by Duan Jingtai's palm strike already. Lin Feng's strength, it has surpassed mine. As the energy waves gradually dissipated, the scene on the stage became clear. Duan Jingtai stood tall and proud, though a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Opposite him, Lin Feng remained completely unscathed, clearly having neutralized the strike with ease. Interesting, Duan Jingtai said slowly, his voice calm yet carrying a trace of intrigue. No wonder you dare to challenge me. Although your cultivation level is far below mine, you managed to withstand my strike. Your combat strength within your realm is indeed remarkable. However, if this is all you have, it's far too weak. Show me your true power. Before his words had fully settled, Duan Jingtai's aura shifted dramatically, becoming vast and unfathomable, like a boundless ocean. Lin Feng felt as though he were facing an overwhelming tsunami, a force poised to engulf everything in its path. The spectators, too, felt the suffocating pressure of this terrifying aura. Duan Jingtai was about to get serious. Slowly, Duan Jingtai drew the massive broadsword from his back, a blade 6 feet long and 2 feet wide. In an instant, the stage was filled with razor-sharp sword energy, its domineering presence suffocating everyone. Extreme Shadow Thunder Blade. Duan Jingtai roared, and countless sword shadows materialized in the air, each imbued with a lethal killing intent, slashing toward Lin Feng like bolts of thunder. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately activated the purple lightning shadow technique in an attempt to evade. But Duan Jingtai smirked faintly. Do you think you can still dodge once my blade has struck? Perhaps you don't realize my blade mastery has already reached the realm of momentum. In that moment, the entire stage transformed into a miniature domain of momentum, filled with Duan Jingtai's blade shadows. Gasps echoed through the crowd. Momentum, a level even higher than blade intent. It's over, the audience exclaimed in unison. Even Imo Chen and Yuan Imo, if they were here, would likely struggle to escape defeat against Duan Jingtai, who had comprehended blade momentum. If not for the significant disparity in cultivation levels, this battle might have been far more unpredictable. The crowd shook their heads and sighed in unison. Lin Feng's strength was truly astonishing. To force Duan Jingtai to unleash his blade momentum was a feat that, aside from Yuan Imo and Imo Chen, no one else in the inner sect could achieve. Many secretly pondered that with Lin Feng's talent at such a young age, given time, he would undoubtedly surpass Imo Chen and Yuan Imo, becoming second only to Duan Jingtai. Even Yuan Imo and Imo Chen couldn't help but marvel at Duan Jingtai's overwhelming power. Yuan Imo, who initially thought he might challenge Duan Jingtai with his unrevealed trump card, now realized after witnessing that earth-shattering strike that even his full strength might not be enough to withstand it. The gap between us is so vast. What kind of progress would it take for me to even come close to his level? Yuan Imo thought with a heavy heart. On the arena, Duan Jingtai stood like a peerless sovereign, calmly watching Lin Feng struggle to hold his ground. Just when it seemed Lin Feng was about to falter, an unexpected twist occurred. A sword suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's hand, the exalted divine sword, Dawnbreaker, which he had obtained after defeating a disciple from the 10 Absolute Demon sect. You may have blade momentum, but does that mean I lack sword momentum? Lin Feng said calmly, his face expressionless as he lightly slashed with the divine sword. In an instant, the heavens seemed to change color. A terrifying surge of sword energy erupted, clashing fiercely with the incoming blade energy. Crack, crack, crack. The ultimate showdown between sword and blade began. The sword momentum was swift and sharp, like lightning, while the blade momentum was domineering and unparalleled. The two forces, each imbued with profound weapon intent, collided violently in the air. What is this? Yuan Imo, Imo Chen, and the other prodigies on the talent leaderboard were stunned. Lin Feng's ability to counter blade momentum with sword momentum was already beyond their imagination. Even more shocking was the fact that Lin Feng had comprehended sword momentum despite not yet reaching the exalted realm. Such an extraordinary talent was exceedingly rare. The battle, which had been dominated by Duan Jingtai, shifted dramatically with the emergence of Lin Feng's sword momentum. Countless inner sect disciples stood up, their eyes fixed on the arena, captivated by the breathtaking duel. Even with his blade techniques and divine abilities, Duan Jingtai had failed to secure victory and was instead evenly matched by Lin Feng's sword momentum. This level of power made it clear that Lin Feng was far beyond the 4th or 5th rank on the talent leaderboard. For the first time, Duan Jingtai dropped his condescension. Within the inner sect, disciples who had comprehended the realm of momentum were exceedingly rare, even among the core disciples. For someone as young as Lin Feng to reach this level was truly unexpected. I didn't think you had also grasped weapon intent. You've genuinely surprised me, Duan Jingtai said as he steadied his focus, his blade momentum growing even fiercer. Let's see if your weapon intent can truly stand against mine. However, as the battle progressed, Duan Jingtai's composure began to waver. To his astonishment, Lin Feng's sword momentum carried an inexplicable, profound essence. Despite having reached the 3rd layer of blade momentum, Duan Jingtai found himself increasingly overpowered. What shocked him even more was that Lin Feng's sword momentum seemed to be devouring his blade momentum, gaining an overwhelming advantage. Duan Jingtai's confidence crumbled. His pupils contracted as a startling and almost unbelievable realization began to take shape in his mind. Lin Feng's mastery of weapon intent began to take control of the battle, turning the tide in his favor. This sudden shift left Duan Jingtai deeply shaken. Through the clash, he came to an astonishing realization. Lin Feng's understanding of weapon intent surpassed his own. Although Duan Jingtai sensed that Lin Feng's sword momentum was not at an advanced level, the overwhelming disparity in their strength could only mean one thing: Lin Feng had delved much deeper into the comprehension of sword intent. This realization sent waves of turmoil through Duan Jingtai's heart. My blade intent has already reached the 10th level, Duan Jingtai thought to himself. 9 is the ultimate number, and 10 represents perfection. Yet, Lin Feng was able to suppress him. There could only be one explanation. Lin Feng's sword intent had broken through to the 11th level, a realm of minor perfection. As this thought sank in, Duan Jingtai's expression darkened. He had once tried to reach the 11th level himself but had failed repeatedly, eventually giving up. Now, Lin Feng's display of power proved that he had indeed achieved this level. It seems your sword intent has reached the 11th level of minor perfection. No wonder you've surpassed Yuan Mo and Imo Chen. They truly are no match for you, Duan Jingtai remarked calmly, even as he stood surrounded by Lin Feng's overwhelming sword energy. Hearing these words, Yuan Mo and Imo Chen couldn't help but feel their hearts race. At last, they understood why Lin Feng was able to dominate Duan Jingtai so effortlessly. Not only had he comprehended the 11th level of sword intent, but he had also stepped into the realm of sword momentum. Both of them silently agreed with Duan Jingtai's assessment, fully aware of their own limitations. Boom! The sword energy completely devoured Duan Jingtai's blade aura, making the arena feel like Lin Feng's domain. Next, I will unleash the perfected divine blade technique of the great power realm, Duan Jingtai said, locking eyes with Lin Feng, his tone icy. To force me to use this move is truly remarkable. His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. A perfected divine blade technique at the great power realm. Combined with Duan Jingtai's cultivation and blade momentum, this attack would undoubtedly be terrifying. Though Lin Feng's talent was undeniably extraordinary, he had yet to reach the peak of the condensed Dao realm, leaving a significant gap between him and Duan Jingtai. Many believed the battle was nearing its conclusion. However, the fact that Lin Feng had forced Duan Jingtai to resort to such a lethal technique was already enough to cement his reputation throughout the inner sect. 8 gates breaking seal slash, Duan Jingtai declared calmly, as the aura around his longsword surged dramatically. Boom! Crack! Crack! A tremendous force instantly shattered the sword energy surrounding him. 8 illusory gates materialized in the arena, encircling Lin Feng and filling the air with a suffocating killing intent. A perfected divine technique of the great power realm, is it? Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. Very well. Let's see if your perfected great power realm technique can stand against my semi-Saint level sword technique. My semi-Saint level swordsmanship has also reached perfection. Huangquan Requiem. A chilling, otherworldly melody echoed, brimming with an unyielding majesty. At the same time, Duan Jingtai unleashed his 8 gates breaking seal slash divine technique he had refined over many years. With the support of his triple-layered blade momentum, its power was nothing short of cataclysmic. The 6 great power realm elders observing from above couldn't hide their astonishment. They knew how difficult it was to perfect a divine technique of this level, and some of them even believed Duan Jingtai's strength rivaled that of a third of the venerable elders. However, as Lin Feng's Huangquan Requiem unfolded, the pupils of the 6 elders shrank in unison. Wait a moment, one of the elders exclaimed, staring intently at the arena. Look closely. Lin Feng's technique appears to be... The 2 divine techniques collided violently on the arena, locking in a fierce stalemate, while the 6 elders in the sky seemed to sense something extraordinary about what was unfolding before them. At this moment, the gazes of 6 elders at the great power realm were all fixed on Lin Feng, who stood on the arena. Their spiritual senses instantly enveloped the entire platform, meticulously analyzing the divine technique Lin Feng had just displayed. This isn't a technique of the great power level, one elder said in shock. It's at the semi-saint level. Elder Hong's expression shifted. The aura of a semi-saint level sword technique? His words plunged the other 5 elders into silence. Not only had Lin Feng mastered a technique of this caliber, but he had also executed it flawlessly. Its power stood on par with Duan Jingshan's fierce assault. In the deepest part of the sacred land of Wuji, the Wuji sacred lord's eyes gleamed with excitement. Lin Feng had brought one surprise after another. What astonished this peak great power realm figure even more was that Lin Feng's semi-saint level sword technique had already reached perfection. For someone at the condensation realm to achieve such mastery over a semi-saint level technique was nothing short of extraordinary. Even the revered saint ancestor spoke up, acknowledging Lin Feng's remarkable talent. On the arena, the terrifying clash of energies swept across the surroundings like a violent earthquake. The spectators could hardly believe their eyes. Was this truly a battle between inner disciples? It felt more like a duel between 2 elder-level experts. Among the dozen or so elder-level spectators, half of them wore grave expressions. If they were to step into this fight, they might struggle to withstand such overwhelming power. Soon, the tide of the battle became clear. Duan Jingtian began retreating, to everyone's disbelief. Yet the truth was undeniable. Lin Feng, with his perfected semi-saint level sword technique and the divine might of his triple physique, had unleashed an attack that surpassed Duan Jingshan's. Forced to retreat step by step, Duan Jingtian ultimately lost the exchange. He looked up at Lin Feng in astonishment. Is this a semi-saint level sword technique? However, Duan Jingtian suddenly smiled. I should thank you. Your strength has given me the chance to unleash my ultimate trump card. As he spoke, he pulled back the sleeve on his right arm. A deep fissure opened on his arm, but instead of ordinary blood, a strange purple-black liquid oozed out, glowing with an eerie allure. That's demonic blood, the saint ancestor exclaimed. If it's fully ignited, his combat strength will skyrocket several times, perhaps even tenfold. Duan Jingshan's entire being seemed to transform, as if taken over by a demonic force. His eyes glowed with purple mist as he raised his blade. If you can withstand this strike, the title of number 1 will be yours. But can you? 8-gate ceiling slash. Faced with this earth-shattering attack, Lin Feng remained calm, his expression serene. In a low voice he murmured, impressive indeed. Strong enough, in fact, to make me use a saint-level sword technique. Lin Feng finally unveiled his most powerful trump card, his saint-level sword technique, Reversal of the Nether River. With a single sweep of his exalted grade divine sword, Dawnbreaker, the very fabric of the heavens and earth seemed to shift. Before Duan Jingtai's eyes, an ancient vision unfolded, a vast, black river flowing silently through the netherworld, its source and end unseen, emanating an aura of dread and foreboding. This was the fabled Nether River of legend. As Lin Feng's sword momentum intensified, the river began to reverse its flow. A terrifying pressure engulfed the entire arena. Even though Duan Jingtai had burned his demonic blood to amplify his strength several-fold, the overwhelming power far surpassing that of a half-saint froze his once confident demeanor in an instant. A saint-level technique? How is this possible? Duan Jingtai's heart trembled with disbelief. High above, 6 elder powerhouses of the Great Ascension realm watched in equal astonishment. As beings of a higher cultivation level, they could perceive the sheer magnitude of this technique far better than Duan Jingtai. Deep within the core of the infinite sacred land, even the infinite sacred lord was visibly moved. For someone of his standing, mastering a saint-level technique was no simple feat. Meanwhile, the saint ancestor identified the origin of the technicite came from the long-destroyed Huangquan sacred land of ancient times. The oppressive might of the technique enveloped the entire arena, rendering ordinary disciples unable to discern what was happening within. As the energy fluctuations gradually subsided, the truth was revealed at last. Duan Jingtai, bloodied and battered, knelt on one knee near the edge of the platform, resembling a defeated statue. In stark contrast, Lin Feng stood tall, his robes billowing, exuding an air of unshakable dominance. I never expected your trump card to be this powerful, Duan Jingtai said weakly, lifting his head. You've done well, Lin Feng replied calmly. To push me this far, you truly deserve the title of the strongest among the inner disciples. Duan Jingtai let out a bitter smile, shaking his head. At that moment, the 6 great Ascension elders exchanged stunned glances before descending together, their collective presence creating a suffocating pressure that even Lin Feng couldn't help but feel. This duel concluded in a manner no one could have anticipated. An inner disciple had displayed mastery over a saint-level technique, a feat so rare and unfathomable that it defied everyone's expectations, revealing depths of potential that left the entire sacred land in awe. 6 elders at the great power realm descended slowly from the horizon, their faces etched with complexity. As the earliest witnesses to the outcome, the shock they felt far exceeded that of the inner disciples seated in the audience. What unfolded in this battle went far beyond their expectations. Duan Jingtai's power surged dramatically after igniting his demonic blood, elevating his combat strength to nearly match that of a revered elder. However, what was even more astonishing was Lin Feng. The saint-level swordsmanship and divine techniques he displayed were simply unimaginable. Even among these 6 elders at the Great Power Realm, those who could comprehend saint-level techniques were exceedingly rare. Duan Jingtai's defeat was inevitable in the face of such terrifying swordsmanship. Lin Feng, you've won, Elder Hong said, gazing intently at Lin Feng. Though no official announcement was needed, this moment was destined to be etched into the annals of the Wuji sacred land. The entire arena fell into silence. Lin Feng's meteoric rise was nothing short of legendary, from defeating Morong Shui, ranked 10th on the genius list, to now conquering Duan Jingtai, who had long held the top position. Such a leap was almost beyond belief, like a tale from myth. After all, the gap in strength between Duan Jingtai and Morong Shui was as vast as heaven and earth. Imo Qian, Yuan Imo, and other top geniuses on the genius list could not help but sigh deeply. When they had witnessed Duan Jingtai's terrifying blade techniques, they had already abandoned any thought of challenging him. When Lin Feng announced his intention to challenge Duan, they had even thought it was a joke. Yet reality delivered a brutal wake-up call to everyone. Lin Feng, you are now temporarily ranked first, Elder Hong continued. If anyone challenges you, you must accept. The victor remains king, all the way to the end. No problem, Lin Feng replied simply. From 6th place to 1st in one leap, such a meteoric rise left everyone stunned. Elder Hong turned to Duan Jingtai. You are now temporarily ranked 2nd. Duan Jingtai nodded absent-mindedly, as though the ranking no longer mattered. Who wishes to challenge Lin Feng or Duan Jingtai? Elder Hong's gaze swept over Yuan Imo, Imo Chun, Hua Chun, Tang Yu, and the others. They hesitated, knowing that if even Duan Jingtai dared not challenge Lin Feng, how could they possibly stand a chance against someone who had defeated him? After a brief silence, Yuan Imo stepped forward. I will challenge Duan Jingtai. He had noticed that Duan's current state was less than optimal and believed this was a rare opportunity. Then begin, Elder Hong signaled. Duan Jingtai's expression remained indifferent. Use your strongest move. You'll only need one strike. Yuan Imo unleashed the highest level of his heavenly Zen invincible golden body technique, a towering Buddha's phantom manifesting above him and filling the arena with a sacred aura. Yet Duan Jingtai merely swung his blade, a single flash of cold light sending Yuan Imo flying. One strike was all it took, clean and decisive. Yuan Imo lay on the ground, his face filled with shock. Meanwhile, Duan Jingtai's expression remained as calm as ever, as if it wasn't him who had just delivered such a devastating blow. Yuan Imo struggled to get up from the ground, his face etched with terror. His heart was pounding violently. This strike's power far exceeded his expectations, leaving him utterly defenseless. What shocked him even more was that Duan Jingtai appeared to be holding back, not unleashing his full strength. Yet he could still defeat him with a single move. So strong. Yuan Imo stared at Duan Jingtai, calculating the vast difference in their abilities. The surrounding spectators fell into silence, all pondering the same question. If Duan Jingtai was already this formidable, just how terrifying must Lin Feng's strength be, given that he had already defeated Duan Jingtai? At this moment, Lin Feng had long since left the arena and was casually standing off to the side. His ethereal demeanor exuded an intimidating presence, keeping everyone at a respectful distance. Many were still reeling from the earlier battle, incredulous that Lin Feng could so effortlessly defeat Duan Jingtai. Is there anyone else who dares to challenge me? Duan Jingtai's expression was cold as he scanned the crowd. While he acknowledged that he wasn't a match for Lin Feng, in his eyes, the others were nothing more than insignificant ants. Countless gazes from the audience turned toward Lin Feng. Those who already knew him, like Song Yiling, were too stunned to speak. Meanwhile, more disciples began to feel a deep sense of admiration for Lin Feng. In their hearts, his legend had already surpassed everyone else. Many female disciples looked at him with sparkling, hopeful eyes, secretly wishing they could become his maidservants or companions, willing to do whatever it took to earn such an opportunity. Time passed slowly, and no one else dared to step forward to challenge. The core disciples tournament came to an end, with the 1st and 2nd places firmly decided. Lin Feng and Duan Jingtai standings were unshakable. The rankings were finally settled. Though there remained some suspense over the 3rd and 4th places, no one paid them any attention at this point. All eyes were fixed on the dark horse who had emerged seemingly out of nowhere. His presence made even the 2nd place finisher a figure of great interest. Elder Hong surveyed the crowd with a calm demeanor before announcing the final results. 3rd place, Yuan Imo. 2nd place, Duan Jingtai. 1st place, Lin Feng. A wave of cheers erupted across the arena. The disciples erupted into excited chatter. Who could have anticipated witnessing such a stunning turn of events today? Lin Feng had not only secured the qualification to challenge for the sequence disciple position, but had also demonstrated the strength to completely outmatch Duan Jingtai, a quasi-sequence disciple. Many marvel that this year's core disciple competition was the strongest in a century, with the emergence of two peerless prodigies, Duan Jingtai and Lin Feng. Elder Hong began distributing the awards on the stage. Yuan Imo silently accepted his spatial ring, his expression complicated. When it was Duan Jingtai's turn, a flicker of something unreadable flashed in his eyes. Had Lin Feng not appeared out of nowhere, the second-place position would have undoubtedly belonged to Yuan Imo. When Lin Feng stepped forward to claim the spatial ring for first place, he quickly examined its contents. 3 million high-grade primal stones, 10 yellow-grade spiritual herbs, and 10 yellow-grade pills. The generous reward was more than sufficient to propel him from the 7th level of the condensed Dao realm to its peak, though the path to the revered realm still lay ahead. Duan Jingtai subtly observed Lin Feng. As someone who had long been a towering figure, intimidating even the most talented disciples, today he finally encountered a rival he could not surpass. Yet, he did not despair. In his heart, he thought, the outcome remains uncertain. The victor has yet to be decided. Elder Hong shifted the focus to the upcoming Undying ancient battlefield, cautioning everyone about the dangers ahead. You will face the supreme prodigies from the greatest sacred lands, whose strength is nothing to be underestimated, he warned. To inspire the disciples, especially Duan Jingtai, who had experienced a setback, recounted the tale of 100 defeats emperor, who rose to greatness despite endless challenges. Finally, Elder Hong turned his attention to Lin Feng and made a surprising offer. Lin Feng, would you be willing to become my disciple? His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. After all, Elder Hong was not only a powerful figure in the Great Power Realm, but also a legendary force who once rivaled the Supreme Lord of Wuji. Old Hong, what's the rush? One of the elders in the Great Power Realm broke the silence, speaking first. Following his lead, the other elders quickly chimed in, all vying to take Lin Feng as their disciple. Lin Feng, become my disciple. I can fully provide for all your cultivation needs, one elder declared confidently, patting his chest as if to guarantee his words. Another elder immediately countered, Lin Feng, choosing a master is not something to take lightly. While they may be powerful, they're constantly busy and won't have much time to guide you. Indifferent, I have plenty of time and can focus entirely on teaching you. With a kind smile, he added, besides, I have many young and beautiful female disciples under my wing who can assist you in your cultivation in the future. At that moment, the 6 elders of the Great Power Realm had shed their usual lofty and dignified demeanor. Instead, they resembled merchants in a bustling market, enthusiastically competing to win Lin Feng over. Their eyes were firmly fixed on him, completely sidelining Duan Jingtai, who was supposed to be the main focus of this event. The once celebrated prodigy now seemed invisible, forgotten in the corner. This shift, though sudden, was not unexpected. While Duan Jingtai's talent far surpassed that of Yuan Imo, Imo Qian, and others, it paled in comparison to Lin Feng's. After Lin Feng defeated Duan Jingtai, the 6 elders unanimously concluded that this young man had a 90% chance of becoming a sequence disciple in the future. To have such a prodigy as a disciple would be an unparalleled honor for any of them. Faced with the elders' fervent competition, Lin Feng felt a bit overwhelmed. The surging auras of the 6 Great Power Realm elders ebbed and flowed as they argued passionately, their pressure creating a palpable tension that even Lin Feng couldn't entirely ignore. As the heated argument among the crowd continued, a majestic and commanding voice suddenly boomed from the depths of the Supreme Lord of Wuji. Lin Feng does not need to take a master. He has his own path to follow. If you become his mentors, you will only hinder his future. The voice carried an unparalleled authority, causing the inner disciples present to tremble uncontrollably, nearly falling to their knees in reverence. There was no doubt it was the Supreme Lord of Wuji speaking personally. Upon hearing the Supreme Lord's declaration, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions filled with shock. Could it be true that having these mighty elders as Lin Feng's masters would actually hold him back? While it was undeniable that Lin Feng possessed extraordinary potential, such a statement seemed to disregard the stature of these elders, especially Elder Hong, who was among the most powerful of the Great Realm experts. Elder Hong and the others felt a deep sense of frustration but dared not challenge the Supreme Lord's authority. With no other choice, Elder Hong respectfully nodded in the direction of the voice. Yes, Supreme Lord. Moments later, the Supreme Lord's presence dissipated entirely. Left with no alternative, the 6 elders turned their attention to Duan Jingtai. Duan Jingtai, are you willing to become my disciple? Elder Hong asked calmly, his tone notably less enthusiastic than when he had addressed Lin Feng. The other 5 elders also extended their offers to take disciples. Duan Jingtai sighed inwardly, acutely aware of the change in the elders' attitudes. After a brief moment of consideration, he responded, Elder Hong, I am willing to be your disciple. Following this, Yuan Imo, Imo Chun, and several others were also approached by the elders. The commotion surrounding the selection of disciples quickly subsided, as there were only a few truly noteworthy candidates. Meanwhile, Lin Feng returned directly to his cultivation cave. Once inside, he shut the door and retrieved the abundant resources he had recently acquired. 3.5 million high-grade spirit stones, 10 yellow-grade spiritual herbs, and 10 yellow-grade pills. The sheer quantity of these resources was unmatched within the inner sect, perhaps even surpassing the wealth of some ordinary elder-level sovereigns. Let's see if I can use these to break through to the sovereign realm, Lin Feng muttered to himself as he began to focus on cultivation, rapidly absorbing the energy from the high-grade spirit stones. After consuming 1.5 million of them, he successfully advanced to the 8th level of the condensing Dao realm. He continued his cultivation, burning through another 2 million spirit stones, yet he still fell short of reaching the 9th level of the condensing Dao realm. Fortunately, he still had the spiritual herbs and pills. With the infusion of energy from 5 yellow-grade spiritual herbs, Lin Feng finally broke through to the 9th level of the condensing Dao realm. At that moment, Lin Feng sensed an unusual change in his ancient sacred body. His consciousness was abruptly drawn into an alternate dimension, where he witnessed the lives of previous holders of the ancient sacred body. Some had cultivated it to its peak, some had used it to ascend to the throne of emperors, some had shone brilliantly, while others had faded into obscurity. Lin Feng focused intently on the scene before him, gaining profound insights. By studying the experiences of past bearers of the desolate ancient sacred body, he discovered that at the 9th level of the condensation realm, they all faced a significant bottleneck. To break through this barrier, one must manifest a phenomenon. The desolate ancient sacred body is associated with 4 great phenomena: azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. To ascend from the condensation realm to the sovereign realm, the primary task is to master the black tortoise phenomenon. Black tortoise phenomenon, Lin Feng murmured to himself in the dimensional space as he carefully observed every detail. Over time, he gradually grasped the essence of this phenomenon, known as the heavenly vault of black armor. When this phenomenon is activated, the sky becomes shrouded in a mysterious force, and countless pieces of black armor descend from above, forming a sealed gateway. Each piece of armor glows with black and blue runes, weaving together an impenetrable defensive barrier, creating a small, self-contained world. This marks the first stage of the desolate ancient sacred body's cultivation. Lin Feng came to an understanding. The phenomena of the desolate ancient sacred body could only be cultivated at the condensation realm. Though challenging, mastering the heavenly vault of black armor would ensure a smooth path to the sovereign realm in the future. Thus, Lin Feng immersed himself in cultivation, letting time slip by unnoticed. With his extraordinary talent, he laid a solid foundation for mastering the black tortoise phenomenon. Meanwhile, the outside world underwent significant changes during Lin Feng's seclusion. After being accepted as a disciple by Elder Hong, Duan Jingtian, unwilling to lag behind Lin Feng, boldly ventured into the Myriad Blade Abyss, a secret realm known as a Ninian Tendeath Trial. Not only did he survive, but he also obtained the Blade Saint's legacy, propelling his cultivation from the 3rd level of the Sovereign Realm straight to the 6th. This astonishing breakthrough prompted the arrival of the Infinite Sacred Lord, who declared that Duan Jingtian had the potential to become a sequenced disciple. At the same time, the Undying ancient battlefield was about to open, and 10 core disciples were to be selected to participate. Lin Feng, Duan Jingtian, and Yuan Imo, as the top 3 from the core disciple tournament, secured their places. Additionally, 3 veteran prodigies were chosen, including the strongest among them, Nie Xinghai, who had reached the 7th level of the sovereign realm and was the most powerful of the core disciples. The remaining 4 spots would be contested by the new generation of core disciples. At this moment, atop a towering mountain peak, Nie Xinghai, dressed in immaculate white robes, gazed out at the sea of clouds. Behind him stood 2 other prodigies, both at the 6th level of the sovereign realm. Duan Jingtian has reached our level after obtaining the Blade Saint's legacy from the Myriad Blade Abyss, one of the young men remarked with admiration. Nie Xinghai turned slightly, his expression calm. Indeed, he is a rare prodigy. To venture into such a perilous place with almost no chance of survival, and to come out alive moreover with such gains is truly remarkable. Even for Nie Xinghai, the undisputed number 1 among the core disciples, it was impossible not to admire Duan Jingtai's courage and extraordinary fortune. The peril of that secret realm was beyond what ordinary individuals could fathom. Though rumors spoke of the Blade Saint's inheritance hidden within, who would dare to risk such danger unless they were completely devoted to the path of the Blade? From the time Duan Jingtai was merely an inner disciple, Nie Xinghai had been observing him closely, sensing that this rising star was destined to become a standout among the core disciples. Yet, who could have anticipated that this day would come so soon? Back when Duan Jingtai was at the third stage of the Venerable Realm, his strength might have placed him in the top 20 among the core disciples, perhaps even the top 10. But now, the situation was entirely different. With his breakthrough to the sixth stage of the Venerable Realm and the power of the Blade Saint's inheritance, he had vaulted to the pinnacle. Among the core disciples, no one dared to challenge him except for Nie Xinghai himself. And even then, whispers circulated that Nie Xinghai might struggle to match him. After all, this was the unparalleled legacy of a saint who had ascended through the blade itself. Senior brother Nie, what do you think of Lin Feng? A fellow core disciple at the sixth stage of the Venerable Realm asked curiously. In the recent core disciple tournament, Lin Feng was undoubtedly the most dazzling figure. Like a comet streaking across the sky, he had directly challenged Duan Jingtai and won, even when the latter had burned his demonic blood in desperation. What shocked everyone even more was that Lin Feng hadn't even stepped into the Venerable Realm at the time. Nie Xinghai paused in thought before replying. Lin Feng's potential is undeniably extraordinary. However, with the Blade Saint's inheritance, the gap between him and Duan Jingtai will likely continue to widen. Time flowed steadily, and the day of the Undying ancient battlefield's opening drew ever nearer. Meanwhile, deep within his secluded cultivation chamber, Lin Feng finally opened his eyes. A mysterious, Reniched black armor encased his body, radiating an impenetrable field of defensive energy. This was none other than the Xuanwu phenomenon, one of the four sacred phenomena of the archaic holy physique. Lin Feng had mastered it. With the Xuanwu phenomenon complete, my cultivation has reached the peak of the ninth stage of the Dao condensation realm. I'm just one step away from the Venerable Realm. Determination blazed in Lin Feng's eyes. He knew that only by breaking through to the Venerable Realm could he truly stand among the powerhouses of the Kanglin domain. Despite his victory over Duan Jingtai in the core disciple tournament, Lin Feng did not allow himself to grow complacent. He understood better than anyone that greater challenges awaited him, including the enigmatic and formidable 10 sequences. As days turned into weeks, Lin Feng continued to refine high-grade spiritual herbs and elixirs, steadily fueling the surging energy within his body. At last, with a thunderous roar, he achieved his breakthrough into the Venerable Realm. The violent energy shockwave that erupted nearly tore his cultivation chamber apart. Now at the first stage of the Venerable Realm, Lin Feng's strength far surpassed others of the same level, thanks to the Xuanwu phenomenon. During his cultivation, his mastery of sword intent had advanced to the fourth stage, while the supreme sword bone within him continued its autonomous refinement, preparing for an even greater surge of power in the future. I wonder, with my current strength, just how powerful could I be? Lin Feng stood quietly in his cultivation chamber, lost in thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and a faint smile curved his lips. With determined strides, he walked out of the chamber. The moment he appeared at the inner sect, he immediately drew the attention of countless disciples. It's Lin Feng. He's finally out of seclusion. I wonder what level he's reached now? The murmurs spread like wildfire, but what truly caught Lin Feng's attention was the frequent mention of Duan Jingtai's name. To his surprise, during his time in seclusion, Duan Jingtai had ventured into the perilous abyss of 10,000 blades and obtained the inheritance of the Blade Saint. This incredible opportunity had catapulted him to become a strong contender for the sequence disciple rankings. What was even more astonishing was that after receiving the inheritance, Duan Jingtai was personally taken into a secret realm by the Wuji Holy Master. Rumor had it that he would even meet a living saint of the Wuji Holy Land. Such an extraordinary stroke of fortune made it clear that his future achievements would be limitless. Too bad Duan Jingtai isn't around. He would have been a perfect opponent to test my strength, Lin Feng muttered to himself. With that, he turned and headed toward another destination. Before long, he arrived at Song Yiling's cultivation chamber. When she opened the door and saw him, her expression showed a hint of surprise. Lin Feng, is there something you need? She asked curiously. Senior sister Song, I'd like to seek guidance from your grandfather, Lin Feng said straightforwardly. My grandfather? Song Yiling blinked in astonishment. He's a peak, sovereign-level powerhouse. His casual strike could destroy stars. Lin Feng smiled faintly and released his aura. Instantly, Song Yiling's eyes widened in disbelief. Sovereign first stage. You've broken through to the sovereign realm. With her recommendation, Lin Feng soon found himself standing before Elder Song. The esteemed elder sat calmly atop the peak of his mountain. Upon hearing Lin Feng's request, even he couldn't hide his surprise. Lin Feng, your progress is truly remarkable, Elder Song remarked with admiration. However, I must caution you, Duan Jingtai is now a sequence disciple candidate, backed by the Holy Master and a living saint. If you were to face him, your chances of victory might be slim. Is that so? Lin Feng replied with a composed smile, offering no further comment. This adaptation retains the original story's essence, including Lin Feng's breakthrough, his meeting with Elder Song, and Duan Jingtai's rise, while enhancing the narrative flow and readability for an English-speaking audience. The Blade Saint's legacy was undeniably powerful, and Lin Feng could clearly see Duan Jingtong's rapid rise in strength. But so what? During his secluded cultivation, Lin Feng, with his extraordinary comprehension, had mastered a saint-level sword technique to perfection. This was an astounding achievement, one that even the elders at the Great Power Realm struggled to attain, yet Lin Feng had reached effortlessly. While the Blade Saint's inheritance undoubtedly contained saint-level blade techniques, Lin Feng was certain that Duan Jingtang, even with his understanding, had only scratched the surface. The difference between them was worlds apart. Moreover, Lin Feng had successfully cultivated the Xuanwu phenomenon, elevating his combat prowess to an utterly terrifying level. This signified that his ancient sacred body had finally embarked on its true path of cultivation, unlocking its full, formidable potential. At this moment, Lin Feng not only had no fear of Duan Jingtang, who had obtained the Blade Saint's legacy, but was also fully confident in his ability to defeat him. Elder Song rose slowly, towering like a deity before Song Yielding. Next, I will test your strength step by step, he said with a smile. Prepare yourself. Remember, I am at the peak of the sovereign realm. Though you've ascended to the first stage of the supreme realm, the gap remains significant. Elder Song, please proceed. Lin Feng replied calmly. Elder Song looked towards Song Yielding. Yielding, step aside to avoid getting hurt. Once she moved to a safe distance, he began to gather his aura. As a powerhouse who had honed his skills at the peak of the sovereign realm for over 5 centuries, his strength was among the best at this level. Even a casual strike from him would be overwhelming for most. He'll strike with one palm, using only 1,000th of my strength, Elder Song stated firmly. Go ahead, Lin Feng responded, his demeanor steady. Sky-severing palm. With a deafening roar, a palm strike carrying the power to shatter mountains was unleashed. The terrifying pressure made even Song Yielding, standing at a distance, feel a chill in her heart. This was the might of a peak sovereign. Even at a fraction of its power, it was enough to annihilate cultivators at the 3rd or 4th stage of the sovereign realm. A sharp glint flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. As expected of a peak sovereign, this strike, despite being restrained, exerted some pressure on him, but only just a little. Facing this earth-shattering attack, he neither summoned the sovereign-level divine sword, Dawnbreaker, nor activated his supreme sword bone or thunder body. His purpose today was simple: to test the defensive capabilities of his ancient sacred body after forming the Xuanwu phenomenon. As the palm force closed in, Lin Feng stood motionless, silently channeling the energy of his ancient sacred body, letting its immense power flow through every cell in his being. Not resisting? Elder Song frowned, puzzled, while Song Yielding watched with equal confusion. Boom! The palm strike landed squarely on Lin Feng. The attack was indeed fearsome. Before his secluded cultivation, even if Lin Feng had used all his strength, he would have struggled to avoid severe injury. But now, his power had grown exponentially hundreds of times stronger than when he had fought Duan Jingtang. Not only had he advanced to the first stage of the sovereign realm, but his sword momentum had reached the 4th level. Most crucially, his ancient sacred body, enhanced by the Xuanwu phenomenon, had propelled his combat strength to new heights. As the shockwaves from the strike dissipated, Lin Feng remained unmoved, his expression as calm as ever. Both Elder Song and Song Yielding were visibly shocked. Elder Song stepped forward to inspect him closely, only to find that Lin Feng was completely unscathed. Again, Lin Feng said with a faint smile. Very well. Elder Song's interest was piqued. This time, he'll use 1% of my strength and unleash a great power-level technique, the Golden Bell Shadowless Palm. This strike, capable of overwhelming even a cultivator at the 6th stage of the sovereign realm, descended with immense force. In response, Lin Feng activated his ancient sacred body, and the Xuanwu phenomenon manifested. Mysterious runic armor shimmered into existence around him, its blue light flowing like a barrier against all attacks in the world. Lin Feng stood alert, fully aware that Elder Song's palm strike contained 1% of the peak power of a supreme. Its destructive force was not to be underestimated. Without hesitation, he unleashed the full strength of his mystic armor of the celestial vault, surrounding himself with countless phantasmal armor shadows that formed an impenetrable defensive formation. Elder Song's palm strike descended with earth-shattering momentum, as if capable of shattering an entire mountain. The terrifying energy imbued in the strike engulfed Lin Feng in an instant. A defensive divine technique? How extraordinary! Elder Song's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Lin Feng. The phenomenon created by the mystic armor of the celestial vault radiated an overwhelming majesty, its divine aura inspiring reverence. With a thunderous roar, countless palm imprints crashed against the glowing blue runes of the mystic armor. A flicker of unease crossed Elder Song's mind. This was 1% of his strength at the peak of the supreme level, utilizing one of his most formidable divine techniques. Even so, this strike was proving to be perilous. As the force of the strike dissipated, Lin Feng stood unmoved, like a deity amidst the radiant blue glow of the armor. This? Elder Song was utterly stunned. Lin Feng had withstood his full-force attack, while remaining in a purely defensive state. Recalling Lin Feng's earlier declaration that he intended to challenge Duan Jingtian, the inheritor of the Blade Saint's legacy, Elder Song couldn't help but re-evaluate this young man. To neutralize 2 consecutive attacks with such ease, this level of power was truly astonishing. Lin Feng, next I will use 10% of my strength. Can you handle it? Elder Song asked gravely. That's exactly what I want. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with determination. I also want to find out where my limits lie. At this point, he had only activated the Xuanwu phenomenon of his ancient sacred body, leaving many of his other abilities untapped. Elder Song gave a solemn warning. 10% of my strength is enough to instantly kill most Supremes at the 7th level. Even those at the 8th level would be gravely injured. No problem. Bring it on, Lin Feng replied calmly. Nearby, Song Yiling watched in shock, her jaw nearly dropping. Even Duan Jingtian, with the Blade Saint's legacy, might not be able to achieve what Lin Feng had just done. Boom. Elder Song unleashed the Golden Bell Shadowless Palm once again, its apocalyptic pressure sweeping across the area. Lin Feng was drawn into the heart of the violent energy storm, but moments later, a brilliant sword light broke through the oppressive force. When Lin Feng's figure reappeared, his breathing was heavy, but he remained unscathed. He had given his all in this confrontation, combining the power of his 3 physiques, the Xuanwu phenomenon, and a perfected saint-level divine technique. Only through this extraordinary effort had he managed to withstand the attack. Incredible! Elder Song exclaimed with genuine admiration. Lin Feng, I take back what I said earlier. You are indeed worthy of challenging Duan Jingtian. Just then, a resonant chime echoed across the sacred land of infinity, followed by the voice of the Holy Master. Core disciples, gather at the Infinite Palace. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes at the sound. The summoning order was heard by all disciples, whether they were in seclusion or not. With a single command from the Supreme Master of Wuji, all core disciples immediately gathered. Lin Feng took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The Undying ancient battlefield where the 5 sacred-level factions converge was a place of both opportunity and peril. For Lin Feng, it was the battlefield he had long yearned for. There, countless prodigies would gather, giving him ample chances to seize rare abilities and enhance his own power. Even more importantly, the battlefield would undoubtedly be strewn with corpses, providing him with the perfect opportunity to unleash his 10 absolutes, start devouring demonic art, and achieve a meteoric rise in his cultivation. Lin Feng, the Supreme Master has summoned you. You should go now, Elder Song reminded him. Thank you, Elder Song, for sparring with me today. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude. No need to thank me. We are all part of the Wuji Holy Land. Now, go quickly, Elder Song replied with a smile. Lin Feng turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the distance. After he left, Song Yiling approached Elder Song, her expression still tinged with disbelief. Grandfather, how does Lin Feng's current strength compare to Duan Jingtai, who inherited the Blade Saint's legacy? She asked. Elder Song pondered for a moment. To be honest, I used to think Duan Jingtai could easily overpower Lin Feng. But now, he shook his head. I'm no longer so sure. Just now, I used only 1/10 of my strength, yet I couldn't defeat him, let alone injure him. But I feel like Lin Feng might have already reached his limit? Song Yiling couldn't help but comment. You naive child, Elder Song said with a wry smile. Do you even know your grandfather's cultivation level? Peak Venerable. For someone at the 1st level of Venerable to withstand 1/10 of my power, this news alone would shock everyone. That boy's future is limitless, destined to secure a spot among the top 10 ranks. Meanwhile, within the grand and majestic Wuji Sacred Hall, 6 elders of the Great Power Realm had already taken their seats. The hall radiated an overwhelming aura as countless geniuses arrived one after another. The first to appear was Nye Xinghai, clad in white, followed closely by 2 powerful figures at the 6th level of Venerable. As the leading figure among the core disciples, his demeanor was otherworldly, and his strength unfathomable. Soon after, Yuan Emo, Emo Chun, Murong Shui, Tang Yu, and others arrived in succession. Although each of them had made progress compared to before, in Nye Xinghai's eyes, they seemed insignificant. Suddenly, an extremely sharp and overwhelming blade aura swept through the hall. The crowd's expressions changed dramatically, and even Nye Xinghai turned his attention toward the source. A figure dressed in black appeared, Duan Jingtai. With a massive, broad blade strapped to his back, he walked forward at a steady pace. His gaze swept across the hall, but Lin Feng was nowhere to be seen. When Duan Jingtai and Nye Xinghai's eyes met, the collision of their terrifying auras created an oppressive atmosphere that left everyone present struggling to breathe. Enough! The Supreme Master of Wuji interjected at the perfect moment. I know all of you are immensely powerful, but there's no need to showcase your strength here. Once you enter the Undying ancient battlefield, you'll have plenty of opportunities to prove yourselves. Under the Supreme Master's words, the two peerless geniuses finally restrained their auras. Duan Jingtao gave a slight nod, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. The Holy Master's teachings are wise. My goal has never been the core disciples. It is to claim the top seat among the 10 great rankings. His voice carried an undeniable air of dominance. Nie Xinghai stood quietly to the side, his expression calm. Though he too had the strength to compete for a position in the 10 great rankings, he chose to silently observe the events unfolding before him at this moment. Just then, a figure slowly stepped into the Wuji sacred hall. Duan Jingtao's imposing aura froze instantly. It was Lin Feng, the very person who had defeated him during the inner sect grand competition. Memories of that moment, when even igniting his demonic blood couldn't prevent his loss, still brought a pang of bitterness to his heart. Yet now, having been tempered and reborn through trials, his fighting spirit surged once more. Lin Feng's arrival immediately drew the attention of everyone present. As the strongest contender in the core disciples competition, his every move was closely watched. Many whispered among themselves, speculating that with Duan Jingtao's recent meteoric rise in strength, Lin Feng might not stand a chance if they were to fight again. Faced with Duan Jingtao's burning battle intent, Lin Feng remained remarkably composed. He merely glanced at Duan Jingtao briefly before looking away, seemingly indifferent. Nie Xinghai, observing from the sidelines, mused to himself, Lin Feng likely has no idea that Duan Jingtao has inherited the Blade Saint's legacy. Otherwise, he wouldn't appear so calm. Even I felt immense pressure upon learning of it. The Wuji Holy Master rose from his throne, his gaze sweeping over the gathered disciples. Everyone is here. It is time to head to the Undying ancient battlefield. Aside from the 3 fixed core disciples and the top 3 from the competition, the remaining 4 spots will be decided among the newly promoted core disciples. You will face the elite forces from the other 4 sacred factions, though not underestimate them. Emo-chan and the others nodded in understanding. Though he felt a pang of regret over losing to Yuan Emo by a single move, he could only accept the outcome. The Wuji Holy Master then produced a small, smooth mirror that glimmered with light. As the energy radiating from it enveloped the disciples, the 6 elders in the Great Power Realm nodded in unison. The Undying ancient battlefield lies at the border of the Kanglan domain, a place with a history spanning over 100,000 years. Once a battleground of the domain wars, it later transformed into a secret realm due to changes in the world's laws, opening periodically. Countless powerful beings perished there, including over a dozen saints and innumerable Great Power Realm cultivators. Though fraught with peril, it is also a land of unparalleled opportunities. In addition to the Wuji Sacred Land, the forces of Thunder Punishment Sacred Land, Scarlet Flame Sacred Land, Heavenly King Island, and the 10 Absolutes Demonic Sect had also arrived. The members of the 10 Absolutes Demonic Sect exuded an overwhelming demonic aura, their murderous intent palpable as they fixed their gaze on the Wuji Sacred Land. The animosity between the 2 factions ran deep, and every encounter in the ancient battlefield inevitably resulted in bloodshed. More significantly, the 10 Absolutes Demonic Sect had deduced that their 10 Absolutes star-devouring demonic art might have fallen into the hands of a disciple from the Wuji Sacred Land. Among the group from the Thunder Punishment Sacred Land, Luo Zhe's gaze burned with even greater venom than that of the 10 Absolutes Demonic Sect. To avenge his son Luo Hong, who was killed by Lin Feng, Luo Zhe had gone so far as to alter his bone age at the cost of his own life, all to gain entry into this ancient battlefield. Luo Zhe was once a peak-level sovereign, a formidable cultivator whose strength was undeniable. Yet, within his realm, his advanced age rendered him unremarkable among his peers. Nonetheless, his power gave him unshakable confidence in his ability to eliminate Lin Feng. At this moment, Luo Zhe stood amidst the Luo family's contingent from the Thunder Punishment Holy Land, as still and cold as a statue. His face was expressionless, his eyes hollow, yet beneath this apathetic exterior, a raging inferno of vengeance burned within him. What unsettled him even more was the news he had just received. During the core disciples competition in the Infinite Holy Land, Lin Feng had crushed Duan Jingtian, a sovereign at the 3rd tier, with overwhelming ease and claimed first place. This revelation left Luo Zhe restless and sleepless. Lin Feng's meteoric rise was nothing short of miraculous, as if he were a reincarnated celestial being. Luo Zhe knew all too well that if he didn't act now, it wouldn't be long before even his peak sovereign strength would pale in comparison to Lin Feng's. Time was slipping away. He had to obliterate Lin Feng before the young man fully matured into a powerhouse. Determined, Luo Zhe made a desperate choice. He paid an unimaginable price to forcibly alter his bone age and gain entry into the Undying ancient battlefield. This decision sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of the Thunder Punishment Holy Land, as granting him access required the direct intervention of a saint-level cultivator. The cost? His lifespan would be drastically shortened. Upon leaving the battlefield, he would have no more than 5 years to live. For someone at the peak of the sovereign realm, who could have otherwise lived for another 1,000 years, this was a devastating sacrifice. Lin Feng, Luo Zhe roared silently in his heart. You killed my only son, severed my bloodline. Today, I will stop at nothing to take your life. Meanwhile, the vanguard of the Scarlet Flame Holy Land, Heaven King Island, and the 10 Absolute Demon Sect was composed of awe-inspiring prodigies. These unparalleled talents, handpicked to enter the Undying ancient battlefield, were shrouded in mystery and possessed strength rivaling the likes of Nie Xinghai, Lin Feng, and Duan Jingtian. Suddenly, a powerful ripple of energy swept through the area, drawing everyone's attention to a single location. The delegation from the Infinite Holy Land had arrived at last. Descending with unmatched majesty, the Infinite Holy Lord brought with him a sacred artifact, the Radiant Mirror. The sheer presence of this artifact struck fear into many onlookers. Even the master of the 10 Absolute Demon Sect had suffered losses under its power in the past. With a commanding gesture, the Infinite Holy Lord signaled his newly promoted core disciples Lin Feng, Nie Xinghai, and Duan Jingtian to step forward. However, just as they emerged, the Demon Sect Master launched a sudden assault, unleashing a torrent of demonic flames aimed directly at the disciples. The overwhelming pressure bore down on them, but Lin Feng swiftly summoned the Xuanwu phenomenon for defense, while Nie Xinghai and Duan Jingtian stood their ground with equal resolve. In stark contrast, others like Yuan Imo Qian, and Murong Shui struggled to withstand the attack, retreating in disarray. This unexpected display left the Demon Sect Master visibly intrigued. He scrutinized the three who had resisted his overwhelming aura, his mind racing with speculation about which of them might have acquired the elusive 10 Absolute star-devouring demon art. But before he could draw any conclusions, the Infinite Holy Lord erupted in fury. He activated the Radiant Mirror, unleashing countless beams of sacred light that filled the battlefield. In an instant, the two titanic figures clashed, exchanging over 100 blows in what seemed like no more than a heartbeat to ordinary observers. Yet, the elders of the great power realm present could feel the sheer ferocity and precision of their confrontation. Finally, the Master of Heaven King Island intervened, mediating a fragile truce. Even so, the Demon Sect Master etched the performances of Lin Feng, Nie Xinghai, and Duan Jingtian into his memory, silently pondering which of them might have mastered the fearsome art capable of absorbing the cultivation of the dead and neutralizing even the most formidable adversaries. The probing plan of the 10 Absolute Demon Lord did not go as intended. His meticulously controlled attacks were calculated to be just strong enough, not fatal, but forcing his opponents to respond with their full strength. He had hoped to bait someone into revealing traces of the 10 Absolute star-absorbing demon art. However, the attempt ended in failure. No one displayed any sign of the fabled technique. This outcome left the 10 Absolute Demon Lord deep in thought. The mysterious figure who had slain Xiao Tianlin must possess top-tier strength among the core disciples. If this person was not part of the core disciples, they likely hailed from the 10 Great Sequences. Unfortunately, none of the 10 Great Sequences had appeared in this competition. Step by step, the scope will narrow, the 10 Absolute Demon Lord calculated coldly. If not a core disciple, then it must be someone from the 10 Great Sequences. At that moment, the Saint Lord of the Infinite suddenly intervened, targeting the core disciples of the 10 Absolute Demon Sect. These prodigies, shrouded in demonic energy as if they had emerged from the depths of the 9 netherworlds, retreated under the Saint Lord's assault. Yet, 2 of them were not fast enough and coughed up blood on the spot. A murderous glint flashed in the eyes of the 10 Absolute Demon Lord. The Saint Lord of the Infinite declared icily, "An eye for an eye. If you're dissatisfied, we can settle this now." His commanding words silenced the crowd. As a top-tier prodigy of the Kanglan domain who had once braved the Undying ancient battlefield, the Saint Lord of the Infinite had the strength to back his words. As tension reached a boiling point, the Saint Lords of Thunder Punishment Holy Land and Crimson Flame Holy Land, along with the Island Lord of Heavenly King Island, stepped in to mediate. The three exuded powerful auras, signaling that if the two truly clashed, they would intervene. The 10 Absolute Demon Lords sneered. "No need to fight now. Soon, my disciples will show you the difference in power." With that, the various factions began selecting participants for the competition. Each Holy Land was allotted 10 slots, with 3 experienced core disciples nominated first. From the Infinite Holy Land, Nie Xinghai and 2 other prodigies at the 6th level of the Sovereign Realm were chosen. When it was time for the top 3 from the core disciple competition to step forward, Lin Feng, Duan Jingtai, and Yuan Mo emerged one by one. However, when the crowd sensed Lin Feng and Yuan Mo's cultivation levels, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience. At the 1st and 2nd levels of the Sovereign Realm, many present wore derisive smiles, interpreting this as a sign of the Infinite Holy Land's decline. Though Elder Hong and 5 other powerful figures remained silent, unease flickered in their hearts. The 10 absolute demon sect's top core disciple had already reached the 6th level of the sovereign realm, with the 2nd and 3rd ranked at the 5th level. In comparison, apart from Duan Jingtai, who had inherited the Blade Saint's legacy, the infinite Holy Land seemed to lack contenders who could rival them. Yet, they were unaware of Lin Feng's true strength. His seemingly ordinary first-level sovereign realm cultivation had once endured a strike containing a tenth of the power of Elder Song, a peak sovereign realm expert. Amid the scornful gazes from all directions, Lin Feng remained composed. His eyes swept over the prodigies radiating forth to 6th-level sovereign realm auras. With a faint smirk, he thought to himself, does cultivation level determine everything? I wonder if these arrogant individuals can withstand even one strike from me. Suddenly, Lin Feng's gaze froze. Among the crowd, he noticed a peculiar golden aura surrounding a phrase. The system immediately provided a notification. Detected a golden grade talent, treasure seeker physique. This talent grants a natural affinity for sensing and locating treasures within a specific range. Would you like to plunder it? The treasure-seeking physique. Lin Feng's heart began to pound intensely. This golden constitution had the ability to sense heavenly treasures. For the immortal ancient battlefield they were about to enter, this was nothing short of a perfect match. That place was the burial ground of countless revered beings, powerful figures, and even saints who had fallen there. While it was fraught with peril, the opportunities were equally immeasurable. Plunder, Lin Feng whispered to himself. With a single thought, he felt a subtle change in his body. The treasure-seeking physique's power instantly transferred to him, and suddenly, everyone around him seemed to radiate the aura of treasures. The most striking was the sacred mirror in the hands of the Holy Lord of Wuji, followed by the heavenly treasures and divine weapons possessed by the Thunder Punishment Holy Lord, the Crimson Flame Holy Lord, the Island Lord of Heavenly King, and the 10 Absolute Demon Lord. Unfortunately, with his current strength, he could only covet them from afar. Each Holy Land will have up to 4 slots, the Island Lord of Heavenly King announced. Newly promoted core disciples, step forward and prepare for the draw and battles. As the faction closest to the immortal ancient battlefield, the Heavenly King Island had always been the organizer of this event. Talents from various Holy Lands stepped forward one after another. On the side of the Wuji Holy Land, Imo Chen, Murong Shui, Tang Yu, Hua Chun, and others were eager to fight. This was their first opportunity to compete against the prodigies of other Holy Lands, and everyone was determined to showcase their skills. However, as the battles commenced, the expressions of the senior members of the Wuji Holy Land grew increasingly grim. Their disciples were generally at a disadvantage in the matches. Even Murong Shui's opponent was a prodigy at the 3rd level of the Venerable Realma level that didn't even rank among the top 3 in the Crimson Flame Holy Land. The gap in strength was all too apparent. The final results were shocking. Only Imo Chen managed to secure a spot with great difficulty, bringing the total to just 7 entrants from the Wuji Holy Land. In stark contrast, factions like the 10 Absolute Demon sect each fielded a full roster of 10 participants. They've hit a bottleneck, someone sneered. It seems the top-tier experts have drained all the fortune, leaving the new generation in decline. Everyone understood the implications. While the Wuji Holy Land boasted a living saint and a holy lord with top-tier strength, their younger generation was simply too weak. Entering the immortal ancient battlefield under such circumstances would likely make them prime targets for the others. Prepare to enter, the Island Lord of Heavenly King declared. Numerous prodigies' eyes gleamed with confidence as they readied themselves to embark on this perilous journey. This absolute confidence caused a subtle shift in the expressions of Yuan Imo and Imo Chun on the Wuji Holy Land side. Imo Chun had just narrowly secured the 7th spot, barely avoiding missing out on the Undying ancient battlefield. Now, seeing the strength of the other Holy Land prodigies, he suddenly realized how limited his own perspective had been. Yuan Imo had witnessed Imo Chin's battle in its entirety. Although Yuan Imo was slightly stronger, the advantage was marginal. Competing with other factions for spots would undoubtedly be just as challenging. Before entering, each of you must leave behind a trace of soul power, the Lord of Tianwang Island said slowly. This will not only monitor your life force, but also allow us to observe your gains within the Undying ancient battlefield. As soon as he finished speaking, rows of unlit soul lamps appeared. Following the instructions, each prodigy split off a wisp of soul power and infused it into a lamp. The lamps immediately lit up with steady flames. The Lord of Tianwang Island nodded in satisfaction. Next, the other 4 holy lords and I will combine our efforts to open the spatial gate to the Undying ancient battlefield. Make sure to seize the opportunity to enter. Understood. The prodigies responded in unison. The Lord of Tianwang Island looked at the other 4 holy lords. At this moment, we must set aside past grievances and focus our full strength on opening the gate. He then took the lead, releasing a terrifying energy that only a supreme powerhouse could wield. The other 4 holy lords followed suit, their immense energies merging in the void. Soon, a spatial gate was forced open. Go! The Wuji Holy Lord, Qian Holy Lord, and Leifa Holy Lord shouted in unison. The prodigies turned into streams of light, rushing into the gate, which closed behind them. The overwhelming auras of the 5 supreme powerhouses gradually subsided. The Lord of Tianwang Island turned his gaze to the row of soul lamps, many of which began flickering violently, as if they could extinguish at any moment. The 5 holy lords remained calm, knowing this was the test of spatial turbulence that the prodigies had to endure. After a moment, the soul lamps stabilized, though one of the 10 lamps belonging to Leifa Holy Land had already gone out. The Leifa Holy Lord let out a cold snort, hoping it wasn't Luo Zhe who had perished, as he still had an important task to complete. The Lord of Tianwang Island explained that the Undying ancient battlefield was filled with countless vengeful spirits, highly aggressive but offering great rewards. Defeating them could grant insights from their past lives, a deeper understanding of the battlefield, and enhanced soul power. The other holy lords agreed, noting that the soul lamps not only monitored life force, but also reflected the increase in soul power after absorbing vengeful spirits. This improvement would lead to advancements in divine abilities, cultivation realms, physical constitution, and more. Though the 5 holy lords appeared calm, each harbored their own thoughts. The Qian Holy Lord hoped their prodigy with the treasure-seeking physique would bring back rare treasures. The Leifa Holy Lord focused on Luo Zhe's task to eliminate Lin Feng. Meanwhile, the Lord of Tianwang Island had already equipped his disciples with special tools to locate inheritance items. In the Undying ancient battlefield, amidst the howling winds of a vast, desolate expanse, Lin Feng advanced steadily. No longer concealing his strength, he activated his full potential. His powerful vitality, raging lightning, and sharp sword intent radiated outward, while his treasure-seeking physique operated like a radar, scanning the surroundings. After walking for a long time, Lin Feng suddenly came to a halt. His treasure-seeking physique emitted a strong signal. An area ahead was shrouded in darkness. It wasn't a storm cloud but a mass of spirit-like entities. Feeling their oppressive aura, Lin Feng showed no fear and instead walked straight toward them. As he drew closer, the response from his treasure-seeking physique grew more intense, his very cells signaling that something valuable lay hidden in that area. When his supreme sword bone began to faintly resonate, Lin Feng realized this must be related to the way of the sword. This was the unique advantage of his treasure-seeking physique. Without it, most would have avoided such a sinister place altogether. Lin Feng fixed his gaze on the oppressive darkness ahead. Countless malevolent black spirits roamed within the shadowy expanse, their sinister presence sending a chill down his spine despite his formidable strength. Yet, with his unique treasure-seeking physique, he could sense an extraordinary treasure hidden within, particularly one tied to the way of the sword. Such a find could greatly enhance his power. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, swiftly closing the distance to the ominous zone. As he drew nearer, the truth of the darkness was revealed. Countless black spirits were circling a radiant object at the center, as though they were its protectors. Halt! A commanding voice thundered through the air. Lin Feng chuckled lightly. Halt? That depends on whether you have the strength to make me a bunch of vengeful spirits? You'd best stay out of my way. Before his words had fully settled, the spirits began to coalesce into humanoid forms. At the forefront was a middle-aged man, his expression brimming with murderous intent as he glared at Lin Feng. You dare defy us? You are not the one we are waiting for. Leave immediately, or you will become yet another lost soul, trapped here until the end of time. As the man's words faded, the atmosphere underwent a sudden shift. The entire space was plunged into darkness, and Lin Feng was drawn into a separate dimension. An unrelenting storm of spirits swirled around him, their forms solidifying into translucent humanoid figures, each radiating a menacing aura. Whether I'm the one you're waiting for is irrelevant, Lin Feng said calmly, his voice unwavering. What matters is that the treasure you guard is mine for the taking. Stand aside, or I will consign you all to eternal oblivion. His defiance only infuriated the spirits further. You dare speak so arrogantly? If we were alive, you would have been obliterated in an instant. A cacophony of spectral voices reverberated around Lin Feng, sealing off every possible escape route. The middle-aged man sneered coldly. Very well. You've sealed your fate. Kill him and devour his soul. With that, over a dozen vengeful spirits at the peak of the 4th level of the venerable realm launched their assault. Lin Feng, however, remained composed. Drawing the Dawnbreaker Divine Sword, he unleashed the semi-Saint level sword technique, Requiem of the Yellow Springs. A haunting melody echoed through the air, and the attacking spirits froze in place. What is this? Agonized cries erupted as the spirits felt their very souls unraveling. Lin Feng's mastery of swordsmanship, combined with the devastating Requiem of the Yellow Springs, reduced his spectral foes to nothingness in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng activated the 10 absolute soul-devouring art, absorbing the residual energy of the vanquished spirits. His cultivation surged to the peak of the first level of the venerable realm, leaving him just a step away from breaking through to the second level. The middle-aged spirit trembled as he witnessed the scene. How can you be so powerful? You are merely at the first level of the venerable realm, yet you wield strength comparable to the sixth level. Desperation crept into his voice as he threatened. The treasure within belongs to the Heavenly King Island. If you dare take it, they will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Heavenly King Island? Lin Feng smirked dismissively. No matter how powerful they are, they're not the rulers of this undying ancient battlefield. Treasures of heaven and earth belong to the strong. Since you've encountered me, your duty as guardians ends here. With that, Lin Feng fully activated his supreme sword bone. A terrifying sword aura erupted from every fiber of his being, radiating unrestrained power in this isolated realm. For the first time, he unleashed his full strength without reservation, channeling it into an even more devastating requiem of the Yellow Springs. The supreme swordbone, a golden tier innate talent of the highest level, granted Lin Feng limitless potential in the realm of swordsmanship. To powers of the Holy Land level, a prodigy possessing the supreme swordbone would inevitably be treated as a seed disciple and nurtured with utmost priority. This constitution not only guaranteed the future attainment of the Saint Realm, but also held the possibility of ascending to the position of Emperor. For a long time, Lin Feng had restrained this power, fully aware that such a treasure as the supreme swordbone would easily attract covetous eyes. However, within the undying ancient battlefield, he finally cast aside all reservations and unleashed its full might. With a single stroke of his sword, a terrifying sword intent swept in all directions. The spirit, which had taken the form of a middle-aged man, immediately turned pale, overwhelmed by the boundless pressure of sword intent. In shock, it exclaimed, "Supreme Swordbone, you actually possess such a heaven-defying swordsmanship constitution." The requiem of the Yellow Springs echoed through the air, and the middle-aged man's distorted face grew even more ferocious. He snarled, "No matter how talented you are, offending Heaven Kings I'll mean certain death. After my demise, your secret will inevitably be exposed, and the people of Heaven Kings Isle will come for you." Before he could finish his words, the spirit had already grown increasingly faint, and with a resounding explosion, it disintegrated into nothingness. Lin Feng watched it all unfold with an expressionless face. The pursuit of fortune and opportunity was always accompanied by death and enmity. Why would he retreat just because it belonged to Heaven King's Isle? If that were the case, why even bother walking the path of cultivation? Although Lin Feng had effortlessly slain the spirit, whose strength was comparable to a 7th-level sovereign, he understood this was no ordinary feat. Even a genius like Nie Xinghai might not have achieved such an easy victory. His success was entirely due to his swordsmanship's unique suppressive effect on vengeful spirits. The remaining spirits, witnessing this, were struck with terror and attempted to flee. Lin Feng's lips curved into a faint smile as he murmured, "Trying to escape? These spirits are the perfect fuel for my cultivation." With a sweep of his divine sword, Dawnbreaker, a 1,000-foot-long beam of sword light tore across the sky. Under this strike, all the spirits were obliterated, leaving behind only a few curses of resentment. Lin Feng paid no heed to their powerless fury and directly executed the 10 absolute star-devouring art, absorbing the energy of all the spirits. With the influx of immense energy, Lin Feng's cultivation effortlessly broke through to the second level of the sovereign realm. This ancient battlefield, teeming with countless vengeful spirits, was nothing short of a perfect hunting ground for him. Though Lin Feng retained a shred of humanity and refrained from targeting fellow disciples of the same sect, he showed no mercy to the forces of the Crimson Flame Holy Land, Thunder Punishment Holy Land, Heaven King's Isle, or especially the 10 Absolute Demon sect, with whom the Infinite Holy Land had a deep-seated grudge. As long as he was thorough enough, who could ever trace it back to him? Composing himself, Lin Feng approached the heavenly treasures that the spirits had been guarding. It was an oval fruit emanating a grayish glow, brimming with profound insights into swordsmanship. Without hesitation, he consumed it, and an overwhelming surge of energy erupted within him, almost threatening to tear him apart. At that moment, Lin Feng instantly activated the Supreme Sword Bone. As the majestic power of the Supreme Sword Bone erupted, it greedily absorbed the energy contained within the gray fruit. Vivid scenes began to unfold in Lin Feng's mind. A warrior wielding a massive sword stood tall on an endless battlefield, his body drenched in blood yet refusing to take a single step back. Facing an overwhelming tide of enemies, his sword swept through the air, cutting down foes with each swing. As the battle raged on, the swordsman's cultivation continued to ascend, eventually breaking through to the level of a supreme powerhouse. His mastery of the sword transcended mere sword momentum, reaching an unimaginable realm. However, just as he stood at the peak, a terrifying giant hand descended from the heavens, suppressing this unparalleled swordmaster. The owner of that hand was undoubtedly a top-tier existence in the sacred realm. As the vision dissipated, Lin Feng finally understood the origin of the gray fruit. It was the Tao fruit formed after the fall of a peerless swordmaster, containing the culmination of their lifetime's comprehension of the sword. With the continuous influx of energy from the Tao fruit, Lin Feng's swordsmanship realm began to soar rapidly. Previously, he had already reached the 4th level of sword momentum, making him a standout among his peers. But now, after absorbing the Tao fruit, his sword momentum realm directly broke through to the 7th level, leaping 3 tiers in one stroke. No wonder this is the Tao fruit of a peerless swordmaster. It has brought such an incredible breakthrough to my sword momentum. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. Though he had already been exceptionally strong when he entered the ancient battlefield, compared to the top-tier geniuses sent by the Sacred Land factions, who were at the 8th level of the revered realm, he had not yet been among the absolute elite. In the infinite Holy Land, Nye Xinghai, with his cultivation at the 7th level of the venerable realm, stood as the strongest. However, compared to the other 4 major Holy Lands, this level of strength seemed somewhat lacking. The top prodigy of the 10 absolute demon sect had already reached the 8th level of the venerable realm, exuding overwhelming demonic energy. Similarly, the other 3 Holy Lands each had supreme figures at the 8th level of the venerable realm holding their ground. Lin Feng, while unafraid of facing these prodigies head-on, could not claim to completely suppress them with ease. If surrounded and attacked, the situation would become even more perilous. However, Lin Feng was no longer the same as before. His sword momentum had reached the 7th level. His cultivation had advanced to the 2nd level of the venerable realm, and his power had increased several-fold. With such strength, he was now qualified to compete with these top-tier core disciples, even if they were at the 8th level of the venerable realm. What of it? At this moment, Lin Feng was fully absorbed in refining the Tao fruit of a supreme powerhouse, immersed in his cultivation, completely unaware that his actions had already caused an uproar in the outside world. Elsewhere, Gu Tianming, the #1 core disciple of Heavenly King Island, was leading a group in hunting vengeful spirits. This prodigy, who was expected to rank among the top 5 of the island's 10 sequences, possessed the 8th level of the venerable realm. His long hair flowed with the wind, and his sharp eyes and defined features exuded an air of unmatched intensity. His physique, known as the radiant holy body, was an ancient constitution capable of absorbing the essence of the heavens, earth, sun, and moon. It was this unique talent that allowed him to rise from an outer disciple to the top core disciple in just 3 years. Due to this extraordinary gift, many of the island's elders had vied to take him as a disciple, a conflict that was only resolved when a saint intervened. Since entering the ancient, undying battleground, Gu Tianming had led the disciples of Heavenly King Island to one victory after another. Moments earlier, he had effortlessly slain a group of vengeful spirits at the 7th level of the venerable realm. Senior Brother Gus' strength has grown even more. When we return, he will surely challenge the top 10 sequences, the disciples said with admiration. Gu Tianming remained composed. The 10 sequences are merely stepping stones. My goal is the position of Holy Sun. His words left the disciples stunned. To them, the Holy Sun was the future heir of Heavenly King Island. Yet, considering Gu Tianming's radiant holy body, such ambition seemed entirely plausible. Just then, a violent disturbance erupted in the distance. Through a mysterious projection, Gu Tianming and the others witnessed Lin Feng seizing the Tao fruit of a supreme swordmaster. The scum from infinite holy land dares to steal our Heavenly King Island's treasure, the disciples shouted in outrage. A cold light flickered in Gu Tianming's eyes. That man must die. With that, he led the group swiftly toward Lin Feng's location. At the same time, Luo Zhe of the Thunder Punishment Holy Land was also on the ancient battleground, launching a relentless hunt against disciples of the infinite Holy Land. Knowing his death was inevitable, he sought solace in taking down a few exceptionally talented prodigies of the rival Holy Land. Under his frenzied pursuit, the disciples of infinite Holy Land found themselves in a dire and miserable predicament. The brutal reality of the immortal ancient battlefield finally revealed itself. Among all the Holy Land level forces, Luo Zhe's madness was unparalleled. He had only one goal: to annihilate every disciple of the Wuji Holy Land, especially Lin Feng. Upon entering the battlefield, Luo Zhe failed to locate Lin Feng and instead turned his murderous intent toward other disciples of the Wuji Holy Land. Knowing his time was limited, he resolved to take as many of them with him as possible. Even with the suppression of the battlefield's rules, his peak sovereign-level strength vastly exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. In his relentless pursuit, he slaughtered 2 veteran core disciples of the Wuji Holy Land, both at the 6th stage of Sovereign, in a horrifying bloodbath that sent shivers down spines. Yuan Imo and Imo Chun witnessed the massacre with their own eyes, their faces pale with terror, before they turned and fled for their lives. A cruel smile played on Luo Ze's lips as lightning surged across his body. He gave chase without hesitation. Run? Let's see how far you can go, he sneered. Thunder rumbled as Luo Ze unleashed devastating lightning strikes, leaving nothing but scorched earth in his wake. Yuan Imo and Imo Chun, desperate and furious, cursed as they ran. The Lei Fa Holy Land has no honor. Sending a peak sovereign into the battlefield blatantly breaks the rules, they shouted, exerting every ounce of their strength to escape. Quick, find Duan Jingtai or Niexinghai. They might save us. Yuan Imo gritted his teeth and shouted. Imo Chin's expression darkened. Even sovereign level 6 cultivators were killed in an instant. They might not stand a chance either. But if we join forces, there's still some hope. Just then, Yuan Mo's eyes lit up. Someone's ahead, he exclaimed. The two were ecstatic, hoping it was Niexinghai coming to their rescue. But as they approached, their joy froze in an instant. It wasn't Niexinghai or Duan Jingtai. It was Lin Feng. Before they could react, Luo Ze's lightning struck again. Two bolts of blue light tore through the sky, hitting Yuan Imo and Imo Chun directly. Their bodies fell like broken kites, crashing into the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Luo Ze descended through the air, ready to deliver the finishing blow, when his gaze fell on a figure sitting calmly in the distance. The moment he realized it was Lin Feng, his body trembled violently, and his eyes gleamed with fanatical hatred. Heaven is on my side. The murderer of my son finally. I've found you. Hovering above the battered Yuan Imo and Imo Chun, Luo Ze let out a sinister laugh. Blame Lin Feng for your deaths. Don't worry, I'll make sure he joins you soon. Just as Luo Ze prepared to strike, Lin Feng, who had been sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, the world seemed to shift. A sharp, overwhelming killing intent erupted from him, spreading outward like a tidal wave. As Lin Feng stood, he exuded an aura of absolute dominance, like a sovereign ruler of all existence. Lin Feng opened his eyes from his meditative state, having fully absorbed the Tao fruit of a supreme swordsmanship master. At this moment, his cultivation had broken through to the 3rd level of the supreme realm, and his sword intent had surged to the 8th level. Such astonishing progress marked a qualitative leap in his combat power. In the distance, a powerful aura approached. It was Luo Ze, a peak-level venerable. His arrival immediately triggered Lin Feng's heightened senses. To other cultivators, this aura might have been terrifying, but to the current Lin Feng, it was no longer a threat. Luo Ze was about to strike at Yuan Imo and Imo Chun when Lin Feng spoke coldly. Killing fellow disciples in front of me? Do you really have the guts? Luo Ze paused, looking at Lin Feng with surprise. Yuan Imo and Imo Chun also raised their heads, their eyes still filled with despair. Gritting his teeth, Yuan Imo shouted, Lin Feng, run. Go inform Niexinghai and Duan Jingtai. This guy is at the peak of the venerable realm and has already killed 2 of our 6th-level venerable geniuses. Hearing this, Luo Ze burst into laughter. Fools! I am a peak-level venerable. Here, I am the ruler. Who dares defy me? As he spoke, he stepped through the air toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I've been thinking about killing you every single day. Who are you? Lin Feng asked calmly, his expression unchanging. I am Luo Hong's father. Luo Ze snarled, his face twisted with malice. Lin Feng immediately understood this was the father of Luo Hong, the prodigy from the Thunder Punishment Sacred Land. Upon learning that his opponent was a peak-level venerable, Lin Feng's interest was piqued. This was the perfect chance to test the strength he had gained from his breakthrough. As the two faced off, a dazzling light streaked across the sky in the distance, illuminating the dim heavens like a blazing sun. It was Gu Tianming, the possessor of the radiant sacred physique, leading the forces of Heavenly King Island to the scene. Gu Tianming didn't approach recklessly. Instead, he chose to observe from afar. Turning to his subordinates, he said, No rush. Let them wear each other down. We'll reap the benefits when the time is right. Luo Ze noticed Gu Tianming's presence and sneered. Another fool hoping to profit from others' misfortune. Lin Feng remained composed. Enough talk. Make your move. Let me see how much I've improved. Enraged by Lin Feng's indifference, Luo Ze roared, and the sky instantly filled with crackling thunderclouds. Thunder Shadow Divine Fist, he bellowed, as countless bolts of lightning gathered at his fist, surging forward with immense power. Amid the deafening roar, the power of thunder erupted like a raging dragon. Luo Ze's strike carried the full might of a peak sovereign. As a seasoned powerhouse who had honed his strength at this level for years, his abilities were in no way inferior to those of Elder Song. At this moment, on the immortal ancient battlefield, the force of his punch seemed capable of tearing the heavens and earth apart. Yuan Imo and Imo Chan were frozen in place by the oppressive aura, their hearts momentarily ceasing to beat. Even the disciples of Heavenly King Island, watching from afar, couldn't help but gasp in shock, their eyes filled with awe. They speculated silently that the Thunder Punishment Holy Land must have paid an extraordinary price to win over such a formidable figure. Gu Tianming observed the battle with a calm expression. His earlier decision to remain on the sidelines, rather than act rashly, now seemed wise. This individual has reached the pinnacle of sovereign mastery, with faint traces of power that verge on the great power realm. Though he acknowledged the opponent's strength, as the bearer of the radiant sacred body, Gu Tianming's eyes still gleamed with fighting spirit. Facing Luo Zhe's thunderous strike, Lin Feng, wielding the Dawn Divine Sword, swung it without hesitation. The sword's light cleaved through the raging thunder, splitting it in two before shattering it completely. This scene left everyone present in stunned silence. Yuan Imo and Imo Chan stared in disbelief. A cultivator in the first stage of the sovereign realm had effortlessly neutralized the full-powered strike of a peak sovereign? The disciples of Heavenly King Island began whispering among themselves, finally realizing that this newly ascended core disciple of the limitless Holy Land, whom they had once underestimated, harbored an unfathomable strength. Gu Tianming's gaze deepened with thought. It seems this individual is concealing an even more terrifying power. Though he was unaware that Lin Feng possessed the ancient sacred body, a power surpassing the radiant sacred body, his instincts told him that this opponent was far more extraordinary than he appeared. Luo Zhe's eyes burned with murderous intent as he summoned a great power-level divine weapon shaped like a ghost head blade. Lin Feng, your rapid progress is indeed astonishing. But today, I will end your life here. No longer holding anything back, he prepared to unleash his most devastating attack. Luo Zhe gripped his colossal divine weapon tightly, his gaze ablaze with searing hatred. This weapon, forged specifically to counter the disciples of the Wuji sacred land, especially Duan Jingtai, who had inherited the Blade Saint's legacy, and Nie Xinghe, was now aimed at Lin Feng. The thought filled Luo Zhe with both fury and unwillingness. If you survive this strike, I'll end my own life, Luo Zhe declared, his voice resolute, each word dripping with finality. The technique he was about to unleash, the Thunderstorm Blade Art, required the burning of his own lifeblood and lifespan, unleashing power capable of annihilating even a peak sovereign realm cultivator. Upon hearing this, Yuan Imo and Imo Chan were visibly shaken. For Luo Zhe, a peak sovereign, to utter such words meant the attack's power was beyond comprehension. Even before the strike was launched, the oppressive aura emanating from him was like the awakening of a thunder god, sending chills through everyone present. The massive blade in Luo Zhe's hands crackled with violent lightning, the air erupting with deafening booms and crackles. In the distance, Gu Tianming narrowed his eyes, secretly hoping for both combatants to destroy each other, leaving him to reap the rewards. Around them, the disciples of Heavenly King Island murmured among themselves, deeply unsettled by the terrifying technique that consumed its user's lifespan. Thunderstorm Blade Art. Luo Zhe roared, raising his blade high. The sheer force of his presence was overwhelming. This forbidden art, passed down through the Luo family of the Thunder Punishment Sacred Land, grew in power proportional to the user's cultivation level, but at the dire cost of their life force. Yet, faced with the extraordinary strength Lin Feng had displayed, Luo Zhe no longer cared about the consequences. At last, he understood why the Wuji sacred land had allowed Lin Feng to kill Luo Hong. With such talent, Lin Feng was a contender for the position of Holy Son. But this only strengthened Luo Zhe's resolve. Lin Feng had to be destroyed before he could rise any further. With a deafening roar, a cascade of lightning, imbued with the aura of forbidden power, descended like a waterfall, crashing toward Lin Feng. The sheer intensity of the attack left Yuan Imo and Imo Chan in utter despair, a vivid reminder of the terrifying might of a peak sovereign. Yet Lin Feng stood firm, refusing to retreat. Instead, he seized the opportunity to test his own strength. In an instant, he summoned the ancient power of his saintly desolate physique, manifesting the Xuanwu apparition. Blue runes glowed as impenetrable armor enveloped his body, radiating an unyielding aura. River of the Netherworld reverse flow. Slash. Lin Feng bellowed, brandishing the Dawnbreaker divine sword. He surged forward like a streak of lightning, his strike carrying an unstoppable momentum. The clash of their power sent shockwaves rippling for miles, causing even the restless spirits of the undying ancient battlefield to scatter in fear. The ripples of their battle spread far and wide, drawing the attention of countless prodigies. Within the Thunder Punishment Sacred Land, Wei Jingshan, the strongest among its core disciples, immediately recognized the aura of the Thunderstorm Blade Art. The other disciples speculated nervously, wondering if Luo Zhe had encountered Nie Xinghai or Duan Jingtai. Senior Brother Wei, should we go and assist Luo Zhe? One disciple asked cautiously. Wei Jingshan gazed at the radiant light in the distance, slowly shaking his head. There's no need to provide assistance. With Luo Zhe's strength, he can easily eliminate Nie Xinghai and Duan Jingtai. Our priority now is to head to the newly emerged Sage's Sanctuary in the Undying ancient battlefield. Not long ago, a divine brilliance had erupted from the Undying ancient battlefield, exuding an aura of unparalleled sanctity. It was unmistakably the remnant of a long-lost sage. This news had already spread far and wide, and disciples from the Crimson Flame Holy Land and the 10 Absolute Demon sect were surely aware of it as well. Any delay could mean losing this opportunity to Othursa, loss too great to bear. The gathered disciples nodded in agreement. To them, even a single hair left behind by a sage would be an unparalleled treasure. At this moment, chasing after Luo Zhe was no longer their top concern. However, Wei Jingshan could never have anticipated that Luo Zhe would unleash his Thunderstorm Blade technique not against Nie Xinghai or Duan Jingtai, but against Lin Feng. If he had known that Luo Zhe would go all out just to deal with someone like Lin Feng, Wei Jingshan would have been utterly shocked. Even so, he would still have been confident that Luo Zhe would emerge victorious. At the heart of the battlefield, a terrifying storm raged, its ferocity threatening to tear the heavens and earth asunder. In the distance, Gu Tianming strode through the air, a dazzling light swirling around him, growing ever brighter. As a sovereigntier warrior at the 8th level and a possessor of the radiant holy physique, his potential was boundless. His ascension to sainthood seemed inevitable. The disciples of Tianwang Island followed closely behind, their expressions brimming with excitement. To them, with Gu Tianming's overwhelming strength, neither Luo Zhe nor Lin Feng stood a chance. Meanwhile, Yuan Imo and Imo Chun, lying defeated to the side, wore bitter expressions. They had never imagined Lin Feng would be able to hold his ground against Luo Zhe for so long. Hovering above the battlefield, Gu Tianming looked down with sharp, piercing eyes at the storm below. Lin Feng, and you of the Wuji Holy Land, don't blame me for being merciless. To dare seize the Dao fruit left behind by Tianwang Island's ancestors are courting death. Yet, just as the storm began to dissipate, Gu Tianming was struck by an overwhelming sense of unease. It was a suppression that seemed to reach deep into his very bloodline. As the scene within the storm came into view, everyone was left utterly stunned. Luo Zhe, a sovereign at the peak of his power, was drenched in blood. His lower body was mangled beyond recognition, his legs completely gone. Though he clung to life, he was nothing more than a broken shell, his former might utterly destroyed. In stark contrast, Lin Feng stood tall, his aura surging like an unstoppable tide. Surrounding him were countless ethereal guardians clad in shimmering blue runic armor, making him appear like an invincible war god. But what shocked Gu Tianming the most was the aura emanating from Lin Feng. It suppressed his treasured radiant holy physique, a phenomenon he had never experienced before. In the ancient era, only 2 types of physiques were known to possess such power. In the primordial era, countless prodigies emerged. It was a golden age where sacred bodies shone like countless stars, with at least 10 coexisting in the same era. Among all these sacred bodies, 2 supreme beings stood above the rest, their renown shaking the heavens and earth, almost overwhelming all other existences. One of them possessed the celestial tyrant bloodline, a supreme physique known as the celestial tyrant body, regarded as a favored child of the heavens, born to rule and look down upon all beings like an emperor. The other was the archaic sacred body. Together, they were hailed as the twin kings of sacred bodies in the primordial era. At this moment, the shimmering black armor on Lin Feng's body was none other than the hallmark phenomenon of the archaic sacred body, the Xuanwu phenomenon. This sight caused Gu Tianming's imposing aura to falter abruptly. The once blazing brilliance of his radiant sacred body dimmed by half in an instant. Even though Gu Tianming's radiant sacred body had caused a stir when awakened, alarming the sages of Tianwang Island and even awakening numerous ancient beings from their slumber, it could not withstand the suppression of the archaic sacred body. What was even more shocking was that Lin Feng had not only awakened the archaic sacred body but had also mastered the first of the 4 sacred phenomena, the Xuanwu phenomenon, renowned for its unparalleled defense. This terrifying scene left Gu Tianming frozen in place, too afraid to act rashly. On the ground, Yuan Imo and Imo Chun stared in disbelief. They had just witnessed Lin Feng not only withstand Luo Zhe's earth-shattering strike, but emerge completely unscathed. In contrast, Luo Zhe had been rendered crippled, stripped of any semblance of his former might as a peak-level sovereign. Lin Feng, is Lin Feng's true strength really this terrifying? Even the usually taciturn Imo Chun couldn't help but tremble as he spoke. Beside him, Yuan Imo swallowed hard, recalling the scene when Lin Feng defeated Duan Jingtai. At the time, they had thought that Duan Jingtai, having inherited the Blade Saint's legacy, would surpass Lin Feng. Little did they know that Lin Feng's strength had already reached such a staggering level. Though severely injured, Luo Zhe barely managed to hover in midair. His lifeless eyes burned with unwillingness as he muttered, why are you this strong? As a peak-level sovereign with the potential to ascend to the great power realm, Luo Zhe had come seeking vengeance for his deceased son. He had even resorted to burning his lifespan to unleash a forbidden divine technique. Yet he still suffered a crushing defeat at Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng's expression remained indifferent, showing no interest in answering Luo Zhe's question. Though blocking that earth-shattering strike had drained him significantly, he knew well that with just one more breakthrough, opponents of this level would no longer be a threat. Without hesitation, Lin Feng unleashed his 10 absolute, star-devouring demonic art. With a single sword strike, Luo Zhe's body was torn apart and shattered into fragments. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the once mighty peak sovereign disintegrated into specks of starlight, vanishing into the horizon. After slaying Luo Zhe, Lin Feng immediately activated the 10 absolute, star-devouring demon art. A massive black vortex appeared in his palm, emanating a dark and ominous aura. Invisible to anyone but Lin Feng, streams of energy began converging from all directions. This was the essence of Luo Zhe's cultivation, left behind after his death. Moments later, Lin Feng's aura surged dramatically, and his cultivation level broke through from the 3rd to the 4th tier of the Venerable Realm. A flicker of delight flashed in his eyes. Luo Zhe's death not only eliminated a formidable foe but also brought him an unexpected breakthrough. However, the battle was far from over. Lin Feng's sharp gaze turned toward the group from Tianwang Island in the distance, focusing particularly on the most powerful presence among them. Under his piercing stare, the disciples of Tianwang Island couldn't help but shudder. Their emotions were in utter turmoil. Not long ago, they had dismissed Lin Feng with contempt, thinking he was overestimating himself. But after witnessing him slay Luo Zhe, a peak-level venerable, the overwhelming killing intent he exuded sent chills straight to their cores. All their hopes now rested on Gu Tianming. Yet, even Gu Tianming felt an unprecedented pressure. He was acutely aware that the opponent before him, possessing the ancient sacred body and incredible mastery in swordsmanship, was not someone to be taken lightly. "Do you wish to challenge me?" Lin Feng's calm voice echoed across the vast expanse. Faced with such a simple question, Gu Tianming hesitated. He, the prodigy of Tianwang Island, revered almost as their destined holy son, found himself experiencing an unfamiliar sense of doubt. This feeling shocked even him. "I have no quarrel with you. Why must we fight? I'm merely passing through," Gu Tianming finally replied nonchalantly. His response left the disciples of Tianwang Island utterly stunned. This was nothing like the confident and domineering Gu Tianming they knew. At that moment, Lin Feng's treasure-seeking physique suddenly reacted strongly, pointing him toward a distant direction. It seemed that a peerless treasure was calling out to him, igniting an irresistible desire deep within his heart. The treasure-seeking physique within Lin Feng surged violently, emanating an unprecedented sense of urgency. It was as if a voice was warning him. Hesitate for even a moment, and the supreme treasure would vanish forever. Lin Feng quickly assessed the situation. Gu Tianming, standing before him, was already showing signs of retreat. Though no match for Lin Feng, if Gu were determined to flee, chasing him down would undoubtedly waste precious time. The priority now was the mysterious treasure. "Is that so?" Lin Feng responded calmly to Gu Tianming's words, his tone unshaken. "If you want to fight, they'll be ready anytime." Shifting his gaze to the severely injured Yuan Imo and Imo Chen lying nearby, Lin Feng extended a hand, releasing a gentle energy that began to mend their wounds. Though they were fellow disciples of the Wuji Holy Land with no deep-seated enmity, he could not simply leave them to die. Under Lin Feng's aid, Yuan Imo and Imo Chen struggled to their feet. Their expressions were filled with respect, and they spoke in unison, "Thank you, Senior Brother Lin." The gratitude in their voices was genuine. Lin Feng had not only saved their lives, but also restored their strength. "We're all from the same sect," Lin Feng replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. "Let's go." Suppressing the urgency within him, he maintained an air of composure to avoid alerting Gu Tianming. Bringing more people into the hunt for the treasure would only complicate matters. While Lin Feng had confidence in defeating Gu, eliminating him entirely would not be so straightforward. With that, Lin Feng led the group eastward. Suspended in the air, the disciples of Heavenly King Island watched closely, their eyes fixed on Gu Tianming, awaiting his command. Gu Tianming's gaze followed Lin Feng's retreating figure, a simmering anger gradually taking hold of him. He was reluctant to admit it, but during their earlier standoff, a flicker of fear had crept into his heart. As a prodigy vying for the emperor's throne, how could he allow such weakness? Yet the unease he felt toward Lin Feng, a bearer of the ancient sacred body, was undeniably real. "Let's go. The ancient battleground still holds much to uncover," Gu Tianming finally ordered, choosing to head west. Clearly, his decision was influenced by his apprehension toward Lin Feng. Meanwhile, outside the Undying ancient battleground, within the Thunder Punishment Holy Land, the Thunder Punishment Holy Lord noticed a soul lamp extinguish, a lamp belonging to Luo Zhe, a pinnacle-level sovereign. This discovery plunged him into deep contemplation. The leadership of the Wuji Holy Land wore similarly grim expressions. Not only had two soul lamps from their side gone out, but Yuan Imo and Imo Chen's lamps were also flickering precariously. Just as Elder Hong was growing increasingly anxious, the Wuji Holy Lord observed a sudden stabilization in Yuan Imo and Imo Chen's states. But what truly stunned everyone was Lin Feng's soul lamp. It erupted with an intense, radiant brilliance, its soul energy blazing like roaring flames. The sheer magnitude of its power drew the attention of all the Holy Lord-level figures. This phenomenon was a clear indication that Lin Feng had encountered a significant fortune within the ancient battleground. At the same time, 3 prodigies from the Thunder Punishment Holy Land, Crimson Flame Holy Land, and 10 Absolute Demon Sect were closing in on Lin Feng. While Lin Feng might not emerge victorious against their combined might, the impending clash would undoubtedly exact a heavy toll on all parties involved. Before entering the ancient battlefield, the Holy Lord of Wuji had already made up his mind. Among the many disciples, he focused on 2 individuals, the strongest core disciple, Nie Xinghai, and Duan Jingtai, who had inherited the Blade Saint's legacy. Especially Duan Jingtai, though he had been defeated by Lin Feng in the core disciples' grand competition, his potential to vie for the position of Holy Son became evident after receiving the inheritance. As for Lin Feng, despite his remarkable performance in the competition, the Holy Lord believed that Duan Jingtai would eventually surpass him. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Feng demonstrated astonishing soul power within the ancient battlefield. This strength left many speculating just how many vengeful spirits he had absorbed. While Lin Feng possessed the ancient sacred body and had gained extraordinary opportunities, the shackles of his cultivation realm might hinder his growth, which was a regrettable limitation. Nevertheless, as a disciple of the Wuji Holy Land, Lin Feng's strength was ultimately a boon to the sect. Meanwhile, the prominent figures of other factions were secretly pondering. Who in the Wuji Holy Land possessed such terrifying soul power? Was it achieved through luck or sheer strength? The 10 Absolute Demon Lord, the Thunder Punishment Holy Lord, the Island Lord of Heavenly King Island, and the Red Flame Holy Lord each harbored their own thoughts. At this moment, within a naturally formed massive barrier in the ancient battlefield, the prodigies of 3 Holy Land-level factions had already gathered. The area was suffused with an awe-inspiring divine majesty, as if it were the dwelling of gods. From afar, it evoked an instinctive sense of reverence. Xiang Long of the 10 Absolute Demon Sect stood on one side, surrounded by surging black flames and explosive dragon energy, exuding unparalleled dominance. His goal for this journey was clear: securing the opportunity to ascend to sainthood. Searching for clues about the 10 absolute star-devouring demon art was merely a secondary objective. Opposing Xiang Long were Wei Jingshan of the Thunder Punishment Holy Land and Luan Yuchuan of the Red Flame Holy Land. Wei Jingshan was encircled by crackling lightning, radiating electric brilliance, while Luan Yuchuan was engulfed in blazing flames, her hair ablaze, emanating a heat capable of incinerating continents. The 3 of them stood like 3 blazing suns, each occupying their own position. Behind them were the prodigies of their respective factions, the tension palpable as a confrontation seemed imminent. At the forefront of the 3 prodigies lay a small spring exuding divine power, flowing quietly. It was highly likely to be a relic left behind by a saint's passing. Whoever obtained it would gain immense power. Xiang Long spoke first. You too. I was the first to discover this sacred spring, but I am willing to share it with you. I'll take 60%, and you can each have 20%. That is my greatest concession. Facing 2 opponents who were also at the 8th rank of the Venerable Realm, Xiang Long had to tread carefully. He was confident in handling either one individually, but if the 2 joined forces, his chances of victory would diminish. Moreover, he had to remain vigilant against Gu Tianming of Heavenly King Island. This individual was not only at the 8th rank, but also possessed a sacred body, making him a formidable presence. Hearing this, Wei Jingshan and Luan Yuchuan burst into laughter, their mockery echoing in the air. Xiang Long's expression immediately darkened. Wei Jingshan, holding a thunder bone whip, radiated the aura of a thunder god descending upon the world. Xiang Long, who do you think you are? What gives you the right to claim the largest share just because you found it first? Luan Yuchuan snorted coldly, flames surging around her. Xiang Long, taking 60% do you think so little of my strength? As Luan Yuchuan's furious roar echoed through the battlefield, a terrifying wave of flames surged toward his opponent like a relentless tide. This seemingly composed powerhouse now unleashed a ferocity that far exceeded even the storm-like aura surrounding his true form. Xiang Long's eyes narrowed coldly as a surge of black energy erupted from his body, coalescing into dense clouds of darkness that devoured Luan Yuchuan's attack entirely. Yet, Luan Yuchuan remained unmoved. After all, this was merely a probing strike, and Xiang Long's ability to neutralize it was well within his expectations. Though the 3 prodigies had never crossed blades before, none of them harbored any fear of the others. As representatives of their respective sacred sects, each stood at the pinnacle of their generation, unparalleled within their own domains. Xianglong, Wei Jingshan, and Luan Yuchuan each possessed extraordinary abilities that set them apart. If it were a matter of lesser importance, they might have been willing to compromise. But now, with the sacred spring water right before their eyes, none of them could remain calm. Xianglong's proposal to claim 60% of it was outright absurd. Even if he had been the first to discover it, and even if it originated from the hands of a saint of the 10 absolute demon sect, neither Wei Jingshan nor Luan Yuchuan would relinquish their claim without a fight. The sacred spring water was of paramount importance to all of them. It wasn't just the prodigies at the sovereign realm who coveted it, even those at the great power realm would be driven mad with desire. For the living saints, this spring water left behind by a saint who had passed into eternity held unique, nurturing properties that were equally invaluable. The tension between the three factions grew palpable, the air thick with hostility. Xianglong's gaze turned sharp, his eyes flickering between Wei Jingshan and Luan Yuchuan. These two were clearly not easy to deal with. The sacred spring water was his discovery, and offering to share even a portion of it was already an act of magnanimity. Yet, they dared to push their luck. How much do you want, then? Xianglong's voice was icy, his glare piercing. Humph. Wei Jingshan of the Thunder Punishment Sanctuary sneered disdainfully. You're a disciple of the demonic path. Luan and I both walk the righteous path. You have no right to claim the sacred spring water. If you know what's good for you, leave now. Hearing this, Xianglong's demonic energy surged violently. His voice turned frigid as he responded, if that's the case, then we settle this with battle. Then battle it is. Wei Jingshan retorted without hesitation. Though Xianglong was undoubtedly formidable, Wei Jingshan was no weakling either. The followers of all three factions braced themselves, ready to join what was shaping up to be an all-out melee. Wei Jingshan struck first. A terrifying bolt of lightning, like a dragon, coiled and roared as it surged forth from behind him, aiming directly at Xianglong. As the top core disciple of the Thunder Punishment Sanctuary and a future contender for the top 10 rankings, Wei Jingshan's divine abilities carried immense destructive power. Luan Yuchuan followed swiftly, his voice cold as he declared, blazing flame tornado. A monstrous vortex of fire spiraled into existence, roaring through the air. With two prodigies attacking in unison, their followers wasted no time unleashing their own deadly techniques, determined to annihilate Xianglong and his entourage. Kill me, Xianglong? You overestimate yourselves. Xianglong's laughter rang out, his voice brimming with defiance. Suddenly, demonic energy erupted from his body like a volcanic explosion. Demonic overlord physique. With a thunderous roar, his entire being transformed in an instant. From a prodigy at the sovereign realm's 8th level, he became an unstoppable demon lord, exuding an oppressive and suffocating aura. The demonic overlord physique was a core technique of the 10 absolute demon sect, reserved only for those with the greatest potential. As the son of the 10 absolute demon lord, Xianglong had been nurtured with the finest resources since birth. Every technique and divine ability he practiced was of the highest caliber. Now, as he unleashed the demonic overlord physique, he became a nightmarish force of destruction. A deafening crack echoed as Wei Jingshan and Luan Yuchuan's combined attacks were effortlessly neutralized. Xianglong stood unscathed, an invincible demon amidst the chaos. Shock and gravity filled the eyes of his two adversaries. Even the combined assault from the gathered prodigies behind them surged toward Xianglong. Yet he remained unyielding, a living embodiment of unassailable power. Crack! Xianglong let out a guttural, hellish grunt, his massive body remaining completely unmoved. With sheer physical strength alone, he withstood the combined assault of numerous prodigies. In that moment, the overwhelming dominance he displayed was nothing short of unrivaled. Wei Jingshan squinted, a trace of surprise flickering in his heart. As expected of a top-tier genius from the 10 absolute demon sect, the demonic overlord physique scripture lived up to its fearsome reputation. Just its name inspired dread, and when unleashed, it bordered on invincibility. Yet, to Wei Jingshan, this was far from a true threat. Wielding a bone whip crackling with terrifying lightning, he gave a casual flick, and the void around him collapsed with a deafening roar as thunder rumbled incessantly. Daoist Luan, let's strike together and take him down first. Wei Jingshan shouted, his voice ringing out. Luan Yuchuan gave an emotionless nod, a sword materializing in his hand, the blazing illusionary flame sword. In a cold tone, he said, Xianglong, to force me to join hands with another to face you, your death will not be in vain. My head is right here, come and take it if you dare. Xianglong roared in defiance. In an instant, Luan Yuchuan swung his sword, conjuring a giant figure forged of crimson flames, which lunged towards Xianglong. At the same time, Wei Jingshan launched his own attack. The clash of these three supreme prodigies, all at the 8th level of the sovereign realm, erupted into a chaotic melee. Their devastating power created a battlefield of its own, with the shockwaves of their confrontation relentlessly battering the barrier. The barrier grew increasingly fragile, as thin as a cicada's wing, on the verge of shattering at any moment. Disciples from various sects joined the fray, all vying for the coveted sacred spring water. The battle grew ever more brutal. Just as the fierce combat of these three prodigies seemed ready to break through the barrier, a mysterious phantom suddenly emerged from the sacred water. As the three prodigies clashed fiercely, a hazy, ethereal figure suddenly emerged above the holy spring water. The apparition exuded an aura of divine sanctity, yet its exact form was impossible to discern. Its appearance immediately drew the attention of the three combatants, who instinctively stepped back, their gazes fixed warily on the anomaly above the spring. "What are you?" Xiang Long demanded sharply, his tone laced with hostility. The sudden manifestation of this figure was undeniably unsettling. If it truly was a remnant left behind by a saint in their lifetime, even the combined might of the three would likely fall short. After all, a saint's power, though diminished after their passing, was still formidable beyond measure. Merely a lingering fragment of consciousness, a faint, ethereal voice resonated from the apparition. Its form grew increasingly insubstantial, as though it might dissipate at any moment. Observing this, the three prodigies slightly relaxed their guard, surmising that the figure posed no imminent threat. "Stop playing tricks," Xiang Long scoffed, his demonic aura surging outward. His gaze swept over Luan Yuchuan and Wei Jingshan, clearly signaling his intent to resume the battle. Both Luan Yuchuan and Wei Jingshan remained on alert, their eyes locked on Xiang Long. It had to be admitted Xiang Long was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Despite both of them being top-tier prodigies at the 8th level of the Sovereign Realm, each possessing formidable trump cards, they could barely hold him at bay, let alone defeat him. Just as Xiang Long prepared to attack again, the apparition spoke once more, its voice calm yet foreboding. "If you continue to fight, the barrier will shatter, and an ominous force will be unleashed upon the ancient battlefield. My warning ends here." With that, the ethereal figure dissipated entirely, as if it had never existed. The three prodigies frowned, each lost in thought for a moment before shaking their heads in unison. They dismissed the words of this unknown remnant of consciousness, deeming it unworthy of serious consideration. The figure couldn't even maintain a coherent form, making it implausible that it was a true remnant of a saint. It was likely just a diversion crafted by someone seeking to monopolize the holy spring water. "Devil Overlord Fist," Xiang Long roared, his demonic form surging forward as he launched himself at the other two prodigies, reigniting the battle with renewed ferocity. Meanwhile, outside the battlefield, Lin Feng was striding through the air, accompanied by Yuan Imo and Imo Qian. In this perilous ancient battleground, the two followed closely behind Lin Feng, relying on him for protection. Suddenly, Lin Feng came to an abrupt halt midair, his eyes gleaming with radiant light. His treasure-seeking physique had locked onto a distant barrier, beyond which lay a treasure he had long yearned for. As Lin Feng approached the barrier, a massive surge of energy erupted from within, and the barrier shattered with a deafening explosion. The scene before them left Yuan Imo and Imo Chen utterly stunned. 3 8th-level Sovereign Realm prodigies were locked in a ferocious battle, their clash as overwhelming as a confrontation between three peak-level powerhouses. Yet Lin Feng paid no heed to the ongoing battle. His gaze was fixed solely on the spring exuding a sacred aura. The holy spring water. Lin Feng's eyes lit up with excitement. This had to be the legacy of a saint's passing. If he could obtain it, it would undoubtedly bring immense benefits to his cultivation. No wonder his treasure-seeking physique had reacted so strongly. At that moment, the three combatants sensed the arrival of a new presence. They immediately ceased their fighting, turning their attention toward the newcomer. Their eyes quickly locked onto Lin Feng, entirely ignoring Yuan Imo and Imo Chen, who stood behind him. Under the oppressive aura of 3 8th-level prodigies, the two trembled uncontrollably. Were it not for Lin Feng's presence, they would have already collapsed under the pressure. The overwhelming pressure from the three supreme prodigies descended like a mountain, far more terrifying than Ye Xinghai and Duan Jingtai. Yuan Imo and Imo Chen's faces turned pale. Even a faint trace of the energy spilling out from the battle between the three left them paralyzed. In terms of cultivation level, Ye Xinghai and Duan Jingtai were inferior to these three, though Duan Jingtai's potential seemed boundless thanks to inheriting the Blade Saint's legacy. Among the three, the strongest was undoubtedly Xiang Long of the 10 Absolute Demon Sect. The moment Yuan Imo and Imo Chen laid eyes on Xiang Long, it felt as if they had fallen into a 10th sand-mile icy abyss, their bodies frozen stiff. Xiang Long's power appeared to surpass even the prodigies of Thunder Punishment, Holy Land and Crimson Flame Holy Land. Witnessing this, Lin Feng immediately released a trace of gentle energy, instantly allowing the two to regain their composure. In the distance, the expressions of the three supreme prodigies varied. They had originally intended to resolve the battle quickly, worried that the holy spring water might attract more covetous individuals, especially powerful figures from Heaven King Island or Infinity Holy Land. Thankfully, Gu Tianming of Heaven King Island had not come. News of Gu Tianming possessing the radiant holy body had long spread across the Kanglan domain, and even Xiang Long had to be wary of this prodigy, who might one day ascend to sainthood. If Gu Tianming had shown up, with his 8th-layer sovereign cultivation combined with the radiant holy body, even Xiang Long would have had no choice but to flee for his life. But the one who came was merely Lin Feng, a 1st-layer sovereign disciple from Infinity Holy Land, someone who, in the eyes of the three prodigies, was courting death. Wei Jingshan of Thunder Punishment Holy Land was puzzled. Hadn't Luo Zhe entered the ancient battleground to seek revenge on Lin Feng? Why was Lin Feng still alive, and where had Luo Zhe gone? However, Wei Jingshan didn't dwell on it. What impact could a mere 1st-layer sovereign junior have? At most, he'd serve as cannon fodder. Lin Feng, Infinity Holy Land, and we are both righteous factions. We should join forces to fight against the 10 absolute demon sect, Wei Jingshan said while subtly scanning the surroundings, suspecting that Nye Xinghai and Duan Jingtai might be hiding nearby. Lin Feng, are you alone? Where are Nye and Duan? Luan Yuchuan of Crimson Flame Holy Land also inquired. Aside from me, there are only 2 others left. Nye Xinghai and Duan Jingtai are not here, Lin Feng replied calmly. Wei Jingshan and Luan Yuchuan glanced at Yuan Imo and Imo Chun, thinking to themselves that these 2 were too useless to even qualify as cannon fodder. Xiang Long snorted coldly. If Nye Xinghai and Duan Jingtai were present, he might have paid a bit more attention. Just as the 3 prodigies were about to make their move again, Lin Feng spoke up. How you fight has nothing to do with me, and I couldn't care less. But if you're going to fight, take it somewhere else. I'm taking this holy spring water, so don't get in my way. The nonchalant statement brought the entire scene to a standstill. Not only were the 3 prodigies stunned, but everyone else was equally dumbfounded, as if they couldn't believe their ears. A mere 1st-layer sovereign junior dared to demand the top prodigies of 3 major factions step aside? Such arrogance was beyond measure. Xiang Long, Wei Jingshan, and Luan Yuchuan, 3 top-tier geniuses at the 8th level of the revered realm, stood tall in the void, their auras surging like a storm. Their immense power was undeniable, so much so that even Gu Tianming, at his peak, dared not underestimate them. Disciples from the 3 major factions sneered and laughed disdainfully as they gazed at Lin Feng. Has this guy lost his mind? How could the Wuji Holy Land take in such a fool? Tell the 3 top geniuses to step aside? Even a powerhouse at the great sovereign realm wouldn't dare utter such nonsense. You'd need to be at least at the 5th level of the great sovereign realm to have that kind of arrogance. For a moment, the disciples of the 3 factions, who were usually at odds with one another, found themselves united in targeting a single person, Lin Feng. The tense standoff among the factions shifted, and all hostility was now directed solely at him. Yuan Imo and Imo Chun, standing behind Lin Feng, were left speechless, their shock evident. They knew Lin Feng's strength was formidable after all. Even Gu Tianming had retreated without a fight, which spoke volumes about his power. But to openly challenge the 3 top geniuses? This level of audacity was beyond their comprehension. Hovering in midair, Lin Feng's gaze was sharp as lightning, his voice thunderous. Didn't you hear me? Move aside. Wei Jingshan's eyes flashed with cold intent as his hand gripped a bone whip crackling with terrifying thunder. With a swift strike, the whip lashed out at Lin Feng, unleashing a massive bolt of lightning that tore through the void like the trunk of an ancient tree. The destructive force was enough to obliterate an ordinary 1st-level, revered realm cultivator, body and soul. Yet, Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged. A series of blue rune-like armor manifested around him, enveloping his form. With a deafening explosion, the lightning dissipated. Lin Feng stood unscathed, as if the devastating attack had been nothing more than a gentle breeze. The crowd erupted in shock. Even cultivators at the 6th level of the revered realm admitted they wouldn't dare take Wei Jingshan's thunderous strike heeded. Only now did everyone realize that Lin Feng's displayed 1st-level, revered realm cultivation might just be the tip of the iceberg. Seeing this, Xiang Long suddenly spoke. Though the 10 absolute demon sect and Wuji Holy Land are enemies, why not set differences aside for now? Together, we can eliminate him and split the rewards. Luan Yuquan's voice was icy as he warned, Lin Feng, if you dare join forces with the demon sect, you'll forever be branded as a disgrace to the Wuji Holy Land. Lin Feng's brows furrowed slightly. In his hand, the Dawnbreak sword appeared, and the supreme sword bone within him was activated. From every pore of his body surged sword energy capable of severing stars. With a single swing of his sword, an overwhelming sword force was unleashed, aimed directly at Wei Jingshan. This strike carried the terrifying power of the 8th level of sword intent, further enhanced by the Tao fruit of a supreme sword cultivator. Its might was unimaginable. The terrifying sword energy erupted with an overwhelming presence, instantly draining the color from the faces of disciples from the three major factions. Its power far exceeded everyone's expectations, even causing the previously nonchalant disciples of the Thunder Punishment Holy Land to gasp audibly in shock. Wei Jingshan's expression changed drastically as dread filled his heart. This sword strike was not only on par with Xianglong's strength, but even surpassed all the techniques Wei had faced during his battles with Xianglong. The razor-sharp sword energy seemed as if it could slice him into countless fragments, and the oppressive killing intent bore down on him with an unprecedented threat to his life. Thunderous wrath. Wei Jingshan roared, no longer daring to hold back as he unleashed his ultimate trump card. Endless bolts of lightning erupted around him, forming an electrified domain that converged into a concentrated beam to clash Hedon with Lin Feng's sword energy. The ensuing confrontation was no less earth-shaking than the earlier three-way battle between Wei Jingshan, Luan Yuchuan, and Xianglong. Xianglong and Luan Yuchuan's eyes flickered with disbelief as they watched the scene unfold. Who could have imagined that Lin Feng possessed the strength to stand toe-to-toe with top-tier prodigies like themselves? What was even more shocking was that Lin Feng's sword strike had forced the already weakened Wei Jingshan into a dire retreat. Ugh! Wei Jingshan spat out a mouthful of blood midair, his face instantly pale. His body was riddled with marks left by the sword energy, leaving him in an utterly disheveled state. If not for his deep reserves of strength, that single strike would have severed him in two. Even so, his ultimate move had failed to counter Lin Feng's attack. Wei Jingshan's eyes brimmed with fear and caution. This battle had revealed a staggering truth to him: Lin Feng's strength surpassed even Xianglong's. This revelation defied all prior assumptions, as every faction had believed Xianglong to be the strongest contender within the ancient battleground. Lin Feng turned coldly toward Luan Yuchuan and Xianglong step aside. The Dawnbreaker sword in his hand continued to emit an intimidating aura of sword energy. A flicker of apprehension crossed the eyes of the two prodigies, but neither was willing to relinquish the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity of obtaining the sacred spring water. Xianglong, Luan Yuchuan. Wei Jingshan gritted his teeth and called out, "The three of us must join forces to slay this madman. He dares to covet the sacred spring water for himself, courting death." The proposal stirred Xianglong and Luan Yuchuan. Though all three were in less than ideal conditions, Lin Feng's power was simply too overwhelming. If they allowed him to pick them off one by one, the consequences would be disastrous. Their best option was to combine their strength and eliminate him together. Then let's deal with him first. Xianglong's eyes burned with killing intent. The 10 absolute demon sect and the infinite Holy Land have long been at odds. Killing you will be a service to my sect. Luan Yuchuan nodded in agreement. You claim to represent righteousness, yet you're more arrogant than any demon. You deserve to die. The alliance of the three prodigies against Lin Feng sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. No one could have predicted that Lin Feng, a newcomer, would possess such strength that it required the combined efforts of three top-tier talents to confront him. Though shocked, the onlookers were convinced that Lin Feng's fate was sealed. After all, these three were the pride of their respective factions, destined to become powerhouses in the future. Boom! The battle erupted in an instant. Wei Jingshan was the first to strike, unleashing his full might in an effort to slay Lin Feng. Luan Yuchuan and Xianglong followed closely, holding nothing back. Lin Feng's strength had instilled in them a sense of severe danger. If they failed to eliminate him, the sacred spring water would undoubtedly fall into his hands. Nether abyssal hand. Xianglong roared as his body expanded to the size of a towering giant. Terrifying demonic clouds gathered around his hands, exuding an aura of destruction as if a demon god had descended. His elongated, claw-like fingers dripped with blood, while the air vibrated with ominous demonic chants. The disciples of the 10 absolute demon sect trembled with exhilaration, witnessing the immense power of this saint-level martial art that solidified Xianglong's position as the sect's foremost core disciple. Luan Yuchuan unleashed his own ultimate technique, Blazing Firestorm. As a master of swordsmanship, he had advanced beyond sword intent to the realm of sword momentum. Combined with his unique fire constitution, his strike summoned roaring fire dragons that surged toward Lin Feng. Despite his injuries, Wei Jingshan's attacks remained formidable. The crackling sound of his bone whip echoed like thunder as it lashed out with unrelenting force. The stage was set for an earth-shattering battle. In an instant, the three supreme prodigies unleashed their ultimate killing moves simultaneously. Each strike carried the power to destroy the heavens and obliterate the earth, causing the skies to darken and the space to tremble. Their strength had already reached a level capable of rivaling those in the great power realm. Lin Feng stood alone in midair, his figure appearing especially frail. Faced with the terrifying storm that seemed poised to devour everything, he remained unshaken. The onlookers gasped in shock, certain that Lin Feng was doomed after all. even if he could severely wound Wei Jingshan with one sword strike. Taking on 3 supreme prodigies at once was an impossible challenge. Yet, just when everyone believed his fate was sealed, Lin Feng began his counterattack. Step by step, he moved toward the eye of the storm, the light in his eyes growing ever brighter. His supreme sword bone and ancient sacred body roared to life, his overwhelming vitality burning fiercely, surpassing even Luan Yuquan's flames in intensity. Do you think ganging up on me guarantees my defeat? Lin Feng's voice was icy cold. Reverse flow of the Nether River. He swung his sword, fully unleashing the perfection of saint-level swordsmanship. At the same time, the runes of the heaven-suppressing mystic armor spread across his body. The entire space was instantly filled with countless blue runic armors, as if this battlefield had become his domain. Boom! The endless storm surged outward, forcing the disciples of various factions to retreat tens of thousands of miles in fear. Even Yuan Imo and Imo Chun had to observe from a distance, their hearts heavy with concern for Lin Feng. If Nie Xinghai and Duan Jingtai were here, they might have been able to join forces with Lin Feng in battle. The fierce clash raged on for a long time, with bursts of light colliding repeatedly within the storm. When the storm finally subsided, everyone was greeted by a shocking sight. Lin Feng still stood tall in the sky, his robes fluttering. Although he had expended significant energy, his condition remained remarkably steady. In stark contrast, the 3 supreme prodigies were battered and broken, their faces pale, and their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Lin Feng. In the brief but intense exchange, they had clashed hundreds of times. Lin Feng, growing stronger with each moment, had displayed a terrifying level of power. Your physique. Xiang Long stared intently at Lin Feng, sensing the unique fusion of thunder, swordsmanship, and immense vitality within him. Among the 3, Wei Jingshan was in the worst shape, barely able to stand. After being grievously injured by Lin Feng's earlier sword strike, he had been repeatedly struck during the battle and was now on the verge of collapse. Luan Yuchuan and Xiang Long weren't in much better condition. As Lin Feng stepped forward once more, his sword ready to strike again, the 3 prodigies realized there was only one option left: escape. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 of them turned into streaks of light, each using their most desperate escape techniques to flee into the distance. As they fled, they shouted to their respective disciples, "Run!" Only then did the disciples of the various factions snap out of their daze. The fact that 3 prodigies at the 8th level of the Sovereign Realm had been defeated even while working together was utterly inconceivable. The disciples of the 10 Absolute Demon Sect, Thunder Punishment Holy Land, and Crimson Flame Holy Land, realizing the dire situation, scrambled to retreat. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace, as if they had never been there. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. From afar, Yuan Imo and Imo Chen, who had been watching the battle, stood dumbfounded, exchanging stunned glances but unable to utter a word. The reputations of those 3 prodigies were renowned even in other sacred lands, yet they had been utterly defeated and forced to flee at Lin Feng's hands. The scene was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Lin Feng's gaze lingered in the direction where the 3 had fled, his spiritual awareness extending to confirm their complete retreat. Though victorious, he wasn't in ideal condition. Facing the combined assault of the 3 prodigies had been no easy feat, even for someone of his caliber. If Gu Tianming, in his peak state, had been present, Lin Feng might have struggled to hold his ground. Fortunately, Gu Tianming, harboring fear toward him, had long since fled. Meanwhile, the 3 prodigies, now at their lowest, posed no further threat. Shifting his focus, Lin Feng turned his attention to the pool of sacred spring water, its soft glow radiating an otherworldly brilliance. With a thought, the entire pool was lifted into the air. Sensing the immense energy contained within, Lin Feng's heart trembled. This sacred spring water would undoubtedly bring tremendous benefits. Without hesitation, he stored it in his spatial ring and then turned to Yuan Imo and Imo Chan. Let's go. This is no place to linger. After finding a secluded spot, Lin Feng gave the 2 a serious instruction. Guard me while I cultivate. If anyone approaches, alert me immediately. Understood, Senior Brother Lin. Rest assured and focus on your cultivation, the 2 replied respectfully. Lin Feng sat cross-legged, activating the Xuanwu phenomenon as blue runes began to circle around him. Taking out the sacred spring water, he decided to absorb it gradually. Carrying it around was too risky. Even those at the Great Power Realm would covet such a treasure, which could invite disaster. Besides, after the intense battle, he urgently needed to replenish his energy. Absorbing just 1% of the energy was enough to restore the heavenly essence he had expended in his fight against the 3 prodigies. Lin Feng was inwardly delighted if he could fully absorb it. It might even propel him to break through to the 6th or 7th level of the Supreme Realm. Meanwhile, Yuan Imo and Imo Chun stood vigilantly on guard. The thought of once challenging Lin Feng now seemed utterly laughable. Even the three prodigies, who had effortlessly overwhelmed them like ants, had been defeated by Lin Feng. Suddenly, a strange black light appeared on the distant horizon, casting a sinister and foreboding hue over the dark red sky, as if heralding an ominous event. Yuan Imo and Imo Chin's hearts raced as they felt an oppressive aura, far more terrifying than that of the three prodigies. At the same time, Gu Tianming was leading the disciples of Heavenly King Island in this direction. The moment he saw the phenomenon, his expression changed drastically, and the disciples froze in fear. From the black clouds emerged a shadowy, ghost-like figure, its voice ancient and malevolent. "Ah, how many years has it been? At last, I am free to see the world again." The demonic figure's gaze locked onto Gu Tianming, piercing through him in an instant. The malevolent shadow's gaze was fixed not only on Gu Tianming, but also on the numerous disciples of Tianwang Island standing behind him. Its sinister stare sent a chilling wave through the crowd, causing their pupils to constrict in terror. An icy dread gripped them all, as if they had been ensnared by the most horrifying of curses. Gu Tianming instantly adopted a combat stance, his radiant, sacred physique erupting with dazzling brilliance that illuminated the entire sky. Yet, the shadow only let out a cold, menacing laugh. "Radiant sacred physique? Perfect. I've just awakened, and I could use a delectable feast to regain my strength. What are you?" Gu Tianming demanded sharply, his voice cutting through the tension. The shadow sneered dismissively. "A mere junior like you has no right to know." Before the words had fully left its mouth, a pitch-black claw descended upon Gu Tianming with devastating force. Torrents of darkness surged forth, enveloping the battlefield like the arrival of a demonic saint. The oppressive aura bore down on Gu Tianming, threatening to crush his radiant sacred physique entirely. Thus began a cataclysmic battle. As a bearer of the radiant sacred physique, Gu Tianming was a force to be reckoned with. In the desolate eras of old, such a constitution would have guaranteed sainthood, and even in the present age, he stood among the elite. Yet, to his astonishment, this shadowy entity, despite possessing only the third tier of the venerable realm, unleashed power that defied all logic, overwhelming his eighth-tier radiant sacred physique with ease. "Who are you?" Gu Tianming roared as he fought fiercely, his voice tinged with both fury and desperation. I'll admit, your radiant sacred physique is impressive," the shadow scoffed, "but your ignorance is laughable. You don't even recognize the ancient Imo clan. If not for my strength being severely diminished after eons of imprisonment, my peak saint-level power could kill you 1,000 times over with just a glance." These words sent a chill down Gu Tianming's spine. The Imo clan, one of the oldest and most fearsome races, born from primordial chaos. They once established the ancient demon dynasty, ruling countless worlds and enslaving innumerable species. To think that such a terrifying race had not been wiped out and was now poised to rise again. Realizing the dire situation, Gu Tianming made a swift decision to escape. Seizing a fleeting opening, he transformed into a streak of radiant light and bolted across the horizon. Though enraged, the ancient demon could not pursue him, its power still incomplete after its long imprisonment. The disciples of Tianwang Island, witnessing Gu Tianming's retreat, scattered in every direction, desperate to save themselves. But their efforts were in vain. The ancient demon captured and devoured them one by one, leaving only a single survivor who barely managed to escape. Still, the demon did not give chase. Its attention had shifted, sensing a far more potent energy signature ahead. "If someone like Gu Tianming exists, there must be other prodigies worth hunting," the demon growled, its eyes glinting with murderous intent. "None of them will escape me." With that, it transformed into a whirlwind of black mist, surging forward and casting a shadow over the heavens. Meanwhile, in the distance, three gravely injured prodigies stared in horror at the spreading black miasma on the horizon, their faces pale with dread. After being repelled by Lin Feng, Xiang Long, Wei Jingshan, and Luan Yuchuan realized their weakened state and instinctively kept their distance from him. However, unwilling to leave empty-handed, the three continued to search for opportunities in the ancient battlefield, only to miss the best chance to escape. It wasn't long before the ancient demon saint set his sights on these three prodigious talents. Transforming into a terrifying black whirlwind, he swept toward them. Though the three were scattered in different directions, his attention first fell on Xiang Longhe, sensed a similar aura within Xiang Long, one that would make for a perfect host if he could possess him. The moment the ancient demon saint descended before Xiang Long, every disciple of the 10 absolute demon sect was left in utter shock. The oppressive aura emanating from him caused them to tremble uncontrollably, as though they were facing an ancestor, instinctively compelled to kneel in reverence. "Who are you?" Xiang Long demanded sharply. At this point, after battling two other prodigies and Lin Feng, his strength was less than a tenth of its peak. The ancient demon saint let out a cold chuckle. "Save your words. Surrender yourself, and let me take over your body. You can't resist me. How dare you? Xiang Long roared in fury, launching a fierce attack against the ancient demon saint. But if even Gu Tianming at his peak had been forced to flee miserably from this being, what chance did the severely weakened Xiang Long have? After just a few exchanges, Xiang Long was coughing up blood, his eyes filled with terror. The ancient demon saint's power was on par with Lin Fengxia man who could take on 3 prodigies simultaneously. Retreat. Realizing he stood no chance, Xiang Long decisively chose to flee, abandoning any thought of pursuing opportunities in the battlefield. Escape? Do you really think that's an option in my presence? The ancient demon saint sneered as he pursued relentlessly. The other disciples of the 10 absolute demon sect, sensing imminent danger, scattered in all directions. Before long, Xiang Long found himself trapped within the terrifying black demonic aura, his face showing unprecedented panic. How dare you? I am a core disciple of the 10 absolute demon sect. Xiang Long gritted his teeth, attempting to leverage his sect's authority, a desperate first for him. The 10 absolute demon sect? The ancient demon saint scoffed. You mean the sect that produced the so-called 10 absolute demon emperor, the thief who stole ancient demonic techniques from my people? And you, a mere disciple, dare to flaunt your status before me? Xiang Long was stunned by the revelation of the ancient demon saint's origins, but his consciousness was already fading, leaving him powerless to resist. Ultimately, his awareness plunged into darkness as the ancient demon saint's shadow pierced through his body, completing the possession. So, this body is named Xiang Long. The newly reborn Xiang Long murmured with a sinister smile. Interesting. A descendant of the 10 absolute demon sect's leader, and with excellent potential, having successfully taken over the body, Xiang Long's form emitted a terrifyingly oppressive aura. The ancient demon saint swiftly sifted through Xiang Long's memories, quickly identifying key information: sacred spring water. So, someone broke the seal? No wonder my imprisonment was disrupted prematurely. He continued combing through the memories. The sacred spring water was taken by someone named Lin Feng? Wait, this Lin Feng. Suddenly, Xiang Long's pupils contracted. The recollections of Lin Feng's actions, his appearance, his battles, and his overwhelming victory against the 3 prodigies left the ancient demon saint astonished. What shocked him even more was the revelation that Lin Feng possessed the primordial sacred body along with the mysterious Xuanwu phenomenon. Images flashed through Xiang Long's mind like a revolving lantern, his face betraying an expression of utter shock. Lin Feng's strength far exceeded his expectations. Even with Xiang Long inhabiting a body unable to unleash its peak power due to its weakened state, Lin Feng was still able to simultaneously contend with 3 fully capable prodigies. What startled Xiang Long even more was witnessing the manifestation of the Xuanwu phenomenon. The black armor suppresses the heavens. This was an anomaly said to only be achievable by those with the legendary desolate ancient sacred body. Not only had Lin Feng mastered it, but he had also seemingly reached the entry-level realm of the desolate ancient sacred body. On top of that, Lin Feng carried the sharp sword aura of the supreme swordbone. As a former saint, the ancient demon saint immediately recognized this distinctive energy. But what truly defied belief was that Lin Feng appeared to also possess the thunder physique. How could one individual harbor so many top-tier constitutions? As a well-informed ancient demon saint, Xiang Long had encountered countless prodigies and even witnessed the majesty of emperors. Yet the mysteries surrounding Lin Feng left him completely baffled. Deal with the other 2 first. The ancient demon saint resolved silently, transforming into a streak of black light and hurtling toward Wei Jingshan. At that moment, Wei Jingshan was seething with rage. This journey to the ancient battlefield was supposed to help him break through to the great power realm with the aid of the sacred spring water, but Lin Feng had ruined everything. He was already plotting to use the resources of the Thunder Punishment Holy Land to deal with Lin Feng after leaving this place. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful energy rapidly closing in. Looking up, Wei Jingshan was stunned. A black mass of energy was racing toward him, and within it was none other than Xiang Long, now restored to his peak state. Before Wei Jingshan could fully grasp the situation, Xiang Long launched a ferocious attack. Having reached the 8th level of the sovereign realm after his possession, the ancient demon saint easily overpowered the weakened Wei Jingshan. In no time, Wei Jingshan and the Thunder Punishment disciples accompanying him were all slaughtered, their energy completely devoured by the ancient demon saint. His gaze then shifted to Luan Yuchuan, a savage glint in his eyes. After consuming the energy of these 3 prodigies, he would turn his attention to the one who truly unnerved him, Lin Feng. With the sacred spring water in his possession, Lin Feng's strength would undoubtedly rise even further. To kill him, careful planning would be essential. Meanwhile, outside in the 10 absolute demon sect, the ground suddenly began to quake violently. The 10 absolute demon lord and several elders in the great power realm were alarmed. The demon lord, an unrivaled powerhouse, was especially enraged. His fury radiated for miles, shaking the heavens and alerting other figures of Holy Lord caliber. Fixing his gaze on the extinguished soul lamp, his face contorted in fury. His roar echoed across the skies. What? How can this be? How could this happen? Terrifying demonic flames erupted into the air, as if threatening to annihilate the entire world. The moment the soul lamp extinguished, the face of the 10 Calamities demon lord turned ashen. This soul lamp belonged to his own son, Xianglong, and its extinguishing signified only one thing: death. Everyone present was stunned. Xianglong, one of the top prodigies in this generation, had fallen. Who could possess the strength to kill him? If it were a group effort by other prodigies, it seemed unlikely. These proud individuals rarely joined forces, as doing so would undermine their confidence. The 10 Calamities demon lord's furious reaction immediately drew attention. When the other sovereigns saw Xianglong's soul lamp extinguished, they were equally shocked. Xianglong's extraordinary talent had set him on a path that could lead to the Saint Realm, yet he had now perished in the ancient battlefield. The news was nothing short of earth-shattering. On the other hand, the limitless sovereign displayed a gloating expression. His own disciples Nie Xinghai, Duan Jingtai, Lin Feng, Yuan Mo, and Imo Chenal had their soul lamps intact. In contrast, the 10 Calamities demon sect had just lost its strongest core disciple, Xianglong, a devastating blow. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the Thunder Punishment Holy Land. Wei Jingshan's soul lamp has gone out. The exclamation caused the Thunder Punishment sovereign's brows to furrow deeply, as if thunderclouds were brewing. Wei Jingshan, a prodigy just a step away from the great power realm, had also fallen? The upheaval didn't stop there. The soul lamp of Luan Yuchuan, the top core disciple of the Crimson Flame Holy Land, also extinguished shortly after. The ancient battlefield was thrown into chaos. Even the limitless sovereign's smug demeanor faded, replaced by a grave expression. What was happening inside the ancient battlefield? Could some terrifying entity have emerged? 3 top-tier prodigies had fallen in quick succession. While Xianglong's death might be explained by an ambush, the subsequent deaths of Wei Jingshan and Luan Yuchuan could not be so easily dismissed. To simultaneously kill these 3 prodigies would require overwhelming power. Even a great power realm expert entering the battlefield would find it nearly impossible to achieve such a feat. In an instant, the attention of all the prominent figures was fixed on the soul lamps, their expressions etched with shock and worry. Over on Heavenly King Island, the island master's face was particularly grim. The soul lamps in his domain were extinguishing at an alarming frequency, and they were the first to start going out. Although Gu Tianming's soul lamp remained bright, the soul lamps of 3 other prodigies, Xianglong, Wei Jingshan, and Luan Yuquan, had been snuffed out one after another. This strange phenomenon led everyone to speculate. Could there be some powerful entity within the ancient battlefield threatening the lives of all the prodigies? Just as the Heavenly King Island Master was deep in anxiety, a violent tremor erupted from the gates of the ancient battlefield, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The crowd held their breath, waiting for the figure that would emerge. Boom! A radiant figure stumbled out of the gate and fell heavily to the ground. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be none other than Gu Tianming, the first core disciple of Heavenly King Island and the possessor of the radiant sacred body. This once proud prodigy, who had reached the pinnacle of the 8th realm of the venerable stage, now lay on the ground in a wretched and defeated state. The Heavenly King Island Master darted to Gu Tianming's side like a shooting star, immediately channeling immense energy to heal him. Under his care, a trace of color finally returned to Gu Tianming's pale face. Tianming, what happened in there? Why have all the other disciples perished? The island master asked urgently. Gu Tianming steadied his emotions, a flicker of deep fear flashing in his eyes. Island master, inside. There's an ancient demon clan member. Though his cultivation seemed to only be at the 3rd or 4th level of the venerable stage, his combat power far surpassed mine. He claimed that in his prime, he was a saint. All of our Heavenly King Island disciples were annihilated by him. I barely managed to escape with my life. The moment these words left his lips, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. The ancient demon clan, this fearsome race that had disappeared for countless years, had reappeared in the ancient battlefield. To the saint-level figures present, the name of the ancient demon clan was all too familiar. They knew well the terror of this race that had once enslaved entire worlds across the heavens. How many members of the ancient demon clan have awakened? The island master pressed on. Just one, Gu Tianming replied with difficulty, but even one is terrifying enough. I suspect someone tampered with a seal within the ancient battlefield, allowing this ancient demon to break free. The expressions of everyone present grew increasingly grave. Thunder Punishment Saint Lord, Crimson Flame Saint Lord, and 10 Despair Demon Lord now understood why their top prodigies had fallen. If even Gu Tianming had barely survived, the other prodigies could not have been so fortunate. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere descended upon everyone in the room. The fall of the three prodigies from the ancient demon clan sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of the sacred land. Even more alarming was the revelation that the ancient demon clan had begun to awaken once more. This news, when it reached the sacred land, was bound to cause a tremendous upheaval among the living saints. Only the 10 absolute demon lord remained consumed by unquenchable fury. Despite his understanding of the ancient demon clan's immense power, the hatred over the death of his beloved son left him unable to find peace. The ancient demon clan had always been known for their devouring nature, and now, after this ancient demon powerhouse had slain the three prodigies, his strength had risen to an unimaginable level. At this point, he could probably kill even an ordinary great power realm expert with ease. The Lord of Heavenly King Island said gravely. The other sacred lords silently nodded in agreement. These words caused the sacred Lord of Infinity to feel a chill in his heart, his expression growing increasingly serious. Within the ancient battleground were three outstanding disciples of the Infinity Sacred Land, Nie Xinghai, Duan Jingtai, and Lin Feng. If these three prodigies were to fall, it would be an immeasurable loss for the Infinity Sacred Land. For a moment, the Sacred Lord of Infinity and the other elders all wore expressions as heavy as iron. With such a terrifying entity in the ancient battleground, if Nie Xinghai, Duan Jingtai, and the others encountered him, they would stand no chance and would undoubtedly perish. However, the ancient battleground was heavily restricted by its barriers, making it impossible for outsiders to intervene. All they could do was hope that their disciples could evade the ancient demon's pursuit, though the odds of that were slim to none. Meanwhile, within the ancient battleground that held the attention of countless eyes, a figure cloaked in terrifying demonic flames was streaking through the void. With every step, he traversed thousands of miles, like a black meteor cutting across the sky. Though outwardly appearing as Xianglong, this figure was, in truth, the ancient demon saint who had seized Xianglong's body. At this moment, he was hurtling furiously in the direction of Lin Feng's location. An endless surge of demonic flames roared toward Lin Feng like an unstoppable tide, staining half the sky above the ancient battlefield a deep, blood-red hue. This long silent battleground now seemed to have become the dominion of the ancient demon saint. Countless wandering spirits, sensing the overwhelming terror emanating from the area, scattered and vanished into oblivion. Yuan Imo and Imo Qian sprang to their feet, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They stared at the familiar figure in the sky, their voices quivering as they murmured, "Is that Xianglong? No, it can't be." Xianglong was already defeated by senior brother Lin, and his aura was never this horrifying. The two hurriedly moved to wake Lin Feng, but they stopped short, noticing the radiant crimson light enveloping his body. A pure, sacred energy flowed around him in an endless cycle. Lin Feng, deeply immersed in his own consciousness, was already aware of the terrifying presence closing in from afar. Thanks to the power of the sacred spring, Lin Feng's cultivation level had soared from the 4th tier of the venerable realm to the 6th in a single leap, a rate of advancement virtually unheard of, even among those possessing the ancient, desolate physique. Beyond that, his sword mastery had ascended to the 9th layer, and he could faintly sense the awakening of a second phenomenon tied to his sacred physique. The vermilion bird's nirvana wings, a legendary manifestation that typically required a peak venerable realm to unlock. Overhead, the sky darkened as black clouds gathered like a suffocating shroud. The ancient demon saint descended, cloaked in a tempest of demonic flames. His mere presence carried the might of an entire army. Yuan Imo and Imo Chun felt their legs weaken beneath them, gritting their teeth to stay upright. Imo Chin's voice shook as he said, "This can't be Xianglong. From the depths of my soul, I feel an oppression so ancient, so primal, as if..." He trailed off, a realization dawning that perhaps his ancestors had once been enslaved by this very being. The ancient demon saint gazed down coldly, his eyes gleaming with malice. Having devoured Xianglong, Wei Jingshan, and Luan Yuchuan, his power had surged to the pinnacle of the supreme, venerable level. When his gaze fell upon Lin Feng, who had absorbed the sacred spring, a savage glint flared in his eyes. This young man, who possessed the ancient, desolate physique, the supreme swordbone, and the thunder body, might be as valuable as the sacred spring itself. Still cultivating? Just die already, the ancient demon saint sneered, raising his hand. A devastating wave of power descended, threatening to shatter the heavens and the earth. Yet, to his surprise, Lin Feng and the two others remained unharmed. So this is the ancient, desolate physique's celestial barrier of sovereign armor, the ancient demon saint muttered, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face before it twisted into a cruel smile. Interesting. Let's see how you handle this demonic heaven's supreme overlord palm. The demonic flames surged, coalescing into a massive hand. The sheer pressure of this saint-level technique sent ripples of dread across the entire battlefield. The lingering spirits trembled in terror, while Yuan Imo and Imo Chun collapsed to their knees, utterly overwhelmed. The moment the palm strike was unleashed, heaven and earth seemed to shift dramatically. An indescribable oppressive force instantly engulfed the entire space, leaving no living or dead beings with a place to escape. This was no ordinary divine skill, it was a saint-level mystical art of the ancient demon clan, perfected to its peak. The ancient demon clan's dominance over the myriad worlds for countless ages was rooted in their unparalleled strength and profound heritage. Whether it was their cultivation techniques, martial arts, or secret realms, all far exceeded the imagination of ordinary beings. This saint-level palm strike was several times more powerful than any equivalent divine skill created by the greatest human cultivators. The ancient demon saint stood with his hands behind his back, leisurely floating in the air. His confidence in this strike was absolute, certain it would obliterate all of Lin Feng's defenses with ease. However, just as the terrifying demonic palm was about to strike Lin Feng, it was stopped by the increasingly radiant holy light emanating from his body. While the blue runic armor behind Lin Feng was completely shattered under the attack, he himself remained entirely unharmed. The ancient demon saint let out a cold laugh. As expected of the Xuanwu phenomenon of the archaic sacred body, its defensive power is formidable, ranking among the top 3 in the archaic era. To withstand my strike, you have every right to feel proud. But this is where your life ends. At that moment, Lin Feng, who had been in deep cultivation, slowly opened his eyes, revealing a divine brilliance that sent shivers down the spine. In an instant, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from him, sweeping across the battlefield and knocking Yuan Imo and Imo Chan to the ground. So powerful. Senior brother Lin's cultivation has advanced, the two exclaimed in shock. Lin Feng's presence was not only stronger, but it now carried an indescribable, sacred pressure. The ancient demon saint was momentarily surprised by Lin Feng's sudden awakening but remained unfazed. Lin Feng, however, noticed a familiar aura emanating from his opponent, one strikingly similar to the energy of the 10 absolute, star-devouring demon art he practiced. What shocked Lin Feng even more was the sight of a golden phrase above the ancient demon saint's head: eternal demon physique. This was a heaven-defying constitution, granting extraordinary regenerative abilities, the power to suppress lower-level ancient demons, and the capability to convert elemental energy into demonic energy. Without hesitation, Lin Feng chose to seize this physique. In an instant, terrifying demonic energy surged through his body, enveloping him in an aura of pure ancient demon lineage. The ancient demon saint, now stripped of his eternal demon physique, was utterly stunned, demanding to know why Lin Feng exuded the aura of the ancient demon clan. Suppressing his fury, the ancient demon saint snarled, "I've changed my mind about killing you. If you reveal the reason behind your ancient demon aura, they'll spare your life." Lin Feng responded coldly, "A man on the verge of death has no need to know so much." The ancient demon saint wasted no more words, immediately unleashing a far more devastating attack, the reverse demon yin yang palm. The sheer force of this strike seemed powerful enough to overturn heaven and earth. Watching from the sidelines, Yuan Imo and Imo Chun could only silently pray in their hearts, "Lin Feng, you must win." A terrifying reverse demon yin yang palm descended from the sky, its power imbued with the mysterious forces of yin and yang. The unique demonic energy of the ancient demon clan spread with the palm's momentum, instantly draining the vitality from the entire battlefield, leaving the ground barren and lifeless. Lin Feng gazed upward, and a sudden inspiration struck him. He decided to attempt the 10 absolute star absorption demon art to test whether its current power could absorb such a fearsome attack. The strength of the reverse demon yin yang palm was so immense that even experts at the 2nd or 3rd level of the great power realm would struggle to withstand it. With a single thought, 2 abyss-like black vortexes appeared in the palms of Lin Feng's hands. Amidst a deep humming vibration, he raised his hands to the sky, beginning to absorb the overwhelming energy of the reverse demon yin yang palm bit by bit. What shocked everyone was that the ancient demon sage's earth-shattering attack was entirely absorbed by Lin Feng's 10 absolute star absorption demon art, leaving him completely unharmed. This scene caused the ancient demon sage's eyes to darken with gravity. What surprised him most wasn't that Lin Feng had managed to block the attack, but that he had mastered the 10 absolute star absorption demon art, a technique exclusive to the royal lineage of the ancient demon clan. Sensing the noble ancient demon clan bloodline emanating from Lin Feng, the ancient demon sage was filled with doubt. Could this man truly be of the ancient demon clan? No, something seemed off. Lin Feng's secrets were piling up, leaving even this ancestral powerhouse baffled. As the power of the reverse demon yin yang palm was fully absorbed, peace returned to the heavens and earth. The ancient demon sage's face darkened as he demanded, "How did you acquire the 10 absolute star absorption demon art to such a level?" Lin Feng did not answer. He merely gazed at him calmly. Ever since obtaining the indestructible heavenly demon body, the ancient demon sage before him seemed no more than a lowly ancient demon clan member. Despite his formidable strength, his power was significantly suppressed. Clang! A crisp sword hum echoed as Lin Feng unsheathed his long sword, activating the supreme sword bone. Come, he said indifferently, I've recently made progress in my swordsmanship. You'll be the perfect test. His tone was calm, and with a light flick of his sword tip, countless sharp sword auras surged into the sky. 9 layers of sword intent. The razor-sharp sword energy enveloped the heavens and earth, trapping the ancient demon sage within. At this moment, it was as though the ancient demon sage wasn't facing a single opponent, but an endless sea of deadly sword energy. Kill! Lin Feng shouted sharply as an infinite storm of sword energy erupted. The ancient demon sage reached out to crush the incoming energy, only to have his palm sliced open by a single sword light, spilling black blood. This battle had transcended the sovereign level, reaching the realm of the great power realm. Although the ancient demon sage was at the peak of the sovereign level once capable of slaying even sovereign 8th level experts like Gu Tianming in his 3rd or 4th level, he now struggled against Lin Feng. Lin Feng's indestructible heavenly demon body naturally suppressed lower-level ancient demon clan members, making the fight significantly easier for him. After countless exchanges, the ancient demon sage's body was covered in wounds carved by sword energy. Damn you! He roared, his eyes burning red with fury. To be overpowered by someone's relentless sword energy despite his higher cultivation was an unbearable humiliation. The ancient demon sage knew all too well the terrifying power of the supreme sword bone, yet it couldn't sustain its peak state indefinitely. Waiting for the right moment, he finally noticed Lin Feng's offensive beginning to wane. The furious roar of the ancient demon sage reverberated through the heavens and earth. You insolent fool! These sword auras are nothing but a tickle. What use are they? Do you really think you can annihilate me with such pathetic tricks? Naive. Utterly delusional. His chest heaved violently, and a terrifying killing intent blazed in his eyes. In the next moment, he unleashed his clan's secret technique, the Chaos Demon Sage's earth-shattering roar. Arg! The horrifying demonic sound swept across the world, plunging everything into a deathly silence. Only the devastating sound wave, capable of obliterating all in its path, raged unchecked. Although Yuan Imo and Imo Qian were not the primary targets, they were still struck by the residual force, collapsing to the ground with blood streaming from their 7 orifices, unconscious. Faced with such a ferocious sonic assault, Lin Feng merely let out a cold snort. A soundwave attack? Do you think it can rival my sword? Without hesitation, he performed the Huangquan soul-calming melody. Countless notes from the Netherworld's river of yellow springs danced in the air, forming invisible barriers that clashed head-on with the ancient demon sage's attack. The collision of the two powers unleashed an earth-shattering explosion, causing the entire world to tremble. The ancient demon sage panted heavily. Though his chaos demon sage's earth-shattering roar was immensely powerful, it had drained him significantly. Deeply shaken, he thought to himself, this man harbors far too many secrets. Even as a sage, I feel overshadowed. How many bloodlines or powers does he possess? But what astonished him even more was the sight that emerged as the dust settled. Lin Feng stood tall and unscathed, not even a hair out of place. Behind him, 2 divine, fiery red wings unfurled, radiating majesty as if an immortal war god had descended upon the mortal realm. The ancient demon sage stared at Lin Feng in utter disbelief, his face frozen in shock. His chaos demon sage's roaring thunder technique that had always been unstoppable had absolutely no effect on this young man standing before him. How could this be? Before seeking out Lin Feng, he had been supremely confident. Having devoured the souls of 3 prodigious geniuses, his power had surged to the peak of the sovereign realm. On this ancient battlefield, he had believed himself invincible. But reality struck him like a crushing blow. His confidence shattered as he noticed something behind Lin Feng, a pair of fiery crimson wings. The faintly emerging phantom of the vermilion bird loomed behind him, one of the 4 sacred phenomena of the archaic sacred body. This divine manifestation typically required at least the peak of the sovereign realm, if not the great power realm, to control. How had Lin Feng achieved this? The vermilion bird's phantom grew increasingly majestic, as though the sacred beast itself had descended. Its divine aura radiated a pressure so overwhelming that even the ancient demon sage felt subdued. Though the ancient demon race once prided itself as the strongest race across all realms, even they faltered before the might of a sacred beast. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng unleashed the black tortoise phenomenon. Countless blue runic armors materialized around the ancient demon sage, forming a massive cage. Your aura is unique, and your soul power is extraordinary. Before your possession, you must have been a remarkable individual, Lin Feng remarked slowly, his voice calm yet unyielding. Precisely because of that, Your soul is a treasure I cannot let slip away. The tenfold soul-devouring art began to stir, its energy gathering ominously. Lin Feng surmised that in his former life, the ancient demon sage must have been a supreme figure, ranking among the most powerful in the great power realm. Such a prize was not to be squandered. In an instant, the tides turned. What had begun as an aggressive assault by the ancient demon sage now left him scrambling defensively. Trap me? You dare? The ancient demon sage roared in fury. For someone who had once stood as a saint, the indignity of being cornered by a mere sovereign was intolerably a humiliation beyond measure. He lashed out wildly, crashing against the runic cage with all his might. But Lin Feng had anticipated this. The divine strength of the archaic sacred body, the supreme sword bone, the thunder physique, and the immortal demon body fused seamlessly into the runic fragments, unleashing an unstoppable force. Torrents of blood energy, razor-sharp sword intent, blazing lightning, and the inherent suppression of the immortal demon body specifically designed to counter the ancient demon race all converged, leaving the ancient demon sage utterly helpless. Behind Lin Feng, the blazing phoenix wings of rebirth flared with intensity, their fiery essence scorching the cage and the ancient demon sage within. The vermilion bird phenomenon not only granted Lin Feng unparalleled speed, but also unleashed divine flames of unmatched ferocity. Not far away, Yuan Imo and Imo Chan stood rooted to the spot, their eyes wide with astonishment. The once imposing possessor who had radiated an aura of invincibility was now utterly suppressed by Lin Feng. The ancient demon sage finally came to a grim realization. Though his cultivation level was slightly higher, his strength was compromised by the limitations of his possessed body. Against Lin Feng, he was already at a disadvantage. And even if they were on equal footing, Lin Feng's overwhelming power and mastery of multiple divine physiques would still leave him outmatched. The ancient demon sage's heart trembled uncontrollably. The young man before him was nothing short of extraordinary a presence whose power rivaled, perhaps even surpassed, his own peak strength. To become a sage was an unparalleled honor, a title earned by defeating countless prodigies and ascending to the pinnacle of existence, revered by all. Yet now, Lin Feng stood before him, exuding an aura akin to the air of a great emperor, possessing countless terrifying techniques inherited from such a lineage. This level of power was more than enough to suggest he had the potential to claim the emperor's throne someday. Even as he was trapped within Lin Feng's ancient sacred body and its four saint phenomena, the ancient demon sage still held a final gambit. However, the price of this escape was devastating. Would have to abandon the Xianglong body he had just seized. This extraordinary vessel, perfectly compatible with his soul, was an invaluable treasure. Yet in the face of Lin Feng's overwhelming threat, there was no other choice. The divine flames emanating from Lin Feng grew fiercer by the moment, their searing heat carrying an annihilative force that filled the ancient demon sage with an unprecedented sense of danger. If he persisted in this battle, even his sage essence could be irreparably damaged. After countless fleeting thoughts, he made his decision. Blood sacrifice of the demon sage, he roared, his soul tearing free from Xianglong's body as he offered his own essence blood in exchange for an unparalleled power to pierce through all constraints. In an instant, he became like a raging thunderbolt, shattering the bindings of the Xuanjia world-sealing sky and fleeing southward at an unimaginable speed. As he vanished, his voice echoed through the air, laden with venomous malice. Lin Feng, the ancient demon clan will soon return to dominate the heavens and worlds. When that time comes, you will face a true demon sage. Pray that you survive until then, because your life will belong to me. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, gazing toward the distant horizon. Though he knew the ancient demon sage had fled south, the opponent's aura dissipated far too quickly for him to track. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he pondered the sage's mention of his peak form. For someone to escape from the Xuanjia world-sealing sky demonstrated an ability beyond comprehension. Though he had failed to capture the ancient demon sage, the battle had still yielded immense rewards. Without hesitation, Lin Feng activated the tenfold heaven-devouring technique, absorbing the cultivation of Xianglong, Wei Jingshan, and Luan Yuquan, three prodigies at the eighth heaven of the sovereign realm as well as the remnants of power left behind by the ancient demon sage. This allowed his cultivation to surge directly into the seventh heaven of the sovereign realm, placing him just one step away from the great power realm. As he descended to the ground, Yuan Imo and Imo Chen immediately dropped to one knee, their voices ringing with fervent admiration. Senior brother Lin is invincible. They knew full well that Lin Feng's current strength had reached a level where he could challenge certain great power realm cultivators. Let's go. It's time to leave, Lin Feng said calmly. This battle had been a trove of fortune. The Tao fruit of a supreme sword cultivator, the sacred spring water, the eternal demon body, and the cultivation of several prodigies. Truly, the rewards were beyond measure. Lin Feng's gains in the ancient battlefield were truly unprecedented. If news of this spread, even supreme figures like the Wuji Saint Lord would be driven mad with envy, let alone the revered sovereigns and prodigious talents of the same realm. Each opportunity he seized would be enough to cause a frenzy in the outside world. Yet Lin Feng had reaped a remarkable bounty. The three of them moved towards the exit of the ancient battlefield, with Lin Feng walking alone in midair. Below him, countless vengeful spirits fled in panic at the mere sight of his figure. These spirits, well aware of the terror brought by the ancient demon saint, could hardly imagine that an even stronger presence had emerged, a human prodigy, capable of wielding the power of a supreme being while still in the sovereign realm. Within the ancient battlefield, countless pairs of eyes hidden amidst the desolate ruins quietly watched Lin Feng's departing silhouette. These were not the gazes of vengeful spirits, but of actual living beings. They whispered among themselves in secrecy. Is this the prodigy of today's Kanglan domain? Such overwhelming strength, it's as if he has the potential to become an emperor. That's an exaggeration. While his talent is extraordinary at best, he has only half the dominance of an emperor's heir. These voices carried a hint of saintly pressure, yet they lacked the true weight of a saint. Their conversation shifted to the great battle of the past, where two saints had fallen at the hands of the ancient demon. And now, this same ancient demon had suffered a setback at the hands of a junior in the sovereign realm. Perhaps, as they speculated, a new era was indeed on the horizon. Meanwhile, outside the ancient battlefield, two soul lamps suddenly flared with intense activity, drawing widespread attention. The first belonged to Duan Jingtian, radiating an aura of overwhelming ferocity. While many prominent figures were already discussing this phenomenon, the second lamp erupted with an even more astonishing display of power. Boom! This second soul lamp, belonging to Lin Feng, unleashed such an overwhelming aura that even Saint Lord-level figures present were visibly shaken. Just then, the gateway to the ancient battlefield began to ripple with energy, and all eyes turned to focus intensely on that spot. Not far away, a figure emerged from the ancient battleground of Tianwang Island, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Gu Tianming stood frozen in place, his eyes filled with disbelief. In his understanding, that place was inhabited by ancient demon saints of unimaginable power. Even formidable individuals like Xiang Long, Wei Jingshan, and Luan Yuchuan had fallen there. Who could possibly come out alive? The figure became clearer. It was a man carrying an enormous, broad blade on his back. His weathered face spoke of hardships endured, yet his piercing eyes radiated an unsettling sharpness. The people of the Wuji Holy Land immediately recognized him as Duan Jingtang. Compared to the man who had entered the ancient battleground, Duan Jingtang was now completely transformed. His entire being was enveloped in a terrifying divine radiance, his demeanor exuding an extraordinary aura, as if he were of noble celestial lineage. The power emanating from him was overwhelming, leaving those around him in awe. Duan Jingtang approached the Wuji Holy Land camp with composure and respectfully saluted the Wuji Holy Master. Jingtang, your cultivation level? The Wuji Holy Master inquired, his gaze fixed on him. Peak of the venerable realm, Duan Jingtang replied calmly. I will soon break through to the great power realm. The moment these words were spoken, the members of the Wuji Holy Land were thrown into an uproar. It was well known that before entering the ancient battleground, Duan Jingtang, though having inherited the Blade Saint's legacy, was only at the 6th level of the venerable realm. Now, in such a short time, he had reached its peak. Such rapid advancement was nothing short of astonishing. This remarkable progress was undoubtedly tied to the Blade Saint's inheritance. Within that legacy lay not only cultivation techniques, but also a crucial piece of information. The Blade Saint had left behind a vast treasure in the ancient battleground. Clearly, Duan Jingtang had discovered and seized this opportunity. As shock rippled through the crowd, another thought surfaced in their minds. If Duan Jingtang had grown so powerful, then what about Lin Feng, whose soul lamp had once displayed a might far surpassing his? Just how powerful could Lin Feng have become by now? Not long ago, the terrifying aura unleashed by Duan Jingtai's soul lamp had stunned everyone present. Even the Saint Lord-level figures, who had weathered countless ancient battlefields, couldn't help but cast astonished glances in his direction. While Duan Jingtai's display was already extraordinary, it paled in comparison to the shock caused by Lin Feng's soul lamp. Upon returning from the ancient battlefield, Duan Jingtai had directly ascended to the peak of the supreme tier, his presence radiating an oppressive and chilling energy. It was evident that the fortuitous encounters he had gained in the ancient battlefield were extraordinary, so much so that even the most powerful figures would be moved. The Saint Lord of Wuji Holy Land nodded in satisfaction, sharing a sense of pride and relief with the other elders. After all, Duan Jingtai was a disciple of Wuji Holy Land. With his current strength, he could rival the sequence disciples, and at least 3 of the top 10 might not be his match. He was, without question, a chosen one. However, The Saint Lord's heart sank at the thought of Nie Xinghai and Lin Feng, who had yet to appear. He turned to Duan Jingtai and asked solemnly whether he had encountered the ancient demon clan. Duan Jingtai looked puzzled, thought for a moment, and shook his head in denial, explaining that his journey through the ancient battlefield had been eerily quiet. He hadn't seen any sign of the ancient demon clan or even another soul. At that moment, the island lord of Tianwang Island approached with Gu Tianming. Gu Tianming declared confidently, when the ancient demon clan appears, their black mist engulfs the skies, covering nearly half the ancient battlefield. It's impossible to miss their presence. I truly did not notice anything, Duan Jingtai replied calmly, his expression unchanging. As the crowd fell into silence, the gate to the ancient battlefield suddenly began to ripple violently. All eyes turned toward it once more. To their surprise, this time, 3 figures emerged instead of one. Leading the way was Lin Feng, followed closely by Yuan Imo and Imo Chan. Yuan Imo and Imo Chan trembled under the weight of the many powerful gazes fixed upon them, their unease palpable. In stark contrast, Lin Feng appeared composed and unflinching. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, he walked straight up to the Saint Lord of Wuji Holy Land and bowed respectfully. The Saint Lord's eyes flickered with both surprise and doubt. Given Yuan Imo and Imo Chin's level of power, encountering the ancient demon clan would have spelled certain death. How, then, had they made it out unscathed? He carefully described the characteristics of the ancient demon clan and asked Lin Feng if he had encountered them. I did, Lin Feng admitted with a nod. Then, in a private transmission to the Saint Lord, he revealed that he had shattered the body of an ancient demon saint, forcing the entity to flee in disgrace. He also briefly mentioned some of the fortuitous encounters he had experienced within the ancient battlefield. The Saint Lord was left utterly stunned by this revelation. The ancient demon saint had nearly killed Gu Tianming, yet Lin Feng had managed to drive it away? However, upon hearing about Lin Feng's extraordinary encounters, the Saint Lord chose to remain silent. He had thought that Duan Jingtai's return was the height of their triumph, only to find Lin Feng's achievements even more astonishing. The other Saint Lord-level figures quickly noticed the Saint Lord's peculiar reaction. The 10 Absolute Demon Lord let out a cold snort. Saint Lord of Wuji, at such a critical moment, are you still trying to hide something? Tell me, where is that ancient demon saint now? As he spoke, his eyes emitted 2 terrifying black beams that shot straight toward Lin Feng. Before Lin Feng could respond, the Saint Lord of Wuji stepped forward, intercepting the attack and shattering the black beams. 10 Absolute Demon Lord, do you have a death wish? He said coldly, his tone filled with warning. A sharp glint of killing intent flashed across the face of the Wuji Lord. In his mind, Lin Feng had already become the strongest contender for the next Holy Sun. And now, this 10 Absolute Demon Lord dared to make a move against Lin Feng? If truly pushed to the edge, the Wuji Lord would not hesitate to engage in a life-or-death battle. After all, Lin Feng represented the future of the Wuji Holy Land. Despite the limitations of the archaic sacred body realm, the combat power he had demonstrated was astonishing, with the potential to grow into an unrivaled force beneath the level of a saint. At this tense moment, the island lord of Tianwang spoke in a low voice. There's no need to act. He turned toward the Wuji Lord. The ancient demon clan is not only crucial to Wuji Holy Land, but holds significant importance for the entire Kanglan region. You might as well speak plainly. Indeed, the Thunder Punishment Lord chimed in, his eyes burning with anger. I demand to know where that cursed ancient demon has gone. Many of the prodigies of Thunder Punishment Holy Land likely fell at his hands. If we can't uncover his whereabouts, how can we answer to those who perished? Faced with the questioning of the 2 holy lords, the Wuji Lord responded calmly, that ancient demon did not perish. A hidden powerhouse from the ancient battlefield intervened and drove him away. This statement caused everyone present to frown, silently speculating on its truthfulness. In reality, the Wuji Lord had fabricated this explanation on the spot. He could not reveal that Lin Feng had nearly slain the ancient demon, as doing so would expose far too many secrets. After all, for someone like Lin Feng, with his seemingly humble cultivation level, to force an ancient demon into a death trap, it must mean he possessed treasures coveted even by saints. Moreover, the appearance of the ancient demon was closely tied to the sacred spring water. Delving deeper into the topic would inevitably uncover more inconvenient truths. Thus, the Wuji Lord had no choice but to offer this ambiguous excuse to deflect further inquiry. Although the other holy lords were dissatisfied with this explanation, they refrained from pressing further. At that moment, the island lord of Tianwang turned his gaze toward Lin Feng. Since they couldn't extract the details, they at least aimed to confirm one thing. That ancient demon, are you certain he's not dead? Hearing this, Lin Feng spoke slowly, his tone steady. It's highly likely that he's not dead. That ancient demon didn't bother to conceal his identity when he acted. Judging by his age, he's indeed an old relic. With his sage-level cultivation and unparalleled methods, his eventual escape is not surprising. As his words fell, the scene descended into silence. Suspicion flashed in the eyes of everyone present, clearly indicating their doubts about Lin Feng's statement. Several saint-level figures even appeared restless, seemingly ready to interrogate the young cultivator themselves. The 10 Absolutes Demon Lord was the first to break the silence, his aura surging as he spoke coldly. Lord of the Infinite Holy Land, I believe you understand the significance of the ancient demon clan to the Kanglan domain. I suggest you hand over this disciple of yours, so we can perform a soul search. The killing intent in his words was unmistakable. Though the other saint-level figures remained silent, their tacit approval was evident. The Lord of the Infinite Holy Land stood his ground, his aura erupting like a volcano. Wielding the sacred mirror that radiated dazzling light, he unleashed a terrifying energy wave that swept through the surroundings. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on a disciple of the Infinite Holy Land is declaring war on the entire Infinite Holy Land. The atmosphere grew tense, as if a battle could break out at any moment. As one of the most powerful among the saint-level figures, the Lord of the Infinite Holy Land had made a name for himself across the Kanglan domain in his youth. His domineering stance now forced everyone present to reconsider their actions. In the end, the other saint-level figures chose to back down. Only the 10 Absolutes Demon Lord remained visibly displeased, letting out a cold snort. This trip to the Undying ancient battlefield ends here. But Lord of the Infinite Holy Land, your arrogance won't last forever. With that, he led the members of the 10 Absolutes Demon sect away. Afterward, the Lord of Sky King Island proposed sealing the ancient battlefield's gate together to prevent the ancient demon from escaping. However, the Lord of the Infinite Holy Land noticed that Nye Xinghai's soul lamp was still flickering and insisted on waiting until the very last moment. When the ancient battlefield was about to close automatically, Nye Xinghai still hadn't appeared, and his soul lamp finally extinguished. The Lord of Sky King Island concluded, "Let us leave for now. Matters concerning the ancient demon clan must be thoroughly reported to the sages." With that, this turbulent episode came to an end, though it was clear that this was merely the beginning. The righteous holy forces gradually departed, leaving the ancient battlefield once again in silence. Upon returning to the Infinite Holy Land, the Infinite Holy Master immediately led Lin Feng and Duan Jingtai, two of his disciples, to the deepest part of the sacred ground to prepare for an audience with the saint. The opportunities these two disciples had acquired in the ancient battlefield were nothing short of extraordinary. Originally, they were only qualified to challenge the lower ranks of the top 10 sequences, but now they had risen to become the strongest of the new era, earning the title of Twin Stars. Duan Jingtai had obtained the core inheritance of the Blade Saint in the ancient battlefield, leading to a rapid boost in strength and a significant leap in cultivation. Walking alongside Lin Feng, his demeanor was calm and confident, no longer viewing Lin Feng as a rival. For Duan Jingtai, the top 10 sequences were no longer his goal. His sights were set higher on the position of the Holy Son of the Infinite Holy Land. Becoming the Holy Son meant receiving the full support of the Holy Ground, access to boundless resources, and even the possibility of direct guidance from the saint. Upon reaching the inner sanctum, the Infinite Holy Master first allowed Duan Jingtai to meet with the saint. Half an hour later, Duan Jingtai emerged, radiating energy and confidence, his eyes gleaming with divine brilliance. After respectfully saluting the Holy Master, he departed. Next, the Infinite Holy Master brought Lin Feng into a celestial-like courtyard, shrouded in misty clouds. Sitting serenely within was an elder in white robes. Though his face appeared pale and weary, when Lin Feng tried to meet his gaze, his mind was instantly shaken, as if he faced an overwhelming catastrophe. This was the might of a saint. Lin Feng clenched his teeth, resisting the urge to kneel. Instinctively, he unleashed two of the four sacred visions of the ancient, desolate physique. One was the heaven-suppressing sky armor surrounded by blue runes, and the other was the phoenix nirvana wings ablaze with fiery red light. This sight startled both the saint and the Infinite Holy Master. Only after Lin Feng averted his gaze did his state gradually stabilize. The saint immediately recognized these as the four sacred visions of the ancient, desolate physique, particularly noting Lin Feng's mastery of the vermilion bird vision before reaching the peak of the sovereign realm. This revelation astonished him, as it signified that Lin Feng would face no obstacles in ascending to the great power realm. The saint recalled Lin Feng's outstanding performance during the core disciples competition but had previously believed his potential to be limited. After all, the ancient desolate physique was thought to be cursed in the post-ancient era, making it nearly impossible to break through the sovereign realm. Yet, Lin Feng had defied this curse. The conversation then turned to the looming threat of the ancient demon clan. Lin Feng recounted his encounters in the ancient battlefield in detail. Upon hearing about the Chaos Demon Saint's roar and the Saint Demon blood sacrifice used by the ancient demon, the saint concluded that this was a royal lineage expert of the ancient demon clan. whose peak strength would have surpassed even his own. Finally, the saint solemnly declared that Lin Feng possessed the potential of an emperor, a supreme evaluation typically reserved for the holy sons of major sacred lands, signifying eligibility to compete on the path of emperors. The weight of this statement left even the infinite holy master gasping in astonishment. In the vast expanse of the Kanglan domain, a region of immeasurable magnitude, trillions of people dwell. Yet, within this vast territory, there exist only 15 sacred land-level powers, each akin to a mighty dynasty, reigning supreme over their respective domains. Throughout this land, the title of Emperor's Potential has always been reserved for the chosen successors of these sacred lands. However, at this moment, Lin Feng, though not yet ranked among the top 10 disciples, merely a core disciple, had been personally recognized by a saint as possessing the potential of an emperor. This honor was nothing short of astonishing. The saint stood in the grand hall, his gaze piercing and resolute. He recalled his earlier encounter with Duan Jingtai not long ago. He had confidently predicted that Duan Jingtai would likely achieve the saint's position in the future. After all, the young man had inherited a significant portion of the Blade Saint's legacy, along with some of his cultivation. Yet now, upon meeting Lin Feng, Duan Jingtai's brilliance seemed to pale in comparison. Lin Feng was the true embodiment of Emperor's potential. When the path to emperorship opened in the future, Lin Feng would undoubtedly have the qualifications to compete. The saint exclaimed with excitement, "Although you have yet to join the ranks of the top 10 disciples, your talent is such that few among them could rival you. From this moment forward, the resources you receive in the Wuji sacred land will be equivalent to those of the ranked disciples. Furthermore, for your exceptional performance in the ancient battlefield nearly slaying the ancient demon and saving countless disciples of our sacred land, I bestow upon you 10 stalks of profound-grade spiritual herbs." Hearing this, Lin Feng's heart stirred. These 10 spiritual herbs were indeed invaluable treasures for him at this stage, perfect for nourishing his ancient, desolate body. Ever since he unlocked his second phenomenon, his ancient, desolate body had become an insatiable void, endlessly demanding vast amounts of elemental energy. "Thank you, Saint," Lin Feng said respectfully, bowing deeply. With a wave of his hand, the saint sent the 10 spiritual herbs, brimming with pure elemental energy, into Lin Feng's grasp. The saint continued, "You have gained much from the ancient battlefield and will need time to digest it all. Return and focus on consolidating your cultivation. From what I foresee, turbulent times lie ahead. You must strengthen yourself as swiftly as possible." "Understood," Lin Feng replied, taking his leave. As the saint watched Lin Feng's figure recede into the distance, he sighed with emotion. "Perhaps this is the fortune of our Wuji sacred land. My time is running short, and the sacred land has struggled to find successors with the potential to reach sainthood. But now, with Lin Feng and Duan Jingtai, alongside the other geniuses among the top 10, our Wuji sacred land may one day reclaim its place at the pinnacle of the Kanglan domain. Still, the impending changes in heaven and earth bring too many uncertainties, and the future remains unpredictable." Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Lin Feng began reflecting on the gains from his journey. The sacred spring water he had absorbed had not only elevated his cultivation realm, but had also allowed him to prematurely comprehend the vermilion bird phenomenon. As for the 10 profound-grade spiritual herbs, they were unlikely to enable a breakthrough at his current venerable realm. After all, having unlocked 2 layers of the 4 sacred phenomena, his ancient, desolate body's demand for elemental energy had become even more immense. "It's time to refine my sword technique," Lin Feng resolved silently. The technique in question was the Yellow Springs Annihilation Sword technique. With his extraordinary comprehension, he had elevated this once mediocre martial art to the level of a saint-tier divine ability. Now, he sought to push it even further. Seated cross-legged, Lin Feng entered a meditative state, his consciousness delving into the void as he began advancing the Yellow Springs Annihilation Sword technique to a higher level. The 10 spiritual herbs played a critical role here, providing a steady supply of elemental energy to fuel his intense mental and spiritual exertion. Time flowed, as if countless years had passed. At last, Lin Feng glimpsed the embryonic form of the next stage of the Yellow Springs Annihilation Sword technique. He pressed on, refining and perfecting it until he had fully mastered the new stage. By the time he concluded his efforts, the 10 spiritual herbs had been entirely consumed. Though his face was pale, his eyes gleamed with an astonishing brilliance. The 8th form of the Yellow Springs Annihilation Sword technique, Yellow Springs Chaos Calamity. This was already a quasi-emperor level divine ability, a technique of unparalleled brilliance in the entire Kanglan domain. Even within the Wuji sacred land, only the sacred master and a few ancient elders were qualified to practice such techniques. Lin Feng couldn't help but speculate, could this sword technique have been left behind by the legendary Yellow Springs Emperor? If that were true, wouldn't its ultimate form reach the level of an emperor-tier divine ability? Shaking his head to dispel the thought, he refocused on comprehending this quasi-emperor level technique. Mastering it would undoubtedly elevate his strength to an entirely new level. The difference between quasi-emperor level divine abilities and those of a saint is like night and day. They belong to entirely different realms. Lin Feng was acutely aware of this disparity. Determined to fully comprehend and master his quasi-emperor level swordsmanship and divine ability, he entered a secluded cultivation state, vowing not to emerge until he had achieved complete mastery. Even with his extraordinary talent and unparalleled comprehension, the difficulty of mastering this divine ability was staggering. While Lin Feng was in seclusion, dramatic events unfolded in the outside world. A long-standing conflict between two of the most powerful factions in the Kanglan domain finally erupted. 10 Absolute Demon Sect, a formidable force of the demonic path, formally declared war on the saint-level faction Wujia Holy Land. This war, personally initiated by the 10 Absolute Demon Lord, came with unstoppable momentum. The flames of war spread rapidly, engulfing hundreds of kingdoms and empires, including Lin Feng's homeland, the Great Yin Dynasty. This epic conflict, later known as the Hundred Kingdoms War, claimed the lives of numerous experts at the revered realm right from the outset. The comprehensive war between these two saint-level forces sent shockwaves throughout the Kanglan domain, as both sides had living saints presiding over their factions. If left unchecked, the conflict could draw in more revered realm and great power realm experts, and potentially provoke the involvement of saint lords, escalating into a catastrophic saint-level war. The intensity of the battle continued to escalate, with daily casualties reaching alarming numbers. Both Wujia Holy Land and 10 Absolute Demon Sect deployed vast numbers of disciples for combat and training. From inner disciples to core disciples, and even sequence disciples whose strength rivaled those in the great power realm, the battlefield's stakes kept rising. Before long, shocking news broke. Sequence disciples from both factions had fallen in battle. Among them, the 8th-ranked sequence disciple of the 10 Absolute Demon Sect was slain by an ordinary core disciple of Wujia Holy Land named Duan Jingtai. This victory catapulted Duan Jingtai to widespread fame. In the Grand Council Hall of the 10 Absolute Demon Sect, the 10 Absolute Demon Lords sat at the head of the chamber, surrounded by immensely powerful figures. With a cold and commanding tone, he ordered Wujia Holy Land to pay the price in blood, and specifically issued a directive to eliminate Duan Jingtai. When asked about Lin Feng's whereabouts, upon learning that he was still in seclusion, the 10 Absolute Demon Lord immediately decreed, the moment he appears, intercept and kill him without mercy. This war was not merely a clash of power. It was driven by the 10 Absolute Demon Lord's thirst for vengeance over the death of his son, Xianglong. Behind the scenes, the saints of the 10 Absolute Demon Sect lent their unwavering support. Meanwhile, in a secluded cave dwelling, Lin Feng, after an extended period of cultivation, finally opened his eyes. A dazzling confidence radiated from his gaze. In recent days, Lin Feng had devoted all his energy to comprehending and mastering the quasi-emperor level sword technique. With his extraordinary talent, he finally perfected the Huangquan Chaos Calamity technique. The sheer power of this technique was beyond imagination. When the 9-layer sword intent combined with the perfected quasi-emperor level swordsmanship, it could unleash devastating force capable of destroying the heavens and earth. Although Lin Feng's cultivation realm remained at the 6th level of the venerable stage, the perfection of this technique had undoubtedly elevated his combat strength to an entirely new level. As he stepped out of his retreat, his demeanor was calm and composed, exuding an aura of overwhelming confidence. However, as he strolled through the Wujia Holy Land, he noticed something unusual. There were far fewer people around than usual. Just as he furrowed his brows in suspicion, a mysterious and powerful energy enveloped his body. Following the source of the energy, he looked toward the direction of the Wujia Sacred Hall. The energy condensed into a projection of the Wujia Holy Master, accompanied by a gentle voice. Lin Feng, come to the Wujia Sacred Hall. Moments later, Lin Feng stood within the Grand Hall. The Wujia Holy Master wasted no time and spoke directly. You have been in seclusion for nearly a month, and during this time, the 10 Absolutes Demon Sect has launched an all-out war against our Wujia Holy Land. Most of our disciples, including the sequence disciples, have already been dispatched to the battlefield. I refrained from disturbing you during your retreat. At that moment, several elders of the Great Power Realm hurried into the hall and reported urgently, Holy Master, 5 kingdoms have already fallen, and countless lives have been lost. The flames of war have now reached the Great Yin Dynasty, and the situation is dire. Hearing that the Great Yin Dynasty was in peril, Lin Feng's heart tightened. That was not only his birthplace, but also where his parents and the entire Lin family resided. The Wujia Holy Master noticed his concern and immediately commanded, Lin Feng, you shall go to provide support. Although some elders expressed concern that 3 peak venerable level enemies, and possibly even sequence disciples of the 10 Absolutes Demon Sect, might be lurking near the Great Yin Dynasty, the Holy Master remained confident. Lin Feng's strength has already reached the level of a sequence disciple. Ordinary sequence disciples may not be his match. Without hesitation, Lin Feng unfurled his fiery red wings, soaring into the sky like a blazing phoenix. His speed was so astonishing that even the elders at the second level of the Great Power Realm could only marvel in admiration. Meanwhile, the Great Yin dynasty was on the brink of chaos. Since Lin Feng's last return, the Lin family had become the de facto rulers of the dynasty, although the royal family still nominally existed. To safeguard the land, the Wuji Holy Land had previously stationed a peak venerable level elder in the region. Elder Song sat upright within the grand palace of the Great Yin dynasty, his brows furrowed deeply. As a peak sovereign-level powerhouse, he was the same elder who had once sparred with Lin Feng before the latter embarked on his expedition to the ancient battlefield. Back then, Elder Song had only used a tenth of his strength to overwhelm Lin Feng. Yet now, even a mere tenth of Lin Feng's current power might be more than Elder Song could handle. The 10 Absolute Demon Sect had launched a sudden and overwhelming assault, catching the entire Wuji sanctuary off guard. Elder Song had chosen to station himself within the Great Yin dynasty largely because it was Lin Feng's homeland. His presence here was to shield the Lin family from harm. Inside the palace, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. The imperial family and the Lin clan alike wore expressions of grave concern. In this colossal conflict, they were no more than specks of dust in a raging storm. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the distance, as though the heavens themselves had been split apart by a monstrous thunderclap. Elder Song shot to his feet, his expression darkening instantly. Far off in the horizon, ominous black clouds churned violently, threatening to engulf the entire sky. This is bad. Elder Song turned sharply to his granddaughter, Song Yiling. Go now. Take word of this to the Wuji sanctuary and request reinforcements. We need stronger fighters here immediately. Without waiting for her reply, he waved his hand, sending her away in a flash. Everyone in the palace, come out now. A voice boomed from the skies, its sheer power sending shivers down everyone's spine. None dared to hesitate. The imperial family and the Lin clan members hurried outside, their gazes lifting to the heavens. There, 3 figures hovered in midair, their forms exuding a suffocating, demonic aura. Elder Song's spiritual sense swept over them, and his heart sank. All 3 were peak sovereign-level experts and not mere disciples, but elders of the 10 Absolute Demon Sect. How dare you? Elder Song roared, ascending into the air, his eyes blazing with fierce light. This is the border of the Wuji Sanctuary's central domain. Do you truly wish for death by invading here? The 3 demon elders radiated dark, oppressive energy. One of them laughed coldly, his voice dripping with disdain. Wuji Sanctuary's old dog, stop pretending to be imposing. What central domain? Look at the state of this so-called sanctuary. The 10 Absolute Demon Sect is winning at every turn while you lot fall back in disgrace. It won't be long before we march into your heartlands that will be your true demise. Another demon elder glanced in the direction Song Yiling had fled, his tone sharp. I sensed a rat escaping just now. Someone, go and bring her back. We can't allow any word of this to spread. One of the elders nodded and sped off, vanishing into the distance as he pursued Song Yiling. The remaining 2 elders let their demonic flames spread, casting an oppressive shadow over the entire Great Yin dynasty. Everyone below felt trapped within this terrifying aura. The 2 elders conversed casually, as if discussing a trivial matter. Let's get this over with. These ants are better dealt with quickly. Oh, and notify Meng Tianyang. As a sequence disciple, this place would make a fitting domain for him. We'll clean it up before he arrives. Arrogant fools. Elder Song bellowed, his voice reverberating like thunder. In an instant, the battle erupted in the skies as the 3 peak sovereign-level powerhouses clashed. The sheer force of their exchange sent shockwaves rippling across the land. Below, the gathered crowd held their breath, trembling as they prayed not to be caught in the devastating aftermath of the fight. Meanwhile, the demon elder who had gone after Song Yiling pursued her relentlessly, closing the distance with every passing moment. Song Yiling was forced back by Elder Song's energy, her figure tracing a long arc through the air. Her face twisted in fear as her feet hit the ground, and without hesitation, she broke into a desperate sprint. As a cultivator in the condensation realm, she was painfully aware of the vast gap between her strength and that of the peak sovereign realm elder of the demonic sect pursuing her. The demonic sect elder followed closely, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. A mere girl in the condensation realm dares to dream of escaping from me? If I let you go, where would my dignity be? His voice dripped with disdain, the overwhelming advantage of his cultivation level allowing him to effortlessly toy with his prey. As the pursuit continued, the distance between them steadily closed. Song Yiling's breathing grew ragged, and a sense of despair began to weigh heavily on her heart. She knew all too well the grim fate that awaited her if she were captured by the demonic sect Eldred would be nothing short of a nightmare. Just when all seemed lost, a familiar figure suddenly appeared ahead of her. Song Yiling froze momentarily, her body trembling as a spark of hope ignited in her eyes. When she finally recognized the person, she couldn't help but cry out in surprise and relief. Lin Feng? Lin Feng had been on his way to the Great Yin dynasty when he happened upon this scene. His brows furrowed as he took in Song Yiling's disheveled state, and his gaze quickly shifted to the relentless pursuer behind her. The demonic sect powerhouse made no effort to conceal his oppressive aura, as if he held no regard for the sanctity of the Wuji Holy Land's territory. Peak Sovereign Realm, is it? Lin Feng murmured to himself, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Perfect. This level should be just right. Let's see if he can withstand even a casual strike from my sword. Lin Feng's face radiated confidence, as if he had everything under control. Despite the significant gap between his current level and the peak of the Venerable Realm, he showed no concern whatsoever. To him, a peak Venerable was merely a warm-up opponent. He quickly moved to Song Yiling's side. The moment Song Yiling saw him, she exclaimed with urgency, "Three peak Venerable experts from the demon sect have come to the Great Yin dynasty. My grandfather is locked in battle with two of them, while this one chased after me. The Great Yin dynasty is on the brink of collapse." Her voice trembled as she asked, "Do you have a communication device? Quickly notify the Sacred Land to send reinforcements." "The Sacred Land is already aware," Lin Feng replied calmly. "They're aware? Then where are the reinforcements?" Song Yiling paused in confusion. "The reinforcements are me," Lin Feng said, his gaze shifting to the demon sect elder hovering in midair. "Three peak Venerable elders from the demon sect? I'm more than enough to handle them all." Song Yiling was utterly speechless. Her impression of Lin Feng was still stuck on the time he sparred with Elder Song. Though impressive back then, he had barely managed to contend with a fraction of Elder Song's strength. Yet now, he was facing three peak Venerables? The demon sect elder approached slowly, his aura as overwhelming as that of a supreme demon lord. His eyes brimmed with disdain as he sneered, "Humph! Seeking death, are you? Where did this reckless prodigy come from?" Without further words, the elder unleashed a massive palm strike infused with supreme demonic power. With a deafening roar, the strike carried the force to shatter the heavens and split the earth. However, as it neared Lin Feng, the terrifying attack dissipated instantly. The demon sect elder was stunned. Enraged, he roared again. Demonic annihilation of all beings. This time, an even more terrifying technique surged forth, only to be effortlessly neutralized by Lin Feng once more. Song Yiling watched in utter disbelief. Was Lin Feng truly this powerful? "You are Lin Feng?" the demon sect elder asked, his face dark and foreboding. "I hope you can withstand this one strike," Lin Feng said, raising his divine sword. With a swing, a sword beam capable of splitting the heavens shot forth. The demon sect elder mustered all his strength to defend, but even so, half his body was severed by the strike. Trembling, he asked, "How can your swordsmanship be this terrifying?" Before he could hear an answer, his body plummeted to the ground, leaving a massive crater in his wake. Song Yiling was left utterly dumbfounded. The Lin Feng who, not long ago, couldn't force her grandfather to use his full strength, had now grown powerful enough to slay a peak Venerable with a single strike. Song Yiling stood frozen in place, utterly stunned by the scene unfolding before her. In such a short period of time, Lin Feng's strength had grown to a level she could no longer comprehend. A single trip to an ancient battlefield had granted him an astonishing transformation. "Let's go," Lin Feng said softly. As his words fell, radiant phoenix-like wings of rebirth emerged from his back. Before Song Yiling could react, Lin Feng had already taken her and was speeding toward the Great Yin dynasty. In an instant, the heavens and earth seemed to shift. Under the cover of the vermilion bird's divine phenomenon, the entire sky appeared to become Lin Feng's domain. His speed as he flew through the air was astonishing, far surpassing any expert Song Yiling had ever witnessed, including her grandfather, Elder Song. Meanwhile, above the Great Yin dynasty, Elder Song was locked in a fierce battle with two peak elders of the demon sect. Besieged by these two formidable foes, Elder Song was clearly struggling, with blood staining the air as he fought. On the ground below, the onlookers watched with bated breath, their hearts heavy with worry. The strength of these two demon sect elders was overwhelming, and Elder Song was clearly outmatched. "Old dog Song, how much longer can you hold out?" one of the demon sect elders sneered. "You could have escaped, but instead, you chose to stay and protect these ants. Now, not only are you fighting us, but you're also distracted trying to shield them. You've brought this upon yourself." Just as despair began to creep into Elder Song's heart, a familiar figure suddenly descended from the sky. It was his granddaughter, Song Yiling. And beside her was none other than Lin Feng. The two demon sect elders immediately sensed something unusual and turned their attention to Lin Feng. As they stared at him with suspicion, Lin Feng calmly stepped forward, his expression indifferent as he gazed down at them. The demon sect elder who was hunting Song Yiling earlier, someone of the same level as you two, has already fallen to my sword, Lin Feng said calmly. Now, I wonder, are the two of you any stronger than he was? Before his words had fully settled, Lin Feng swung his sword. A terrifying sword aura tore through the sky, forcing the two demon sect elders to hastily defend themselves. Even so, they were sent flying, coughing up blood from the sheer force of the attack. Then came the second strike, the third, and the fourth, each one more devastating than the last. Finally, the two demon sect elders crashed heavily to the ground, completely defeated and unable to fight back. Lin Feng, the disciples of our demon sect will come for you. Just you wait. The two elders roared in fury and unwillingness before their deaths. Lin Feng's expression remained cold and unmoved. With one final strike, he ended the battle. A flash of sword light swept through the air, and in an instant, the heads of two peak-level elders from the demon sect were severed, blood gushing like fountains. With this, all three invading demon sect elders were eliminated. Lin Feng immediately activated the 10 absolute star-absorbing demonic technique, absorbing a portion of the elder's cultivation and advancing his own realm to the pinnacle of the supreme 6th layer, just a step away from the 7th. Demon sect's sequence disciples? Lin Feng stroked his chin, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Fine, I'll wait. Let's see what they're capable of. He had dealt with sequence disciples before. Back in the Great Shang Dynasty, he had slain one and seized the visual star-absorbing demonic technique. Now, with his strength multiplied 100-fold, even if all 10 sequence disciples came at once, he was confident he could annihilate them all. Lin Feng and Elder Song descended together in front of the royal palace of the Great Yin Dynasty. Elder Song's expression was complex as he sighed. 3 days apart, and one must view you with fresh eyes. Lin Feng, your strength now far surpasses mine. These words were heartfelt. Lin Feng's displayed power was nothing short of invincible, effortlessly killing 2 peak-level elders without even seeming to exert himself. I gained quite a few opportunities in the ancient battlefield, Lin Feng said with a modest wave of his hand. Elder Song couldn't help but marvel internally. What kind of fortuitous encounter could have propelled Lin Feng to such heights? The Lin family members soon arrived upon hearing the news. Witnessing Lin Feng's meteoric rise in strength, they were all left dumbfounded. After dealing with the demon sect elders, Lin Feng decided to remain stationed in the Great Yin Dynasty, awaiting the arrival of the demon sect sequence disciples. Meanwhile, the outside world was in turmoil. The battle between the 10 absolute demon sect and the infinite sacred ground had intensified to a fever pitch. The infinite sacred ground, initially planning a counteroffensive, faced an unexpected betrayal on effort of the sects and dynasties they had rallied turned against them, allying with the demon sect to launch a surprise attack on the unprepared sacred ground forces. This massacre inflicted devastating losses. Over 50 supreme-level cultivators and 7 great power experts perished. Among the traitors, the Tyrant Blade sect stood out for its zeal. The Tyrant Blade Patriarch, commanding an imposing presence, personally killed 2 great power-level experts. The infinite sacred ground's time is over. Surrender to the 10 absolute demon sect, and you may yet live, he declared, wielding his blood-red blade that radiated an ominous glow. The sacred ground's forces, forced to retreat, furiously condemned the Tyrant Blade Patriarch for his betrayal. Unfazed, he sneered. Think I act alone? The 10 absolute demon sect will send reinforcements as needed. With that, he unleashed another strike, slaughtering countless sacred ground cultivators. After the battle, the demon sect's great power experts commended the Tyrant Blade Patriarch's performance, promising that the demon lord might grant him an elixir of longevity. They then tasked him with setting up the core of the 10,000 demons soul-devouring formation. Suddenly, several great power-level elders received grim news. 3 peak-level elders have fallen in the Great Yin Dynasty. Meng Tianyang is heading there. His half-step great power cultivation and cursed demon bloodline should suffice. However, to ensure success, Tyrant Blade, you will accompany him and join forces. Hearing this, the Tyrant Blade Patriarch's eyes gleamed with interest. The name Great Yin Dynasty was etched into his memory years ago. A supreme-level elder from the infinite sacred ground had brought disciples there to humiliate the Tyrant Blade sect. That disgrace had remained a thorn in his heart ever since. A flicker of anger crossed the face of the Patriarch of the Overlord Blade sect. As a cultivator of the great power realm, he could never erase the humiliation of that fateful event. A mere elder of the venerable realm had dared to kill the most promising disciple of the Overlord Blade sect. That disciple had not only been on the verge of breaking into the great power realm, but had also shown potential to ascend to the rank of a saint. To make matters worse, shortly after, an elder from the infinite Holy Land came to demand accountability, bringing along reinforcements. The confrontation had cost the Overlord Blade sect dearly, including the crippling of one of their vice sect leaders, whose arm was rendered useless. These scars of disgrace were etched deeply into the sect's history. There's no time to waste. They'll leave right now. Learning of an opportunity to head to the Great Flame Dynasty, the Patriarch couldn't suppress his excitement and immediately set out. With the power of a great power realm cultivator, he swiftly approached his destination. It was then that he sensed a group of individuals drawing near. Focusing his gaze, he saw a young man at the forefront clad in light purple robes. The man carried himself with an air of indifference, one hand clasped behind his back, while a distinctive black blood mark adorned his forehead, resembling a brand upon his soul. Behind him followed over a dozen disciples of the 10 Absolute Demon sect. Meng Tianyang. The Patriarch immediately recognized this sequence disciple of the 10 Absolute Demon sect, known for possessing the cursed demon bloodline. Meng Tianyang glanced at the Patriarch with an expressionless face. "Why are you here?" His tone betrayed no surprise. He had long expected the allegiance of this great power realm cultivator to the 10 Absolute Demon sect. After listening to the Patriarch's explanation, Meng Tianyang's voice turned cold. How curious, a mere Great Flame Dynasty warrants the infinite Holy Land, sending a cultivator of the great power realm. Humph, perfect. I've been looking for a chance to test my strength against one of these so-called great power experts. With that, Meng Tianyang took the lead and continued forward. The Patriarch shook his head silently. This sequence disciple was unbearably arrogant, showing no regard even for someone of his caliber. Still, recalling Meng Tianyang's formidable strength, which likely surpassed his own, the Patriarch had no choice but to follow quietly. Soon, under Meng Tianyang's command, the group advanced menacingly toward the Great Flame Dynasty, like harbingers of an impending apocalypse. A suffocating aura of doom blanketed the dynasty, leaving many in agony from the oppressive sound of demonic resonance. Some even coughed up blood on the spot. "Stop hiding, people of the infinite Holy Land. Show yourselves." Meng Tianyang's voice boomed across the skies of the dynasty. Within the royal palace of the Great Flame Dynasty, Lin Feng emerged, accompanied by Elder Song, Yielding, members of the Lin family, and the royal court. While Lin Feng remained composed, the others bore expressions of unease and gravity. Lin Feng, that's Meng Tianyang, one of the top 10 sequence disciples of the 10 Absolute Demon sect. He's said to possess a forbidden physique and wields immense power, Elder Song warned in a low voice. As soon as the Patriarch of the Overlord Blade sect spotted Lin Feng, his face twisted with rage. "It's that wretched brat." He turned to Meng Tianyang and explained. "He's the one who killed the most promising prodigy of my Overlord Blade sect and used the influence of the infinite Holy Land to oppress us." Meng Tianyang replied indifferently, "Killed your sect's prodigy? Then his cultivation level couldn't have been too high, probably just at the Dao condensation realm?" While Meng Tianyang continued to press for the whereabouts of the infinite Holy Land's great power realm cultivator, Lin Feng spoke calmly. "There's no need to shout. If you're looking for the one who killed 3 peak venerable realm elders of the demon sect, you've already found him. I'm standing right here." These words caused Meng Tianyang's eyes to narrow, while the Patriarch of the Overlord Blade sect stared in utter disbelief. The boy he had once dismissed as insignificant, how could he have attained such terrifying strength? The old master of the dominating blade shook his head in disbelief. He recalled the first time he met Lin Feng back then. Lin Feng's cultivation level was pitifully weak, merely at the wheel C or condensation realm, so insignificant that the old master couldn't even remember his exact strength. And now, this young man was claiming to have slain 3 peak-level elders of the demon sect. It was simply too outrageous to believe. As the two of them remained stunned, Lin Feng was already striding through the air, each step akin to ascending a heavenly staircase, his aura climbing steadily with every movement. Meng Tianyang narrowed his eyes, sensing an overwhelming power emanating from Lin Feng. He couldn't help but re-evaluate this seemingly unremarkable young man. "So, this is the strength you possess? Interesting. Perhaps those 3 demon sect elders really did fall by your hand," Meng Tianyang remarked slowly, dismissing the old master's earlier skepticism. He pondered silently. Among the top 10 disciples of the Wuji Holy Land, Lin Feng's name was absent. However, there was one individual, Duan Jingtai, whose strength rivaled that of the top sequence disciples, but he was not present at the moment. "Never mind who you are," Meng Tianyang said, shaking his head as he decided to end this quickly. Behind him, the demon sect disciples were brimming with excitement, eagerly anticipating Meng Tianyang's next display of dominance. After all, on the way here, Meng Tianyang had already slain numerous powerful figures from the Wuji Holy Land, including one expert at the Great Power Realm. Shadow Curse Soul-Grasping Hand. Meng Tianyang roared, a demonic rune glowing on his forehead. A massive hand wreathed in black mist materialized from thin air, encircled by ancient curses and accompanied by the wails of tormented souls. The sheer power of this technique caused the surrounding demon sect disciples to tremble in awe and fear. The old master of the dominating blade's expression grew grave. He thought to himself that if this technique were directed at him, he might not be able to withstand it. If Meng Tianyang's cultivation level were equal to his own, this move alone could be enough to kill him instantly. Truly, this was the strength befitting a top-sequence disciple. The colossal hand descended from the sky, its oppressive might engulfing the surrounding area. Commoners of the great Yin dynasty fell to their knees, powerless against the godlike presence radiating from Meng Tianyang. Yet Lin Feng remained unfazed. Behind him, a pair of fiery divine wings unfolded as he summoned the vermilion bird's manifestation, countering the demonic hand with sacred flames. The clash between light and darkness caused the heavens and earth to tremble. When the skies finally cleared, Lin Feng and Meng Tianyang were still facing off midair. Meng Tianyang's eyes glowed with an intense black light, clearly surprised that his opponent had managed to withstand his bloodline ability. Impressive, Meng Tianyang said coldly, now fighting without reservation. Let me see what the so-called disciples of Wuji Holy Land sequence are truly made of. And so, an earth-shattering battle commenced. Meng Tianyang unleashed the full power of his cursed demon bloodline, his strength far surpassing that of Xiang Long from the ancient battlefield. Each of his strikes carried the force of a curse, intertwining his fate with his opponent's. The longer the fight dragged on, the deeper the curse would seep. The two clashed fiercely for what felt like an eternity, as demon sect disciples cheered and shouted for Meng Tianyang, eagerly awaiting the moment Lin Feng's head would fall. With a deafening boom, the battlefield's atmosphere shifted dramatically. Lin Feng's figure skidded backward rapidly through the air, while Meng Tianyang remained standing motionless in place. This scene immediately stirred a wave of cheers from the disciples of the demon sect. Senior Brother Meng is invincible. How could a disciple of the Wuji sacred land compare to Senior Brother Meng, who's vying for the position of Saint Son of the Ten Calamities demon sect? However, the patriarch of the dominating blade frowned deeply. With his advanced cultivation and vast experience, he keenly sensed something amiss about Meng Tianyang's condition. As expected, in the next moment, Meng Tianyang suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, the crimson mist spreading through the air. The cheers of the demon sect disciples abruptly ceased, their faces filled with disbelief as they stared at the scene before them. Clearly, it was Lin Feng who had been forced back, so why was Meng Tianyang the one gravely injured? What incredible strength! Meng Tianyang lifted his head, his gaze locked intensely on Lin Feng. You're not weak yourself, Lin Feng replied calmly. In the earlier clash, he had relied solely on the power of his ancient sacred body, yet still displayed astonishing close combat prowess. The truth soon became clear. What appeared to be Lin Feng retreating was, in reality, Meng Tianyang attempting to withdraw but being locked in place. Lin Feng had intentionally created distance, causing Meng Tianyang to suffer greater damage in the process. The battle reignited. Meng Tianyang activated his demonic arts, his cursed demonic bloodline boiling as an overwhelming force of curses engulfed the surroundings. The two fighters clashed fiercely across a 1,000-mile radius in the skies, forcing the demon sect disciples to retreat far away. The patriarch of the dominating blade's expression grew increasingly grim. He vividly remembered that not long ago, Lin Feng had been a mere insignificant figure, reliant on the protection of elders at the sovereign realm. Yet now, Lin Feng was able to go toe-to-toe with a core disciple of the Ten Calamities demon sect, even faintly gaining the upper hand. With another muffled crash, Meng Tianyang spat blood once more and was sent flying. The patriarch of the dominating blade immediately drew his blood-soaked blade and flashed to Meng Tianyang's side. This guy's strength is overwhelming. You can't beat him. Though unwilling to admit it, Meng Tianyang had no choice but to acknowledge the truth. He had already fought with everything he had, yet Lin Feng continued to suppress him. He's not even among the top 10 core disciples. How is he this powerful? Meng Tianyang's face darkened. There's something strange about him. The priority now is to eliminate him. The patriarch of the dominating blade's blood blade began to hum with power. Together, we can kill him without fail. Despite his pride, Meng Tianyang nodded in agreement. The patriarch had judged that Lin Feng must have expended significant energy, making this the perfect moment to join forces and strike him down. You little brat, I didn't expect you to progress this quickly, but it doesn't matter. Against the two of us together, you're as good as dead. The patriarch's killing intent surged. Blood blade slash. Devouring curse eye. The patriarch of the dominating blade swung his blood-drenched blade, while Meng Tianyang cruelly gouged out one of his own eyes. The cursed mark on his forehead erupted with terrifying demonic energy, forming a massive, grotesque eye several times the size of a person. Two powerful cultivators sewn at the great power realm. The other on the verge of it unleashed a deadly combined assault aimed directly at Lin Feng. The legendary reputation of the Blade Ancestor was further solidified during the battle at the sacred land of Wuji. He had personally slain two powerful beings at the Great Power Realm, cementing his unparalleled status among his peers. The blood-soaked blade in his hand, a weapon of unparalleled infamy, struck fear into the hearts of all who heard of it. Fighting alongside him was Meng Tianyang, whose supreme potential, derived from his cursed demon bloodline, had earned him the title of a peerless prodigy with the potential to ascend to sainthood. At this moment, the two launched a combined attack, unleashing terrifying divine powers that swept across the heavens and earth. The disciples of the demon sect, witnessing the scene, had eyes glinting with excitement. Though 2 against 1 seemed dishonorable, in their view, the disciple of the sacred land of Wuji was doomed to perish. Boom! Meng Tianyang and the Blade Ancestor unleashed their devastating assault, descending like divine retribution directly toward Lin Feng. The oppressive force of impending doom was felt across the entire Great Yin dynasty, as though the world itself was on the brink of plunging into the abyss of the Nine Hells. Even Elder Song, a peak-level venerable, could only stand frozen in place before the overwhelming storm, utterly powerless to resist. "I'd like to see just how strong your combined attack is," Lin Feng murmured softly, as he activated the boundless power hidden within his body. The ancient sacred physique, the supreme sword bone, the thunder body, the immortal demon form. In that instant, all 4 unparalleled constitutions erupted simultaneously. Torrential blood energy, terrifying sword aura, crackling thunder, and demonic flames intertwined, filling the heavens and earth with extraordinary phenomena. Celestial armor of the world. Lin Feng unleashed the divine ability of the 4 sacred phenomena from his ancient sacred physique, countering the combined strike of the 2 masters. As heaven and earth trembled and the very fabric of space seemed to tear apart, the sun and moon lost their brilliance. Only the radiant light emanating from the 3 combatants illuminated the skies. Even Elder Song, a peak venerable, could only watch with a pale face, powerless to intervene. The apocalyptic forces collided and intertwined above the firmament, and for a moment, time seemed to freeze. The scene before everyone's eyes became a blur, as the battle, akin to a clash of gods, exceeded the limits of mortal comprehension. Elder Song barely managed to lift his head. Using his peak venerable level cultivation, he could vaguely discern the battle. The sky was filled with fragments of the celestial armor, inscribed with faint blue runes. Like shattered glass, they broke apart, scattering into tens of thousands of fragments. Seeing this, Elder Song's heart tightened, and he held his breath. If Lin Feng's defense failed, the billions of people across the Great Yin dynasty would face a brutal massacre. Yet, despite the shattering of the celestial armor of the world, Lin Feng remained calm, his expression unchanged, as if entirely unharmed. In stark contrast, Meng Tianyang and the Blade Ancestor trembled violently, their eyes filled with disbelief. What kind of defensive ability is this? Meng Tianyang stared intently at Lin Feng, his voice trembling with shock. How could you withstand the combined attack of the 2 of us? Though Lin Feng's celestial armor of the world had been shattered, the combined force of the 2 attackers had been completely neutralized. The outcome was a perfect stalemate. After Meng Tianyang unleashed that move, he paid a devastating price. Blood streamed continuously from his eyes and the cursed mark on his forehead, leaving him in a state of utter ruin. Nearby, the blood saber in Ba Dao Old Master's hand remained tightly gripped, yet his hand trembled slightly. A closer look revealed that his palm was bleeding profusely. As a man of extreme caution, Ba Dao Old Master had survived this long by never underestimating any opponent. Even while teaming up with Meng Tianyang, the prodigy of the 10 absolute demon sect, to face Lin Feng, he had fought with everything he had, holding nothing back. That strike, his ultimate masterpiece, the pinnacle of his life's work, was dazzling. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, such a peerless attack barely managed to breach Lin Feng's defenses, inflicting no real harm on him. This man's physique is far too peculiar. It seems like a sacred body, but even stronger. If that's truly the case, could it be the legendary immortal body? How could that be possible? Ba Dao Old Master muttered to himself, unable to conceal his shock. Lin Feng, holding his sword Dawnbreaker, strode through the air with an air of ease, his gaze fixed on Meng Tianyang and Ba Dao Old Master. Gentlemen, it's time for you to depart. Your deaths will make me stronger, so consider it a worthy end. His tone was calm, yet the words sent a chill down the spines of the 2 mighty warriors. At this moment, neither Meng Tianyang nor Ba Dao Old Master dared dismiss Lin Feng's words as mere arrogance. They had witnessed firsthand his ability to effortlessly withstand their combined strike, a display of strength far beyond their expectations. When Lin Feng declared he would kill them, they both knew he wasn't joking. Meng Tianyang and Ba Dao Old Master exchanged a glance, and within Ba Dao Old Master's gaze lay an unmistakable message. Meng Tianyang immediately understood retreat. Though fleeing was a disgraceful act for a disciple of the 10 absolute demon sect, it seemed to be their only option now. The oppressive aura emanating from Lin Feng was overwhelming. Although they stood on the same level, Meng Tianyang felt an overbearing pressure as if Lin Feng were looking down on him from above. His heart pounded violently. An instinct told him he had to flee immediately. This man's physique is peculiar, and his true strength is unfathomable. With the recent rumors of the ancient demon clan resurfacing, he could very well be connected. Meng Tianyang stared intently at Lin Feng, enunciating each word with urgency. Retreat, quickly. Inform the 10 absolute demon sect, and have a mighty elder of the ascendant realm dispatched to eliminate this fiend. Before the last word left his mouth, Meng Tianyang transformed into a streak of black lightning, vanishing into the distance. The patriarch of the dominating blade sect, already prepared, bellowed, "Until we meet again," before turning into a streak of blood-red light and fleeing as well. The remaining disciples of the 10 absolute demon sect trembled uncontrollably, frozen in place. They had just witnessed Lin Feng withstand the combined attack of two mighty fighters, and fear had completely consumed them. They wanted to escape too, but their speed was no match for the two elders. "Do you really think you can get away?" Lin Feng's cold voice echoed as fiery phoenix wings suddenly unfurled behind him. In an instant, a sacred vermilion bird phantom spiraled above his head, radiating an oppressive and suffocating aura. He darted after the fleeing figures at incredible speed. The disciples left behind sighed in relief, thinking they had narrowly escaped death. But their hopes were dashed when Lin Feng's icy voice came from afar. "Forgotten about you, small fry? Let me send you on your way first." A dazzling sword aura tore through the sky, instantly slicing all the demon sect disciples at the sovereign realm into pieces, scattering their remains into a rain of blood. In their final moments, their eyes were filled with terror, a testament to the devastating power of Lin Feng's long-range strike. Lin Feng did not linger on these minor nuisances. His true targets were Meng Tianyang and the patriarch of the dominating blade sect. With the speed granted by the Phoenix Rebirth divine wings, even a 6th-level ascendant realm expert would find it impossible to match him. The vermilion bird phenomenon of his ancient sacred body was famed for its swiftness, and now it was as if he could traverse time itself. It didn't take long before Lin Feng caught up to Meng Tianyang. The latter glanced back, only to see countless sword auras sweeping toward him, each containing the terrifying power of 9 layers of sword intent. "Reverse flow of the underworld river," Lin Feng said indifferently, slashing his sword and causing the heavens and earth to change color. At this moment, Meng Tianyang, having exhausted himself by using forbidden techniques, was too weakened to withstand this perfected saint-level sword technique. While his cursed demon bloodline prevented him from being instantly obliterated, he was still sent crashing heavily into the ground, creating a deep crater. He struggled to his feet, attempting to speak, but Lin Feng's second, reverse flow of the underworld river, completely annihilated him. With an expressionless face, Lin Feng executed the 10 absolute, star-devouring demon technique, absorbing Meng Tianyang's remaining cultivation and breaking through to the 7th level of the sovereign realm. Finally, Lin Feng's gaze turned to the direction where the patriarch of the dominating blade sect had fled. A faint smirk appeared on his lips. "Injured by me, you won't get far." Although the patriarch's cultivation was slightly higher than Meng Tianyang's, his bloodline talent was far inferior. He was a pure cultivator who had relied solely on his own efforts to break through to the ascendant realm, defying the youthful prophecy that he would never reach the ascendant realm. Yet, limited by his natural talent, this was the ceiling of his potential. As he fled, memories of his life flashed through his mind like a reel of images, as if he were on the brink of death. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened, and he roared, "No! What am I thinking? How could I die? I am the strongest patriarch in the history of the dominating blade sect, an ascendant realm powerhouse. I will not die." With that, he pushed himself to his limits, desperately accelerating his escape. The survival instinct of the patriarch of the Overlord Blade had reached an unprecedented peak. His body trembled, and a crazed light flickered in his eyes. From an ordinary mortal to his current status, he had endured countless life-and-death trials. If he were to fall today, everything would turn to dust. Under the immense pressure of life and death, he unleashed the fastest speed of his life, frantically sprinting toward the direction of the 10 absolute demon sect. Just as he thought he was about to escape danger, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted ahead. Lin Feng's figure appeared like a war god descending, his entire body emanating surging blood energy through every pore. Behind him, fiery red wings unfurled, and above his head, the phantom of the vermilion bird's sacred beast hovered ominously. You actually caught up?" The patriarch of the Overlord Blade stared at Lin Feng with trembling eyes. He recognized the unmistakable vermilion bird divine physique, and a storm of shock surged in his heart. Lin Feng looked coldly at the once mighty powerhouse who had stood at the pinnacle of the realm. In the past, even revered realm cultivators were as insignificant as ants before the patriarch of the Overlord Blade. Yet today, this kingly figure of the Kanglan domain had been reduced to a pitiful fugitive at his mercy. Are you sure you want to fight me to the death? The patriarch gritted his teeth. If you insist, don't think you'll come out unscathed. And you think, in your current pathetic state, you can threaten me? Lin Feng replied indifferently. His supreme sword bone was already activated, and all four of his physiques erupted simultaneously, unleashing a terrifying pressure that swept across the surroundings. Die! Roared the patriarch of the Overlord Blade. He drew his blood-red blade, spitting a few drops of his essence blood to fuse with its glow. Burning his lifespan in desperation, he unleashed countless blood-colored blade lights with power even surpassing Meng Tianyang's. Yet it was all in vain. When the last drop of his essence blood was consumed, the patriarch's face turned ashen. The young man before him, like a monstrous demon, stood unharmed. A flood of regret surged through his mind. If only he had not betrayed the sacred land of Wuji. Before he could utter his final words, Lin Feng's sword descended. With a sharp slicing sound, the mighty second-level powerhouse of the great power realm was reduced to a rain of blood. Lin Feng activated the 10 absolute star-devouring demon art, absorbing a portion of the pure cultivation energy. Although he didn't break through to the 8th level of the supreme realm, he had still gained significantly. He reflected silently while he had previously been able to defeat opponents 5 or 6 minor realms higher. Against even stronger foes now, he might need to resort to quasi-emperor level sword techniques. However, such techniques consumed immense energy and could only be used as a last resort. After eliminating Meng Tianyang and the patriarch of the Overlord Blade, Lin Feng turned and headed toward the Great Yin dynasty. Meanwhile, news of Meng Tianyang's death had already spread like a storm to the elders of the 10 absolute demon sect. After all, Meng Tianyang was one of the top 10 ranked figures. The 10 sequences hold an irreplaceable position within every sacred level faction. Among them, Meng Tianyang stood as a towering figure, having already reached the half-step great power realm, surpassing the pinnacle of the revered realm. For him, ascending to the true great power realm was only a matter of time. Yet, the news of this promising powerhouse's sudden demise sent shockwaves throughout the 10 absolute demon sect. In a region shrouded in rolling black clouds and suffused with overwhelming demonic energy, the 10 absolute demon lord hovered midair, surrounded by over a dozen great power realm elders. A subordinate hurried forward, bowing deeply as he reported, "Lord Demon Master, Meng Tianyang has fallen." A low hum reverberated as the demon lord's eyes erupted with twin beams of black light, piercing through the void. His voice was cold and sharp. Where did he die? The Great Yin dynasty. Isn't the old patriarch of the Tyrant Blade sect still stationed there? That man wields the strength of the second level of the great power realm. The demon lord muttered, his brows furrowing deeply. One of the elders stepped forward, his tone heavy with analysis. If Meng Tianyang has perished, it's likely that the Tyrant Blade patriarch has also fallen. The Great Yin dynasty might be harboring a hidden great power realm expert. The demon lord's face darkened further. Sending Meng Tianyang and the Tyrant Blade Patriarch was a calculated move to secure the final foothold near the Great Yin dynasty for their grand plan. At this critical juncture, the true motive behind their war with the Wuji Holy Land was becoming clear. Erdo used the 10,000 demons soul-devouring array to break through to the Saint Realm. This array, a long-lost forbidden formation from ancient times, was shrouded in mystery and infamy for its unparalleled malevolence. Once activated, it could refine all living beings into a source of power. The 10 absolute demon sect had meticulously orchestrated this war to mask their efforts to plant the array's flags across strategic locations. Only the Great Yin dynasty's location remained unfinished, and now the devastating news of Meng Tianyang's death had arrived. Just then, another subordinate rushed forward. "Lord Demon Master, we've completely lost contact with Meng Tianyang and the Tyrant Blade Patriarch. It's confirmed they've both fallen." The demon lord's aura churned with turbulent black energy, his fury barely contained. The Saint Realm was within reach, but without the energy from the Great Yin dynasty's location, the array's power would be significantly diminished, and the chances of success greatly reduced. Yet, sending reinforcements now was futile. The timing for activating the 10,000 demon soul-devouring array was precise and unyielding. There were oversights, the demon lord admitted coldly, but it doesn't matter. Even with a smaller range, the array can still be activated. Today, I will ascend to the Saint Realm. With his command, the 10,000 demon soul-devouring array began to stir. Meanwhile, the Wuji Holy Land remained oblivious to the impending threat. Deep within the Wuji Holy Land, the only living saint, the Wuji Saint, was immersed in cultivation. Suddenly, his eyes shot open, emanating two radiant beams of holy light that seemed to pierce through the endless void. A foreboding unease gripped his heart. Moments later, the Wuji Holy Lord arrived in response to the summons. The saint wasted no time, directly inquiring about the state of the war. The Holy Lord provided a detailed report, outlining the 10 absolute demon sects movements, the losses suffered by their forces, and the ongoing preparations for a counterattack. No, the saint interrupted, his tone grave. These events alone cannot explain the disturbance I feel. There must be another reason. As he fell silent, the space around him erupted into a tempest. His gaze locked onto the distant void, his expression growing increasingly grim. The 10,000 demons soul-devouring array, he said, enunciating each word with weight. A forbidden formation from the ancient era, designed to refine all living beings and forcefully break into the saint realm. How could the 10 absolute demon sect have acquired such a heinous technique? The Holy Lord was stunned. A saint-level expert in existence that commands the heavens and earth, revered by all beings, could truly ascend through such an abominable method? The saint said no more. His form seemed to expand, transforming into a colossal, divine figure. A single hand stretched out, radiating an overwhelming sacred power. His voice, cold and unyielding, echoed across countless miles, daring to set up the 10,000 demons soul-devouring array within the borders of my Wuji holy land? 10 absolute demon sect. You court death. Far away, the 10 absolute demon lord and his followers heard the thunderous proclamation with unmistakable clarity. In a distant land, a cataclysmic battle was unfolding. The activation of the soul-devouring demon array instantly plunged the entire Wuji sacred ground into what felt like the apocalypse. The terrifying power of the formation engulfed the heavens and earth, reducing tens of thousands of living beings to blood mist in mere moments, consumed entirely by the array. At the center of the formation stood the 10 Despair Demon Lord, surrounded by a host of powerful cultivators at the Great Power Realm. An endless stream of divine energy flowed into him, a gift from the soul-devouring demon array. However, just then, a furious roar, imbued with an overwhelming and unstoppable force, echoed from the depths of the universe. This strike pierced through space and time, striking the 10 Despair Demon Lord, causing him to cough up blood and leaving his body gravely injured. Wuji Sage. The 10 Despair Demon Lord's eyes glowed with dark brilliance. Yet he did not panic. He knew all too well that if the Sage of the Wuji sacred ground had intervened, the Sage of the 10 Despair Demon sect would not remain idle. Just as the divine power of the Wuji Sage was about to strike down the 10 Despair Demon Lord, a chilling voice emanated from the direction of the 10 Despair Demon sect. Hongxi, how dare you? A sage of your stature attacking my junior? I'm not dead yet. The clash of the two sages' powers reverberated across the heavens, shaking the entire Kanglan domain. This was no ordinary battle among Great Power Realm cultivators. It was a rare and monumental clash between sages. Countless powerful beings across the Kanglan domain turned their eyes to the confrontation, and even the slumbering sages began to awaken. Xieqiong, you court death. The voice of Wuji Sage Hong, she resounded with authority. How dare you unleash the soul-devouring demon array within the Wuji sacred ground? If you stand in my way today, then we shall battle. The sage Xieqiong responded with a cold laugh. Hongxi, your arrogance will be your downfall. Follow me into the void for our duel. Suddenly, a rift tore open in the sky, and two unparalleled figures, one righteous, one sinister, stepped into the void. They were none other than the Wuji sage and the sage Xieqiong. In an instant, they vanished into the void, leaving the sky calm once more. Meanwhile, on the battlefield below, the soul-devouring demon array had fully activated. The Great Power Realm cultivators of the Wuji sacred ground, led by the Wuji Lord, fought valiantly to stop the 10 Despair Demon Lord from harnessing the array's power. As the battle intensified, even the semi-saints from both sides emerged, escalating the conflict to an even greater level. In the Thunder Punishment sacred ground, the Thunder Punishment Lord and the local sage observed the unfolding battle. When the Thunder Punishment Lord inquired about the outcome, the sage replied, "It no longer matters. The soul-devouring demon array is an ancient forbidden technique. Once it fully forms, even Hongxi's full power may not be enough to destroy it, especially now that he's engaged in the void against Xieqiong." These words sent a chill through the Thunder Punishment Lord's heart. If that's the case, doesn't this mean the 10 Despair Demon Lord is on the verge of becoming a sage? If that truly happens, won't the Wuji sacred ground face annihilation? Hearing these words, the sage fell into a brief moment of contemplation. He spoke slowly. The 10,000 Demon Soul Devourer array indeed possesses the terrifying ability to allow a peak powerhouse to transcend the semi-saint realm and directly ascend to the rank of a saint. Although this defies the natural order and is a forbidden formation, it is highly likely that the 10 Absolutes Demon Lord will succeed with it. The sage continued. However, the complete annihilation of the Wuji Holy Land is unlikely. Their foundation is deep, and even if Hongxi perishes in the void, the 10 Absolutes demon sect will find it difficult to utterly destroy them. That being said, the losses they will sustain will be catastrophic, with countless lives lost in this great battle. Wuji Holy Land may very well fall from a first-class Holy Land to a second or even third-class one. Upon hearing this, the expression of the Thunder Punishment Holy Lord relaxed slightly. For them, a scenario where both sides suffer heavy losses would be the most ideal outcome. He only hoped that Wuji Holy Land could exact a greater price from the 10 Absolutes demon sect. At this moment, discussions about the impending battle were widespread across the Kanglan region. The clash between two major holy lands, with sages fighting fiercely in the void, had stirred endless speculation. If a sage were to fall, it would undoubtedly be a world-shaking event. On the battlefield, the situation had reached a fever pitch. Both sides had deployed a significant number of semi-saint experts. The semi-saints of Wuji Holy Land were desperately attempting to eliminate the 10 Absolutes Demon Lord, only to find that their goal was becoming increasingly unattainable. The 10,000 Demon Soul Devourer array had been activated, and traitors hidden within Wuji Holy Land had come into play. Countless lives within its borders were being stripped away, their essence continuously absorbed by the 10 Absolutes Demon Lord. This horrific massacre enraged the powerhouses of Wuji Holy Land, but the strength of the 10 Absolutes Demon sect was nearly equal, making it a near-impossible feat to destroy both the array and the Demon Lord. The cries of despair echoed throughout Wuji Holy Land as helpless civilians looked skyward. The shadow of death loomed over everyone. A vast number of lives were being slaughtered by the 10,000 Demon Soul Devourer array, turning the land into a living hell. As time passed, one-third of Wuji Holy Land's territory had become a desolate wasteland, devoid of any trace of life. Considering the vast expanse governed by Wuji Holy Land, this meant that billions of living beings had perished. The powerhouses in the sky could hardly bear to look around them. Everywhere, the banners of the 10,000 Demon Soul Devourer array were raised. Many of Wuji Holy Land's strongest were trapped within the array, their strength suppressed and diminished. The array loomed over Wuji Holy Land like a dark, oppressive curtain. Suddenly, in the center of the formation, the 10 Absolutes Demon Lord opened his eyes, his aura surging to unprecedented heights. Having been at the peak of his power for an extended period, he had finally broken through his limitations through this ancient forbidden formation, glimpsing the path to an even higher realm. Today, I shall ascend a saint, the 10 Absolutes Demon Lord declared coldly, standing at the center like a divine king. He gazed down contemptuously at the Wuji Holy Lord, his former rival, knowing that soon, they would no longer be equals. From all directions came an overwhelming force. The energy gathered from the lives consumed by the 10,000 Demon Soul Devourer array was surging rapidly into the Demon Lord's body. Heaven and earth trembled as countless eyes turned toward this spectacle. The patriarchs and sages of various great powers were all alarmed. The aura, nearing the saint realm, caused a massive uproar. For the first time in 5 millennia, someone was attempting to break through to the saint realm, and through a forbidden formation no less. This revelation left countless individuals in shock. In the Great Yin Dynasty, Lin Feng squinted as he gazed at the massive shadow in the distant sky. Although the Great Yin Dynasty had not been enveloped by the 10,000 Demon Soul Devourer array and had thus escaped its devastation, the surrounding areas were shrouded in demonic flames. At this moment, the royal ancestor of the Great Yin Dynasty reported in a trembling voice, "Young Master Lin, the surrounding kingdoms have been completely annihilated. Not a single figure remains, as if they have all become graveyards. Our scouts have found ominous signs everywhere." Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. He continued to stare at the distant horizon, sensing the ominous aura. He had heard the sage's words and understood the 10 Absolutes Demon sect's intentions. If the 10 Absolutes Demon Lord truly succeeded in becoming a saint, he pondered how this battle would unfold in the days to come. He had to take this seriously. Every saint was an awe-inspiring existence with powers that could shake the heavens and the earth. The presence or absence of even one could stir up a cataclysmic storm across the world. If the 10 Absolute Demon Lord truly ascended to sainthood, the Wuji Holy Land might struggle to contend with him, and even the Yin Dynasty, to which he belonged, could be obliterated in an instant. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly, feeling the weight of his inadequacy. If he could reach the realm of a saint, what need would there be for fear? The desire to grow stronger burned fiercely within him, but for now, all he could do was wait and see. At the center of the 10,000 Demon Soul Devourer array, the aura of the 10 Absolute Demon Lord had reached a terrifying peak. An endless torrent of demonic energy surged toward him from all directions. His domineering presence radiated unchecked, as if he reigned supreme over the world. Wherever his gaze fell, even the mighty elders of the 10 Absolute Demon sect, who had reached the great power realm, couldn't suppress their trembling. When his eyes turned toward the members of the Wuji Holy Land opposite him, the half-cent level elder statesmen, pale-faced and visibly drained, had their pupils contract sharply, as if witnessing something unfathomable. Your realm, one elder rasped, his voice hoarse, is still not that of a saint. Humph. The 10 absolute demon lords snorted coldly. Though I have not yet ascended to sainthood, I stand at the very peak of the half-saint realm. As his words fell, an oppressive force swept across the area, leaving the elder statesmen of the Wuji Holy Land stunned and speechless. To leap directly from the pinnacle of the great power realm to the peak of the half-saint realm in such a short time was nothing short of astonishing. All around, within the confines of the 10,000 demon soul devour array, countless lives had perished. Such a price paid to achieve the peak of the half-saint realm seemed, in a twisted sense, almost justified. The elder statesmen of the Wuji Holy Land wore grim expressions. Unless the Wuji saint himself returned from the void, the 10 absolute demon lord now stood as the most powerful being before them. But ever since the Wuji saint entered the void, there had been no sign or word of his return. Though my ascension is complete, the 10,000 demon soul devour array remains. The 10 absolute demon lords' voice was filled with murderous intent. Since so many of the Wuji Holy Land have come here today, none shall leave alive. Be they elder statesmen, great power realm elders, revered realm elders, or even the sequence disciples and core disciples, leave no one behind. The battle erupted in an instant. 3 elder statesmen of the Wuji Holy Land wielding sacred artifacts charged into combat with the 10 absolute demon lord. For the Wuji Holy Land, this marked the beginning of a catastrophe. The 10,000 demon soul devour array suppressed their cultivation levels and battle potential, preventing them from unleashing their full strength. Meanwhile, the sequence disciples scattered across the battlefield were in dire straits, surrounded on all sides by enemies. Outside the battlefield, numerous Holy Land patriarchs and living saints watched in shock. For 5,000 years, no one had surpassed the half-saint realm. Yet the 10 absolute demon lord, leveraging the ancient 10,000 demon soul devour array, had broken through in one fell swoop, reaching its pinnacle and becoming one of the strongest figures in the Kanglan domain. The Wuji Holy Land is finished, a spectator murmured. Their sequence disciples are unlikely to escape. The 10 absolute demon sect won't let this opportunity slip by. Meanwhile, Lin Feng stood atop the imperial palace of the Daiyin dynasty, gazing into the distant horizon where boundless divine power surged. The 10 absolute demon lords' proclamation echoed across the land, and the 10,000 demon soul devour array continued to expand, sending waves of demonic energy outward. Yet, with his undying heavenly demon body, Lin Feng remained unscathed. In fact, the demonic energy seemed to nourish him instead. Lin Feng, Elder Song approached with a grave expression. My strength has been reduced to 60% of its peak, nearly halved. This meant that his cultivation had dropped by 1 or 2 major levels. If he were to face a peak revered level opponent from the 10 absolute demon sect, he would undoubtedly lose. The implications of the 10 absolute demon lords' words were clear. Not only would the high-level hunts commence, but the battles between sequence disciples would also begin. A wave of powerful enemies was bound to descend upon the Daiyin dynasty. Could Lin Feng withstand them? At this moment, Lin Feng exhaled slowly, contemplating a critical question. Since the 10,000 demon soul devour array had claimed so many lives, could his 10 absolute star-devouring demon art perhaps be utilized to its fullest potential in this situation? At this moment, Lin Feng had already reached the 7th level of the Venerable Realm, showcasing remarkable strength. However, after witnessing the 10 absolute demon lord ascend to the peak of the semi-saint realm in a single leap, his desire to grow stronger burned even brighter within him. Could the 10 absolute star-absorbing demon technique still absorb more power right now? Lin Feng thought to himself. If it's possible, this could be an incredible opportunity for me to advance. After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng turned to Elder Song with a serious expression and said, perhaps this is also a kind of chance. Elder Song, I need to leave for a while. If anything unusual happens in the Great Yin Dynasty, contact me immediately using the identity token. Before the words had fully left his mouth, his figure transformed into a streak of lightning and disappeared into the horizon. Elder Song stood there, staring blankly at Lin Feng's retreating figure, unable to comprehend what chance he was referring to. Within the influence of the myriad demon soul-devouring array, even with Lin Feng's extraordinary strength, encountering opponents like Meng Tianyang or the Tyrant Blade Ancestor would surely be fraught with danger. All he could do was clutch the identity token tightly and silently wait. Lin Feng moved through the air, traversing the land ravaged by the myriad demons soul-devouring array. The sight before him was heart-wrenching. Once prosperous towns had become ghost towns, and an ominous aura hung heavily in the air. Suddenly, he stopped midair, an uncontrollable expression of elation spreading across his face. As he activated the 10 absolute star-absorbing demon technique, he discovered an abundance of energy available for absorption in the surroundings. Scanning the desolate and scarred land around him, Lin Feng's gaze flickered with determination. The remnants of power left behind by the deceased could serve as fuel for the 10 absolute star-absorbing demon technique. Although this tragedy was irreversible, and even saints were powerless to stop it, let alone someone like him, who had not yet reached the great power realm, resolved to use this opportunity to strengthen himself with the energy left by the fallen. Focusing intently, Lin Feng began channeling the technique, slowly absorbing streams of power. While most of the energy was relatively weak since the majority of people barely reached the Wheel C realm, let alone the condensed Tao realm, the sheer quantity made up for the lack of quality. He believed that if he continued this process, he could potentially reach the 9th level of the Venerable realm, or perhaps even higher. Sure enough, as he kept absorbing the energy, Lin Feng's cultivation quickly broke through to the 8th level of the Venerable realm. A glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes as he continued to roam the lifeless land in search of more power to absorb. Meanwhile, the battle between the 10 absolute demon sect and the infinite Holy Land had escalated to include their disciples. Before the myriad demons' soul-devouring array was fully activated, the disciples of both sides were evenly matched. However, once the array took shape, the disciples of the infinite Holy Land were completely suppressed, including the sequence disciples. Seizing the opportunity, the 10 absolute demon sect disciples launched a relentless pursuit, causing devastating losses to the infinite Holy Land. 2 more of their top 10 sequence disciples had fallen. At the array's core, 3 grand elders of the infinite Holy Land were locked in a fierce battle with the 10 absolute demon lord. Though they were struggling, they had not yet reached the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, the Holy Lord of the infinite Holy Land received one devastating report after another. 2 sequence disciples and over a dozen core disciples had perished. The blows were so heavy that he nearly coughed up blood on the spot. The Supreme Lord of Wuji trembled violently, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. His fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. At that moment, he finally saw through the true intentions of the 10 absolute demon sect. It was a meticulously crafted trap, designed from the very beginning to annihilate the elite disciples of Wuji Holy Land. If this continues, the Supreme Lord's voice quivered with barely concealed fear, the future of Wuji Holy Land will be completely destroyed. Those core disciples, each with extraordinary talent, were on the brink of ascending to the great power realm. Among the sequence disciples, there were hidden prodigies, many with the potential to reach the pinnacle of power. These individuals were meant to be the pillars of Wuji Holy Land. Yet now they faced the grim prospect of being wiped out in one fell swoop. What alarmed the Supreme Lord even more was the dire situation of the top-ranked geniuses in the sequence. Especially the top 5, each of them was an unparalleled talent, not only destined to break through to the great power realm but also possessing the potential to reach the saint realm. If these future hopes were to fall here, centuries of effort and dedication from Wuji Holy Land would be in vain. Supreme Lord, Elder Hong cried out, his eyes bloodshot with urgency. We're trapped on this battlefield. If we try to break through to aid those disciples, the 10 absolute demon sect will surely intercept us. As a peak-level powerhouse, the news of those prodigies being surrounded tore at his heart. If all these disciples perished, Wuji Holy Land would plummet from a first-rate holy land to ruin, perhaps not even qualifying as a third-rate one. The Supreme Lord swept his gaze across the battlefield. The elders of the demon sect on the other side were watching like predators, ready to strike at the slightest movement. Taking a deep breath, he gave a resolute command. Use the identity tokens to notify everyone, gather immediately. This is our only option now. Strength lies in numbers. This was the only hope the Wuji Holy Lord could cling to at this moment. A lone disciple would inevitably be hunted down by the 10 Calamities demon sect, with survival being almost impossible. Without hesitation, he used his identity token to contact all the elders, his voice urgent as he asked, which area has yet to fall into the hands of the 10 Calamities demon sect? Soon, Elder Song, who was stationed in the Great Yin dynasty, responded, Holy Lord, my location is still secure. Hearing this, the Wuji Holy Lord immediately mobilized more power and sent an urgent directive to all disciples bearing sect tokens. Whether you are a sequence disciple, a core disciple, or an inner sect disciple, you must unite now. This is your only chance at survival. The 10 Calamities demon sect has cut off our reinforcements, and only by standing together can we endure. The Great Yin dynasty remains safe for the time being. Consider it your final refuge. Survive this ordeal, and it will be the foundation upon which you ascend to greater heights. As his words faded, the Wuji Holy Lord fell silent and let out a long, sorrowful sigh. The 10 Calamities demon sect had prepared far too thoroughly for this assault. From the sudden outbreak of war to the deployment of their sequence disciples, and even the betrayal of allied forces within the sacred lands, every move revealed meticulous planning, likely spanning a millennium. Now, This thousand-year scheme had come to fruition. The 10 Calamities Demon Lord had ascended to the peak of the semi-saint realm, just a step away from the legendary saint realm. This terrifying reality sent chills through anyone who dared to comprehend it. The destructive power of a peak semi-saint was unimaginable. Within the entire Wuji sacred land, aside from the elusive Wuji saint, who else could possibly stand against such a foe? To make matters worse, the lingering effects of the myriad demons' soul-devouring array were devastating. Even those disciples who managed to escape its grasp carried indelible traces of demonic energy, making them easy prey for the 10 Calamities demon sect. Once caught, they would undoubtedly face merciless slaughter. The Wuji Holy Lord's gaze shifted to the distant heart of the battlefield. There, 3 aged Supreme Elders were wielding sacred artifacts in a desperate clash against the 10 Calamities Demon Lord. Yet despite their combined might, the Demon Lord held the upper hand, and the battle's outcome teetered on the brink of disaster. The Holy Lord's warning, transmitted through the identity tokens, reached disciples across the land. Upon hearing his words, their expressions turned grim. They understood all too well the dire straits their sacred land faced, and knew they had no choice but to follow their leader's orders. Meanwhile, amidst the ruins of a devastated battlefield, a figure covered in wounds struggled to rise to his feet. It was Shi Hongjin, the 5th-ranked genius among the Wuji Sacred Land's top 10 sequence disciples. Yet now, he appeared battered and utterly exhausted. Surrounding him were other core disciples, equally injured and barely clinging to life. Just as the Holy Lord's message echoed in his mind, Shi Hongjin's pupils contracted sharply, as if catching a fleeting glimpse of hope. But that hope was quickly overshadowed by the oppressive presence of dozens of formidable auras closing in on them. From the advancing group, a young man with a demonic and godlike presence stepped forward, his gaze cold and condescending as it fell upon Shi Hongjin. This was Tu Kongqing, a sequence disciple of the 10 Calamities demon sect. Beside him stood another sequence disciple, Ling Fei, with dozens of core disciples trailing behind, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Shi Hongjin clenched his teeth. Despite his injuries, the will to survive burned fiercely within him. As a cultivator who had reached the great power realm, he forced himself to speak to his enemies. Tu Kongqing, Ling Fei, spare me. Don't kill me. In the Kanglan domain, cultivators who could reach the great power realm at such a young age were exceedingly rare. Shi Hongjin was one such prodigy, someone who would undoubtedly be regarded as a seed-level figure in any sacred-level faction, destined to become a sequence disciple. Spare my life. Facing Tu Kongqing's arrogant demeanor, Shi Hongjin hesitated for a moment, his voice trembling slightly. I am willing to join the 10 Absolutes demon sect. The moment these words left his mouth, the disciples of the Wuji sacred land erupted into an uproar. They stared at Shi Hongjin in disbelief, as if seeing this former genius senior brother for the first time. Betray the sacred land? Shi Hongjin, you're a sequence disciple. A core disciple shouted angrily. Do you know how many resources the sacred land has invested in you? All your achievements today are thanks to Wuji sacred land, and yet you betray the sect just to save your own life. Shi Hongjin ignored the accusations of his fellow disciples, keeping his eyes firmly fixed on Tu Kongqing and Ling Fei. These two, as the strongest enemies present, were the ones he needed to convince the most at this moment. Tu Kongqing and Ling Fei exchanged a meaningful glance, smirking with amusement. For a sequence disciple, basic dignity and integrity were expected qualities. Yet this so-called genius of Wuji sacred land seemed to lack even the most fundamental sense of pride. Tsk tisk, Tu Kongqing said, stroking his chin, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. A sequence disciple of Wuji sacred land wants to surrender to my 10 Absolutes demon sect? He suddenly found himself somewhat entertained by this exceptionally talented yet utterly spineless individual and, for a moment, felt no urge to end his life. As the 5th-ranked disciple in the sequence, Shi Hongjin's talent was undeniable. If nothing unexpected occurred, his rise to the pinnacle of power was practically guaranteed. However, at this moment, this prodigy made a choice that completely caught Tu Kongqing off guard, willingly surrendered. A faint smile curled at the corner of Tu Kongqing's lips. A wise man knows when to adapt. As expected of a disciple of the Wuji Holy Land, you understand this well. Since you've chosen to join my 10 Absolutes demon sect, let's start with a gesture of loyalty. As he spoke, a recording stone appeared in his hand. Shi Hongjin's pupils contracted sharply, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. He turned to face the group of Wuji Holy Land core disciples and inner disciples behind him, who had always revered him. The killing intent around him surged higher and higher. Despite his battered body, his strength as a sequence disciple was still formidable. Are you insane? Are you really going to attack us? One of the disciples growled through gritted teeth. Surrendering to the 10 Absolutes demon sect will only buy you a moment of survival. If you strike us down, your name will forever be tainted. Oh, really? Shi Hongxian sneered coldly. I believe I'll be the one to survive in the end. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he drew his sword. A terrifying wave of sword energy swept across the air, and in an instant, over a dozen heads flew, blood spraying like a fountain. He followed up with another strike, reducing their bodies to pieces. The entire scene was captured in its entirety by the recording stone. Tu Kangqing's eyes glimmered with amusement, while Ling Fei, standing behind him, scoffed coldly. So this is what they call the righteous path? Slaughtering your own junior brothers to save your neck, such noble justice indeed. Shi Hongxian's heart churned, but he bowed respectfully and replied, Senior brother Ling Fei, I must disagree. Cultivators defy the heavens for survival. How can there be a distinction between righteousness and evil? On the path to the summit, whose hands remain unstained by blood, killing these few people is hardly worth mentioning. Tu Kangqing burst into laughter and clapped Shi Hongxian on the shoulder. Good. If you prove your worth in this mission, not only will you survive, but you might even become a sequence disciple of the 10 Absolutes demon sect. You must know the whereabouts of the other sequence disciples, don't you? His eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Our goal is to completely annihilate all the sequence disciples of Wuji Holy Land in this region. Don't disappoint me. Shi Hongxian's heart tightened. He was painfully aware that, with only 70% of his peak strength remaining, he stood no chance against Tu Kangqing, ranked 4th, and Ling Fei, ranked 5th. He had no choice but to comply. Taking out the pure and sacred disciple token, he hesitated for a moment before speaking. Just now, the Wuji Holy Master ordered all disciples to head to the Dian Dynasty, as there are no forces of the 10 Absolutes demon sect stationed there. If we go there, we can wipe them out in one fell swoop. Tu Kangqing's face lit up with joy. Excellent. The 10 Absolutes demon lord has decreed that those who kill enough Wuji Holy Land disciples will be personally rewarded and handsomely compensated. He turned to Ling Fei. Are you ready? Ling Fei's eyes gleamed with a cold light. Then let's set off for the Dian Dynasty and slaughter them all. We'll use their heads to claim our reward from the 10 Absolutes demon lord. After ascending to the peak of the semi-saint realm, the title of the 10 Absolute demon lord was upgraded by the masses to 10 Absolute demon saint. This leap in cultivation was monumental, marking a fundamental difference from the great power realm and representing an entirely new level of existence. Even a single drop of his blood was considered invaluable to disciples like Tu Kangqing and Ling Fei, who were in the great power realm. Such a treasure could enable them to achieve breakthroughs in their cultivation or gain significant advancements in other aspects. The 10 Absolute Demon Sect had sent out 7 disciples from their elite ranks to participate in the battlefield, with Tu Kangqing and Ling Fei being just 2 among them. All the disciples were actively hunting down members of the Wuji Holy Land, vying for the rewards promised by the 10 Absolute Demon Saint. Recently, Tu Kangqing and Ling Fei obtained intelligence provided by Shi Hongxian, learning that a large number of targets would soon head toward the Dian Dynasty. This presented them with a golden opportunity to capture them all in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who was outside the Dian Dynasty, remained unaware of these developments. He was navigating through the 10,000 demons soul-devouring array. Through relentless effort, Lin Feng had elevated his cultivation from the 8th level of the revered realm to the 9th level of the supreme realm. Though this breakthrough appeared straightforward, it had consumed a significant amount of his time. As he maneuvered through the ruins, he used the Nirvana Divine Feather to aid his movements while staying vigilant for any members of the 10 Absolute Demon sect who might appear. Fortunately, Lin Feng encountered no enemies along the way, but he gained an abundance of cultivation energy. His strength had now reached an entirely new level, making it effortless for him to defeat opponents like Meng Tianyang or the Tyrant Blade Patriarch, whom he had struggled with previously. Lin Feng contemplated the situation silently. He knew that within the 10,000 demons soul-devouring array, there were not only innocent souls but also revered and great power realm experts from the 10 Absolute Demon sect. If he could confront and eliminate them, it would undoubtedly grant him even more cultivation energy. Although Lin Feng had absorbed a substantial portion of the soul's energy, it was still insignificant compared to the 10 Absolute Demon Saints' use of forbidden arrays to refine the essence of all living beings and convert it into heavenly and earthly energy. The area had become desolate and barren due to the 10 Absolute Demon Saints' actions, resembling an abandoned relic of the past. At that moment, Lin Feng sensed a powerful surge of battle energy in the distance. With his heightened perception following his breakthrough, he quickly recognized one of the combatants' Orisit was Duan Jingtian, a core disciple with strength rivaling that of elite rank disciples. The fact that someone could engage Duan Jingtian in such an intense fight suggested that the opponent was extraordinarily powerful. This realization filled Lin Feng with excitement, and he darted toward the battlefield like a streak of lightning. Elsewhere, Duan Jingtian was already battered and bruised. Wielding a massive blade imbued with divine power, he fought valiantly. This weapon, a legacy of the Blade Saint that he had acquired on an ancient battlefield, had significantly enhanced his strength and even enabled him to slay a lower-ranked elite disciple of the 10 absolute demon sect in the past. However, under the suppressive influence of the 10,000 demons soul-devouring array, his current power was reduced to only half of its usual capacity. His adversary was the 6th-ranked elite disciple of the 10 absolute demon sect, surrounded by an overwhelming aura of demonic energy and exuding an air of arrogance. If Duan Jingtian had been at full strength, he would have faced no fear, but in his weakened state, he was being thoroughly overpowered. The elite disciple had already regarded Duan Jingshan's head as his inevitable trophy, his demonic energy surging with the might of a true powerhouse. Notably, this member of the demon sect, who was also a practitioner of blade cultivation, wielded a long blade emanating an unsettling aura of darkness. Wisps of sinister energy coiled around the blade, exuding a palpable malevolence. Duan Jingtao, at this point, why not just surrender quietly and accept your fate? Why struggle in vain? The demon sect member sneered coldly. In a flash, his blade slashed downward, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that tore through the air with overwhelming force. As a cultivator at the Great Power Realm, he naturally held an innate advantage over someone like Duan Jingtao, who was at the peak of the Venerable Realm. Furthermore, Duan Jingtao's strength was severely diminished by the influence of the 10,000 demon soul-devouring formation, leaving him at a significant disadvantage. With a single strike, Duan Jingtao's blood surged violently, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Stumbling backward, his face turned pale as a trace of grim determination flickered in his eyes. This was, without a doubt, the most perilous moment he had ever faced in his life. Even at his peak, Duan Jingtao would have struggled to contend with his opponent. Now, under the suppressive effects of the formation, his situation was even more dire. Scanning his surroundings, he realized all possible escape routes had been sealed off. Clearly, his adversary had no intention of giving him any chance to survive. Forced to fight while searching for an opening, Duan Jingtao's injuries worsened with each exchange. His aura grew weaker and weaker, teetering on the brink of collapse. The demon sect member grew increasingly arrogant, mocking him with disdain from above. What path do you have left now? Trying to escape? Huh? Do you take me for a fool? Gathering his full strength, the demon sect member prepared to deliver a fatal blow. Duan Jingtao, your time is up, he declared with icy resolve, his voice brimming with murderous intent. Duantian Jingtao's pupils constricted sharply as he watched that dazzling blade descending toward his skull. At this moment, his entire body was drained of strength, utterly spent, leaving him incapable of any resistance. Yet even in the face of death, he stubbornly kept his eyes wide open, refusing to close them and await the end. Just as the blade was about to strike, a streak of sword light, seeming to transcend time and space, tore through the sky and arrived in an instant. The sheer power of the sword light obliterated the deadly attack from the demon sect's elite, reducing it to nothingness. Duantian Jingtao remained unharmed, stunned as he turned toward the source of the sword light. There he saw a familiar figure stepping through the air. It was Lin Feng. The demon sect elite narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the mysterious swordsman who had appeared so suddenly. As a top-ranked figure of the Wuji Holy Land, he was astounded that he couldn't discern this newcomer's origins. Aside from the rising star Duantian Jingtao, he couldn't imagine anyone else possessing the strength to so effortlessly dismantle his lethal strike. Are you also a disciple of the Wuji Holy Land? The demon sect elite asked gravely. Lin Feng, gripping his long sword, responded coldly, why waste time with so much chatter? Prepare to die. Before the last word had faded, he unleashed a technique known as reversal of the Nether River. This strike, a fusion of perfected saint-level swordsmanship, the supreme sword bone, and 9 layers of sword momentum, carried a force that seemed capable of piercing the heavens. Caught off guard, the demon sect elite hurriedly countered. The overwhelming pressure engulfed him, as though he were facing an unrivaled sword deity in person. Forced to retreat several steps in midair, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his internal organs nearly shattered. Who are you, really? The demon sect elite rasped, his voice hoarse. There's no one like you among the top 10 elites of the Wuji Holy Land. Are you some prodigy from another holy land, deliberately concealing your identity? Radiating the immense aura of a 9th-level sovereign, Lin Feng replied coldly, a dead man doesn't need to know too much. Such disdain thoroughly enraged the demon sect elite. As the 6th-ranked prodigy of the 10 absolute demon sect, he roared, do you think I'm an easy target? Strong as you may be, I'm no pushover. Do you think I don't have my own trump cards? With that, he let out a thunderous cry and unleashed the technique Moonlit Demon Blade Slash. The blade pointed skyward, and in the void above, a full moon materialized. Its infinite radiance poured down, enveloping the blade as if the moon itself were being reflected onto the weapon. The Moonlit Demon Blade of the demon sect sequence tore through the void, aiming straight for Lin Feng. Wherever the blade passed, the space shattered, the heavens roared, and the entire realm trembled under its terrifying power. This strike, though immensely powerful, came at a heavy cost for the demon sect. Sequencia. A mouthful of vital blood spewed forth, and his already weakened aura grew even more frail. Yet, a confident expression remained on his face. Even if he couldn't kill Lin Feng, he was determined to make him pay a bloody price. However, Lin Feng's response was utterly unexpected. In an instant, his four great constitutions activated simultaneously, and an aura that fused both divine and demonic energy enveloped him. At that moment, both the demon sect sequence and Duan Jingtian were momentarily stunned, as if they were witnessing the descent of a supreme being from legend, one who embodied both god and demon. The indescribable pressure left them with an almost instinctual urge to kneel in reverence. Xuanjia suppresses the heavens. With Lin Feng's low shout, the Xuanwu apparition of his ancient holy body erupted into existence. The moonlit demon blade, which the demon sect sequence had prided himself on, was rendered utterly powerless against this fearsome defense. It vanished like a stone sinking into the sea, leaving not the slightest mark on Lin Feng. Seeing his ultimate killing move fail so completely, the demon sect sequence's expression turned as pale as a sheet of paper, his entire body frozen in shock. The man before him, his strength was far beyond anything he could contend with. At this moment, only one thought consumed his mind: escape. Transforming into a streak of black light, the demon sect sequence fled desperately toward the distance. But how could Lin Feng possibly let him get away? A sword aura, transcending time and space, streaked forth in an instant, its sheer power seemingly capable of splitting the earth in two. No matter how fast the demon sect sequence moved, he was no match for this world-shattering strike. The sword light struck him squarely. With a muffled groan, his body went limp as he plummeted to the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. Lin Feng stood high above the sky, looking down coldly at the battered and defeated demon sect sequence. His voice was icy as he said, "Did you really think I wouldn't know you were trying to run?" Lin Feng's voice was cold and piercing, laced with deep mockery and disdain. His words made the face of the demon sect sequence disciple turn pale, alternating between shades of green and white. He vividly recalled how, not long ago, he had used the same tone to ridicule Duan Jingtai, who was then trapped in a desperate situation. Now, hearing those words from the mouth of an even more powerful prodigy felt like a slap in the face. But this was no time to dwell on such things. Survival was the priority. The demon sect disciple realized he was powerless to resist, and that his only hope lay in contacting the elders of the 10 absolute demon sect. He quickly reached for his identity token, but Lin Feng had anticipated this. A flash of cold light streaked through the air, and the disciple's hand was instantly shattered. You. The demon sect disciple was horrified to realize that Lin Feng seemed to anticipate his every move. Fear began to creep into his heart as Lin Feng unleashed the heavenly armor world sealing technique, completely trapping him within its confines. Rest in peace. You won't be contacting anyone, Lin Feng said softly. With that, his sword traced a graceful arc through the air. The demon sect disciple's head soared high before his entire body was cleaved apart in a single stroke. And so, the 6th-rank prodigy of the 10 absolute demon sect sequence fell. Without hesitation, Lin Feng began channeling the 10 absolute star-devouring technique, absorbing the fallen disciple's cultivation. The demon sect prodigy's strength was indeed remarkable, allowing Lin Feng to further refine his own cultivation, though he still could not break through the barrier of the 9th level of the sovereign realm. Suspended in midair, Duan Jingtai stood frozen, his great blade stiff in his hands. Lin Feng's sudden appearance had left him utterly stunned. Over the course of the prolonged war between the sacred lands and the demon sect, he had long since pushed Lin Feng from his mind. Yet today, not only had Lin Feng reappeared, but he had also displayed terrifying strength, effortlessly killing the 6th-ranked demon sect sequence disciple, despite the oppressive influence of the myriad demon soul-devouring formation. "Let's go," Lin Feng said calmly. "Go where?" Duan Jingtai blurted out instinctively. "To hunt down the demon sect sequence disciples," Lin Feng replied in an indifferent tone. "In this war, the demon sect has slaughtered many disciples of the sacred lands. It's time they paid the price in blood." At that moment, Lin Feng's identity token emitted the solemn voice of Elder Song. The Great Yin dynasty had already fallen into the hands of the 10 absolute demon sect, with 2 sequence disciples leading dozens of core disciples stationed there. Even more shocking was the news that Shi Hongzhen, the 5th-rank prodigy of the Wuji sacred land sequence, had betrayed them and joined the enemy. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he caught the critical detail in the message: many powerful demon sect cultivators, including 2 sequence disciples, were gathering in the Great Yin dynasty. This was exactly what he needed. An opportunity to hunt them down and further enhance his cultivation. Elder Song, his voice heavy with sorrow, urged Lin Feng to retreat immediately. The two demon sect sequence disciples ranked 4th and 5th were far stronger than Meng Tianyang, who had been ranked 8th. Adding the traitorous Shi Hongjin to the equation, the situation had become dire. But Lin Feng simply responded in a calm, measured tone. Hold on as long as you can. They'll be there soon. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.